dangers of underage gambling. Visit gaming.az.gov/too-young-to-bet. For 24/7 problem gambling support, text Next Step to 53342, sponsored by the Arizona Department of Gaming.
Attention all Arizona workers. You may be entitled to receive earned paid sick time. Every Arizona employer is responsible for keeping track of your hours and recording how much earned paid sick time is available under state law. Posters about paid sick time and minimum wage laws also need to be posted in every office. Get posters and learn more at azica.gov. That's azica.gov. This message is sponsored by the Industrial Commission of Arizona.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks continue to own the San Francisco Giants. They moved to 8-0 on the season against San Fran with their 8-2 win last night. Brandon Pfaadt in his return went 5 1/3 and only gave up 3 hits and 1 run. Ketel Marte and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. each went deep and had 3 RBIs in the win. And the Snakes will look for the sweep tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound at 6:40. And you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns and Luke Kennard agreed to a 2-year, $13 million deal yesterday, rounding out their roster after the Miles Bridges trade. For more on the Suns and the signing, head on over to arizonasports.com today. And the World Cup rolls on in the United States with a spot in the round of 16 on the line tonight. We'll play Bosnia-Herzegovina. Kickoff will be at 5. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley. When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, basketball fans, sports fans, soccer fans, all fans. You are all welcome here.
Even those cheap oscillating fans?
Even the cheap oscillating fans, welcome here. Yeah. I don't know about you, but I always have a fan on every night. I need the ambient noise, the white noise.
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same way.
Nothing worse than trying to fall asleep in a dead silent space.
See, I love the dead silent space.
You like really?
My fan was on last night as I was going to bed, and normally I like to keep it on a low, or else I dry out. You know, my nose or throat gets dry. But I was trying to fall asleep, and the fan was just humming, and I could not do it.
Really?
Could not do it.
That's funny.
Where do you guys land on the sleep with the TV on?
I can't do that.
I used to be a subscriber to that I would wake up every morning with the TV on, and now I can't do it.
Wow.
As soon as I start dozing off, I have to shut the TV off. So that's not ambient enough, I guess. It's too non-ambient.
That's too direct. Yeah. Listen, I've known people like that. I've shared spaces with people like that who you hear the TV on all night, and you're like,
yes.
What's this person doing? Still watching television? You go and they're just laid out on the couch.
Yep. There was a big problem in I'm assuming a big problem in some marriages before the advent of the iPad and the tablet. Because now you can just have your tablet.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And just plug in your headphones.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Before then, television, breaking up marriages.
Yeah.
It's 1940.
They say the best thing is to keep your televisions out of your bedroom.
Yep, I've heard that too.
Mm-hmm.
You have one?
No.
You don't?
Not in my bedroom.
Wow.
No.
Surely I do.
I do too.
Surely I do.
I had a 55-inch in my living room for the longest time, and it's still kicking. I don't know how this thing is surviving.
Wow.
But I finally broke down and got a new one, and I moved the 55-inch into the bedroom
with
a full surround sound system.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Vinny.
Wow, that's not so much relegation. No.
I'm taking it to a different
That's
extreme.
pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, we got a lot of ground to cover today. Start the show, Bailey.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Free agency here in the NBA, and it did not take long for the Phoenix Suns to fill a roster need. Suns agreed on terms. 2-year contract with veteran shooter Luke Kennard, who spent last season split between the Atlanta Hawks and Los Angeles Lakers. Kennard averaged 8.4 points per game last year in total and led the league, shot 47.8% from three-point range. The third time he's led the league in that category. He also just happens to rank second in league history in three-point percentage, behind only Steve Kerr. 44% for his career.
That's unbelievable.
His worst shooting season from three-point range, 39.4%. Now, it's not a huge volume.
Doesn't shoot a ton.
But he is a really good shooter. Free agency.
No, listen, I didn't think the Suns were going to be able to. I thought he was going to get more money, just like Colin Gillespie. They've hit it out of the park with some really friendly contracts.
They really have. Because that was the number that stood out yesterday. $6 million. He's not going to play for $6 million.
No, that's exactly right.
He's gonna. I mean, over 2 years, getting 13 total. But free agency got going on Tuesday, a few hours before the window officially opened, when Shams Charania of ESPN reported that Rich Paul, the agent for LeBron James, informed the Lakers that he'll be playing elsewhere in 2026. Jeannie Buss posted a thank you note to James on social media, thanking him for his time in LA. James spent 8 seasons with the Lakers and was part of the team's 2020 COVID bubble NBA championship team. In those 8 years, James averaged just under 26 points per game and helped the Lakers to 6 playoff appearances. And everybody's having the discussions now. How successful was LeBron's stay in LA?
What is his legacy in LA? Will they build him a statue?
He's literally left a legacy in LA because Bronny just got his contract guaranteed.
No, it's a great dad move.
Wasn't that a great dad move?
It was a great dad move.
Yeah. Announces that I'm done with you guys the day after his contract becomes guaranteed.
Money.
Yeah.
So good.
I mean, it's a good dad move.
A good dad move was getting him to get drafted by the Lakers in the first place.
That too.
Another massive trade agreed to in the NBA on Tuesday, with the Clippers sending forward Kawhi Leonard to the Toronto Raptors in exchange for Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, 2 first-round picks, a pick swap, and 2 second-round picks. Leonard played the 18-19 season with Toronto and led the Raptors to their one and only NBA championship that season when they beat the Golden State Warriors in 6 games. Some other notes. It wasn't a huge day of activity, quite honestly, but Marcus Smart, 2-year deal. He's going to Houston. Dean Wade leaving Cleveland. He gets a 4-year contract from the Philadelphia 76ers. Nets get guard Keon Ellis on a 2-year deal as well. There was some other moves around the league, which I'm sure will come up during the course of the show today. One non-free agency note from the NBA. The league informed teams that the NBA Cup Championship game will be played in Indianapolis at Hinkle Fieldhouse.
Okay.
Home of the Butler
Let's
Bulldogs.
go.
And that's where Gene Hackman's Hickory Hoosiers. Huskers. I guess it was the Huskers, but the movie was Hoosiers. That's where they filmed that championship game. It's December 11th. First 3 championship games of the event were all held at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. The league also announced group draws for this year's tournament. Suns will be in Group A in the West with the Denver Nuggets, Houston Rockets, Dallas Mavericks, and Utah Jazz. D-backs mastery of the Giants continues. 8-2 win at Chase Field Tuesday night. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. hit a 3-run home run in the bottom of the first to get things started. D-backs never looked back. Ketel Marte had a solo shot in the 6th, his 4th home run in as many games. First time he's ever homered in 4 straight games. And Brandon Pfaadt strong on the mound in his return to the big leagues. Pfaadt allowed just 1 run on 3 hits over 5 1/3 innings. First win of the year. That series wraps tonight at Chase Field. D-backs sending Zach Gallen to the mound. I wonder if we'll talk about whether or not this is a big start for Zach Gallen.
I don't know, but Sammy had the line of the morning. This is sort of like where the rubber hits the road, right?
Something's got to give today.
Yeah. You can't pitch well against the Giants.
Yeah.
We might have to make some tough decisions. Trevor McDonald, the right-hander, going for San Francisco. First pitch, 6:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. Before last night's game, the D-backs optioned right-hander Juan Burgos to AAA Reno to accommodate the return of Fott. Tragic news involving a Valley favorite. The 71-year-old mother of former Cardinals defensive lineman Calais Campbell, Natio Campbell, was found dead on Tuesday in her Atlanta home. And this morning, Campbell's 41-year-old brother, CR, has been charged in Fulton County on charges of murder, aggravated assault, and possession of a firearm or knife during the commission or attempt to commit certain felonies. What an awful story.
Terrible story.
Former Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby will not sue the NFL. This ends his attempts to play football in 2026, and he is focused on preparing for the 2027 draft. The NFL sent a memo to the league on Tuesday that read, "For purposes of league and CBA rules, Mr. Sorsby will be considered a draft-eligible player for the 2027 NFL draft." Doesn't mean he's in. Still has to make himself eligible for it.
I think this is the sensible move for everybody.
Yeah.
It would have been a really, really bad look had Brendan Sorsby continued to pursue legal outlets to try to play football.
Yeah, especially with all of his
That's what I'm
personal
saying.
issues hanging over his head.
Yeah, it's a lot smarter to just kind of back off, get yourself better, and be very vocal about it, and then turn the page.
USMNT playing for spot in the round of 16 at the World Cup. The Americans, who won Group D, taking on Bosnia-Herzegovina in the knockout stage. Christian Pulisic, who's been hampered with a calf injury since the U.S. tournament opening win over Paraguay on June 12th, has declared himself fit and ready to go. I love that you can use the word fit in soccer, and it just makes sense. Tonight's game from Levi Stadium in Santa Clara gets started at 5. You can catch it on Fox or Telemundo. 2 other matches on tap for today. England facing the Democratic Republic of the Congo at 9 in Atlanta. Belgium taking on Senegal in Seattle at 1. 3 more squads move on yesterday. Norway topped Ivory Coast 2-1. Erling Haaland's goal in the 86th minute, proving to be the game winner for the Norwegians. 2 more goals for Kylian Mbappe as France moves on 3-0 over Sweden. And Mexico through to the round of 16 with a 2-0 win over Ecuador.
I got to tell you, watching Team France is a sublime experience.
It is. They're the most fun team to watch.
And it's not even close.
Yeah, it's not.
They've got guys doing ridiculous things on the pitch.
Yep.
You seen that match yesterday?
I saw some of the highlights.
Okay.
Their front 3 is
their front 3 is unbelievable.
Yep.
Way to go, France.
France.
Serena Williams returned to Wimbledon singles. A short one. The 44-year-old 7-time champ beaten in 3 sets by Australian Maya Joint. Defending women's champ Iga Swiatek needed 3 sets to beat American Taylor Townsend. On the men's side, 4th-seeded American Ben Shelton lost in 5 sets to Finland's Otto Virtanen. Isn't that Virtanen? Ben Shelton was on the TV yesterday during a commercial
suck
break.
at tennis.
Awful.
And it was like, he's seeded 4th, and he has no chance to win because the American players that are even seeded high never win anything.
Never win anything.
And he's gone in the first round.
Yeah.
Defending champ Yannick Sinner and hopefully a new pair of bloodless shoes will take on Nuno Borges in Portugal in second-round play today. There you go. There is your splash for this first day of July 1st, 2026. Coming up, the Suns pounce quickly. They get a shooter in Luke Kennard. We'll go over the move next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Wednesday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now the 1-2 is swung on, and a little looper towards left. Kepler racing on, makes the catch, and make that 8 in a row. Diamondbacks take down the Giants by a final score of 8-2, and they will try to sweep the Giants for the 3rd consecutive series in 2026.
Don't miss D-backs Giants series finale tonight at 6, right here on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
It's Wolf, and America is 250 years old. Independence from kings and tyrants, and today, independence from missing teeth, loose dentures, and hiding your smile. That's right, Aria Dental Implant Center gives you the freedom to eat what you love and smile with confidence without worrying about your teeth. I did it, and you can too. Aria Dental Implant Center is celebrating America's 250th birthday with the Wolf Red, White, and Blue promotion. You can get 10% off this month only. If you know someone you love who's been living with missing teeth, uncomfortable dentures, or a smile they're embarrassed by, now is the time. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Freedom to smile. Freedom to eat whatever you want. Aria Dental Implant Center is restoring smiles and changing lives. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Go to ariadentalimplant.com. That's ariadentalimplant.com.
Celebrate Independence Day with the D-backs on Saturday, July 4th. Enjoy an extended post-game fireworks spectacular show presented by Bar S. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. And pay.
Big wins are waiting this July at Casino Arizona. Join us for the final grand prize drawing on July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m., where you could take home a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler or your share of $25,000 cash. Continue earning entries now through July 29th. The countdown is on. Get all the details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. Don't miss your chance to save on tech, chairs, custom print, school supplies, and more. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
Hey, it's Luke. Did the Phoenix Suns make any noise during the first day of NBA free agency? We'll talk about whatever they do or don't do at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Brunson wheels in the lane, bodies fly, no call. Brunson down with Reeves. Brunson slow to get up. It's a 5-on-4 the other way. Reeves for Kennard. Why not shoot the 3? Buries it from the left arm. Reeves pumps a fist. The Lakers by 13.
Luke Kennard for 1. 2,
Yeah.
3. There you go.
Yeah,
Sammy, we're in off-season form.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully a lot of those this year. Maybe.
Yeah. Hopefully he obliterates his three-point attempts that he has shot to date.
Yes.
Because he has not been a high-volume shooter, and he shoots nearly 50% from the three-point line.
His shooting percentages are, there's not another word to describe them, eye-popping.
Yeah, it's insane.
His biggest year in terms of volume came in the 21-22 season when he was with the Clippers. He shot 423, which is still not a huge number, but he hit 45% of them, almost 200 makes. He is, if you just wanted to have a shooting contest, Luke Kennard might win a lot of those shooting contests in the NBA. That's how good a shooter he is.
Yeah. So look, there are things that Luke Kennard can't do. He's very much a one-tool basketball player, but he's very, very good at that one thing. And so if you needed a three-point shooter, if you needed somebody on the perimeter to provide some gravity, this is a very good signing. Like I said yesterday, I'm surprised. Everything I heard, there were talks that he might get 3 and 33. Upwards of $11 million a year, and that certainly wasn't the case. And so I think the Suns got really good value, and they got a really good shooter.
Yeah, I would agree. And they get it for, like you said, a good price tag. I mean, does that conclude things? I mean, the roster's at 15.
Well, yeah. I mean, unless there's a Jalen Green trade, I don't know what else they would be doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I saw a lot of reaction coming out of Los Angeles, too, about the Lakers letting Luke Kennard go because they were able to get him at the deadline last year. And he had shot lights out in Atlanta before that. 49% in Atlanta, 44% from three-point range with the Lakers. But people just kind of assumed that the Lakers were going to bring him back, and they didn't bring him back. They didn't bring Marcus Smart back. They're not bringing LeBron back.
Well, listen, I think that they've got some bigger targets in mind. There's rumblings that they might make a move at Walker Kessler, who's a restricted free agent. And the word inside basketball is there's a number the Jazz will not go to with Walker Kessler. The Lakers badly need a big. So I think the Lakers were like, okay, we can't have everything. So it's not. I don't think this is a case of the Suns outbidding the Lakers. I think this is something where the Lakers have got more pressing needs than Luke Kennard. I think Laker fans are very angry about it because Luke Kennard was very, very good after joining the Lakers. He was, when the Lakers flashed in the playoffs for a minute, when you thought, are they really going to pull this off? He was a big reason why. So, but you brought up the biggest question. Are the Suns done? Well, look at their depth chart. At point guard right now, they've got Devin Booker, Colin Gillespie, and Jamari Bouye. Shooting guard, they've got Jalen Green, Luke Kennard, and Kobe Brea. Small forwards, Dylan Brooks, Ryan Dunn, Jordan Goodwin, Haywood Highsmith. Power forward, Miles Bridges, Rasheer Fleming, Koa Pete. And then at centers, they've got Mark Williams, Oso, Kaman Malawach. And is C.J. Huntley still on the team?
He was a two-way contract,
guy?
so
Okay.
I think he'll probably be with the Summer League team, and he'll play it by year from there.
Okay.
That would be my assumption.
Okay.
And how about the Suns going out, and like one of the reactions of the trade that went down on Sunday was, Grayson Allen's gone. Where's the shooting coming from now? Not only do they replace the shooting, they replaced the shooting with one of his college teammates.
That's so funny.
They've had a run of dookies here.
They sure have.
And I don't mean that as Jarrett would have.
How he would take it.
Interpreted that particular phrase.
As good of a shooter that he is, and I tend to agree he's a pretty much one-tool guy in the NBA. Back in college, he did a lot of like what Grayson Allen did for the Suns last year, was play make, kind of get to the mid-range, and he had a little like 15-footer. I wonder if, and again, it's kind of come and gone in the NBA, but I wonder if he's asked to do a little bit more playmaking, especially if there's no, true point guard on this team. He did a little bit when Luka was out. Luka and Reeves were out, and it was the Luke Kennard and LeBron James show for the Lakers. And it may just come in stints, but I wonder if that's on his plate.
Another interesting fact. Dug this one up. And I'd heard this before, but I was reminded of it. We talked about Eduardo Rodriguez switching from right-handed to left-handed as a kid from an injury. Miles Bridges did the same thing. Luke Kennard didn't have an injury. He was also a really good football prospect in high school, a quarterback. So he shoots the basketball left-handed and throws a football
Come
right-handed.
on. Wow.
It's a full-on amphibious team.
It's an amphibious basketball team.
I know
Yes, it
that's
is.
not the word.
No,
it's ambidextrous.
Right. We know. We know.
So ask yourself the question. You went through the whole roster, 15 strong. And again, there's room for 3 more two-way contracts to bring it up to 18. But as you look at it right now, one day into free agency, Do you think the Suns roster is better than it was when they walked off the court in Game 4 against Oklahoma City? I tend to say yes. And that's with all due respect to Grayson Allen, but he couldn't stay healthy, especially in the postseason. All due respect to Royce O'Neal, who I think Suns fans are really going to grow to miss. But Miles Bridges gives them on the floor things they need. And if you're going to go get you need a shooter, go get a guy who's got the second highest percentage in that category in NBA history. I think you've done okay for yourself.
Yeah, no, I think it's an interesting roster. I'm very curious to watch Miles Bridges and see what his game looks like up close and personal. The thing I get hung up on is the resignation that Devin Booker is going to be asked to be the point guard again on this team is a little deflating to me, but it is what it is.
Me too. Does any part of you, I know Luke Kennard, his shooting percentage is what it is. Do you get a little wary that he hasn't stuck with a team if he's that good of a shooter and shooting is that big of a need in the NBA?
It's a fair question.
He has played a lot of places. Clippers, Detroit, Memphis, Atlanta, L.A.
Wow.
He hasn't been anywhere for more than 3 years. Probably won't be here for 3 years since he signed the 2-year contract. No, I mean, I think that's probably the career course for a lot of quote-unquote specialists, whether they're defensive specialists or three-point specialists like he is. He's not completely devoid of a skill set other than shooting, but that's what he does best by far.
Well, listen, I think one of the things that you can take away from this is the flexibility that they created by trading both Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen allowed them to have this taxpayer mid-level exception.
Right. So essentially, you traded those two guys for Kennard and Bridges.
That's it. Yeah, and in a larger point, it kind of speaks to something that I don't think we always give Matt Ishbia credit for, and that is having an owner who looks at every deal from the lens of what can I spend next? What do I create more for me to spend? We can never take that for granted in this town. No matter what quibbles you have about whatever players or the fact that, I listened to Brian Windhorst yesterday. They literally call the Suns all across the NBA West Lansing because of the Michigan State stuff. We're West Lansing. That's the joke. But the flip side of that is that having an owner who is constantly looking for more stuff to spend, we can't take that for granted.
Yeah, that is. I mean, look what they're going through in Portland right now.
Listen,
Tom Dundon has been there for a couple months, and there's already rumors that he's moving the team out of Portland.
Oh, and we can even take this a step forward a little bit later. There's a columnist for the Oregonian who really thinks they traded Ja Morant to disrupt, to create disharmony in Portland. Apparently, people in Portland are going nuts about that trade.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Especially Bill Oram, the columnist.
Well, you know who I'm talking about. Yeah. And he's saying that they're doing it on purpose so they can grease the skids to leave.
Yep. A team that's been there since 1970.
Wow.
Man.
It's a long time, and they have passionate fans there.
Yeah.
Portland's full of weirdos, too.
Oh, you can say that again.
My mom always told me there was one weirdo in Portland. I could never find him. Family 4-packs of D-backs versus Brewers, July 4th at Chase Field. Celebrate America's 250th with Arizona Sports. Your next chance to call in and win coming up today in the 7 o'clock hour. Do not miss it. Dear Rob Manfred, can the Arizona Diamondbacks play the San Francisco Giants every day? Sincerely, all of us. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Jamal, you look like you had a reaction.
Yeah, I was going to send the illest letter of Paul Sewald to Luke. like, hey, Luke, can you give this to him for me?
You were going to get a text if they blew the save, because this is now Jamal and I's tradition if the bullpen melts down, but the bullpen really hasn't melted down much this year.
Right.
But he got it done.
Transitioning from Arizona Sports app to Arizona Sports on the radio in my car and totally missed the fact that Paul Sewald gave up 2 runs.
Oh.
I came into work this morning thinking they had won 5-2.
Well, that's the way to do it.
That's a great life. You know what?
Yeah.
Ignorance is bliss. You know what I mean?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Sports fans know all about the three magic letters, MVP, most valuable player, but in the automotive world on the roadways, it's BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And if you're in the market for a new ride or a certified pre-owned vehicle for that matter, here's my advice. Make it the ride of your life. That's what you'll get from my friends at Chapman BMW. First of all, if you've never been behind the wheel of a BMW, it will literally change the way you feel about driving. It's the handling, the maneuverability, the power, the luxury, the comfort, that iconic logo. It's all there. It's mind-boggling. You will look forward to every trip you make, long or short, in your new Chapman BMW. As one of their young techs once told me, there is greatness in the DNA of every car they sell at Chapman BMW. They also do some other great things at Chapman BMW. Their service centers are incredible. Once you become part of the Chapman family, they assure your vehicle will receive the greatest care possible. And every listener of this radio program, you can get the hookup at Chapman BMW. Take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan, vowed to hook up every one of our listeners. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Progressive knows you've got plenty of things to worry about.
What time does the kids' practice end? How long has that check engine light been on? Are takeout containers microwave safe?
So the last thing you should have to worry about is what to do if something unexpected happens on the road. That's why if you're ever in a major accident, Progressive's accident response can detect it and send help. It's just one less thing to worry about.
How long does chicken last in the fridge?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally, for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. I remember one Sunday at church, our pastor stood up and said, "Services are canceled. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help." So right then, we walked out and rebuilt that fence together. That taught me something. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns put some finishing touches on their roster yesterday as NBA free agency got underway. They added sharpshooter Luke Kennard on a 2-year, $13 million deal. For more on the Suns and the Luke Kennard signing, head on over to ArizonaSports.com today. Elsewhere in the NBA, Kawhi Leonard is headed back to Toronto. LeBron James won't be returning to the Lakers in free agency. Day 2 rolls on. The Diamondbacks made it 2 in a row last night in their 8-2 win over the Giants. Brandon Pfaadt looked good in his return, only giving up 1 run in 5 1/3. And he got some help from his offense. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and Ketel Marte, each with a long ball and 3 RBIs in the win. They'll now look for the sweep with Zach Gallen getting the start tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports. And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
The 2-0, Gurriel swings, hits it high and deep out towards left field. Going back is Ramos to the warning track, to the wall. This ball is out of here. It's a 3-run shot for Lourdes Gurriel Jr. His second home run of the season, and what a start for the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the first. The 0-2. And Ketel with a high moonshot out to right field. It's on its way, and it's gone. Another home run for Ketel against the Giants. It's his 17th home run of the season, and the Diamondbacks get that run right back. It's now 7-1.
A little long ball action last night at Chase Field with Chris Garagiola on the calls. Gurriel Jr. early, Ketel Marte for the 4th straight day in the 6th inning. We had Mike Hazen on yesterday. And if you took one thing away from it, what he wanted to see from his team was get on base.
Get on base.
It was kind of a flashback to the movie Moneyball. Well, he had to be happy with the results last night. They drew 7 walks. They had 10 hits. They score 8 runs in an 8-2 victory. Again, put an asterisk by it. It's against the San Francisco Giants. And
hey, they all count.
You'd be hard-pressed to go through the recent history of any team, Bick, and find this kind of domination through 8 games of any season. And they got a lot more baseball against the Giants.
Thank goodness for that, right?
Yeah, it's get healthy week when the Giants are on the schedule.
Yeah.
Here was Torey Lovello on that very subject.
Yeah, I'm proud of what we've done. You know, we played good baseball today. So, I don't know. I think we won 13 straight overall. One year, I think we won 10 straight against the Dodgers. My first or second year. So, you know, it happens. There's no explanation for it. I don't know why it happened. You know, we just line up good with their pitching. I don't know exactly what it is, but we play good baseball against them, and that's why we're winning games.
Yeah, and you'll take it. I think I know the explanation of it. The Giants are a mess.
Yeah. This is Giants fans are going to look back, and this is like 10 years from now. They're going to still cringe at the 2026 baseball season.
Oh yeah.
You remember that year Tony Vitello was our manager?
That's it. And everybody like, oh, dude, why'd you bring him up?
What is funny is that like you look at up and down that roster, and there are guys that I'll speak on the Diamondbacks' behalf that I would love to have. Luis Arraez, man,
He's a great player.
Is awesome.
Matt Chapman used to be a really good player.
He's the Luke Kennard of baseball.
Honestly,
kind of on a team. Just puts up huge numbers every year in the hits category.
Yeah.
And he'll be on a different team probably August 1st.
Well, I tell you what, it was nice for a change to see a Diamondback starting pitcher get a standing ovation as he left the field.
Yeah, that was one of the big stories was you said you had a good feeling about Brandon Pfaadt going into that start. He apparently had some good feelings too because that was, upper echelon effectiveness and efficiency from Brandon Pfaadt, not just this year, but any time in his career. And again, it was against the Giants, but that's a guy who really needed a confidence boost pitching at the major league level, and he got one last night. That could be huge for this team.
Well, no doubt about it. His last start with 1 run or fewer came all the way back in September of last year against the Giants.
Let's go, Giants.
Let's go, Giants. Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's also, I did not know this until after the game last night, that what Brandon Pfaadt had to deal with last week. He was scheduled to start on Friday, but that rain out Thursday in St. Louis, they had to rearrange the plan. So he traveled to Tampa, had to turn right back around and come back to Phoenix, and he threw a simulated game here. So he could stay kind of on schedule to make that start last night. And
hadn't pitched in a competitive environment in 10 days.
Yeah, that's it.
Last night.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. So props to Brandon Pfaadt for being very efficient last night.
Yeah, here was Brandon Pfaadt about his performance and everything working.
Everything. I think the main thing was just being aggressive, being relentless in the strike zone, and that's something that we honed in on in AAA, and just to kind of get back on track of being aggressive and I think we stuck to that plan pretty well tonight and executed it.
Yeah, and here's Torey Lovello on what he thought worked for his right-hander.
From the side, and just, my eye, I think he had good finish, good life on his fastball, and there was an extra gear on it. I think as it was crossing through the zone, he was throwing it through the catcher's glove. In my opinion, it had a little extra hop. And then he looked like he threw some really good changeups early and got into a rhythm with that pitch. And then the breaking ball was exactly where he wanted it. So I think it was a 3-4 pitch mix that he can go to at any time.
And he's cruising along. I think there was a little bit of surprise when Torey Lovello brought him back out for the 6th inning because of the pitch count, and he hadn't been fully stretched out to starter status, but he was cruising at that point. And then I went back to what Todd Walsh said yesterday. Very matter-of-factly said, Brandon Pfaadt will give up a home run tonight.
At
he
some
just
point.
will, and he just did. I think Todd has his finger on the pulse of the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's all I'm saying.
Yesterday was funny because Todd mentioned the home run, and then we had Mike Hazen on of him talking about Gallen and Kelly needing to pound the zone, and I thought Brandon Pfaadt pounded the zone last night, and Hazen saying, we're not built to hit home runs, and Gurriel and Cattell hit 2 bombs.
And one of the things that Todd had said was he will give up a home run. The big issue is going to be what will the score be when he gives up that home run. And the Diamondbacks were well in control of the game at that point.
He took the mound in the top of the 2nd inning. He got a 3-run cushion. And that does a lot psychologically
Sure
for
does.
pitchers, especially ones that are searching for something to cling on to.
Yeah. So you get a chance to sweep today. You've got Zach Gallen today, and let's hope this is the get-right game for Zach Gallen.
Yes.
Because something's got to give. I'm going to be quoting Sammy all morning.
All right.
They're 8-0 against the Giants, and Zach Gallen has been, to quote Jarrett, El Succo
Inspired
at
by
home.
Todd Walsh's appearance yesterday. I'm taking it up a level. No hitter for Zach Gallen today.
Oh, come on.
Come on,
Vinny.
This is coming from the guy who said I wasn't going to get sucked into anything that...
I know. You were like, this Giants series doesn't matter.
Well, listen, there is that, but some of the other good things right now is Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is officially hot, which is a good thing.
It was good to see Max Kepler get a couple of
Max Kepler.
And make a nice play in right field.
And Cattell Marte making his All-Star game push.
I don't want to say it because I don't want to jinx it, but we might be on the verge of another Cattell hot streak.
Homer in 4 straight games. He's on a homer heater.
I think it's probably started.
Yeah.
But man, it'd be nice to see the offense get hot. Mm-hmm. They need it. And something was
it would solve a lot of issues.
And something that Bailey mentioned at the beginning or in our pre-show, Gallen's last real good start against the Giants about a month ago. So hopefully he just needs to see the Giants.
Yeah. You watch these games against the Giants.
Man.
How have they won 35 games?
I don't understand.
Yeah, I was going to check their records against the other teams.
They went on like an 8-game win streak at one point this season. They were hot for a minute.
Yeah. They're 35-42 against everybody else.
The Diamondbacks are,
and they've been
no, the Giants are. They're 35-42 against everybody else,
and 0-8 against.
0-8 against Arizona.
Oh wow!
And last night we even got a Candy Maldonado reference on the television broadcast.
Wow.
Everything was coming up roses last night. Until they weren't.
Right. Until that was not the only thing coming up? Yeah, okay. Vinny's playing hurt, by the way. That's that reference.
We don't have to elaborate. But I drove to work with a bag next to me this morning.
Oh, goodness.
And the bag is still next to me.
All right. Oh, you're doing well.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the 7:00 finish line is coming along. We'll see. Coming up next, it was a pretty slow beginning to free agency in the NBA outside of Phoenix. We'll get into some of the stories and headlines and reaction to some of the moves that were made and could be made coming up next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona Sports and America's Pastime. The D-backs host Milwaukee July 3rd and 4th. Listen today for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets in the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours. America's birthday. You and 3 of your besties at Chase Field for Diamondbacks baseball and fireworks. From Arizona Sports. Keep listening for your chance to win.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
You've heard the cash offer companies on TV and radio. We'll buy your home fast. What they don't tell you, those offers come in below market value, loaded with hidden fees. The Carol Royce team, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, does just the opposite. Carol's proven system sell your home for more money fast into a qualified buyer who will pay top dollar because Carol has the buyers, guaranteed, or she'll buy it. That's a promise. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Ron White, live.
If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
I do believe that the Warriors want LeBron James, and I do believe that they worked with Draymond Green in this contract opt-out yesterday to make LeBron James an offer. What I don't know is whether they will be able to execute and get that done, and they're going to try to get that done today. And frankly, the Lakers would like to be able to have clarity from LeBron today, too, whether he's either going to stay or go so they can handle their business.
That was Brian Windhorst on Get Up yesterday before all the fun started. Then we got the note from Shams Charania that Rich Paul had said, hey, Lakers, we're not coming back. You can move on because we're moving on too. And then Jeannie Buss with the thank you note. But the Warriors want an answer from LeBron James. Later in the day, right as things were getting started too, there was another report out there that said LeBron has told Rich Paul to get in contact with all the teams that could be interested and go through the process that way, which doesn't exactly spell a quick ending to the LeBron James landing spot for next season.
Well, okay, I've got a couple thoughts about this. Number one, if LeBron, it would be like LeBron James to want to milk this for the attention, to be wanted. I would be a little careful if I were LeBron James. You might not find that many people, many teams interested. I thought the other thing that was very, very interesting is that when it comes to the Golden State Warriors, and Brian Windhorst did one of these, his famous, why would they do that? Yeah. And he brought it up in the context of Draymond Green. Why would Draymond Green have opted out of his contract or not opted in to the player option he had? And Brian Windhorst's contention is that the only way you do that is if you know LeBron is coming. So I think a couple things might be true here. I think that he might want to be wined and dined by teams and maybe have the city of Cleveland beg for him to come back. But what about the Clippers? Would the Clippers want to do something like that? Would you want to get involved in the LeBron James sweepstakes?
No.
I don't think so. I think the Clippers are about to get hammered, and I think that's why Kawhi was traded. I think they got some draft capital in return for Kawhi because they expect paying it for a penalty to the league.
But from an asset standpoint, what the Clippers have done, maybe preemptively there, is pretty impressive. They have a competitive roster. Now, I'm not the world's biggest believer in Brandon Ingram, but I've seen him do good things on the court.
Yep.
I've seen him look completely disengaged on the court. But I think overall what the Clippers did in unloading a 35-year-old, often injured Kawhi Leonard, they did okay for themselves. Now, if they are indeed about to get hammered, there's going to be, I think, severe sanctions like we've never seen before in the NBA, and that might affect their ability to continue to be competitive. But right now, I think they're looking pretty good. The other possibility, we talked about this earlier in the week, Bick, was you run it back one more time in Cleveland. And it seems to make sense. And there's a similarity between Cleveland and Golden State because they have an established big money player, a veteran who opted out of a contract to become a free agent, creating this flexibility and a possibility of a landing spot for LeBron, with James Harden doing it in Cleveland like Draymond did in Golden State. But I wonder if LeBron would necessarily go back there. Cleveland has playoff and championship aspirations. Would he be willing to risk going back home one more time, where the last thing he did in Cleveland was pretty damn legendary, and I'll begrudgingly give him that credit. Do you want to go back just for a farewell tour that might end in a first-round playoff?
Yeah.
Exit?
Probably not.
I don't know.
Probably not. Because there would be that element of pressure, and there would be that element of, okay, if you don't win a championship, this was a failure. I think if these guys kind of pair up and do this thing in Golden State, I think they're just going to kind of like couch it as, hey, let's set up shop. Let's have some fun with this. Let's see what we can do. Yeah. And I think it's going to be like a shared experience that would bring less pressure to LeBron James.
Yeah. That's kind of what it feels like okay, we've seen how good Steph and LeBron have been for Team USA. Can they replicate that? It feels like if LeBron goes there, Draymond will likely be in a good mood the entirety of it. And the Anthony Davis thing is...
Theoretically.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
And the Anthony Davis thing, it sounds like Washington's kind of like nullifying it and that he's not going anywhere, but I wouldn't put it by, the Warriors figuring out how to get him and kind of just getting the old band together. And it does feel weird, though, if they do decide to do this, and this is LeBron's last year. We mentioned it yesterday. If it would feel really weird to see LeBron in a Warriors uniform getting a retirement tour.
Yeah. And I think he would have to come to the fact, and people brought this up at the end of his LA tenure, it wasn't his team anymore.
Yeah.
It's clearly Luka's team moving forward. And, when everybody was healthy, LeBron was pretty much a third offensive option. That team's always going to be Steph Curry's team.
Yes.
If he's okay with that, that could maybe align with the keyword that everybody was throwing out yesterday in this whole decision was, it's going to depend on LeBron's happiness. And the picture that you painted, Bick, I think I could see that happening where, hey, I'm with my contemporaries. We've got a history. We've, rarely played on the same team. And when we have, it's been a lot of fun.
Yep.
Probably not going to win a championship, but let's just go out there and have fun.
Let's go out there and have some fun. Yeah. And the Anthony Davis thing, even though I'm sure they'd love that, if you're Washington, how could you trade for Jimmy Butler without assurances that Jimmy Butler wants to be there? Because if he doesn't, he is going to blow that organization up. We've seen it.
How do you think Jimmy Butler feels right now? Now, there were reports that Golden State has told Jimmy Butler, hey, we're not going to trade you. But he was the belle of the ball not too long ago.
No,
One injury
he was.
And, Jimmy's old and hurt. Let's get rid of him.
And the last team that LeBron has played for, Miami, they just got Giannis, obviously, and they're looking to patch together their roster. I wonder if Pat Riley is just gonna go full commit to the bit and say, yeah, I don't know how much time I have left running the Heat, so let's get LeBron back and hope we can recreate some old times.
I mean, he dragged his feet for so long on unloading the guys that he finally unloaded in the Giannis deal. So why not just go all the way?
I know. If
LeBron wants to go back,
in your eyes, if the money's the same everywhere, where do you think he would go?
I still lean Golden State.
Okay.
I just think there's more of a connection to the individuals there.
Yeah. That's what I think. I am of the belief that that is where he's going to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Couple of moves already today. Norm Powell going to the Chicago Bulls. On a
What are the
2-year,
Bulls doing?
$45 million contract there, Bick.
It's good signing for him.
I like Norm Powell.
Yeah, so
I
do
think
I.
he's a good player. John Collins signing on with the Detroit Pistons, 3-year contract, $51 million. He's a player I've always liked. Liked him earlier in his career, especially in the Atlanta days, but I still think he's a pretty serviceable, real prototypical power forward type who can shoot it a little bit. So there you go. There's the moves from earlier today. Want to remind you, tickets are now on sale. Don't miss your chance to see Darius Rucker live at Arizona Financial Theater on Thursday, July 23rd. It's the Songs of the Summer Tour 2026 with Austin Williams and Old Crow Medicine Show. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for more details. Coming up next, Trey McBride is the best player on the Arizona Cardinals. Trey McBride would like to see more people wearing red jerseys.
We all
around
would.
Arizona. We'll give you more on that next. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
The payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Picture this. It's 8 o'clock on 4th of July. It's 102 degrees outside, and your AC just quit. That's exactly the moment Precision was built for. We stay fully staffed all summer, nights, weekends, and holidays, because that's when you need us the most. And we never charge extra for after-hours calls. Make the Precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Hey, Paul Calvisi here for Southern Steer Butcher, where America's 250th means great grilling, and great grilling packages only $59 each through July 5th. Yep, try their backyard grill featuring burgers, brats, or sausages, hot dogs, and marinated chicken wings, or level up to their premium grill package featuring marinated steak tips, Wagyu sirloin, and bacon-wrapped shrimp skewers, just $59 each at southernsteer.com, or stop by the store at the corner of Queen Creek and Alma School Road.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks continue to own the San Francisco Giants. They moved to 8-0 on the season against San Fran with their 8-2 win last night. Brandon Pfaadt is in his return, went 5 1/3, only gave up 3 hits and 1 run, and Ketel Marte and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. each went deep and had 3 RBIs in the win. And the Snakes will look for the sweep tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns and Luke Kennard agreed to a 2-year, $13 million deal yesterday, rounding out their roster after the Miles Bridges trade. For more on the Suns and the signing, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. And the World Cup rolls on in the United States with a spot in the round of 16 on the line tonight. We'll play Bosnia-Herzegovina. Kickoff will be at 5. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now.
Hey, it's Luke. How did Brandon Pfaadt fare in his return to the Diamondbacks rotation? We're reacting to Game 2 of D-backs Giants at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We crush Coop because Coop is a massive Cardinals fan.
Which is wild.
Yeah.
Because there's not even a whole lot of them in Arizona.
There's none in Arizona, so
Yeah.
the fact that we have some in Nashville is pretty cool. Yeah.
Dude, I grew up in Arizona, and like,
Right.
what was it, 07, 08 when they went to the Super Bowl?
Yeah,
It's the
yeah.
first time in my entire, I was like a junior in high school. It's the first time I ever saw like Arizona Cardinal hats out there ever. And then all of a sudden the Super Bowl was over and the hats just kind of went away.
Everyone left,
Yeah, it was
yeah.
like fairy dust. They'd all just kind of in the distance.
Well, it's like, living in Arizona, no one's from Arizona. Everyone kind of has moved in from another state, so they're all fans of their own team. So now you have the Arizona that sits there, and there's no Arizona fans in Arizona. So it's a tough deal, but
dude.
Hopefully we start winning some games and we can bring some of those fans back.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley. We've had a line change here, folks. Vinny on the struggle bus this morning. Kevin Zimmerman stepping in for Vinny. Kevin, thank you.
No problem.
Welcome to the show. That was Trey McBride, by the way, on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast, saying out loud what we already know. And that is the Cardinal fan base has, well, it's waned in recent years. And you heard in that cut right there basically saying we don't have any fans in Arizona. Now, obviously, that's metaphoric. It's a little hyperbolic. But what that does to me, it kind of proves it proves that it bothers these football players when they show up for work Sundays in Glendale and they take the field and the atmosphere is really bad.
Yeah, it's kind of reminds me that, like, look, you go around the East Valley, there's all these sports bars or whatever, and one's a Vikings bar, one's a Bears bar.
Yes.
And that's the crazy part for me. And I grew up here. Like, my dad dragged me to Sun Devil Stadium back then to experience whatever that was. And it's tough. Like, if you're a winner and if you draw interest, I think over time when you struggle a lot, that matters. Not to bring the Coyotes into this, but I think that's why they never gain traction, because it's hard to be a fan when your ownership's changing, your team's changing, you're not very good for a long time. And then those things happen where there are very few diehards in some cases.
Yeah, and I think that this is something that I think all of us are very eager to see rectified, and that is after the Super Bowl run in 2008 and the 2009 Super Bowl with Kurt Warner, I think there were a lot of people who believed in miracles, that the Cardinals, oh my goodness, this organization that has been among the worst in sports history, and that's across across North America, one of the worst of all time. People felt like, wow, the sun is actually coming out for Cardinal fans. Then the Bruce Arians, Carson Palmer thing came, and it got to a new level. And I remember feeling personally, as somebody who had covered this team since '98, that this is one of the greater things I've ever witnessed. To watch a football team that was once the joke of the NFL now be respected, now be treated like real Super Bowl contenders. And there was a minute under Bruce Arians where it felt like it might happen, like we might get another Super Bowl appearance. Here we are, X amount of years later, and the Cardinals are trying to dig out from a lot of stuff. But the one element that you cannot deny is the toll it has taken on this fan base.
It's hard because, to Kevin's point, this team hasn't seen a lot of winning recently, and we all know best that if you want fans to show up to your games, you win games. And the Cardinals we all can agree, the Cardinals have never had the fan base the Phoenix Suns have had, right? This city, this town is a Suns town first and foremost. And the Cardinals, when they're winning, it's great because, like you said, when BA had that thing rolling, the stadium was packed, they were exciting to watch, and wins came. And Trey McBride makes a good point. Like, if you want fans, you just start winning.
And it's fleeting too. I mean, to your point about the Suns too, we're just so much closer removed to NBA Finals. And there's already that back to, like, it took 2 years for fans to feel like, oh, we're back here again.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
And it was only 10 years of really being pretty much the joke of the league. And that fan base has been here the whole time, and they just have this feeling. I don't know if that's a Phoenix thing too, where it's just like, oh, we're back here. We're just going to have to accept it and that kind of thing.
Listen, I've been thinking about this nonstop because as a metropolis, we are nearly at 6 million people in the greater Phoenix area. We are top 10 in terms of population across the country. We are being badly underserved by our major professional franchises. Now, you can make an argument that clearly the Phoenix Suns are trying to win a championship. How they go about it, I think we've all had some issues here and there. But the intent is there. I think the Diamondbacks, the intent is there. The Cardinals in recent years, I'm not sure the intent has been what it should be. When you start stacking up how many years each and how many respective seasons each of our franchise has posted without a championship, the numbers get outrageous. We're in the 150s, high 150s in terms of combined seasons without a championship. That's a long time for any market to be undernourished like that. And it's why I think that we have factions of every fan base in this place losing their minds, getting in Twitter battles, because we are not getting the just rewards that a market of our size should be getting. And I think the Cardinals are really Exhibit A. And that's because when you look at the anger among the fan base right now, it's because most of them believed we had all turned that corner and we were never going back. And unfortunately, we have with the football team. And that's what Trey McBride is saying, that we don't have any fans. Now, yes, of course, there are fans, but that great home field advantage they had with Bruce Arians, it's gone.
When it used to hum on a Sunday.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
I used to go. My dad used to have season tickets. To Kevin's like similar point, he used to drag me to games when they were not good. No one wanted to go to these games, but my dad moved from Chicago and Vegas, and he was like, okay, I'm going to be a Cardinals fan. Got season tickets, made us a fan. That's why I'm a fan, because I went to those games where they stunk. And then when it was awesome, like you were mentioning, during the BA era, I couldn't wait for Sunday.
Yeah.
I couldn't wait to go to these games. If you ask season ticket holders now, I'm sure more than half of them are skeptical of like even going to these games on Sunday. And I want to credit Trey McBride because it takes a lot of, courage to like even call out the fans, right? I know he said it kind of jokingly.
Yeah, and I think he just said it matter of factly.
Right.
But it's something that I've always wondered, because we're all at these games, and a home football game, your fan base should take you somewhere as a player. You should take the field, and you should have an instant adrenaline rush based on what the energy the fans are giving you, and the energy they give you should help you beat that team on the other sideline. And way too often, this team takes the field Sunday afternoon at State Farm Stadium, and they walk out, and it's 50% fans, the other team, and then Cardinal fans. And you think about the psychological damage that does. You roll into Glendale, you've got your Adrian Wilson jersey on, you got your Jake Plummer jersey on, right? You got your Levi Brown. Okay, never mind.
Wait, hold on.
But you do that, and you're like, oh, wait a minute, where's my community?
Right.
Well, where are my people?
I was going to go there too, because the Fitz jerseys are still going to be the majority in that stadium. And I think they were gifted basically with the #1 pick. And not to put this on Kyler Murray at all, even though a lot should go on the #1 pick. But when you have a player like that, that's supposed to be, he kind of bridged the Fitz era to now. And you're supposed to be the franchise face. It wasn't even just like, oh, a flop, let's go find another one. It's like that long of a period where he became that polarizing.
Yeah.
Whether you hate him or love him or just think he's okay. And that was that long of a period where fans just got this toxic, they felt the toxicity no matter what side you're on, to me.
Right. And so hopefully these new additions to the team are going to sort of lead this team on a better pathway, but they got to find the quarterback. Speaking of Kyler Murray, Trey McBride was asked about the former quarterback.
Something that was big in the news with Kyler was all the conversations around Call of Duty. When the Call of Duty would drop, he would be like, oh, here we go, Kyler Murray. Was that ever in the locker room? Did you ever tell him, hey, listen, we got to get off the sticks for a little bit?
No, it was never really a thing.
memes?
That's why I was. He definitely saw the memes, but it was just funny because he never really talked about Call of Duty. He never really talked about playing video games, but every single week he was in the media, everyone was talking about, the new Call of Duty came out, double XP weekend. He's going to have the worst game ever. I'm like,
double XP weekend.
Yeah, I'm like, what are we talking about? It was he never talked about gaming or anything, so I never understood.
Well, first rule teams, you don't talk about the teams. Like he's on missions.
Right. He knows the credo. He knows the ethos of the Marines.
He also said one last thing before the break. He also came out and said that the Arizona fans hated me when I was drafted. Now, a few years later, they absolutely love me. And I found that funny because as a second-round draft pick, there were a lot of people like, a tight end?
Me included.
Well, but again, Trey McBride, that's sort of the working example of how at the NFL draft, you really do have to take the best player that's in front of you. When you draft for need, that's how you end up with the Levi Brown.
And I think Jeremiah Love, I think we all can think he was the best player in the draft.
There you go. All right, so there you go. Trey McBride, very, very entertaining young man, along with being a very good football player. On the other side, the Phoenix Suns got their shooter in Luke Kennard. We'll discuss the latest maneuver. Kevin Zimmerman pinch hitting for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now the 1-2 is swung on, and a little looper towards left. Kepler racing on, makes the catch, and make that 8 in a row. Diamondbacks take down the Giants by a final score of 8-2, and they will try to sweep the Giants for the third consecutive series in 2026.
Don't miss D-backs Giants series finale tonight at 6, right here on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you are in the market for a new television, if you are looking to upgrade your entertainment center, do me a favor. Forget about the big box stores. Get offline. Head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance in Tempe. Ask for my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Walt's. You do that, he is going to give you the best deal you are going to find in the Valley. No matter what you're looking for at Walt's, you're going to find everything you need. Great selection, inventory you won't find anyplace else. Big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. Great selection of outdoor televisions and a great, incredibly knowledgeable staff. At Walt's, you are going to get the same pricing as the big box stores, and you are going to get 10 times the service, and that means you'll get same-day delivery 7 days a week. If you need it, you can get your stuff installed by a professional, which really comes in handy if you don't know how to program a remote like me. I'm one of those guys. Head on down to Walt's. Again, off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. While you're there, make sure you drop my name. You're going to get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your call. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
Hey, Wolf here. Time is about up. It's the final days of employee pricing at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Tim's going out with a boom and a bang. It's the 4th of July sales event with select models priced below employee pricing. This is epic. How about $7,000 off MSRP on select 2025 Ford Rangers? Price and selection only at Tim Hovik's Santan Ford. Loop 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert. You pay what Tim pays, then save even more only at Santan Ford.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns and John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people listening right now are probably wondering, do I actually have enough money to retire? How do you help someone answer that question?
Well, Gambo, the first thing is, I tell people, do not guess. Cash flow it. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model the full retirement picture. Income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, investment withdrawals, inflation, healthcare costs. What happens if the market has a bad year?
So it's not just about looking at the account balance.
Exactly. $1 million can be enough for one family and not enough for another. It depends on spending and taxes and income sources and how the portfolio is actually structured. The goal is to see whether your money can support your lifestyle, not in just year 1 of retirement, but in years 10, 20, 30, and for the rest of the road.
So find out if you have enough money for retirement. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. What has stood out after the first day of NBA free agency? We'll react to the most notable moves on today's Burns and Gambo show. 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, in the aftermath of the acquisition of Miles Bridges, a polarizing player that polarized certainly most of Planet Orange and all of the Suns fan base, they acquired Luke Kennard, a sharpshooting guard that I think everybody is kind of applauding the move, as in, okay, that makes a lot of sense. I like that guy. And if you look at his shot chart, it is wild where his shots come from. He is quite literally a one-trick pony in the NBA, but he does that one trick very, very well.
His shot chart looks like me in high school.
You couldn't get to the rim?
Yeah.
Just Kev, have you seen me?
Oh,
yeah.
I'd get into the paint, distribute,
Yeah.
go back out to the three.
Right. Yeah, I kind of, in my not-so-illustrious basketball career, I was kind of a three-point loiterer myself, so I kind of have a special place in my heart for those kind of players. What do you think of Luke Kennard?
It's obviously what they need, considering you get rid of two of the most I would say, volume shooters in the NBA. In the Miles Bridges trade with Grayson and Royce O'Neal. My very big curiosity going into this, so you look at the numbers, Luke Kennard's super, super efficient. He's accurate. He's one of the best, like, pure shooters in the game, but he doesn't actually shoot that much.
No.
Like, I was going out on the Lakers last year, he was actually 8th on the Lakers per 36. So as far as three-point rate, tied with Bronny James, by the way, in terms of how often he took shots. So he's super selective, and I just looked up, and from day one on the Lakers, JJ Redick said, I want him to shoot more. He did not. So that's the big thing. Is he passing up shots to make the right play, or is he passing up like, hey, you got to get rid of that and really become a threat? On the other hand, maybe people are really that stuck to him and that kind of thing. So I'll have to go back and look at a lot of Lakers take to see, like, are you actually pulling someone out, or are you trying to make the right play when it's like, no, the more you shoot, like Royce O'Neal wasn't like an elite three-point shooter in terms of accuracy, right? We can agree on that.
Yes. Yeah.
But the amount that he shot, he would have these games where he just made the difference and they would win because of him, or they would start scrambling and their defense will get all junked up. So to me, that's the big question with him. It's the right signing. It's a good signing. It's a good value and all that stuff. It fills a big, big, big need. But is this guy going to get up enough shots to make that big of a difference to really fix the spacing that I still have big concerns about?
Yeah. That's an excellent point, because when I saw how little he actually shoots the ball, I thought, okay, that doesn't make sense for somebody who shoots it as well as he does. And then I kind of went back over the times I saw him play for the Lakers, and most of the time that he shoots the ball, it's when he's wide open. So he's not taking the mildly contested threes.
The ones that Royce and Grayson would.
Oh, definitely.
Like those guys, all they would need was the Jordan Knott green light and a hand down.
Yeah.
Right? And so back to Kevin's point of, okay, he does shoot it at a high clip, but the Suns are going to need him to shoot a high volume of threes, because you lose Grayson and Royce, who, they both shot a lot of threes. And so where are your other three-point jump shots coming from, right? Like, it's probably going to be Colin Gillespie. Devin Booker didn't shoot that great of a three-point percentage last year. I don't know how many threes you want him shooting. So Kennard's going to have a responsibility to shoot a lot, even if he's maybe uncomfortable doing so.
All right, so let's get back to your concerns, Kevin, because you do spend a lot of time with this basketball team. I do want to hear some of your thoughts on this, the spacing of it all and the roster balance and what they've achieved in that regard.
So the roster balance, obviously, you get rid of guards, you add in power forward, which you've desperately wanted for years now, right? But to me, there's still a talent imbalance or a skill imbalance with the shooting. I mean, again, Colin Gillespie's your only true catch and shoot, spot up, whatever you want to call it, guy on this roster now. Book struggled, like you just mentioned, Sammy. Dylan had a good year, and he's going to have to keep shooting, and by golly, he will
keep shooting.
I'm not worried about him.
Yes, he definitely will.
So it's just like, hey, is Miles Bridges going to himself catch and shoot? Do you have Maluach start taking a 3 or 2 per game just to add to the math here that we're trying to make up with Grayson and Royce O'Neal? So to me, this roster's honestly kind of broken in some ways, because what makes Miles Bridges so good is, hey, second side, you skid it over to him, and he can move and create or score against a defense that's already in rotation, right? But if everyone is just packing the paint, like, he's just going to have to shoot. And that's going to be the interesting push and pull of this roster is, can you get open threes? Can you knock them down? Teams are going to dare you to do that. And then after that, do they start taking you seriously where you can get the driving lanes? Because if you can't get the driving lanes, then it doesn't matter if Mark Williams and Miles Bridges are attacking the paint and that kind of thing.
All right, so if we're going on the paradigm now, if Jalen Green is going to be part of this basketball team, and if the starting lineup is Devin Booker, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Miles Bridges, and Mark Williams, there's some obvious questions that come out of that. Number one is, are they really going to get the best out of Book in this kind of rotation, making him be the point guard again rather than playing off the ball? That's an issue. Then where do the minutes come for Jordan Goodwin, who was fantastic for the Suns last year? His on-ball defense, you know this because you do a podcast with Kellen, and I've heard you guys talk about this. How many times when the defense was starting to sag, Jordan Goodwin would just get up into somebody. The guy would dribble the ball off his foot, he'd go out of bounds, and then Jordan Goodwin would exalt and clap and get the team back to where they needed to be. Where are his minutes going to come from? How are you going to develop Rasheer Fleming?
Yeah. To me, it's like, hey, on a certain given night, is it Jordan Goodwin because you need that defense? And then can he knock down threes? Because if he keeps knocking down threes, even at his rate, what he has done the last year and a half, even before his son's tenure when he was with the Lakers, then like where do you find Luke Kennard minutes almost? That's my question.
That too. I mean, that'd be a good problem to have if Goody can continue at the shooting percentage that he did last year, which I think towards the back end of the year he started to shoot the three a lot better. Yeah. And that's maybe what the Suns are kind of hoping and banking on with bringing him back at his deal of like, okay, maybe he has turned the corner shooting and the defense is always going to be there. And if he's able to shoot the three, like he needs to be on the floor as much as possible. Yeah. Like there's no question about that.
And he brings so much as far as offensive rebounding. I looked in the offensive rebounding rate league-wide last year. He was, I think, 15th, and the 14 guys in front of him were centers. Like, that's how good he is at that position, which is crazy. So little things he does. And I like the backups and Colin and him coming back, but it is a matter, back to Bick's point, like, that's still too much on Book. That's still expecting Jalen Green to create. And Miles Bridges, to some degree, will help take some ball handling equity duties off those guys and do it in a different way. But, yeah, you don't have that certified number one, let's create in the pick and roll guy after Book at this point.
Yeah, that and that's bothersome to me, and because I don't think you're going to get the best version of Devin Booker, even though I hate that phrase. All right, but again, and it's
true though.
And with Luke Kennard, I don't know where the information was coming from, but there were reports that he was going to maybe be a $10 million a year guy, and the Suns got him at a really reasonable rate.
Yeah,
just like they got Colin Gillespie, and just like they got Jordan Goodwin.
I know. I wonder if I know Goodwin and Colin were here last year, and even Mark coming back on a somewhat team-friendly deal.
Yeah.
It feels like, Luke Kennard kind of got another team-friendly deal. I wonder if that speaks to guys wanting to play for Jordan Knott, maybe guys wanting to play next to Book again. Like,
there is that, and also like Tim Hardaway Jr. We were talking. I know you guys mentioned the other day about him. He got to go to the Heat. Obviously, you're expecting to win there, but he got a pretty reasonable deal. So I don't know if just like the pure shooter market was not there this year or something, and that just played into it. So that was kind of surprising. It went even like Gambo was saying like there were 6 guys. A couple of them might be priced out, and then you get. That was probably the top guy on the list, if I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I looked at him like, no, they're not going to be able to afford Luke Kennard. Yeah. They're not going to be able to afford Colin Sexton. And sure enough, right away they get him. I think there is something to be said for that. I do think that no matter what people might think about where this team is going, I do think Matt Ishbia is developing a reputation as providing a lot of luxury for his players, treating his players very, very well.
And this can be a bigger question, which we can get into later, but since Kevin's here, like, there's 15 guys on the roster right now. Like, do you think the offseason is actually done for the Suns?
I feel like it is just because the Kawhi trade's through, but there's still the lingering, what do the Kings do with DeRozan and all that stuff? LeBron could swing something. The Duren... restricted free agency could end up in a trade maybe, although I read that's probably not going to happen. So, there's a lot of questions out there. The Pelicans, I have no idea what they're doing. I was bracing for a lot of crazy stuff to happen yesterday at the kind of 3 p.m., and then obviously it's like, no, this has been happening. It's not just going to happen at this time.
Yeah, right. That's exactly right. All right, coming up on the other side, Sammy will take you through the Rush Hour reboot. Kevin Zimmerman filling in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I wonder, too, how much Matt Ishbia's impatience kind of had his blinders on when it comes to this one, too. Matt Ishbia, we were all wondering all offseason, can he just sit around and do nothing? Can he really just run it back and not do anything?
Looked like they were going to.
And then on Saturday night, nope, never mind, we're going to do something.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane.
third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Keep the 4th alive by saving lives. This Sunday, join Saving Arizona, the state's largest blood drive, and help Vitalent reach 700 donors at Tempe Center for the Arts. From 7 a.m. to 1 p.m., every donor will get 2 Arizona Diamondbacks tickets and a chance to win a 2026 Volkswagen Taos. Arizona's 72 hospitals need 700 donors every single day. Roll up your sleeves and help our families today. Sign up at Vitalent.org/SaveAZ. That's Vitalent.org/SaveAZ.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300.
Ron White, live.
If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns put some finishing touches on their roster yesterday as NBA free agency got underway. They added sharpshooter Luke Kennard on a 2-year, $13 million deal. For more on the deal, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com today. Elsewhere in the NBA, Kawhi Leonard is headed back to Toronto. LeBron James won't be returning to the Lakers, and Day 2 of NBA free agency rolls on. The Diamondbacks made it 2 in a row last night in their 8-2 win over the Giants. Brandon Pfaadt looked good in his return, only giving up 1 run in 5 1/3, and he got some help from his offense in Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and Ketel Marte, each with a long ball and 3 RBIs in the win. They'll look for a sweep with Zach Gallen getting the start tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Dorado Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, it is 7:30 on this Wednesday. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. I'm Sammy Cebulka, here to get you guys caught up on the big stories going on in sports. And let's start with our baseball team last night. Brandon Pfaadt is back, and he looked pretty good. Just how much of a boost and a breath of fresh air can he be to this depleted rotation?
Well, a couple things I liked about Brandon Pfaadt last night. The efficiency, right? So he was getting in and out of innings. That's important. But he was attacking the zone. And if you heard our epic interview with Mike Hazen, that came through very, very clearly when he was talking about Paul Sewald and when he was talking about what Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen need to do to get unlocked. And that is, these pitchers have got to get a little more aggressive and a little more confident in their stuff and attack, work from ahead. And I think Brandon Pfaadt kind of put that into play last night.
You can't send the other pitchers down, right, though? That's the problem.
Right.
You can't do that. You can't send them down for a month to work on it. But yeah, I mean, and also Cattell last night.
Sure. Like, absolutely.
You like that trend. You like that trend.
No doubt. And something, Kev, before you got here, we've been talking about something's got to give tonight.
Yes.
Zach Gallen has been, he's been struggling, but the Diamondbacks have been owning the Giants. So what do you think will give tonight?
I'm going to give the D-backs offense some credit and just keep it up. Yeah. And give him a little lead, even if he scuffles a little bit.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Hits 90 pitches in the fifth inning or whatever, and they'll get out of it.
Well,
but,
and again, that was another takeaway from the Mike Hazen interview was, look, that's one way to solve this issue with substandard starting pitchers is score more runs. Give them bigger cushions.
Absolutely. And Todd Walsh yesterday, he was like, get Brandon Pfaadt a lead, get him comfortable. The same could be said for Zach Gallen. Like, if Zach Gallen can get through the first inning, which he has struggled with all season long, like, get him some early run support, get him some confidence going out there, and, just keep pounding the San Francisco Giants. And lastly, real quick with the Diamondbacks, it is the Giants. They've won 8 out of 8 games, but don't you think it's maybe a good time for the Giants to have come to town? Maybe to stack a couple wins.
There's never a bad time for the Giants to come to town.
All right.
And again, look, I think that you can cut this any way you want. You can diminish what the Diamondbacks have done the last couple of days because it's the Giants. You can qualify it with what they haven't been able to do and how overmatched they look against the Rays over the weekend in Florida. The more you play the Giants, the more chances this baseball team has to catch some real momentum, maybe even convince themselves, okay, we're not so bad over here. I'm hoping that that's going to be the case.
I agree.
Because, so if Zach Gallen goes out tonight and pitches or gives a team a quality start because it's the Giants, maybe it gives him the momentum he needs.
Maybe something clicks.
Maybe.
All right, so we're going to play a little Phoenix Suns game called If This Is the Roster. So,
great.
We got three questions for you. If this is the roster, the playmaking next to Devin Booker is the biggest question mark going into this season, correct?
I would say shooting still.
Oh, okay, still shooting.
Yeah, it's probably pretty close, but I think maybe shooting a slight edge over the facilitating.
Okay, fair. I would personally, they're probably 1A, 1B, and I think the playmaking next to Book. All right, if this is the roster, who is their second best player and who needs to be their second best player?
That's a great question. I think Dylan Brooks had the second most impact, maybe even the most impact last year, with all due respect to Book, but let's just say he had the second most impact. I think going forward, Miles Bridges has got to be your second best player.
Okay.
I'm going to go Jalen Green because he's younger. I'm honestly on the more optimistic side. When I watched him toward the end of last year, he started clicking with things. He didn't shy away from the moment in the playoffs, whatever the results were. I still think there's hope for him to keep improving. Like, I don't ever think he's going to become a 5-assist-a-game guy. But to answer your first question, he needs to help Book do things and take pressure off him. And I don't know if Miles Bridges is exactly the guy because, like, he is who he is at this point to me.
And Jalen can still grow.
But people also say Jalen Green and Miles Bridges are very much alike in terms of game. Just hyper great athleticism, but a lot of inconsistencies.
Yep. I think I was saying something like that yesterday. Okay, last question here. If this is the roster, how much growth will we actually see from guys like Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete?
Oof. I do not have a great feel for that, but I think Rasheer has the most hope for getting playing time at all, which, we have a lot of questions about Malawach now. Koa Pete, I think, is going to have to bully his way in there or take advantage of if someone hurt or something, but Rasheer, I think, has the next, I can take a big leap this year, even if Miles Bridges is in his way, because I think he should be first off the bench at that 4.
I thought after last season was over that the idea of player development in terms of real minutes in real NBA games was going to be a big thing for Phoenix moving forward. I don't feel that way anymore. I feel like they really believe that they can, with this roster, be a top 6 team. That they can play for a decent playoff seed. It might be overambitious. It might be a bit delusional, depending on who you ask. I don't think that they're budgeting a lot of playing time for these 3 players that you mentioned.
Interesting. Okay, now focusing a little larger scale on the NBA offseason. I think it's been already kind of pretty crazy. Kawhi's going to Toronto, Ja to Portland. But 2 guys that, have question marks in their future, LeBron James and Jaylen Brown. Can LeBron James still impact a team's championship hopes at age almost 41?
Yes.
He's still probably the smartest player in the game. He's got still enough athleticism to be effective. He obviously can't be vintage LeBron.
Sure.
I mean, vintage LeBron was otherworldly.
If he was on your team, you were probably going to the championship.
You're going to the finals, and if he wanted to get to the rim, he was going through you to get there.
Yep.
And then jumping over you once he got there.
Okay.
So yes, I think the answer is yes for LeBron James.
The longer we get into this process where he's looking at the teams that fit and actually he's not projected it already, obviously. He is thinking, okay, I'm going to take less money. I might just be a spot-up shooter one night. Do I be an offensive hub? I think, to your point, he's that smart as a basketball player, and he might pull out that, like he did in the playoffs, just like, I guess you need me to go off for 25.
Right.
But for the most of the season, I think he's completely fine just helping a team, and I'm fascinated to watch that wherever he goes, and that's why it's so fun that he apparently has not just decided to join the Warriors.
Yep. And a yes or no, do the Celtics need to trade Jaylen Brown?
Yeah, I think that, they're going to have to do the, hey, let's kumbaya on.
That's always fun.
I don't know if that guy is going to be open to that at this rate, since he's been through this, for a year now?
Yeah, see, the issue in the NBA is when you trade an elite young talent like Jaylen Brown, rarely do you ever get full value in return.
Right. Yep.
They almost pulled it off in trading for Giannis. But now that they attempted to trade for Giannis, how do you put that genie back in the bottle? I don't know. I guess anything's possible, but Jaylen Brown strikes me as a very strong-minded individual.
I would agree.
And you wrong him, and if he feels he's been wronged, I don't know if he's going to be amenable to reconciliation. I don't know.
Yep.
It's a real dicey thing for that team. Because if you have to trade him now, good luck getting fair value back.
True. All right, y'all. You have been rebooted.
Good job, Sammy. Right now, we are giving away a family
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona sports and America's pastime at Chase Field.
All right, sorry about that. I'm a little hyper this morning. Right now, we're giving away a family 4-pack of tickets to the Diamondbacks game on Saturday, July 4th at Chase Field, plus an extended fireworks celebration after the game. If you want the tickets, pick up the phone right now. Caller number 4 at 602-260-9870. That's caller number 4 at 602-260-9870. You are heading to the ballpark with your family. On the other side, we're going to visit with one of our favorites, former Valley radio host, the one, the only, Mike Golick Sr. joining us next. Kevin Zimmerman, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
They did make a move. They're not just running it back. Miles Bridges is a significant player that you added. I mean, there's a lot of off the court stuff, which maybe that's all behind him. I don't know how you sell this one to the fan base. It's something that 2 years from now people may just be on board. He may win the fan base over. Maybe those transgressions really are behind him, and he's a fun player on the team. But the days after you make the trade, you have to expect your fan base is going to be at best like, okay, maybe let's wait and see, and at worst, like, you just killed the vibe of this team. This team had great vibes.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This summer, America's turning 250 years old. Start your celebration at Tractor Supply with up to $150 off grills, griddles, and smokers. Select grilling accessories or buy one, get one half off. Buy one 20-pound bag of Tractor Supply barbecue pellets, get one free. And save every day with propane refills. So raise the flag, fire up the grill, family's on the way. Celebrate and save with great deals now through July 5th at your local Tractor Supply.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this waterman is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. Don't miss your chance to save on tech, chairs, custom print, school supplies, and more. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Hey homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and sell Mr. Grand Price and possession.
Hey, Paul Calvese here for Southern Steer Butcher, where America's 250th means great grilling, and great grilling packages only $59 each through July 5th. Yep, try their backyard grill featuring burgers, brats, or sausages, hot dogs, and marinated chicken wings, or level up to their premium grill package featuring marinated steak tips, Wagyu sirloin, and bacon-wrapped shrimp skewers, just $59 each at southernsteer.com, or stop by the store at the corner of Queen Creek and Alma School Road.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust, Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What does D-backs manager Troy Lavello want his team to accomplish before the All-Star break? We're going to ask the skipper today at 2:30 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley alongside Kevin Zimmerman, who's filling in for Vinny. There was a time back in the day when our next guest was a local radio host in Phoenix. Now Mike Golick Sr. heading back to ESPN Radio. The Golicks are going to debut in early August. Mike Golick joining us now. Mike, what's happening, brother?
Yeah, how you doing, buddy? What's going on? What Vince had to bail. He just didn't want to talk to me, I think.
Yeah, Vince came to work today carrying a puke bag with him. So we kind of sent him on his merry way, Mike.
Well, he tried to fight through. I'll give him that.
Yeah. All right, so let's jump into this because it's sort of like reunion time at ESPN. Rich Eisen and his show came back, and now you and your son are coming back to ESPN Radio. Big stuff for the brand and for the network. Your thoughts on the opportunity and what this is going to be like?
Yeah, it was very interesting how that came together because we had a few networks after us to do the show, and when ESPN came about, I was like, wow, is that going to be weird? How is that going to be? But I mean, listen, I even though the ending there wasn't the greatest, I mean, still 99%, of the people, especially in management, I got along with. So it will be fun to go back. It will, like I said, be a little weird in the beginning, but it's a show. It's a sports show. We're doing it like you guys. You were doing a sports show. That doesn't change. It's just now with the 4 letters of where I started a couple of decades ago. So it's actually kind of cool going home again for sure.
Just the process of working with another Golic. Just tell us about how you guys have grown in the last few years since you've been away, and you're coming together at this time where obviously our industry's changing and all that kind of thing. But like, what do you guys want to accomplish with your show as you come back here?
Well, again, listen, anytime there's a new show or a show changes networks or whatever, there's always a thought, what kind of show is it going to be? It's going to be the show it's always been. No, nobody's reinventing the wheel in sports talk. I mean, we know that. Now, the landscape around it is changing, and I'll get to that. But working with my son, after I was done with Greeny, it was Trey Wingo and my son for 3 years. And then I left ESPN, or ESPN, left me, and which again, is business decision. That's what happened. But my son stayed on for another couple of years, did an afternoon show and called college games. He's been doing great on his own. Actually, he was on his own before we hooked up at DraftKings and then FanDuel. He's also the number one analyst for Big 12 college football on TNT. He's got a Notre Dame podcast, so he's doing great on his own. But, as he said, you don't get a lot of opportunity to work with your father. And as I've said, you certainly don't get a lot of opportunity to work with one of your kids. And I'm definitely on the back nine of my career, and he's still on the front end of his. So we're going to take advantage of this as long as we can. And as far as the show, it's a question I get all the time. In this new age, what kind of show is it going to be? I'm still going to talk into the microphone like I've done for a couple of decades. The pay grade above me of where executives want to distribute it, that's up to them. Digital, podcasts, whatever, they can distribute it where they want. It's not going to change how I do a show.
Right. All right, well, let's get into some sports topics, Mike. We all know you're a huge Notre Dame guy. Tell us what you think of Jeremiah Love on the Cardinals.
I mean, Jeremiah Love is – and I'm sure people are going to say, oh, well, of course, you're a Notre Dame guy. You're going to talk him up. I don't need to talk him up. All you got to do is watch the film and then listen to the guy talk and what a character guy that he is. His ability to run, but his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield. We know the running backs, they went through a time, and they still are, where they're I think the tight ends and kickers are the only ones that are less paid than the running backs. So we finally got to a $20 million running back in Saquon Barkley. I think Bijan Robinson will go past that, and some of the young guys coming up. But the reason is, it's not that we're returning to a running NFL, though if you can run the ball, that's obviously a huge feather in your cap to help the passing game. But the fact that these running backs are hard to cover, mismatches when they split out in the slot or split out at wide receiver, see Bijan Robinson, see Christian McCaffrey, and a few others. The more valuable you're on to stay on the field and be a passing threat, which Love can be, and he also can make you miss it. Oh, by the way, the least looked at part of a running back to stay on the field is picking up the blitz. Dude sticks his nose in there as well to pick up the blitz. So, you are getting an all-around back, which is something you expect when you pick number 3. You expect that person to come in and produce, and I would expect nothing less from Jeremiah.
Not to pour water on that, but there are some questions on the Cardinals' right side of the offensive line. Just tell us how you think, and without you knowing exactly who's going to be up there for the Cardinals, how do you think Jeremiah is going to be, and what skills does he have to get 3 yards when he's hitting the backfield, that kind of thing?
Well, that's obviously going to be tough. Listen, when you're picking 3, your team wasn't very good, right? Mm-hmm. And obviously when you're picking 3, you're making changes on your team because your team wasn't very good. So we'll see what 5 they line up with up front. But, yeah, I mean, he had one of the better offensive lines at Notre Dame. So certainly the expectation, at least in the beginning, is okay, are there going to be holes there? But, you know, a running back's job, you know, we always talk about the running back when they're untouched breaking through a hole, when quite honestly you should be giving credit to the offensive line when they're going untouched through a hole. But there's the other side of that as well, when there's no hole there and the back has to create. He has a great jump cut. He's great side to side, moving and creating his own hole. But yeah, I mean, listen, there's no doubt he's going to have his work cut out for him, as this team is. They had 3 wins last year. I mean, you know, that when you're not going from that to the Super Bowl, unfortunately you're not. While the players will practice that way and play that way, it's going to be very difficult because there's still holes to fill.
One of the things I saw recently, you kind of got the Cleveland Browns fan base all up in arms with your take on possibly a renaissance season for Deshaun Watson, but it does sound like he's going to get the chance. Is the NFL ready for that storyline?
Well, yeah, I mean, I did. It's amazing. I said that, and people are like, are you kidding? I'm like, wait, all I said is he is going to have a chance. He's going to be, I think he's going to be on the field, so he's going to have he's only 30 years old.
Right.
So he's going to have a chance to resurrect his career. Listen, it doesn't change the fact it was the worst NFL contract of all time. And the Haslams even admitted that, but listen, this guy, no matter what, just talking on the field, it's not to off the field of what happened with him, but on the field, when he was in Houston, he was an excellent quarterback. He hasn't been that in Cleveland. Even when he was healthy, he hasn't been that. And now you're talking about 2 Achilles. I have no idea what he's going to do. My point is he may have a chance. Listen, this is a show-me league. If he gets on the field and does well, he's going to get another contract. I don't know if it'll be with Cleveland, but it'll be with somebody because quarterbacks are at a premium in the NFL. There are many people that are hoping this guy is done with football and goes away. But if he's on the field, he's got a chance.
Mike, I want to just get your take on the Brendan Sorsby situation. Just obviously, it's kind of resolved for the next year, you know, assuming he does everything right. He enters the draft next year. Do you think he's still bringing in a lot of baggage? Do you think teams are going to be super wary about him beyond the obvious? Or do you think they're just going to look at him like a football player and he'll be kind of drafted where his talent might slot him?
I think by next year, if it was a supplemental, that may be a little different story, but he's obviously not going to be in that. And quite honestly, the league is going to suspend him. He will come into the league with a suspension, as he should. I mean, you can't – they're the biggest placards in the world on every locker room in the world, and I don't want to hear the excuse, well, there's legalized gambling, so these kids are going to do that. No, it's not an excuse. There are rules set up. You follow the rules. You do not bet on your sport. You do not bet on your own team, whether you're playing or not, when he was a freshman at Indiana. And there are consequences to that. He found one friendly judge in Lubbock, you know, who gave him the injunction, I mean, which was ridiculous. So he should have every opportunity to work out for next year's draft, and teams will look at what he's done on the field, and he'll come in with a suspension. I don't know how many games it will be, but he should come in with a suspension. You can't do that. The rules have to be followed. But to go back to answer your question, eventually he will be judged on his talent. Yes.
Yeah. Mike, thank you so much for your time. Congrats on the new show. Cannot wait to hear you. And again, great having you this morning.
You got it, guys.
All right, buddy. Mike Golick Sr. joining us. Always appreciate his time. All right, we're halfway through the program. The Bickley Blast is next. Kevin Zimmerman, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and every July we celebrate Independence Day, but financial independence is something you build, not a date on the calendar. That is why I highly recommend you call the fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth, because most people have a tax person here, maybe an investment advisor over there, and nobody is talking to each other. The family office at Trajan Wealth does things a lot differently. They put it all under one roof, your investments, your taxes, your estate plan on the same team, working the same plan. Now, finally, most of us spend more time planning our summer vacation than we do planning for our actual retirement. Trajan Wealth will help you change that, so when retirement arrives, it actually feels like the reward it is supposed to be. So if you have ever wondered if your existing plan could be working better, call Trajan Wealth and find out. Get a plan that's actually built for you. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I came away super impressed with pretty much everything about Trajan Wealth. Walked out knowing I was in very good hands. Give them a call. Get your plan started today at 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Summer's here, grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. Plus, get a free base with select mattress purchases. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hire them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks continue to own the San Francisco Giants. They moved to 8-0 on the season against San Fran with their 8-2 win last night. Brandon Pfaadt, in his return, went 5 1/3, only gave up 3 hits and 1 earned run. And Ketel Marte and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. each went deep and had 3 RBIs in the win. And the Snakes will look for the sweep with Zach Gallen on the mound tonight at 6:40. And you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns and Luke Kennard agreed to a 2-year, $13 million deal yesterday, rounding out their roster after the Miles Bridges trade. For more on the Suns and the signing, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. And that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Phoenix Suns have a new and improved basketball team. They found a power forward. They replaced some of the three-point shooting they traded to Charlotte, and they might end up extending the contracts of 5 players in one offseason, which you do not see very often in the NBA. Now, there are quibbles. Some people will not cheer for Miles Bridges. I hate the idea of Devin Booker relegated to full-time point guard, and head coach Jordan Knott will have a Rubik's Cube of minutes to solve in the upcoming season, especially if they truly want to develop some of their younger players. And after all of that, it's still debatable if the ceiling is all that much higher for next year's Suns. But I will say this, no matter what you think of the current offseason, no matter what you think of all the Michigan State influence on our heritage franchise, we must never forget the luxury of having an owner who is always looking to spend, who is always looking for more flexibility to spend more of his dollars on basketball players, because we have lived in the alternative universe and we know it is not a lot of fun. And if you don't believe me, go ask people in Portland what they think of their new penny-pinching owner, and you'll feel a lot better about living in West Lansing, Arizona. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Fire!
And off we go to the second half of the show. There you go. Yeah, listen, it's been quite an off season, and as you know, the acquisition of Miles Bridges was very, very polarizing, as I'm assuming the Suns knew it was going to be. So let's start there, because I haven't heard your thoughts on that, the fit, and the risks they take with the player.
Yeah, I mean, I put it in 2 buckets. The history of his domestic violence and all of that, we won't go through that, but it's there. And to me, it's like you can create your own opinion about second chances, right? Like you can have people who have murdered people get second chances in some respects in this world, and that's your opinion. Mine is you don't want to touch people who have this kind of history, but we're past that, right? On the basketball side, to me, it's just a weird thing because of the roster. Does he fit that they needed a 4? Yes, he does. He can defend 4s. He's bigger. He gives this team more size. He can rebound. He kind of does a little bit of everything. He has some playmaking juice to him. He can score. But they traded away 2 of the biggest, best volume shooters, and it matters that Grayson Allen on one leg went out there against the Thunder at the end of this past season and made a difference. Maybe it was 5 points in a 20-point loss or whatever each game.
Right.
But he stood out there on one leg, bombed threes from, close to 30 feet out, and that every foot matters in this game now. And I think what Jordan Knott created was this team that, yes, it didn't have a lot of playmakers. It didn't have a pure point guard, but they got by and they played good team ball because they could space the floor to that degree. And you were seeing Jalen Green being the one who could take advantage because there were just these gaps you are getting wide open because someone's so worried about Grayson Allen over here. They don't have that now. Colin Gillespie's the only real pure shooter out there, and obviously he set the record for the Suns in a single season for three-point makes. But they have a lot of questions to answer with this because it changes kind of how they play, and it has a lot of guys who create off the bounce but need space to do that.
Yeah. And a lot of people have pointed out that Miles Bridges flourished at having a true facilitator. No matter what you think about LaMelo Ball, he brought a lot, obviously, to that Charlotte offense. So who's going to be that? How are you going to put all these pieces together? You can be real excited about the comparisons of a Miles Bridges being a bigger version of Jalen Green, guy who's got crazy athleticism, a highlight reel kind of player who will dunk the ball with great style points, will give you games that make you shake your head in awe, and then maybe not so much the next couple of games.
Like if you catch him on the right night, you go, well, that player's an all-star.
Yeah.
But if you come back the next night, you could, why is he on the floor type of guy.
And what is this team defensively, too, if we go to that side of the ball? I mean, he's not known as the best defender. I do think he's just being the athlete, being at that size, he makes them able to match up better with some of the bigger teams. But, teams are going super huge right now or super versatile. And it's like, go look at the Heat. Are you going to put him on Giannis or Bam? I don't see him having great success against either of those guys necessarily. So that's the thing, too, where it's just like, I don't see this team's identity, and I especially don't see this team's identity right now compared to last year after they had built something. So, again, we're saying this after we went into the offseason, and 3 days ago we're saying, well, they're just going to run it back. That's not going to do very well. So I understand why they did it to some degree. But then I could go into the pick not making sense either. The pick swaps they basically made in this trade kind of hurt them and devalued a first-round pick.
Yeah, and I think that criticism is universal, and I don't think anybody can argue with that because these unprotected first-round NBA draft picks in the future carry great currency in the NBA now. Right? We've seen one be attached. One was the trigger point for the Jaren Jackson trade, getting him to Utah. One was the trigger point for the Giannis trade. Another was included in the LaMelo Ball trade. And when you talk about Miles Bridges, this is a guy that's never been an all-star. Right. So you're giving one of these very, very valuable assets for a guy that isn't at that particular level. I don't think anybody can argue with that. Now, you had mentioned the impact on the fan base. This is the stuff that really, really trips me out. There was a guy on X who expressed great misgiving. How do I take my wife and my daughter to a Suns game? How do I give this team my love again, knowing what I know about this player? And the response to him from Suns fans ripping this guy like, oh, grow up, cry harder. And it's like, what is it in this fan base that creates that kind of polarity?
I will say, I mean, I got those too when I brought that up, and I just brought up the facts, and I was like, dude, everyone's jumping on me for saying facts. Like, he has domestic violence on, there's a history, there's stories about timelines of it, and people get upset over it and all that stuff. I just put that off to being X being toxic, basically, is in my mind.
That's probably what it is.
And to me, but to your point, though, I got texts from people who usually haven't texted me in months saying, I hate this because of that. Mm-hmm. And so from the Suns, I know winning a press conference is PR and all that stuff, but when they have to talk about this first, I think it would be great if they just said, hey, we understand, we did the research, we know internally, we took a risk, but we believe he's changed. And then when he talks about it, if I hear that, and then it's like, okay, address it. Let's move on to the basketball.
That's a great point.
And hope that everything you say is true, because we're at this point because they spent 2 days before this trade talking about, there's so much of the character thing that goes into Koa Pete. And I know he's an awesome kid from everything we know and all that stuff, completely different case. But it's we believe character will build this guy into an awesome NBA player. And then you go around and do this trade, and it's like, okay, maybe character doesn't sometimes impact what happens on the court, which is fine, but they did say it 2 days prior.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I think you're absolutely right about that. The way this is presented in that official press conference is going to be very, very important for a factionless fan base. They need to get this thing off on a good start. All right, celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona Sports. We are going to continue giving away family 4-packs to the Diamondbacks versus the Brewers July 4th at Chase Field. Your next chance to call in and win during the 11 o'clock hour. Do not miss out on that. All right, on the other side, we're going to talk some World Cup soccer.
Let's go.
Kevin Zimmerman, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona Sports and America's Pastime. The D-backs host Milwaukee July 3rd and 4th. Listen today for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets in the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours. America's birthday. You and 3 of your besties at Chase Field for Diamondbacks baseball and fireworks. From Arizona Sports. Keep listening for your chance to win.
All right, by now, you probably know Sweet James, the official accident attorneys of your Phoenix Suns. I'm guessing you've seen the television commercials of Sweet James dunking a basketball. I say it all the time. I don't know whether that vertical leap is real or if it's digitally enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his accident attorneys, great at dunking on your opposition. You are going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident. And, of course, I'm talking about the insurance companies that will not want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. Here's what they're going to do for you. They're going to get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. And they're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. They're an award-winning law firm full of extremely talented accident attorneys who are not afraid to litigate. And all their trial experience with a 98% winning record gives them great leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. That's why they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in America. You can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James. And remember, the consultation is free. The call is free. You pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, Wolf here, and time is up. It's the final days of employee pricing at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Tim's going out with a boom and a bang. It's the 4th of July sales event with select models priced below employee pricing. This is epic, man. How about $5,000 off MSRP on select 2025 Ford Mavericks? Price and selection only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. The Loop 202 and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. You pay what Tim pays, then save even more only at Santan Ford.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Buying a home comes with a lot of upfront cost. Earnest money, inspections, movers, it adds up fast. That's why Lund Mortgage is stepping in. Right now, we're covering the cost of your appraisal on every purchase loan we close. That's $600 to $800 you keep. We've got it covered. Think about it. Hundreds of dollars back in your pocket? That's a big grocery run, your first HOA payment, or just a little breathing room when you need it most. Give us a call and let's talk about your free appraisal today. or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, Paul Calvise here for Southern Steer Butcher, where America's 250th means great grilling, and great grilling packages only $59 each through July 5th. Yep, try their backyard grill featuring burgers, brats, or sausages, hot dogs, and marinated chicken wings, or level up to their premium grill package featuring marinated steak tips, Wagyu sirloin, and bacon-wrapped shrimp skewers, just $59 each at southernsteer.com, or stop by the store at the corner of Queen Creek and Alma School Road.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. The Suns are signing guard Luke Kennard to a 2-year deal. Brandon Pfaadt made a triumphant return to the rotation as the Diamondbacks keep piling on the Giants this season. And how will the WM Phoenix Open be impacted by changes within the PGA Tour? Dan Bickley takes a closer look. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley alongside Kevin Zimmerman, who's filling in for Vinny, who had a peace out earlier this morning. We hope he's feeling better. The World Cup has been sensational so far this year, and it's our great pleasure to talk about it with Anthony DeBundo, who's been writing some great pieces on The Ringer. Good morning, Anthony. Welcome to the show.
It's good to be here, and happy game day.
Now, how about it? Let's go. Sammy is stoked about it. Before we get into the USMNT, I want to ask you about the aesthetics of watching France play in the World Cup. I personally cannot get enough of watching that team, their front three, and Kylian Mbappe. He is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's funny. I put out a poll during their game against Iraq in the group stage, and I said, who is France's best player? Because, for years you would have obviously said it's Kylian Mbappe, but then we don't even really talk about Ousmane Dembele yesterday. He is the reigning Ballon d'Or winner, which is the best player in the world award. He won it last year. And then Michael Olise hasn't scored yet in this tournament, but I would argue he's been France's best player in this tournament as well. And if you ranked, 3 of the top 7 players in the world, they would probably be those 3 guys right now. So France's attack is terrifying. I'm excited to see them in person on Saturday. Actually, they're in Philly. I live here, so going to be attending that game against Paraguay. Nice. But I think there are still flaws in this France team. I'm just not sure that it's going to matter if those 3 guys are playing as well as they are, quite frankly. So that's really the big question, because teams who can keep the ball, do a lot of the possession, like their midfield's looked a little shaky, their defense has been weaker than usual, but I'm not sure it's going to matter if those 3 guys are cooking like this.
Anthony, admittedly, I only watch soccer during, World Cups, rooting for Team USA, so maybe my perspective is skewed here. But this United States team, to me, it's a lot more fun than past iterations. It's more exciting, they're more aggressive attacking just in that first game, just laying it on, even when they had it well in hand. Do you see it that way? And kind of speaking to the outlook of this Team USA, how far do you think this team can go just based on how they're playing together through this stage so far?
Yeah, I think the reason everybody got excited in fall of 2024 when they hired Pochettino to be the coach is that this is his identity. This is his brand. This is something that he has coached the highest levels of club soccer in the Premier League, and he has gotten really good, cohesive, and improved the talent of teams that were good, not great, right? The Tottenham team that he coached in the Premier League was a collection of good players and great players, and he made them an even more collective unit that performed above that level. And the reason they did it was their energy, their pressing, their intensity, the way that they tilted the field on teams and penned them in with their press. All of that is stuff that we have seen from the U.S. He's taken a collection of pretty good players and through the first 2 games that mattered, made them look even better than maybe they actually are. And I think that through the first 3 matches of this tournament, only Spain and Uruguay won the ball higher up the pitch more often than the United States. And I think that is an encouraging sign. They're buoyed by the crowd. They're buoyed by, Tillman and McKennie and Dest and the pressing energy that those guys have. It's so inspiring to watch. And I think it really creates this momentum, really, of attacking wave after wave after wave that can really break down these stingier defenses like they're going to see tonight.
I think even casual viewers, when you watch this year's edition of the U.S. team, they play with a different pace. They press differently. There's a different level of athleticism. Everybody wants to believe that we as a country have turned that corner finally in this sport. With that in mind, how big is this match to win tonight?
Oh, it's important. I mean, look, I've been alive for 5 World Cups. I wasn't old enough to remember 2002, so I have not ever seen the United States win a knockout match at a World Cup. There's 2010. There's the heartbreaking loss to Ghana. 2014, the Tim Howard game against Belgium. 2022 against the Netherlands. The U.S. was underdogs in all of those games. They were not expected to win those matches. This is a situation where the U.S. is the clear heavy favorite. Bosnia came through a pretty weak group, has nowhere near the level of talent of the United States. Yes, they're tall, they're good on set pieces, they're dangerous, but I think the U.S. is much more athletic. They're much better at possessing the ball, at pressing. So I think all of the indications are that there's an actual expectation on this team. And some of that is caused by the fact that they played so well in the first 2 matches. But it's warranted. And honestly, I ran my numbers today. I have them at 48%. So like basically a toss-up to make the quarterfinals of the World Cup, which has only happened once in the modern era. So we're looking at a team that has a chance to really get to the quarterfinals and then maybe go up against a true elite titan, whether it's Spain or Portugal, most likely in that round. And then, that'll be the measuring stick game. If they get waxed, it's like, okay. If they're competitive with one of those teams, you really start to think differently about the future of U.S. soccer because they have so many players who are either peaking now or coming into their peaks. And it's a pretty exciting group to watch with real top-end talent. I mean, Balogun and Pulisic have been so great thus far at the World Cup.
When we watched the first 5-10 minutes of this game, what is Bosnia and Herzegovina going to be doing to try to stop the Americans, and what should we watch out for as fans to kind of see if it's going the United States' way or not?
I think the biggest thing is that when the United States loses the ball, you can almost put up a counter in your head. How fast until they win it back? That is ultimately Pochettino's number one thing. It's like when we lose the ball, we are going to press you into getting it back, forcing teams to go long and then winning the headers and winning it back, or turning teams over high, because the U.S. has traditionally struggled against teams that are very compact, that put a ton of guys in the penalty area, because they do still lack that difference-making passer. Like there's no player in this team who's a gifted passer who's playing all these incredible balls, like an Elise or like a Kevin De Bruyne from Belgium, right? They don't have that kind of player. And so it's hard sometimes to unlock these very defensive teams. But if they're able to consistently win the ball high and to create high turnovers, you're able to maybe catch Bosnia out in a situation where they aren't completely packed in and have 9 guys in the penalty area. So that's one thing that I would just keep an eye on. Is like how often are they winning the ball high up the pitch? And when they do win the ball, is Bosnia ready, or are they able to attack quickly and create opportunities off of that? Because you can go look at some of the goals they've scored in this tournament, and a couple of them, especially against Germany in the friendly too, have come because they weren't facing a particularly set defense. They were able to get in behind or attack with space, and that really does change everything. And the other thing is Tillman and McKennie. Tillman and McKennie are the 2 midfielders that have been getting forward a ton in this tournament. They have been kind of the lock pick in a way, and as they attempt to create overloads in certain areas and exploit space. And those 2 guys, how often are they in the penalty area is a good example of how well the United States is playing. The more they're on the ball in the box, the better.
All right, Anthony. Lastly, we have seen a ton of star power in this World Cup. We've already talked about the trio who play for France. There's Messi, obviously, Erling Haaland from Norway. Your thoughts on the magic of this event? Is it hitting so hard because it's in the United States, or is this just proof that this event just keeps growing and growing in enormity and popularity?
It is the biggest World Cup ever, and I do think that while a lot of people were critical of the expansion, it has given you stories like a Cape Verde, like a DR Congo. So many of the African teams, African qualifying used to be 5 teams, and it was an absolute war to get those 5 spots. It was challenging. And now, as they've shown, as Africa doubled their participation in this World Cup, they got 10 teams, and 9 of them made it to the knockout stage. So I think that is a story of why the expanded World Cup has been such a success. Right, it has given you some more competitive teams in like that 3rd and 4th tier, and obviously, everybody knows that Cape Verde and DR Congo and those kind of countries are not going to win the World Cup. Honestly, like most countries aren't going to win the World Cup. That's not what it's about for so many of these teams. But it has given us so much interesting drama while also still giving us the star power. I think that's what's made this special. Is every star player, Harry Kane, you didn't mention, but like for England today, right? He's got a bunch of goals. So everybody's been great in this tournament, and I think that just leads to, you get what you're expecting to get, and you get to see the stars be the stars, but then you also get the Cinderellas. You also get the fun storylines, the crazy fans, the Norwegian rowing, the Scottish drinking, all of the, the Cape Verde defensive masterclass, the goalie who's 40, all those little stories that get us through the group stage. Well, we all know ultimately that when we get to the final 8, you can pretty much guess it's probably going to be Brazil and England and maybe Mexico and hopefully the United States, but also Spain and France and Argentina are probably going to be there, and maybe Morocco, right? So you kind of know who the teams are going to be when it really counts, but you're also going to have a lot of fun getting there, and that's what's made this such a special tournament for me and for everybody. And it's in the summer. 4 years ago was a Winter World Cup. We're still a football-crazed country. I think it got drowned out a little bit by NFL, by college football, and now it's got the spotlight to its own, which is definitely better for viewing.
That's a great point. Great stuff this morning. Keep up the great work, Anthony. We appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me.
You got it. Anthony DeBundo, podcaster and writer at The Ringer. Go check out his soccer work. It's really, really good stuff. All right, coming up on the other side, day 1 of NBA free agency in the books. What's happening? A little bit of a lackluster day, possibly, but some big stories developing. We'll get into those next. Kevin Zimmerman, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now the 1-2 is swung on, and a little looper towards left. Kepler racing on, makes the catch, and make that 8 in a row. Diamondbacks take down the Giants by a final score of 8-2, and they will try to sweep the Giants for the 3rd consecutive series in 2026.
Don't miss D-backs Giants series finale tonight at 6, right here on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Summer. Sonoran hot dogs, baseball games, and triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. A customer called in recently asking why their newer AC system was already having problems. My first thought was because you probably didn't have us install it. But honestly, your AC system shouldn't be failing that fast. Small issues can quickly become expensive breakdowns. Get your AC installed and maintained the right way with Precision. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC and make the Precision decision today.
Make the precision decision with Precision Air. Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Hey, it's Austin at Moxie Pest Control. I grew up in a neighborhood where people really showed up for each other. I remember one Sunday we were all sitting in church when our pastor stood up and said, "The rest of our services are canceled today. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help." So right then and there, we all walked right out of church, grabbed our tools and materials, and we all rebuilt that fence together. I'll never forget how that felt. Seeing an entire community stop everything to protect one family's home. That day taught me something I've built into Moxie Pest Control. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. And when people show up for each other, a community becomes a family. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure. Moxie Pest Control, the highest and most reviewed pest control company in Arizona.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
How's this sound? Employee pricing for all And for all military veterans and first responders, another $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, that's how Ford is driving America forward for the next 250 years to come. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. And when we go there to our Desert Ford dealers, like we did just recently, leasing a Bronco Sport for my daughter, we get American value for American values, including employee pricing. Ford has been part of America for more than a century. And once again, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. Take that 2026 Ford F-150 truck, better than ever. Work truck or weekend warrior, and it gets better with employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. And again, all military veterans and first responders, you get that additional $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns put some finishing touches on their roster yesterday as NBA free agency got underway. They added sharpshooter Luke Kennard on a 2-year, $13 million deal. For more on the Suns and the deal, head on over to ArizonaSports.com today. Elsewhere in the NBA, Kawhi Leonard is headed back to Toronto. LeBron James won't be returning to the Lakers, and day 2 of NBA free agency rolls on. The Arizona Diamondbacks made it 2 in a row last night in their 8-2 win over the Giants. Brandon Pfaadt looked good in his return, only giving up 1 run in 5 1/3, and got some help from his offense last night as well. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and Ketel Marte, each with a long ball and 3 RBIs of their own. And tonight they'll look for the sweep with Zach Gallen getting the start. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that's what's trending now.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
All right, some people might have found day 1 of NBA free agency to be a little bit lackluster. Phoenix Suns, as you know, got sharpshooter Luke Kennard. A couple interesting things have happened this morning, though. Norman Powell ends up on the Bulls, and Shams Charania just breaks this news. This is really interesting stuff. Mitchell Robinson has left the New York Knicks and signed with the Boston Celtics.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, 3 years, $47.4 million to sign with the Boston Celtics. And this is really interesting to me because in New York, they are still celebrating a forever championship. You know what I mean? Every city gets a forever championship, one that kind of is bigger than everything else.
Yes.
We had that with the Diamondbacks when they beat the New York Yankees, beat the best closer in baseball history in a 9th-inning rally. Nothing's ever going to top that. Maybe the Suns winning their first championship might, but this is the magnitude of what the Knicks did in New York City with their NBA championship run. Before the finals were over, there were stories from their owner, James Dolan, that he was not going to go into the second apron. No matter what, we're not going into the second apron. And Knicks fans are like, oh, come on, man. Why not? Come on, man. We've got this great team.
Yeah, let's pay.
Pay a little tax. Give the people what they want. And while all that was going on, you could hear people like Brian Windhorst and other NBA veteran observers who have said that the Knicks have broken the Boston Celtics, that the Celtics are in a place now where they don't even know what they want to be anymore, and they don't think they can contend with the Knicks. They go out and they take a fairly key player from that
like
team.
A Cat's backup, and if we saw sometimes like Mitchell Robinson and Cat played together. And when Mitchell Robinson's healthy, he's I'd say a pretty dang good center. Also, the Lakers just signed Walker Kessler.
4
years, $130 million.
The center market's crazy.
Yes.
I mean, starting with Mark Williams here, but like every center's getting paid very well lately.
Handsomely.
Yeah.
And Duran's going to be the next guy.
Now, do the Jazz have an opportunity to match that contract? Because I thought Walker Kessler was restricted.
He should be, right?
Yeah.
He's the first
So it's a trade. It's a sign and trade is what it looks like. So it says the Los Angeles Lakers. This is according to Shams. The Lakers are acquiring Walker Kessler from the Utah Jazz for unprotected first-round picks in 2031 and 2033 and pick swaps in 28 and 30.
That's what you can do when you have not a lot of money owed to people, is you can just take that and deal for picks.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Okay,
Nuts.
so that's a big time addition for the Lakers. And if people were wondering what are the Lakers doing, they watched Marcus Smart walk out the door. They let Luke Kennard get out the door. This is what they're doing. They were putting all that money into Walker Kessler, who's a very good young big.
Yep, you officially got Luka's center.
You've got Luka's center
What?
now.
DeAndre Ayton is back.
You're right. Kevin, you're right, man. What was I thinking?
I wonder what he's thinking right now, too.
Oh, well, yeah. I don't know.
He's probably just happy
I don't know
he
how
got
much thinking actually happens in his universe, to be quite honest with you.
He's got the money.
Yeah, that's right. He doesn't need to. Doesn't need to. That's interesting. So things are starting to pop a little bit here, right?
Yes, these centers are getting. Yeah, Kevin mentioned it. You find it interesting because positions and they go through waves, right? I feel like a couple years ago the center market was like, oh, you could get guys for kind of like pennies on the dollar, right? And now you're paying Walker Kessler $130 million. And even you go further back, guys like Gary Temple were getting like big deals. Or I remember, who was the guy for the Heat? Not something Johnson. He got a huge deal, and everyone's like, oh, that's just what you pay for kind of swing guards now.
Yeah.
So it's funny that it's the center market now.
What do we think? What's the next shoe to drop? Like, is it a Jaylen Brown trade? Because I was parsing through all of those. So if the Celtics are, okay, we're reloading at center. I mean, Mitchell Robinson's a really good player, but he's limited offensively.
Very much so.
By the way, the Knicks have been cheap. Just watching the draft night. Oh, you have a pretty good first-round pick. You can get a 20-point-per-game scorer in Cameron Carr. And just like, no, we'll just give him to the Lakers.
Yep. That's what. Listen, that was the point of the whole blast. Cheap owners are the worst.
Yeah.
And
Spike Lee's face on the ESPN broadcast was just like, oh, they're trading it. Okay.
And especially like in the NBA where, you know, you don't really want to be in the second apron, right? We've seen that firsthand in Phoenix.
Yeah.
But we've also seen like Matt Ishbia willing to be in the second apron.
1 year, Knicks. 1 year.
That's what I'm saying. Listen, what is the problem of being in the second apron is because it robs you of flexibility. But if you're the Knicks, you've got your team.
Right.
Well, you don't need flexibility. You need continuity. And that doesn't matter to their owner. Man, does that stink for them. All right, so let's back to this Walker Kessler thing, because this is going to impact the Western Conference. And let's knock on wood that the Lakers aren't actually getting a clue in terms of what they're doing.
Well,
because this gives them an elite defensive anchor. It instantly solves their rim protection and their rebounding weaknesses, which were glaring weaknesses. Gives the perfect pick-and-roll lob threat for Luka and Austin Reeves. This is a really smart move by the Lakers.
Yeah, you now just hope the guy that's kind of been riddled with injuries in his young career can kind of stay healthy.
Yeah.
Because, and to Kessler's point, he probably could have been able to play through a little of those. The Jazz just weren't trying to win basketball games.
No, they weren't.
So I am interested to see what he's going to look like next to Luka, because he was always like a fun watch in Utah. You could always sense there was something more there with him. And now he gets the big deal. He goes to LA, and you're next to one of the best players in the league. That's going to make your life easier.
Yeah.
Now, and we obviously know LeBron's not coming back. What are they going to do with Rui Hachimura? Go ahead.
Going back to Luka's Dallas days, I believe he made Dwight Powell like the most important rim roller in the NBA. Like all due respect, Stephen A. voice, all due respect to Dwight Powell, but it's Dwight Powell. So that's super interesting. They're good at center. You know, you have a really good guard rotation with Luka and Reeves. Again, Cam Carr, I think he's going to at least be a scoring option for them. So, yeah, they have things to fill out, but they at least have a semblance of a concept of an idea here about what their roster is going to look like. And, they are not going to pay Braun with that, too.
What were the numbers on Kessler's deal again?
4 years, $130 million.
He had if I remember correctly, he had turned down $140 from the Jazz. And at the time, I was hearing that he was going to be poachable because there was a number the Jazz were not going to give him. I've been saying for a while that the Jazz were one of these sneaky teams behind the Suns that the Suns have to worry about passing them based on what I thought their starting lineup was going to be. Keontae George, a great young player. Ace Bailey off the bench. Darren Peterson they drafted. Jaren Jackson Jr., Lauri Markkanen. But now they don't have Walker Kessler. So I don't know what that means for them. They're going to be forever in building mode.
They got Nurk back.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Filipowski can hold down some center minutes. So, like, they have options. Yeah, guard, they're good. They have a couple first-round picks like Bailey. Behind the two guys who are going to start. Yeah, they're scary. And they are. Do they get in the Jaylen Brown? Because they, in theory, could, and Danny Ainge has history there.
Ooh.
What happens first? I think we know the answer to this, but a LeBron deal or a Jaylen Brown trade?
That's a good question.
That really
I
is.
feel like Braun's going to squeeze everything out of this.
You think he's going to Aaron Rodgers the whole thing?
He's going to Aaron Rodgers everything. That's exactly what he's going to do.
That's what I'm feeling.
Really?
Talk about me for the summer's slow. Talk about me for the next
He's going to be the last guy standing.
No, he'll sign the deal at like 4:30 today, right before the U.S. plays their national game.
All right, coming up on the other side, can the Diamondbacks get to 9-0 against the Giants? We'll talk about our baseball team next. Kevin Zimmerman filling in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and extreme temperatures. And if your windows are in bad shape, your windows are about to cost you a fortune in electric bills, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimensions of your home. They're never retrofitted on site, and that makes a big difference. I had them replace all of my windows, could not be happier with the results. They look incredible, and everything from the installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are all vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors showing up at your front door. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, they'll guarantee them for life. That warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home, which adds value to your home. And at Advanced Window Products, their windows will literally pay you back. Here's my buddy Joe with a great offer they're offering right now.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, we are doing a free labor event. If you call today and mention Bickley, you will get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. And this week only, we are offering free installation. Call right now, 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. You must call today to get this offer. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call right now, 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off and the free labor, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
You've heard the cash offer companies on TV and radio. We'll buy your home fast. What they don't tell you, those offers come in below market value, loaded with hidden fees. The Carol Royce team, your home sold guaranteed realty, does just the opposite. Carol's proven systems sell your home for more money fast into a qualified buyer who will pay top dollar, because Carol has the buyers, guaranteed, or she'll buy it. That's a promise. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Seller, Mr. Grand Price and Possession.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
All right, as Sammy Cebulka said very early this morning, and he's 100% accurate, something has got to give tonight at Chase Field. You've got the Diamondbacks going up against a team that they cannot lose to, and they're giving the ball to Zach Gallen, who was booed off the mound at Chase Field in his last start. Obviously, this is going to be a very big moment for Zach Gallen. They all are big moments. The fact of the matter is, this is statistically the worst pitcher in Major League Baseball among qualified starters. His ERA is above 6. And while he was a little better last time, he still gave up 5 earned runs. So what's going to happen tonight? I will tell you this. I'm very, very curious as what the mood of the crowd is going to be. Is it going to be a sympathetic, encouraging crowd, or is it going to be an angry crowd looking to pounce if he fails again?
I don't know. I hope last night's start from Brandon Pfaadt, his standing O as he's walking off the mound, kind of paves the way for, some hopeful fans of like, okay, we saw Pfaadt go out there and pitch a good 5 1/3, gave up, 3 hits, all to the same guy. Can Zach Gallen kind of take the baton from him? Hey, we just need 5 innings, less than 3 runs. I think all Diamondback fans would sign up for that at this point. Like, can he do that? Can he give the ball then to the bullpen and just hope the offense can stay hot against a team that they've scored a lot of runs on?
I want to know what you guys think, because it just how he's been pitching. No strikeouts. I know it was 5 earned runs, a lot not going right last outing, but just something's not clicking with him, and that's where you kind of feel like within a game, it's like, hey, if you can see that coming, can the offense actually put runs on the board and support him at all? Like, they have not done that in most of the recent games. Like, it's 1 run scored, 8, 3, 6, 0, his last 5 games. So they haven't necessarily supported him, but I just think it's one of those where if you want a guy to find himself, he's got to get a little help at some point. And right now, to me, that's where this team is, and he is not in a good place, and he didn't react well to the awful game where he got booed. So where is he going to be at today? I don't have a lot of hope, but they need to help him.
Well, that's a great point, because if they could go and spot him a 3-run lead after 1, that could do a world of good for Zach Gallen.
Like, what can't happen is Zach Gallen giving up like 3 runs in the first. The Diamondbacks are already behind. The mood in the crowd would instantly change after the first inning. And Zach Gallen has struggled in the first inning. His first inning ERA is higher than any other inning of Zach Gallen and his performance, right? So if he can get through the first inning, hopefully Cattell, Corbin, and Jerry can provide a little punch, to Kevin's point of maybe you scratch 2 runs across in the first, you give Gallen some breathing room, and maybe the confidence starts to itch back, right? But you cannot have him go out and give up 1, 2, 3 runs in the first inning.
I won't call it inexplicable, but this is really a tough problem to solve if you're the Diamondbacks, because the velocity of Zach Gallen has pretty much stayed the same. He's right around 93 miles per hour with his fastball. But everything else seems to be off. And when Zach Gallen was at his best a couple of years ago, as somebody who's watched pretty much every start he's ever made, he was like the ultimate chess player. And when he's right, he is always 1 step ahead of the hitter. in terms of sequencing, in terms of tunneling his pitches, meaning they all come at you the same way and they just do something different at the last minute. So hitters just don't know what's coming at them. It seems now watching him, whatever he's doing in terms of sequencing pitches, it seems like the hitters are now a step ahead of him.
Yeah.
And they're forcing him into unfavorable counts, and when they do, he makes a mistake, and when he makes a mistake, it's getting pummeled.
Yep.
And then it just kind of compounds itself, and you see the confidence kind of draining and leaving Zach Gallen's body. I don't know what the answer is, to be honest with you. People have looked at his spin rates, and they've come down a little bit, maybe enough to kind of make some of his stuff much more hittable than it used to be. He's getting very, very few swing and misses on his knuckle curve compared to what he used to. The swing and miss stats are just, they've bottomed out.
The whiff rate is,
yeah. So I don't know how you solve all of this other than do what Mike Hazen said yesterday. Just attack the zone. Do not get behind in counts.
Pound the zone and trust your stuff.
Trust your stuff.
I wonder if, and I'm sure Zach Gallen has been asked this by numerous people. Like, I wonder if you asked him, like, Zach, where do you feel like your stuff is at? Because clearly you're a different pitcher than you were 2 years ago. Like, do you think the stuff has stayed the same, or do you think like you're more predictable now? Because that's what it feels like. In that Bick mentioned, when he was at his best, it felt like guys at the plate didn't know what was coming.
No.
Like, he was a very unpredictable pitcher with very good stuff. And now it feels like batters are going to the plate kind of knowing what's coming.
Has he ever been, though, even at his best, the guy, I mean, he's not the guy blowing fastballs by people. His stuff is what it is, and it was more built off of sequencing and him being a smart baseball player, I think. And that's why it's hard to pin down, because we don't see hey, you've just lost a tick on your fastball.
Yeah, right.
You've lost your stuff. So to me, that's why they're struggling with it, and it might just be a confidence issue. Like, hey, if you're going to pound the zone with what you got, people can jump on it, and you do misplace the command on one pitch or 5 pitches throughout a game, and those get absolutely clobbered. And I think that's where we're at, is just even the little mistakes are just exploding on him, and then the confidence issues come into play and that kind of thing.
Yeah, one of the things that I suggested was to have the bench call a game for him from the dugout. Have somebody else, not even the catcher, have the dugout call it, because I'm not sure that Zach Gallen strikes me as the guy that if anybody needs his private catcher, some guy that really gets him, it's him. But he doesn't have that. So I've suggested call it from the dugout, but I think maybe they think that would be disrespectful to take that from a guy who has been such a savvy, intelligent, intellectual kind of pitcher. I don't know, man. I shudder to think that this crowd is going to go to the game tonight thinking, all right, it's the Giants. We're gonna whoop up on them again, and we're gonna get 2 games over 500, and then Zach gets blown up, and he's the one guy that can't beat the Giants. I don't like what that might sound like.
And as we got word yesterday, like, Soroka started throwing. It looks like he's going to be back sooner than, maybe we thought. Brandon Pfaadt looked good. I know it's only one start. So I wonder if now, not that Zach Gallen needed more pressure on him, but we're coming to the point where, all right, if Pfaadt can put together a couple good starts and you get Soroka back and the rotation starts to get healthier, now the odd man out is Zach Gallen.
Now, the one thing about Zach, no, you're right about that. Yeah. You're absolutely right about that. The one thing that I'm going to hang a little bit of hope on is even in 2023, during that magical run to the playoffs, Zach Gallen was much more hittable than Merrill Kelly was. Yes. And I wrote columns about this. I talked about it, about how Merrill Kelly had replaced Zach Gallen as the ace of the staff. And furthering that point, Merrill Kelly was winning all his games on the road. Zach was getting a lot of the home starts. And so even with the tables flipped towards him, Merrill Kelly was outperforming Zach Gallen. Zach Gallen took all that criticism in and then went out in Game 5 of the World Series and nearly threw a no-hitter. So he's had his back against the wall many times in the past. He just can't seem to get off of it this time.
That All-Star break, week and a half?
Yeah.
That's huge. Just like get there, reset, see if you come out of it. Yeah.
And he might be forced in the very uncomfortable position, like a lot of aging pitchers, of having to reinvent himself.
Yeah,
of having to
that's
find
a good point.
Just completely change up your arsenal. Find something different.
Yep.
Not easy to do, but we might be getting close to that point.
And one thing that I don't think's happening, but Todd Walsh was mentioning it yesterday about the pitcher who was tipping his pitches, and it was pretty much over for him after that. I don't want to go as far to say that Zach Gallen is tipping pitches, but like we don't know if he is. And
we don't.
Todd was mentioning that guy, he didn't know he was tipping pitches, and he couldn't figure it out, and his career got like shortened. I'm not saying this is going to happen to Zach, but to your point of reinventing yourself, like maybe he's got to try some new things, like get in the lab with different things.
You saw Brandon Pfaadt last night. His mechanics were totally different.
Yeah.
He wasn't going over his head in his delivery like he used to. He's changed up stuff. The tipping pitches thing could be very, very real. You would hope by now the Diamondbacks have watched him struggle enough where they would know.
They would have had it figured out.
You would hope.
I would hope.
All right, coming up on the other side, the 9 o'clock hour has arrived. It will be social studies with our guy, Sammy. Stick around. Dan Bickley, Kevin Zimmerman, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Like, I know everybody's going to look and they're going to say, oh, Torrey, you got to go. They got to make a change here. His leash should be this short. It should be half an inch. You could look at it the other way and say, how are they within a game of 500 with the pitching injuries and the lack of pitching? Like, it's not his fault. Zach Gallen's ERA is 17,000 this year. You know what I mean? What are you supposed to do with the hitters he has this season? I wouldn't bat Pavin Smith cleanup.
Yeah.
But it's not like you have Aaron Judge on the bench.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. And do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down, playing with the kids? That means you are not living your best life. You probably can't golf with the guys, probably can't get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do. And that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. They're not bracing for their next jolt of pain. The pain is gone. They're back to living their lives. So many of you have already been through QC Kinetics game-changing regenerative treatments, talking about all natural treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue at the source, right where you're hurting, and it's all organic, done right in the office. No missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. What happens? The inflammation in your body calms down, and then the pain backs off, and then you're suddenly feeling like yourself again. Now, hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports have helped a lot of you dig out from under that pain and that long list of things you can't do. If that's you, and if you're dealing with joint pain, go find out what these cutting-edge treatments can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
Temperatures are rising and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks continue to own the San Francisco Giants. They moved to 8-0 in the season against San Fran with their 8-2 win last night. Brandon Pfaadt, in his return, went 5 1/3, only gave up 3 hits and 1 earned run, and Ketel Marte and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. each went deep and had 3 RBIs in the win. And the Snakes will look for the sweep with Zach Gallen on the mound tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns and Luke Kennard agreed to a 2-year, $13 million deal yesterday, rounding out their roster after the Miles Bridges trade. For more on the Suns and the signing, head on over to arizonasports.com today. And the World Cup rolls on, and the United States with a spot in the round of 16 on the line tonight. Kickoff is at 5, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Good morning. It is 9 o'clock, and that means it is time for some social studies here on Bickley and Murata. And you know where to find us on social media, but if you don't, we're at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And you can watch us live every single morning. Shout out to the 270 of you guys watching on YouTube at Arizona Sports. All right, first up on social studies today, this is for Phoenix Suns fans. After adding Luke Kennard, what are your overall thoughts on this current roster?
I'm very, very intrigued to see what this is going to look like, because one of the things that really marked the Suns' first couple of months last year was the level of defense that they played.
Yep.
This starting lineup is going to be defense deficient, at least compared to last year. So I don't know what that's going to look like. I don't know whether this team is going to transition to be more offensive and more high-flying and more exciting. I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah. Buckle up, everybody.
Yeah, seriously.
It is wonky. Wonky because I don't know what the team's identity is beyond, yes, they have the people with that dog in them, as you would say, like Dylan Brooks, Miles Bridges, like they're going to fight teams, I think, which will be entertaining from that perspective. But are they good at scoring? Are they going to have to get in transition? Like that's a concern. Like you don't want to have to rely on transition. What does your half-court offense look like? You brought up the defensive points. So I think there's some weird fits here.
Right. Yeah. And well, last year, their kind of calling card was during the regular season, the try-hard team, right? The get in your face from tip. Like, is the cat going to be out of the bag on this team now that, like, when you come to Phoenix, you're going to have to play hard? Or do they just kind of catch the league by surprise again? I don't know.
I don't know about that. See, I've got a lot of misgivings about that. Okay. I don't think they're going to succeed by being the try-hard team the way they did last year for a couple of different reasons. Number one, they're not going to surprise anybody.
Yeah.
Okay. Number two, I think that how brash the Suns can be. I think that there's a target on their back, and three, whatever anti-tanking measures or whatever you think of them, I do think they'll have a little bit of an effect, and I don't think it'll be as easy to stack regular season wins like the Suns did last year. They're going to have to earn them.
Yep, fair enough. All right, a couple of responses. Andy Bryant, he said they're still in need of a point guard. I've seen Point Booker long enough, and it's not as good as regular Devin Booker, which is really fair. Keith said, all we need now is to find a way to reverse the aging process of a Chris Paul, Steve Nash, or even Ricky Rubio at this point. Hensing that we need a point guard. And then Sean Leonard said, still an uneven roster, but few rosters are perfect. Regardless of how you feel about the guys they brought in, it's objectively more talented than it was a year ago. And I think that's also a fair point. All right, next question for our Diamondback fans. You know, this team is 8-0 against the San Francisco Giants. They're still right around 500 everywhere else. What is the key to this team, quote, reaching the next level?
Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna say that finding consistent offensive production that will give a cushion to their marginalized starting pitchers.
Okay.
Because I don't know if Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen are capable of raising their games and being ace-level pitchers anymore. I don't want to say that,
I know,
but
it's probably true.
Staring us right in the face.
Yes, it is.
I honestly think if everyone on this roster was, well, health matters, but 2, was their average, just be your average of
who you are. Mm-hmm.
This team would be better. There's just been too many up. I know it's baseball. It just feels like there have been too many ups and downs. The starting pitchers getting off to an awful start this season and then suddenly doing awesome, and then everyone got hurt.
I think I think we saw this team's best when the starting pitching was awesome and the offense kind of had to come around. And again, I don't know if they can get back to that from a rotation standpoint. They're banged up, and Gallen and Kelly have been, below average. But Joe Dirt says, play the Giants and Rockies more often. Which, I hate to break it to you, but after this Giants series, it gets tough again. Milwaukee's coming in, and then you got the Dodgers coming up. So, Ross Vegas said, dollar bills, y'all. Like, as in, go out and spend some more money. And let's see. Eddie V says, fix the pitching and stop playing away games. This team is 26-17 at home, 17-25 on the road this year. Other than the Marlins, the teams that have that kind of record at home are in first place. That was an interesting point. And Tom Foss said, the bats, hits, and getting on base. The Diamondbacks need to score at least 5 runs a game, get the early lead, and let the starting pitching and the bullpen finish the job. Again, ideally 5 runs a game would be a good thing. Okay, the last thing we talked about this morning, Kevin, before you got here, like what constitutes like good sleep and how do you get it? We were talking about the TV being on for some. Some people, they need the right circumstance to have good sleep. So the question here is, what do you have to have, A, to fall asleep, and B, to get good sleep?
Well, my situation's unique. I can pretty much fall asleep if it's silent anywhere.
Okay.
But I have 2 kids, so it is not silent ever, and a dog. So no one yelling at me in the middle of the night or throwing their pacifier out and then saying, uh-oh, and it's like, dude, you threw it out. Why are you yelling about that? Yeah. Sorry, I'm talking about the logic of a 1-year-old.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when your house gets quiet in about 15 years, you're gonna wish for that noise.
Ooh, okay.
As I said earlier, I need some ambient noise, and it's funny because my wife and I, when we're like in hotels, we have to fire up an app that.
Oh wow!
That just
is your wife the same? Like she likes the ambient sound?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But my wife is different than I am. If we sit down to watch a movie, you put her in front of a television and on a couch, she will be asleep in 9 minutes.
Oh, that's hilarious. Like, doesn't even matter the movie?
Doesn't even matter the movie. I remember one time we were watching the great Gary Oldman Dracula, and that ending scene that was just so intense. I remember turning to her, honey, isn't that unbelievable? And she, Not snoring, of course. She doesn't snore, but she was fast asleep during a great movie.
See, for me, I think by the time it's time for me to go to bed, I'm so tired that I could just kind of fall asleep anywhere.
Yeah.
And I mean, you've worked this job as long as you have. By the time you're supposed to go to bed, you're more often than not pretty exhausted.
Yeah.
So, but for me, I need silence and I need darkness.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
The darkness is inviolate with me.
Yes.
It has to be pitch black.
The smallest little light will just frustrate me to no end. I gotta go and plug stuff.
I sleep on planes. It's great. 'Cause it's I don't want to sit here uncomfortable. I'm going to go to sleep, and I can do that.
I'm 50-50 on it. As one that flies,
I cannot sleep on planes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. that's a curse.
See,
me too.
We just went to Europe, and you just had the same experience. I could not fall asleep on the longest plane ride I've ever taken. But if I fly from here to San Diego, I will fall asleep as soon as I get on the plane. As soon as I get on the plane.
That's funny.
Oh, man. There's some good responses. Let's see. Tom Foss says, a cold AC, almost icebox, 65 degrees, a cold, soft mattress, and a minimum of 4 pillows. Complete darkness and silence. Wow, Tom's got a good sleeping.
That's quite a pattern.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's really good.
Daylight Films, Bick, you and I will get a laugh out of this one. Golf. Watching golf. Sorry, Sam and Dan, but being the golf guy will put me to sleep quicker than a Mike Tyson uppercut. I know a lot of people that they can just turn on golf and fall asleep. For me, no. And then this is also an interesting one. So State 48 said, exercise and eating right and early. I find if I eat too close before I go to bed, I do have a hard time falling asleep.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys.
I'm unhealthy before I go to sleep, and then I go right. Yeah.
Fair enough. All right, guys. You know where to find us at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and you can go watch us every morning on YouTube at Arizona Sports.
All right, we're going to give World Cup soccer some more love next segment, right, Sammy?
Come on.
The U.S.
Game day.
The U.S. in action today. We're going to talk about how big this opportunity is. Kevin Zimmerman, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now the 1-2 is swung on, and a little looper towards left. Kepler racing on, makes the catch, and make that 8 in a row. Diamondbacks take down the Giants by a final score of 8-2, and they will try to sweep the Giants for the 3rd consecutive series in 2026.
Don't miss D-backs Giants series finale tonight at 6, right here on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
As America celebrates its 250th birthday, it's amazing to think of how much has changed since 1776. Take dentistry. George Washington's teeth weren't actually made from wood, but from materials like ivory, metal, and even someone else's human teeth. Fortunately, we've come a long way in 250 years, and today, dental implants from Aria Dental Implant Center can permanently replace missing and broken teeth with a solution that looks, feels, and functions like natural teeth. No more slipping dentures and hiding your smile, just the confidence to eat and laugh the way you were meant to. In honor of America's 250th, Aria Dental Implant Center is running the Wolf Red, White, and Blue special. 10% off your dental implant procedure this month only when you mention Wolf. Celebrate your own dental independence like I did and get 10% off. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hi, I'm Michaela, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You found your dream engagement ring. As a jewelry consultant, I recommend to start shopping for your wedding band 6 months before your big day. Don't worry. At Shane Company, we're here to help you find the perfect bands. Our men's and women's bands are crafted to high-quality standards, and it shows in every detail, with a stylish design and comfortable fit. At Shane Company, we'll take care of your engagement ring and wedding bands for life, because a friend wants you to say, I do, to your rings again and again. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The group stage, it's over. Knockout rounds next for the world's biggest soccer tourney. Yep, win or go home, and you can get in on all the action with Kalshi. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Ask Giannis. Heck, ask Messi now. Actually, here's the question. Who advances further, Argentina or Brazil? At last check, Brazil was trading at 20%, which means a $100 trade pays out over $400. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app, and use the referral code AZSports. One word, AZSports. That's one word, AZSports. And when you use the referral code, you'll get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports. One word on the Kalshi app. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, it's Luke. Did the Phoenix Suns make any noise during the first day of NBA free agency? We'll talk about whatever they do or don't do at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley alongside Kevin Zimmerman, who's pinch hitting for Vinny, who had a piece out earlier today. We're hoping he feels better. We're going to talk some soccer. Sammy, what do you think about that?
Well, all I'm seeing is England is down 1-0 to the Congo.
Oh.
They're already down 1-0.
Listen, as a man of British descent, that English soccer team has driven me insane over the years.
Oh, my gosh.
They are such an underachieving lot with very uninspiring style of play.
And for the most part, their fans are super entitled. They always say it's coming home. They always think it's coming home, and then it never does.
British people can be insufferable. I will cop to that.
And real quick on that, and then we can talk about the United States.
Yeah.
So Mexico won their game against Ecuador last night in what was one of the better sporting atmospheres I've seen in a long, long time. They played at the Stadium Azteca in Mexico City. Mexico wins a thrilling 2-0 game against rival Ecuador. And now all I was thinking about, okay, England takes care of business tomorrow, and you get Mexico, England in Mexico.
Whoa.
That would be unbelievable.
Yeah, see, Team England probably wants no part of that, and they're probably turtling right now as we speak.
Have you read on the Mexico was being like, I think it was FIFA was like, hey, you guys need to clear your fans out and not let them party all night in front of the opposing team hotel.
I've seen some.
You need to
social
respect
media
them,
stuff like that.
I heard something. Apparently, Team Germany had to deal with some of that stuff.
It's the World Cup.
I don't know.
It's the World Cup, man.
I guess get a better hotel in Mexico is hard to where the Mexicans fans won't be is hard to say.
Maybe tough to do. All right, so Team USA is playing Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Bosnia-Herzegovina.
And Team USA has struggled mightily playing teams from Europe. I think they haven't beaten one in 5 years.
They haven't beaten one in God knows how long.
All right, so you've been following this. You and I were texting each other yesterday.
Yeah.
I was literally enthralled watching France play yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
The star power of that team just was breathtaking.
It jumps off the screen.
Oh, and watching Mbappe play and how good he is in big games, it was just magical. So Team USA has got this opportunity today. This is a knockout stage game, meaning they lose, they're done.
Yep, win or go home.
There's a lot of people who want to believe that our time as a soccer power has finally arrived. That would make this game very, very important.
Well, and that's the thing. When we had our guest Anthony DeBundo on, the last 4 World Cups in which the United States have reached the knockout stage, they've been underdogs in all 4 of those games. I think that's important to note in that those games that they're playing before the knockout stages that they're playing before this game, they weren't necessarily supposed to win. This game against Bosnia, they are supposed to win. They're minus 600 on FanDuel to advance. And if you're unfamiliar, that is a big, big favorite, right? So not only is the chance to win a knockout stage for the first time in 5 World Cups on the table for the U.S., the chance to again establish themselves like, okay, maybe we can make a run. Right? If we dominate Bosnia, you have Belgium and Senegal, both teams that haven't necessarily looked great, that the United States could again, they could win that game. We're not sitting here saying they're only going to win one knockout stage game. They could beat both Belgium and Senegal. And if that happens, you're talking about a quarterfinal matchup against Spain, Portugal, or Croatia. And that's the level.
Yeah.
That's the measuring stick right there. Because if you win 2 games and you start to build some momentum and the United States gets even more behind this team, at that point, almost anything's on the table.
Yeah.
Because it's a quarterfinal game and you're gonna have home crowd. It's gonna be an electric atmosphere and anything can happen.
If they don't win tonight, and it begins at 5:00, if they don't win tonight, it's going to be, we're a bunch of frauds, same old this, same old that. That's a heavy burden for this team to carry. But as we have pointed out, and you said this very early on, the pressing nature of this team, the pacing of this team. They got a couple of great midfielders in Weston McKennie and Tyler Adams who really control the tempo very, very well. You add Christian Pulisic to the mix, who's looked really good since coming back from injury.
He's the difference because obviously they lost to Turkey last time out. Pulisic only played about 20 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes. But guys like, so Mbappe really jumps off the screen to you, right, Dan? And for everyone, Lionel Messi jumps off the screen, and Erling Haaland, these guys that have just presence on the soccer field. And the United States, as although Pulisic is not as good as Mbappe or Messi or Haaland or the guys in like the top 10 of the world, Pulisic is our best player. And when you watch him, he does kind of jump off the screen when you're watching the United States, because without him, you saw how they looked. They looked a little stagnant. They didn't have the engine, right? He's the one that makes it go, because not only is he a brilliant playmaker to get Flo Balogun, like serve it up on a silver platter for him to score goals. The gravity that he demands when the ball is in his feet, two defenders are around him at all times, and that opens up just more avenues for the United States to take advantage of a Bosnia team tonight where they should be able to score goals and make the game quick and fast. So he'll be on the pitch tonight, hopefully fully healthy, and I do think we're coming here tomorrow talking about like a 2-0, 3-0 win.
That would be nice. Because I go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I was just wondering, we believe, right, in everything we're seeing to be real about, especially how they're attacking, they're aggressive, they press. Are you guys worried about their goalkeeping? They've not, like, shots on goal, they've not seen much action. They've been in possession so much. I just worry that there's something there that gets exposed at some point, and then suddenly we're just like, they're going to be having to score four goals to win.
It's a great question. Matt Turner, for some, it was probably like a 50-50 decision for Pochettino on who the goalkeeper was going to be. He ended up going with Matt Turner, who I don't think he was great in the Turkey loss. You give up 3 goals. One of them, no one's stopping that. But that is one of the biggest question marks. That and Tim Ream, who's 38 years old. He's been on this team for a long time. He's not necessarily one of the best center backs in the world. So you talk about Tim Ream and the undecisiveness and question marks around the goalkeeper. You could be talking about that one of those could be a problem in a game like this, but I see those issues popping up more if they were to play like a Belgium or Senegal.
Hopefully not
tonight. But to your point, like anything's possible with the World Cup. Like we've seen goalkeepers mess up and it lead to in a goal that should not have happened. And if that happens early for the United States, if they give up an early goal and are suddenly down 1-0, Jarrett's not here, but everything changes. I told him this early. Like teams, when it's 0-0, they're trying to feel the game out, get up and down.
That's 0-0, Sammy. Come on.
0-0. I'm trying to, But if same thing goes for the United States, if they get a goal within the first 15, like you're going to see the team start to have a lot of confidence. Yeah. They're going to start to hum. They're going to press more.
You don't want them falling behind. No, that first goal of the match is going to be huge today.
It would be, I don't want to say a nightmare or catastrophic, but if they get down 1-0, I know I'm watching it with a bunch of buddies tonight. we're going to go real silent and start saying some things real quick if they go down 1-0.
Yeah, listen, and part of what I've loved about this World Cup, there has been incredible star power on display. We have talked about this repeatedly. There has been, you're getting a version of Lionel Messi who's already won a World Cup. He's not carrying that burden anymore. You've got this great team from France that we've talked about a lot. The expanded field has, for all the complaining people were doing, this thing has been a godsend for the World Cup. That Paraguay victory over Germany was scintillating.
It wouldn't have happened.
Norway's goalie yesterday had to make an incredible save in the 90th, 85th minute, whatever it was.
90th minute.
So this stuff has been popping. That's why Team USA needs to win. They need to be part of this party going forward.
That's it. They need to be involved in a World Cup. Like our guest said it today, it's probably one of the best World Cups of all time. Like, it's lining up to be that. The group stage and the expanded field, it gives storylines that you weren't thinking of. But also at the end of the day, like, next round of 16, you already have Brazil, Norway lined up. You have the potential of Portugal, Spain lined up. Like, the game, Mexico,
Norway's on tap?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I mean, you see the watch parties from the Mexico game last night in Phoenix, and when I came on the show, we started talking about, the sports fandom and like that. There's a vibe here. For that team too, and
it's
Team
incredible.
USA, and
every time Team Mexico plays at State Farm Stadium, it's mobbed.
Packed. So all I'll say is, watch tonight's game. If you're not really into soccer or the World Cup, get behind what this team could bring to the country. That's all I'll say.
Looking for their first knockout victory in 24 years.
How about that?
Let's go. All right, on the other side, we'll get you updated on what the Lakers are doing. NBA free agency next. Kevin Zimmerman, Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Jamal, you look like you had a reaction.
Yeah, I was going to send the illest letter of Paul Sewald to Luke. like, hey, Luke, can you give this to him for me?
You were going to get a text if they blew the save, because this is now Jamal and I's tradition if the bullpen melts down, but the bullpen really hasn't melted down much this year.
Right.
But he got
I was
it done.
transitioning from Arizona Sports app to Arizona Sports on the radio in my car, and totally missed the fact that Paul Sewald gave up 2 runs. I came into work this morning thinking they had won 5-2.
Well, that's the way to do it.
That's a great life. You know what? Ignorance is bliss. You know what I mean?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks don't want you to know about, and that's because for ages the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, you spend the next 30 years of your life paying off that home, and a lot of people reconcile it because they think they've got a good interest rate. Like one of our listeners, whose name is Jack, who before switching over to a Life Changer Loan learned he would not pay more principal than interest until year 22 of that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, and at the end of it all, he was going to spend $700,000 for a $300,000 home. On a Life Changer Loan, much, much different. You do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes to paying off all of your debt. You do it without any trepidation because you always have access to your equity. In fact, 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which does great things, obviously, but more than anything, you now have decades to build personal wealth, and having 24/7 access to your equity, a real cool thing because it gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you need, whenever you want, which comes in handy in times of financial uncertainty. Find out more. See if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, Wolf here. Time is about up. It's the final days of employee pricing at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Tim's going out with a boom and a bang. It's the 4th of July sales event with select models priced below employee pricing. This is epic. How about $7,000 off MSRP on select 2025 Ford Rangers? Price and selection only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Loop 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert. You pay what Tim pays, then save even more only at Santan Ford.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. People ask me all the time why I still love doing this after all these years, especially in the Arizona summer heat. And honestly, it's because I love helping people when they need it the most. There's something really rewarding about showing up to a home that's miserable and hot and leaving knowing that that family can finally relax and feel comfortable again. That never gets old to me. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns put some finishing touches on their roster yesterday as NBA free agency got underway. They added sharpshooter Luke Kennard to a 2-year, $13 million deal. And for more on that move and the Phoenix Suns, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com today. Elsewhere in the NBA, Kawhi Leonard is headed back to Toronto. LeBron James won't be returning to the LA Lakers, and day 2 of free agency will roll on. The Arizona Diamondbacks made it 2 wins in a row last night in their 8-2 win over the Giants. Brandon Pfaadt looked good in his return, only gave up 1 run in 5 1/3, and he got some help from his offense last night. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and Ketel Marte, each with a long ball and 3 RBIs of their own. They'll look for a sweep tonight with Zach Gallen getting the start. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports poll question.
All right. Today's Arizona Sports poll question. Of course, we love when we grade things, right? So how would you grade the Suns' reported Luke Kennard signing? Ooh. A, B, C, or D?
Yeah, I'm going to give that an A. Okay. If you're going out, if the intent was to go out and find a 3-point shooter to replace some of what Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen gave you, I don't think you could have found a better guy.
I'm at an A too. He also does make the right plays, moves the ball.
Yeah.
Like he is what that value and what they need. Yeah.
Yeah. A, 51% of the vote. So a lot of people high on that. 32% B, 13 C, and not a lot of D votes. So it looks like people are liking the signing around the Valley. So there you guys go. Today's Arizona Sports poll question.
All right, Sammy, thank you very much. All right, free agency rolling on in the NBA, and the Lakers are making quite a splash. In fact, on Twitter, you might see these signs when you go shopping for bottles of wine, and the sign above the one of the brands would be Exciting Whites.
Yes.
People are now using that phrase to describe the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yes. Reeves,
Luka
Luka,
Doncic,
Walker Kessler.
All right, so I don't know whether the Lakers are becoming a problem or not, but they've had a flurry of moves early this morning. Walker Kessler, Colin Sexton, Quentin Grimes, and Sandro
Mamu is what I call
Mamu.
Mamushvili. Mamushvili, yes.
Yeah, Mamushvili.
Yes,
that's the guy.
Exactly. You've seen his name.
So the problem is now, are the Lakers becoming a problem? That's the question.
So the context here is with their sale to Mark Walter. I don't know how many people know this, but they're basically kind of attached to the Dodgers now.
Yeah. Yes.
And they're really tapping into how the Dodgers operate as a front office, which is, as we know here, it's like they spend lots of money. They have 1 million executives. They care about their minor league system. The Lakers are operating completely differently. It's no longer the HBO show, what you think of when you think of the Lakers. So they are building analytically. They are building databases. They're doing all of this stuff that's modernizing, I think is the best word. So now
they're Dodgerizing them is what you're saying.
And it's not like, oh, here's our star LeBron James. We have to hold on to him because brand. Now it's, we have Luka. And obviously that played a part into it, but it's how do we build the best team around Luka? And it's very obvious right now what they're doing is kind of similar to what Dallas did to get Luka to the finals is you get bigs who roll, you get a bunch of shooters, you get enough guys who can defend around him, and everything just revolves around him and to some degree Austin Reeves. So they're changing how they operate, but they're doing it at a super fast pace in the last 30 minutes even.
What's fascinating about this is exactly what you said. The Lakers of old were the Lakers that gave Kobe Bryant famously, $40 million a year just because they had to make him happy, and there was nothing else to spend on anybody else, and he's ended up playing basketball with Smush Parker.
Kwame Brown.
Brown. Right, exactly. And it was a disaster. The Lakers have, whatever you think of them, their offseason began by kind of freezing out LeBron, making kind of not even subtle hints, just making it pretty clear that, you know what, maybe it'd be best if you go elsewhere. And then LeBron basically got out ahead of it and announced he was leaving the Lakers, and they were done with that problem. Next day, 2 days later, they're signing Walker Kessler. They have now committed $475 million to Luka, Austin Reeves, and Walker Kessler. They have no tradable first-round picks over the next 7 years.
You know what
so they're mortgaged. They're tapped out, just like the Suns are almost tapped out.
You know the exciting whites, Bick.
The exciting whites, man. That's kind of their new phrase. So and what's interesting about this is the Lakers told Luka they were going to do this.
Yes.
That you deal with what we have to get through last year, and from this point forward, we're going to build everything around you. And they've done it.
Well, and it shows, again, more to your point of, okay, one of the biggest question marks was, okay, are you going to bring back Austin Reeves? How much does that show Luka? And how much does that actually build around Luka? And then the next one was, okay, what are you going to do with LeBron James? Because if you bring LeBron James back on another big deal, that's clearly showing Luka that they're not committed to building a roster that's fit for him, right? So LeBron James, whether you want to believe it was his doing or the Lakers doing, they're parting ways, right? And so I'm sure Luka saw the LeBron news and was like, oh, are they actually going to, commit to me and the roster in which that I could succeed in best? And I mean, all these moves have pointed to just that. Like Walker Kessler is a defensive-minded rim-protecting big that runs the floor and can play above the rim. That is an ideal center next to Luka. You get Colin Sexton, who, is a pit bull guard behind Reeves and Luka, right? And you get Quentin Grimes. What do you need with Luka? Shooting. So everything that they've done has shown Luka that we're committed to building and winning behind you. Will it actually work? That's a different conversation.
Well, listen, that is a different conversation because they still are wing deficient.
Yep.
Right? And defensively, no one knows what this is going to look like. Because Luka is not a plus defender. Austin Reeves is not a plus defender.
No.
They have Jared Vanderbilt, who's the obvious, he has to play basically because he will defend. Adu Thero, who was a rookie last year, he has some athletic pop.
They don't mind him.
So I think he will get some opportunity. Why haven't we mentioned Bronny James, guys? What are we doing here?
What are we doing, man?
Come on.
And I think they're still in business with Jake LaRavia and Dalton Connect, but those guys aren't really moving the meter one way or the other. We'll see. I mean, a guy that we've already talked, like Rui Hachimura, it would make sense now that he's probably not going to come back because of the moves they just made. But another guy that he could defend, and they're probably going to lose that. So I don't know what their defense is.
Well, listen, couple things about this. So the Lakers have gotten younger, they've gotten bigger, and they've gotten a lot more coherent in terms of what they're putting around Luka.
Mm-hmm.
But is it going to matter? Do they have enough to compete with either San Antonio or Oklahoma City? Because if the answer is no, you've just given away all your draft capital.
That's a great point. I mean, we did see in Dallas, again, this was early OKC, right? This was before they went to the finals. Like, that Dallas Luka team did beat that OKC team and go to the finals. I'm not saying that this Lakers team is all of a sudden more equipped to handle San Antonio and OKC. But again, a healthy Luka with a team that's, kind of built around him, a team like that did go to the finals. This was before the Wembanyama and Spurs ascension. This was before the Shea MVP. But there is somewhat recent, that you can do it.
It's interesting because everything we learned about JJ Redick as like a basketball mind while he was podcasting before this is actually going to come true because he doesn't have to deal with this weird roster that had Braun.
Right. That's it.
So to me, that's not to give him a flower and everything. I was surprised they were that competitive last year considering all the injuries and all that stuff. So I think he is a good coach, and that's where it gets scary. It's like, oh, you're starting to do the correct things that he's probably been preaching for the last 2 or 3 years, where the Suns are just like, wait, they just made a thing, and Jordan had a great first season, but now you're going against the good things he did with your roster
that's
building.
a good point.
Not to bring it to them, but that's kind of where I'm at with JJ Redick and that team.
And from my vantage point, I know Kawhi going back east is a big deal for Toronto, but you don't get a sense that there's the same arms race in the Eastern Conference as there is in the West.
Yeah, no. Especially if Jaylen Brown comes out west.
Oof.
I mean, if you're Boston, it's almost like, okay, if you do want to make a trade, like the East is probably, I mean, it is more up for grabs, but like the amount of players in the West, if Jaylen Brown does go there.
Heat, Knicks, yeah. That's about it.
There you go. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll close out today's show. Some off the grid coming your way. Kevin Zimmerman, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona Sports and America's Pastime. The D-backs host Milwaukee July 3rd and 4th. Listen today for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets in the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours. America's birthday. You and 3 of your besties at Chase Field for Diamondbacks baseball and fireworks. From Arizona Sports. Keep listening for your chance to win.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back, and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but that the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was a kid, we didn't have much. One day, a box showed up on our doorstep. No name, no note, just things we really needed at the time. I was probably 7 or 8, and I still remember opening it and feeling what real kindness felt like. That's why we show up the way we do at Moxie Pest Control, because one small act of kindness can mean everything.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day. The Song of the Day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL, keeping you cool but hard to spell.
All right, today's Song of the Day. Why are we playing Billy Joel in Allentown? Good question. Well, on this day in music history, Billy Joel became the first rock artist to perform at Yankee Stadium. That's a big venue.
I'd say so.
I saw Billy Joel at Chase Field.
I've never seen Billy Joel.
No, I have not.
The amount of concerts that you've been to compared to me is probably it's night and day.
It's probably pretty legendary.
Yeah. I was gonna say like
Today's Song of the Day, Billy Joel, Allentown.
Bickley and Murata, going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, we're going to start by sending prayers to Calais Campbell and his family. His mother has died, and his brother has been arrested for charges of murder. Apparently, his brother has got some issues and led to a very, very bad scene in Fulton County, Georgia last night. So prayers to Calais Campbell and his family. Former Cardinal great who's going to close out his career elsewhere. All right, something interesting happened in the last couple of days that I think bear and warrant a little bit of discussion. And that is former Yankees catcher, former great Jorge Posada. He went on a rant against Major League Baseball. He did it in Spanish on a podcast. So I went back after Sammy told me that all the audio was in Spanish, kind of had it translated. And what Jorge Posada said is that the current state of Major League Baseball is garbage. He expressed frustration over the rise of analytics, the emphasis on chasing home runs over making contact, and the acceptance of high strikeout rates in exchange for massive contracts when it comes to pitchers. Kirk Herbstreit, who's a football guy, went on Twitter and kind of doubled down, excoriating the modern-day player. And I thought to myself, I thought we were past this in baseball. So here's what Kirk Herbstreit had to say. He responded to Jorge Posada by saying, "Thank you. Where did the athletic ability go? Clutch hitting in the 8th and 9th inning, starting pitching that goes 8 or 9 innings, base stealing, hell, just good base running." And he goes on and on talking about why yesterday's game was so much better than today's game. What am I missing here?
I mean, I don't know. For me, I mean, I do love and appreciate, like a good sacrifice bunt, playing situational baseball, but I feel like that's always existed. Like the whole strikeout to just putting the bat on the ball thing, that's behind us. Like we know that there are still some guys that really try to hit for average, like Luis Ariz for the Giants tonight. But more often, you're more of a complete hitter, I feel like, nowadays. It probably means you're going to strike out a little bit more, but it also means you might have a little more pop. Like, I don't know.
I'd take these analytics, any sport. It's just you're fighting math, man. At the end of the day, you're fighting basic math. Why do you think they're doing these things? Because the math tells you you'll win and score more runs than the other team at the end of the day. And also it discredits everyone from this generation that I bet you if you stack it up, they've been playing baseball since they're tiny kids in camps all summers. They are much more skilled, and when you get into generational stuff, it's like, I don't care if Michael Jordan's group of players was less skilled than this. In the context of that time, he was a great point. And that's why I hate these arguments, because you're skewing context of different generations.
Great point.
And that's why it's not worth breath, really, is complaining about it. It's like, learn how to watch it in a different way and appreciate the skills they do have. I don't know.
And two, like, there has to be a middle ground. You have to be able to use both analytics and your eye test, right? Like, for example, the Charlotte Hornets starting five last year, they were a net rating, like the best starting five in the NBA. The Charlotte Hornets aren't the best team in the NBA. It just so happened that the collection of their five guys played over a certain amount of minutes, produced a net rating, which is an analytic that just proved that they are analytically one of the better teams in the NBA, which we all know that they're not. So you have to
why did their front office trade two of the guys? Because they knew
exactly. So you have to be able to use both.
Yeah.
Look, a couple things from my standpoint. Major League Baseball, I can't recall a time when they have had as many dynamic young players as they do right now.
That's a good point, too.
And I know also anecdotally, I live by a baseball complex that is full basically every day of the week now with tournaments and teams. Grassroots baseball is way back.
Like, what did that look like 11, 12 years ago?
They were empty. Yeah. The fields were empty. They're probably in danger of becoming pickleball courts.
Bick, did you see? So, this is a massive flex by this individual. Did you see Rory McIlroy at Wimbledon in his green jacket?
Yes, I did see that picture, and yes, that is a massive flex because green is the color of Wimbledon.
Green and white, yeah.
Green and white, and then Rory pulls out a Masters jacket.
Like, come on.
What's faux pas about wearing those, by the way? Like, what are the rules? Are they written somewhere?
It's a great point. It's a great question. I actually wondered, does Rory lob a call to Augusta National and say, are you cool with me doing this? Because those things, I mean, in the world of golf and in the world of the Masters, it's absurdly important.
Right.
Obviously.
Well, and it'd be different if, like, they had to give back the green jacket. Like Rory next year, if he doesn't win it again, he puts a different green jacket on the winner. So once you win the Masters, so Rory has two.
Right.
I wonder if he actually has two.
Can you
green
make
jackets.
the going out one is the third one?
Yeah, that's
exactly,
right. That's right.
So
that's right.
I'm like, I was trying to think, like, what other sports, like trophies, or like a lot of MLB players or NBA players will wear their championship rings out, but you can't go out in public with a flex bigger than the green
a Masters jacket. I totally agree with that. All right, you brought up something else that I think is a great point. The Charlotte Hornets and analytics metrics over the back half of last season, their metrics were insane.
Yeah.
And yet that franchise jumped at the opportunity to deal their two best players.
To change it up.
What does that tell you?
Well, one's a really bad driver, for one.
Yes, true. Both have never won playoff games in Charlotte, so I wonder if it was kind of them seeing, like, well, it's also a somewhat new regime there. Like, those guys didn't draft LaMelo and Miles Bridges, so I'm wondering if they kind of just wanted to start new with the guys that they do have. But it does bring up the point, like I said, like, analytically, they were one of the best, like, units at the second half of last NBA season, and they moved off of arguably two of their best players.
Yeah.
Crazy. All right, finally, the Boston Celtics have struck again. They've reached a deal with Mike Conley.
Wow.
Who is going to become the 14th NBA player to reach 20 full seasons.
Dude, he doesn't get enough credit. He never made an All-Star team, right? That's the thing.
That's right.
He's never made an All-Star team?
I don't think so. I think Kevin is right.
It was a thing because he was at one point the highest paid player in the game, and it's because he's, like, not flashy, not super athletic, good at distributing, shooting. Shout out to Mike Conley. He deserves more credit for having, and we're giving him the credit, I guess.
He did make an All-Star.
One-time All-Star.
Yeah.
Good for Mike.
One-time All-Star.
Yeah, he's won the Sportsmanship Award 4 times.
He's been very underrated for a long period of time. Now, obviously the Timberwolves needed an upgrade at that position, but my thinking is the Boston Celtics have done a couple interesting things. Earlier, they poached Mitchell Robinson from the Knicks. We talked about that and about how their cheap owner. You know, part of the reason why people think the Knicks won the title last year, people in New York really believe this, is that James Dolan has become fixated with the Sphere in Las Vegas, which he owns. Yeah. That's his brainchild. and they were like, thank goodness for the Sphere in Las Vegas, because it took him out of the business.
It took all of his tension to that and not on the
Put a smiley face when you're landing. It'll be great. Just do that. Don't worry about our roster. We're fine.
Exactly. Yeah, that's it. And again, that's the kind of thing that you have to deal with when you've got a bad owner. You hope he just finds a hobby. You hope he does something different to get him away and out of the building. And that's
His
the story.
hobby was ball.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And that is the story of the New York Knicks. All right, who do we have to thank today?
Anthony DeBundo.
Anthony DeBundo
Mike
was
Golick
fantastic.
Senior,
Mike Golick Sr.
And Kevin Zimmerman.
Let's give a big round of applause to
Kevin.
Kevin Zimmerman.
Thank you for the opportunity, Vinny. I hope you made it home without using the bag.
Yep, no doubt.
You did great. Thank you for filling in, Zim. Thank you to Bailey. Thank you to Sammy. Wolf and Luke next, and we'll see you again tomorrow, folks.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally, for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jeweler for almost 100 years, we're known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. We stand behind our engagement rings with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds, then negotiate for the best price. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It's Wolf, and America is 250 years old. Independence from kings and tyrants, and today, independence from missing teeth, loose dentures, and hiding your smile. That's right, Aria Dental Implant Center gives you the freedom to eat what you love and smile with confidence without worrying about your teeth. I did it, and you can too. Aria Dental Implant Center is celebrating America's 250th birthday with the Wolf Red, White, and Blue promotion. You can get 10% off this month only. If you know someone you love who's been living with missing teeth, uncomfortable dentures, or a smile they're embarrassed by, now is the time. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Freedom to smile. Freedom to eat whatever you want. Aria Dental Implant Center is restoring smiles and changing lives. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ariadentalimplantcenter.com.
This Sunday, Tempe Center for the Arts becomes the home of Arizona's largest blood drive. Vitalence, Saving Arizona, needs 700 donors to roll up their sleeves. Show up between 7 a.m. and 1 p.m. and you'll get 2 D-backs tickets and a shot at winning a 2026 Volkswagen Taos. 700 donors, one day. Be one of them. Sign up at vitalent.org/saveaz. That's vitalent.org/saveaz.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks continue to own the San Francisco Giants. They moved to 8-0 in the season against San Fran with their 8-2 win last night. Brandon Pfaadt, in his return, went 5 1/3, gave up only 3 hits and 1 run, and Ketel Marte and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. each went deep and had 3 RBIs in the win. And the Snakes will look for the sweep with Zach Gallen on the mound tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns and Luke Kennard agreed to a 2-year, $13 million deal yesterday, rounding out their roster after the Miles Bridges trade. For more on the Suns and the signing, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Employee pricing is here. You pay what they pay on F-150s, Broncos, and Explorers, starting under $42. American value for American values at Sanderson Ford.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
From the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Wednesday morning. What's going on, John? John Lunzen from Wolf.
I don't know what's worse, the fumes or the potential sickness. I might die from either or both.
You just unloaded the Lysol can.
Well, for those who don't know, Vince came in. Vince wasn't feeling well. Vince left, and we're at the same microphones. And so we just Lysol wiped and Lysol sprayed and everything else, so we'll see.
Yeah, but you like set off a Lysol bomb. I've never seen that much Lysol. It's going to be an interesting fourth hour of this show today, that's for sure. I don't know where the show sheet is.
Man, I feel like Snoop Dogg, man. I am just like catching the fumes.
All right. Well, how's everybody doing? Rick, I don't know what I did with the show sheet, so...
Here, would you like mine? Here, you can,
I know.
It might be Lysol.
This is what I know. That's a very clean show sheet.
There you go, yeah.
I do know Joey Chestnut's joining us at 10:30 today, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yes.
Yes.
He's a great interview. He's
on the biggest week of the year for him, and he's taking time out of his prep for our show.
Yeah, I wonder if he's like, is he fasting right now? Like, I can't wait to hear what he's doing. Like,
I've got some questions.
As you're prepping, like, is it just water? Is it nothing? Is it like... How do you
build
prep?
Up? Maybe you eat like 30 hot dogs one week and then 50 the next. Yeah. I don't know. But he's going to join us. Mike Fitzgerald's going to join us at 11:45. D-backs assistant general manager. Talk about a nice D-backs win last night. Here, you can have your show sheet back. I've got it memorized now.
You do?
No. We're going to start with the Phoenix Suns, though. The Phoenix Suns went out and got, I think, a player we were both talking about yesterday. He was on Gambo's list of players they were targeting. And he was the guy you said you wanted. You kind of talked me into it by the end of the show. Luke Kennard. It was either Kennard or Colin Sexton, I believe. But Kennard specifically for what he does is exactly what the Suns need.
Yeah, the only thing in diving a little bit deeper, and by the way, you always love it when the team he left, like if the team he left went, good riddance, man. God, glad we got rid of that guy. Lakers fans were upset. They're like, what? We couldn't come up with that money? We had $52 million. Now they got Sexton, they got Walker Kessler, which we can do a little bit later. But they were upset because Kennard had a really good run with the Lakers last year. He came over from Atlanta. He is, obviously last year he was number one in the league at 47.8% on three-pointers. And for his career, he's at 44.7, which is only second to Steve Kerr. The problem is he only last year took 3.1 per game. If I'm the Suns, I sit down with Luke Kennard and I go, hey, dude, that's not nearly enough.
Yeah, I mean it's a balance, right? You don't want to disrupt what he's doing. Like the reason he's so effective from three is because he takes the ones he knows he can make, and he's really good at it. But at the same time, on this team, you don't got a lot of guys that hit threes.
Yeah,
so
you got to like double that up.
You're gonna have to be attempting a lot more than 3.
I mean, I would hope that he would attempt, and it's obviously it's based on minutes. But again, he played about 25 minutes, which is enough to jack up 6 or 7. If I'm the Suns, you have an ultimate green light. Like, we want you doubling that number at least 6 or 7 a game. I mean, if you're shooting at that percentage, maybe it comes down a little bit, but he's by far the best three-point shooter on the team.
Yeah, that would be my message to him. I'm sure it is their message. We want you shooting the three over anybody else on this roster. Mm-hmm. Everybody on this roster now, we'll get deeper into the roster in a little bit. Like, it is sort of, it's taking shape. In fact, this might be it. Wow, I just inhaled all the lights.
I know. I did that at the beginning.
Remind me not to breathe when I...
Honestly, it gets you a little lightheaded.
Okay.
It's like whippets, But it's like,
never put John in charge.
Yeah, sorry. I just don't want you to get sick. I don't, you come in tomorrow, then, you'll be thanking me at some point.
The timing's not great, because even if I get sick, it just ruins my weekend. It doesn't really actually ruin anything.
We only have the one more show tomorrow, and then all of a sudden, But anyway.
The World Cup today, too, by the way.
Yeah.
Team USA.
Great day. Gosh.
We got to get that England game on. They're losing to the Congo.
Oh, that would be. Could you imagine all the English? They would be.
I would imagine they're going to shut down their country if they lose in the first round.
Very much crying in their warm beer. Yeah. It just is.
Warm beer. Nasty.
Wouldn't be good.
All right. So, we are going to get deeper into the roster, though, in a little bit, because the Suns, as it stands right now, have 15 guys. So that might not be ultimately what they can still shake things up, certainly, but they do have a 15-man roster. Here's Gambo yesterday talking about the addition of Luke Kennard.
He was incredible. He's a great shooter, just a great shooter. He's going to replace. If you got him, he would replace Grayson Allen. He doesn't do a lot of the things that Grayson does, especially downhill, driving to the basket, getting in the paint. He's not the facilitator that Grayson is as a passer, but he is a terrific, terrific shooter. And that's what they need right now after losing both Royce and Grayson.
So, I don't want to get like over the top excited about it. I saw somebody post, and I don't know who it was. I wish I had their name, but they posted from like a couple years ago. Like, hey, remember when we were all excited about adding Utah Watanabe and Drew Eubanks? And anytime your team adds a player, you're like, wow, I can't believe they got this Hall of Famer in free agency for $6.5 million a year. But they needed three-point shooting, and they got, percentage-wise, maybe the best in the NBA.
Yeah.
So
for that amount of money?
Yeah, can you not be a little fired up?
I mean, he could have gone somewhere else and made more money, but I think he saw the fit here, and a lot of people like coming to the Valley anyway. And look, does he have shortcomings? Yeah, but when he's in the game, what he's going to do is he's going to space the floor, which is absolutely huge. Gambo's right. He doesn't drive. He doesn't really defend. He's not a great rebounder. He's not a great ball handler. He is your prototypical three-point marksman sitting out on the perimeter. And you drive and you kick, and he's open, and it goes down. That's what it is.
The way this team's kind of set up right now, you're trying to get to a point where everybody has one or two specific jobs they need to do, and they just got to focus on them and do them really well. And you got to fit it all together. And one of the issues has been the Suns haven't totally been able to fit it together, and even the Miles Bridges thing, like, it really helps in some areas, but it does. You did give up Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen. I think we were all cool giving up Royce O'Neal or Grayson Allen. It just kind of seemed inevitable. Giving them both up in the same trade really leaves you with a deficiency at 3. Hopefully, Luke Kennard, though, can fix that. And this does sort of fit into the, like, hey, you just focus on this one or two jobs you're going to do, and just do it. Just do it to the highest level possible. Then it's on Jordan Knott to get everybody to fit together. Mm-hmm. And the minutes juggling is going to be interesting now, because the way it's set up, I don't know that they really have a lot of time allotted for the guys that we want to see play this year with Rasheer Fleming and Kaman Malwatch and some of these guys. Koa Pete, I would put a year behind, you know? Like if any of these guys, if they earn the minutes, then you got to give them a chance to play. But especially with Fleming and really especially with Malwatch. But it's not like adding Luke Kennard blocks that. Luke Kennard is fixing the immediate issue.
He's a fourth guard, and so you've got your starters obviously in Green and Book, and then you're gonna have Gillespie, who's a good 3-point shooter in his own right, low 40%. And then here comes Luke Kennard, and Kennard can play small forward or shooting guard. He can play either one, and he's got a clear role, like you said. And you know what I was thinking about last night is, so essentially, let's for just a second, because I know that the unprotected first-round pick is a thing. But for next year, it doesn't really matter. I'm just talking on the court. So what you essentially did was you brought in Miles Bridges and Luke Kennard, and you got rid of Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen. And as I was thinking to myself, again, we are stuck on that pick. I get it. But for next year's team, that doesn't matter. You have upgraded. Having Kennard and Bridges versus having O'Neal and Allen, you've upgraded.
That's true. If you strip everything,
I'm just saying next year on the floor
exercise. Yeah, if you strip away the off the court stuff and you strip away the fact that you got fleeced on the picks. Yeah. But if you just go in terms of what you've upgraded from this past year,
just on the floor
to this upcoming year I would say you have. Yeah, and I don't think it's like. I don't think it's extreme. I mean, Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen were good contributors to this team. But yeah, Miles Bridges is probably the best player out of that group all around. Yeah. And then Kennard's probably fourth on the list, but he's so good at what you need that doesn't really matter. I don't care if he can get offensive rebounds or there's a lot of things that I don't need Luke Kennard to do, but when we need threes, get out there and fire up more than 3.1 a game.
Yeah, I think that's probably the only thing about it. But, yeah, he fits. And, that's the thing about an NBA roster and an NBA rotation. You want players to fit, and he definitely fits for what they needed. And had they not gotten him, Sexton goes to the Lakers. If you don't get Kennard, and I think the Lakers made a decision. They decided Sexton over Kennard because a lot of people wanted Kennard back with the Lakers, and he played very well when he came over from Atlanta. So you want the pieces to fit on a team, and if you hadn't gotten him and Sexton was gone somewhere else, there was a major drop-off, I think, after these two players. Yeah. I wouldn't have been excited for the rest of the names that were on the list, so I think they did a really nice job in convincing him to come for a pretty, as far as the NBA is concerned, a pretty low amount of money.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. They had to do that because otherwise maybe they had a pretty good sense they could do this when they made the trade. I don't know. It's I think we're still early in Brian Gregory's run as GM to kind of have a strong sense of what he's thinking or how he's attacking things, but it worked out. So it's, for the most part, like you said, on the floor for next year, I think it worked out. It's still obviously the picks are probably going to catch up with them at some point, but that's not our issue for right now. Family 4-packs to D-backs Brewers July 4th at Chase Field. Celebrate America's 250th with Arizona Sports. Your next chance to call in and win is during the 11 o'clock hour, so don't miss it. When we come back, wouldn't it be nice if the Diamondbacks could just play the Giants, I don't know, every game? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now the 1-2 is swung on, and a little looper towards left. Kepler racing on, makes the catch, and make that 8 in a row. Diamondbacks take down the Giants by a final score of 8-2, and they will try to sweep the Giants for the third consecutive series in 2026.
Don't miss D-backs Giants series finale tonight at 6, right here on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sidelines sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Risa can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Picture this. It's 8 o'clock on 4th of July. It's 102 degrees outside, and your AC just quit. That's exactly the moment Precision was built for. We stay fully staffed all summer, nights, weekends, and holidays, because that's when you need us the most. And we never charge extra for after-hours calls. Make the Precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Decision with Precision Air.
Hi, it's Wayne from Amco, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any Amco.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and Amco's authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say Amco has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, Amco does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call Amco first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Right now, the Funk Soul Brother. Check it out now. The Funk Soul Brother. Right about now.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. What does D-backs manager Troy Lavello want his team to accomplish before the All-Star break? We're going to ask the skipper today at 2:30 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
The Funk Soul Brother. Right about now.
All right, Joey Chestnut's going to join us in about 15 minutes. You ever talked to Joey Chestnut? I feel like you probably have.
I have numerous times.
Okay.
He's a great interview. He's a lot of fun. He's a little bit different than you think. He's not like coming through the microphone, but he's got some stories. Because he doesn't, for people who don't know,
he eats for a living.
Yeah, he doesn't just eat hot dogs. He eats hard-boiled eggs. He eats just buffalo wings. Like he just, and he's the champ at everything.
Yeah.
Like, and it's just, it's a sight to behold because he's not gigantic. And like Kobayashi wasn't gigantic. Like they just have a system down.
I feel like this is like the biggest day of like Rick's life. Like Jamal, how fired up is Rick that he got Joey Chestnut? I feel like if Rick could have anybody on the show, like if they were like,
Joey?
You can have Michael Jordan, you can have LeBron in studio, I think he would choose Joey Chestnut.
Yeah, and you know, by the text he sent last night to our group chat, like I could just hear the smile in his voice.
When we were going through the pre-show meeting, when we got to that segment, every time he mentioned it, he didn't say Joey Chestnut, he said Joey Chestnut.
He's trying to make it last as long as possible. Like if he could have him on the whole show, I'm sure that's probably what.
No, he's fun, but it's just it is beyond the realm of belief. Like I know this is going to sound crazy, but for any athlete, for what they do for a living, it's incredible what they do.
Yeah.
But I can't even fathom what he does. And then I know Darren Rovell, I think, does this every year, like how many calories he consumes and how much fat and how much, like through the 76 or whatever hot dogs he eats in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And he shows the numbers. Your body should explode. Like for eating, your body should just go, it should just combust like, but it doesn't. Right. And he eats like this all the time. Like
it is one of those things where like, this is going to sound ridiculous, but just bear with me for a second. If you told me from like an early age, hey, you got to train, but we're going to give you like the right coach and everything, do I have a better chance of, okay, soccer's on. becoming a somebody who's good enough to play in the World Cup, or somebody who can eat 76 hot dogs in 10 minutes. There is a 0% chance I could eat 76 hot dogs in 10 minutes. There's at least a fraction of a minuscule 1% chance that if I had the right training my whole life, I could get on a World Cup team.
I mean, I'm not sure, and we could ask him this, like the average person, even if they tried his style, what he does is basically throws one in his mouth, dips the bread in the water, and then he goes to the next one. Like in 10 minutes, because you would get so you'd feel terrible, like turkey dinner times 1,000, right? And maybe one a minute, maybe I could do 10, maybe.
Can you imagine that conversation with your parents? Like,
what are you gonna do for a living? Yeah. What are you gonna do with your
Mom,
life?
Dad, I'm leaving school. I'm gonna go eat hot dogs.
I know
I'm gonna be a competitive eater.
But I really like mustard too. So I'm out.
Seriously, it is. I don't know how anybody. I mean, it's disgusting to watch, but I find myself watching it every single year. But competitive eating, some of the things, hard-boiled eggs, just some of the things he eats is like your body is just screaming.
Eggs,
it's horrible. Can you imagine your body if it could, speak back to you? No, not one more. No. God, I hate you.
Yeah,
your body is
that
just
would be
like
most people's body after one hard-boiled egg.
Yeah, right.
Like at least hot dogs. Okay, put some baseball on. Maybe I can knock off 3. Maybe?
Yeah, right.
I don't even know.
I mean, has anybody ever tried, he does the 9 and 9, and some of the stadiums are trying to do it cheaply, but the legit 9 and 9, I've seen him do it, and he does it like it's like he's drinking a glass of water.
Yeah, I'm sure
it's
those
just
places
nothing.
are like, why
it's
did we
impossible.
let Joey Chestnut to do this?
Yeah, it is impossible. Yeah. Could you imagine if he was walking up to the, but he says he enjoys it.
I want to say, we got to ask him if he ever, if he just goes to, an all-you-can-eat buffet, if they just, turn the lights on. Sorry, the power went out. Sorry, Joey.
Did you see who walked through the door? Close the doors. Red alert.
Out that entire
he would
section
too.
in 4 minutes.
You think I'm not going to get my $34.99 worth? Oh yeah, it's on.
Diamondbacks won last night, and Brandon Pfaadt pitched well last night. And we talked about how this is a real possibility yesterday on the show. We've seen Brandon Pfaadt in the past step up when the Diamondbacks need him the most. The issue has been consistency, but we talked about this yesterday. If you're asking Brandon Pfaadt to come in and give you a decent start against San Francisco, I think he can do it. He did it. He 5 1/3, 1 earned run yesterday. Not like Cy Young worthy numbers. He struck out 2 guys. He's had kind of a weird path, especially with that rain out in St. Louis last week. It's sort of altered his path back to the major league level, on top of just the fact that he struggled as a starter at the very beginning of the year, and then as a reliever even. They got bounced down to Reno, and they were stretching him back out. But it's great. I thought it wasn't just effective, he was efficient last night. He gave him 5 1/3 on just 66 pitches, which is probably all he was going to throw. It seemed like he was on about a 65 pitch count. So the fact that he get him 5 1/3 innings instead of just 3 is that in itself was huge. And then only give up the 1 run. And because the Diamondbacks were playing the Giants, they put up 8, and there we go. 8-0 against San Francisco this year.
Yeah, and he at times he just looks the part, even when he talks about pitching, the whole thing, and you think he's going to be really good. And my son does a podcast with the Diamondbacks, and he broke this whole thing down. But essentially, the biggest thing you can take away, his first ball strike rate was 80%. So he was getting ahead of pitchers. He changed his pitch mix last night big time. I'm not going to get too much into the numbers. And then you could see that even his windup was different. The way he was throwing the ball was different. So, it was funny because we talked to Josh Colmenter yesterday, and we asked him for these struggling pitchers in the middle of the season, what can you overhaul? Because they really don't want you overhauling everything. But essentially what they did, and I wish they could do this with Zach Gallen, but they really can't because they just have the injuries. But he goes down to Reno. They completely change his mechanics. They changed the way that he attacked hitters.
Yeah.
And so, because the question I think everybody would have after this outing is, well, is it sustainable? Well, he changed everything. Now, maybe the next, they had advanced scouts come in and go, oh, okay. Because I think part of the issue was lefties outside of Arise, who was the only guy who got a hit against him last night, went 0 for 9.
Yeah.
So he changed a lot of things. He went down, he fixed some things, and you could tell his confidence level was up, and he just went at hitters, got ahead of hitters, and everything worked out great.
Well, the question, when you say how sustainable is this, and we'll get more into this obviously later in the show, but what's your definition of sustainable? Is he going to go out there and give up 1 run every game for the rest of the season? No, but this is a guy that made 65 starts over the last 2 years. So also in terms of just durability, when everybody's going in and out of the lineup, he's been a rock in the sense of they could count on him pitching every 5 days, giving them innings every 5 days. And again, everybody that follows the Diamondbacks knows what the book on Pfaadt has been just in terms of production. Maybe not necessarily how he got there, but it's this is a guy you could count on to give you 5 or 6 innings every 5 days for the last 2 years. But if he gives you 6 innings, probably 4 or 5 of them are really good, and one of them has blown up on him. I mean, that's the harsh reality of this. But it's not like we're talking about a 35-year-old pitcher. He's 27. He's pitched in big games before as a rookie in that run to the World Series. I mean, I think right now he's pretty clearly in your rotation. Now, you can't possibly consider pulling him back out.
Any of these guys outside of Erod, which we have a high expectation level for, I've boiled it down to, can you give them a chance to win? Can you give the Diamondbacks a chance to win? That's all I really care about. So for what he did over, 66 pitches last night was a big-time bonus. If he can be effective, now you have 2 starters. Now who else can jump forward? And I think that this is why I've been advocating the whole time, and now they really can't do it. But I would have loved to have seen Zach Gallen when they could have. Okay, go down to Reno. I get it. You're a big-name guy. Go down to Reno. Let's mess with some mechanics. Let's get somebody mentally in there. What's going on here? Because he needs an overhaul. He continues to go out and throws the way he does. You don't a lot of times, like Josh Colmenter said in the middle of the season, as you stay on the Major League roster between starts, have an opportunity to overhaul your mechanics or your mental state. You've got to go down to the minors and do that. So I don't expect Gallen to be any better because he hasn't had an opportunity to change anything.
Yeah, it's in Gallen's pitching tonight, and they have a chance for their 3rd sweep of the Giants this season. Obviously, if beating them the other night made it the first time they've ever begun a season 7-0 against the team, I'm pretty sure this is the first time they've ever started a season 8-0 against the team, and they have a chance tonight to go 9-0 against the Giants, but it is Zach Gallen on the mound, and his last good start was against the Giants a little while ago, back in May now. So, we'll see how this goes.
Isn't it kind of like something's got to give tonight? Because you always beat the Giants, but Zach Gallen never wins.
Yeah, you're right. Something's got to give.
So, what is it?
But what you just said is what really sort of, it's not the only thing that concerns me about Gallen right now, but it's right near the top of the list. There's nothing tangible to say, okay, but he had time to work on this. He missed a turn through the rotation. He went, I know he's not going to go down to Reno, but whatever. He's changed something. Like Fott tangibly has changed something.
Yeah.
It may or may not work. Gallen, though, is for the most part just going to go out there and basically have to try tonight what he did against Tampa on Friday or the Twins the Saturday before that. And so we'll see.
You know that thing where you got 15, you retired 15 straight batters do that.
Yeah. Focus more on that than what you did last time.
Yeah.
Chance the Rapper is bringing the Coloring Book 10-year anniversary tour to Arizona Financial Theater September 16th, and we've got your tickets, so text CHANCE to 620-620 or head to our contest page to enter for your chance to win. All right, when we come back, what does Joey Chestnut need to do to win his 18th Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Contest on Saturday? Wait, before we go, Rick, I asked Jamal when you were out in the hallway, is there anybody in the world that you would rather have on than Joey Chestnut? Like, we were debating if you were offered LeBron or Michael Jordan or Joey Chestnut, would you go Joey Chestnut?
Depends on the week, because to this week, it would definitely be Joey Chestnut.
All right, that's what I figured. We're going to ask the Major League Eating legend next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona sports and America's pastime. The D-backs host Milwaukee July 3rd and 4th. Listen today for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets in the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours. America's birthday. You and 3 of your besties at Chase Field for Diamondbacks baseball and fireworks. From Arizona Sports. Keep listening for your chance to win.
This summer, America's turning 250 years old. Start your celebration at Tractor Supply with up to $150 off grills, griddles, and smokers. Select grilling accessories or buy one, get one half off. Buy one 20-pound bag of Tractor Supply barbecue pellets, get one free. And save every day with propane refills. So raise the flag, fire up the grill, family's on the way. Celebrate and save with great deals now through July 5th at your local Tractor Supply.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this waterman is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is your job for Sponsored Jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed Sponsored Jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns agreed to trade Grayson... Wait a minute, that's my Monday update. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are signing guard Luke Kennard to a 2-year deal worth $13 million. Kennard is second in NBA history in three-point percentage. He led the league in that category last season. For more on the deal and what the Suns are getting with Kennard, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a sweep of the San Francisco Giants tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it is win or go home time for the United States men's national team in the World Cup. The Americans take on Bosnia and Herzegovina in the round of 32 tonight at 5. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
All right, welcome back. Well, you know what week it is. I mean, we're into July now.
Isn't that wild?
Which that in itself is wild, which means Nathan's famous hot dog eating contest is coming up here in a couple days. John Lund's in for Wolf today.
It is the 26th, the 2026 Nathan's famous hot dog eating contest live on ABC and ESPN. I don't think it's been on ABC before, but the men's competition is our time at 9 a.m. ESPN 2, and ABC's got the simulcast in the women's competition is at 9:45 local time, ESPN Plus, the ESPN app. Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
They handed us hot dogs. I think we're doing something with these in a minute.
I'm excited.
assuming Rick, did you get a free hot dog? Is that why you signed off on all this?
I did.
Yeah. That's,
Look at the smile on his
all
face.
It took, man. You give Rick a free hot dog, you can take our car. Joey Chestnut is joining us on the line, right now. And this, see, you've talked to him before. I'm excited for this. He's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now. Of course, he is the major league eating legend. That everybody else is measured against. Joey, thank you so much for the time. How you doing?
Doing pretty good.
So give us some insight now. We're a few days away from this thing. What's your regimen? How do you get prepared for this thing that you're about to do to your body?
Well, it's ridiculous. No, right now I'm recovering from my last practice, so it's just high fiber diet, trying to get back to normal weight. Come Thursday, I'll stop eating solid food again, do my cleanse, and I'll go into the Saturday really, really, really empty, and I'll be able to suck in my stomach and be like, all right, there's room for 76 hot dogs. That's 77.
Is there? I mean, that number is unreal, but like 15 feels unreal. But when you get to that point, you've been doing this. You go in with a pretty strong sense of like, yeah, I could break the record again today. I mean, it's your record you're breaking all the time.
Well, it's there's conditions. Unfortunately, I wish it was as easy as just like, all right, I know what I can do. Then there's the heat. We're talking. It's not Arizona heat, but it's like it's hot as heck, and then it's humid. This Coney Island humidity, this East Coast humidity is nuts. And yeah, and then there's the audience, and then the dogs. If the dogs have been sitting out for a while, they're kind of rubbery, and they're a little bit slower. So there's all these weird little things that can get in the way, and it's just I have to focus and be on top of it.
Yeah, give me the mental side, because people know this, but I mean, you're not just the hot dog champion, you're the just about everything champion, and there's a mental side to this whole thing. So when you're hyping yourself up and you're up there, it's not like, the average person would just sit down and eat hot dogs. You've got a mental state on this whole thing. What is that like as you're getting ready to prepare, as you're on the stage, as you said, the humidity's hitting you, the crowd's going wild. What is your mental state at that point?
I just got to find my rhythm, find my happy place. It's just there's just a certain couple things I need to do. I bite, chew, swallow, breathe, and keep going. If something bad happens, I'll make mistakes. I just gotta stay calm, not let those mistakes compound, and just get back into the rhythm. And it's just I love this. I love pushing my body in this fashion. I love dominating my competitors. Before the contest, I tell them, like, you guys are screwed. It's not competitive nicing. I'm there to eat, and I'm gonna dominate.
So before it even starts, you're just like, dude, like, you know what I mean? Like Tyson used to walk into the ring a certain way, or just because I don't even know. Do you have like you had Kobayashi, but is it nobody's really close to you right now, right?
I don't know. Yeah, Kobayashi's awesome. I smoked him last time we went together. No, my biggest competitor is probably myself. me getting complacent or me screwing up. It happens. It's father time is sneaking up on me. I'm 42, and I've been really, really lucky. Not no real like I've never really been sick on the 4th of July. So knock on wood that things just keep going the way they have been. And if I find my rhythm, it's I'm gonna be looking at that record.
We're talking to Joey Chestnut. The intimidation factor, I know you were kind of joking there, but that's got to be real, right? Like some of these guys, especially like you'll see like 5 or 6 people lined up, and it's like I don't even know who 4 of these guys are, and they have no chance against Joey Chestnut. I would imagine if somebody's like struggling to get like their 8th hot dog down, and they look over and you're at like 30 already, and you're just cruising, it's over. Like the mental game here has to be big.
Yeah, it's a really weird feeling. You're like you said, we're lining up next to these guys, and we all love to eat. We're all competitive, and it's just like, and you just know, you can feel when they're starting to slow down.
Yeah,
and I know that my best is like they can't touch it. So it's just again being in the right place, having your head in the right space, and then just not letting anything bother you.
Okay, so you don't just eat hot dogs though. You eat just about everything. What's your favorite thing to eat, and what's your least favorite thing to eat?
Oh man, I love eating. My favorite, like, are you talking about contests?
Yeah, just anything. Yeah, or just anything.
Well, yeah, I'm not married to one food.
Right.
I get cravings for good tacos.
Oh yeah.
I love it. Sometimes I get a craving for a good prime rib, like a creamy horseradish and au jus. Oh my god, yeah, that's what I'm kind of craving. At home I don't eat any carbs So it's a real treat when I have pasta or something sweet. So it's like I'm kind of craving pasta right now. Once I'm done with this contest and recovered, I'll probably have some.
Do you ever walk into like an all-you-can-eat and they just shut it down? Like they just Joey Chestnut is here, shut it down, and you're just like, sorry, man, I'm getting my $34.99, and you guys are going out of business.
The only time I've really ate myself silly, there was a really good prime rib at the I want to say it was Bellagio, all you can eat buffet, and their buffet is so darn big. I'm not even putting a dent in it. It's it's like it was like, damn, I'm hurting, and they're not even feeling it.
What's the craziest, just as far as contests, what's the craziest thing you've had to eat a lot of to win?
Oh, I did cow brain tacos.
Oh,
and they did me dirty. It was bad. Like, so they sent me a recipe, and they were supposed to be like sautéed with some veggies and garlic and oil. And so I made them at home. I was like, damn, they're not bad. I'll do the contest. And I went to the contest, and they just boiled them. They were just like boiled brains.
They did you dirty.
And it was bad. It was like Stand By Me. People were like getting sick, and like somebody. It was gnarly.
It
I was
doesn't
just
sound great.
Matt Stoney was standing next to me. I just made sure I was one ahead of him the whole time.
Oh. That's brutal.
All right, we got these dogs.
Okay.
So what was the tip you gave? John and I are going to try and each eat one as fast as we can. One, not 76, obviously. So what's the tip here as far as
so we got the dogs
you said bite,
here.
chew, and breathe.
Let me see those dogs.
Yeah,
you got some 7-Eleven.
Yeah,
big bites.
These are nice Sonic, just average size hot dogs.
There's nothing on them.
And then Luke didn't go with the water, but I went with the water. So is that the deal? Like you just shove the dog in and then you dip the bun and then you're rocking. What's the go-to?
So for me, I love the rhythm. I eat the meat and then I dunk the bun. And then as soon as I get the whole meat in my mouth, I use that wet bun as a sip of water to get it down.
Okay.
And so it's hard. You guys just don't choke.
So this thing, I just shove this in my mouth, dip that thing down, and just go.
Somebody's gonna have to
is that the deal?
Yeah,
the whole thing. You shove this whole thing in your mouth, and then you dip this in and go.
Go for it. Well, you got to chew a little bit. You got to chew enough to swallow comfortably.
Yeah, I'm not like a dog. I mean, my dog just eats things whole. I'm like, where'd that go? And he's like,
I'm worried about you over there.
No, I'm going to try.
Chew.
If I die, what was it in Rock? If he dies, he dies.
It'll be good YouTube content either way, which is all that matters.
No pain.
Chokes and dies. I mean, that's pretty good.
All right, are we really going to try and eat hot dogs in front of Joey Chestnut?
Yeah, it's embarrassing, but it's like taking it's like shooting a jumper in front of Jordan.
Dunk in front of Jordan.
Yeah, but
missing. Okay, all right. So who's saying go here? Are we ready? All right. So Joey, can you give us the on the mark? Get set, go.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, eat.
Oh,
that was pretty good.
I'm already done.
He's all the meat's in his mouth. He's dunking the bun. He's looking. Attack that bun. Eat that bun. He's got a wet bun. It's all in. It's all in.
This is what I've learned. Joey Chestnut knows what he's talking about, especially with the bun separate from the meat. Because I'm one bite in, and John's already like on his second dog. All right.
I couldn't do more.
Oh yeah, John smoked him.
Yeah, this was not my finest hour. And now I got to send us to break while still chewing this hot dog.
No, that's it.
The bun is.
Dipping the bun is the thing.
You're eating slow like a child, or somebody who's in like or some sort of home.
I'm really.
I mean, I don't know how many times I could do that, but I mean,
person doesn't eat
you got
slow.
it now that I've done it because I've never dipped the bun before. Now that I've dipped the bun, there's no other way. Yeah, there's no other way.
Well, the bun is fast. Also in a contest, I'm using warm water.
Oh.
So it's like think about like hot yoga. I want these muscles and everything to stretch.
Yeah.
So no cold water. I'm trying to get everything to be loose.
Yeah.
Definitely doing water.
Yeah, you got to do water because that's dry. You should hold that thing up.
No,
you should be completely embarrassed to do that in front of Joey Chestnut.
No, I am embarrassed.
You have the dog. No, there's like one bite out of that.
I couldn't, but it was the bread. Yeah, I probably could have done the dog, but not the bread. I screwed that up. All right.
Yeah, you dipped the
Joey, bread. Forget what you saw here, please, and go out there and dominate like you do every 4th of July, man. Thank you so much for the time.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna smoke them. You guys have a great 4th of July, guys.
Right, you too, man.
That's competitive eating legend Joey Chestnut. It's not a legend. He's the legend.
Yeah, he's the guy.
Joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. So thank you.
You got to watch
for
it.
That.
I mean, listen to him, but he is mentally like I'm smoking those guys before I even eat one.
Have you Side note, have you ever even tried this before? Because you got through the actual dog pretty quick.
Yeah, the dog wasn't bad. It's like you said, when you start dipping the bun, but it breaks it down and then you can do it. But I mean, could you imagine, like, it took me probably a long time. I could probably do, 10 of those in 10 minutes. I don't know. Maybe it took me a minute. What did it take me? I don't know, 45 seconds?
I imagine it gets tougher after the first 4 or 5.
You just got to quit. I think what he was saying is you just got to mentally forget what you're eating.
I can tell people, though, now having tried this, you have to dunk the bun.
Yeah, you have to.
Because I'm just chewing the bun for the whole segment. Like,
it's too dry.
It's 2 o'clock, and I'm still like, hold on, I'm almost through the bun.
I don't know how he does 76 of those because my body already is like, it's 10:43 and you just shoved a hot dog down your gullet. What do you do? Like, we don't do that.
That might be my highlight of 2026 is Joey Chestnut saying, what are you doing? You're eating like a child.
Some of these comments are incredible here. We have Robert who said, we need this guy to talk to Zach Gallen, show him the way to winning
that's
attitude.
A good call.
Man.
Yeah, he is mentally. He is just.
That's
like
no
Jordan.
joke. Like being, I mean, he said he's got to basically he didn't say he's fasting, but he's like eating really disciplined for weeks leading up to this. Probably.
The question I almost asked him, and I thought better of it because it would have been distasteful, is what's the aftermath? Like we asked him how he mentally gets prepared, but how do you? What about after?
You can ask him that after the 4th of July. You get in his head right now. Joey Chestnut's
let's hold these up though, just so you know. That's gone. And what do you got?
Most of it. I'm going to be eating during the break. Family 4-packs to D-backs Brewers July 4th at Chase Field. Celebrate America's 250th with Arizona Sports. Your next chance to call in and win is during the 11 o'clock hour. Don't miss it. When we come back, this is an abrupt turn. How do the Arizona Cardinals win back their fan base in the Valley? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue. And then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagus, president of Bright Wealth Management. All right, Matt, estate planning. People know they need it. Most never do it. What is the cost of waiting?
Well, their family pays for it. Probate, legal fees, delays, sometimes conflicts between people who love each other, all because there was no clear plan.
And a will isn't enough?
Usually not, and here's what most people miss. Beneficiary designations override everything. Wrong name, outdated info, and the money doesn't go where you think. Unfortunately, we've seen it happen.
So what does the right plan look like?
A funded trust, updated beneficiaries, powers of attorney, all aligned with your financial picture. A plan your family can actually use when they need it most.
And you walk people through all that.
Step by step. Call 844-726-9116 and schedule your legacy review. Protect the people you care about today. 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-30 3600. That's 480-676-3600 for advanced window products.
Keep the 4th alive by saving lives. This Sunday, join Saving Arizona, the state's largest blood drive, and help Vitalant reach 700 donors at Tempe Center for the Arts. From 7 a.m. to 1 p.m., every donor will get 2 Arizona Diamondbacks tickets and a chance to win a 2026 Volkswagen Taos. Arizona's 72 hospitals need 700 donors every single day. Roll up your sleeves and help our families today. Sign up at Vitalant.org/SaveAZ. That's Vitalant.org/SaveAZ.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What has stood out after the first day of NBA free agency? We'll react to the most notable moves on today's Burns and Gambo show. 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Thanks to Joey Chestnut for joining us last segment. That was fantastic.
He's unbelievable. We were just talking about this during the break. Like, it just underscored the point of, like, you might be able to golf or you might be able to do this or, whatever. I don't even know where you'd start competitive eating because I just did one and my stomach's like.
First of all, you nailed it. I was so thrown off by how quickly you did it, but that was one, not 76.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I can do one. Yeah. I might be able to do 2 or 3. He does like 76 in 10 minutes.
Typically the world's slowest eater, but now anytime anybody's like, hey, eat faster or eat slower, I'm going to be like Joey Chestnut told me I eat like a child. So there's really nothing you can say.
To your defense, the dry bun is just like, it's like putting sand in your mouth.
That was a poor showing by me. I'm going to train for next year. But that was good dog.
Well, it's a good dog.
Got a free hot dog out of it. I have no problems with that.
Exactly.
Trey McBride. All right, so we are going to transition here to Cardinals, but I feel like that last interview is going to come up a few other times on the show today.
It is.
Trey McBride was on with Bussin' with the Boys, and I'm just going to play the cut. I mean, I hate to play stuff out of context. Like, it's probably better to hear the whole interview. But the reason we're not playing the whole interview, obviously, because it's not that show. I'll play the cut, and I want us both to sort of react here to what happened.
We crush Coop because Coop is a massive Cardinals fan.
Which is wild.
Yeah.
Because there's not even a whole lot of them in Arizona.
There's none in Arizona. So the fact that we have some in Nashville is pretty cool. Yeah.
Dude, I grew up in Arizona and what was it, 07, 08 when they went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
it's the first time in my entire, I was like a junior in high school. It's the first time I ever saw like Arizona Cardinal hats out there ever. And then all of a sudden the Super Bowl was over and the hats just kind of went away.
Everyone left.
Yeah, it was like fairy dust. They'd all just kind of in the distance.
Well, it's like, living in Arizona, no one's from Arizona. Everyone kind of has moved in from another state, so they're all fans of their own team. So now you have the Arizona that sits there and there's no Arizona fans in Arizona. So it's a tough deal, but
dude.
Hopefully we start winning some games and we can bring some of those fans back.
All right. Thoughts?
He didn't lie.
He didn't lie.
I mean, he was just spitting facts, and I don't think he was trying to be derogatory. Where I would say is, if you give people a reason to come out as fans, they will.
Which he has done. To be fair,
so it's not his fault. But it's sad to hear, but it's the truth.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's no Cardinals fans.
Right.
I mean, just sort of firing for effect there but
last year when it was like Green Bay or Seattle or San Francisco it's not. But I mean, last year especially, those games, because I went to a couple of them, it's shocking.
It's one of those things where people may have different opinions on this. I do feel like it's gotten worse over the last few years. There are certain teams, and that's just an NFL thing. Like, there are certain teams. Steelers fans travel. There are certain fan bases that just travel, and people act like, oh, it's only the Cardinals whose stadium gets taken over. No, it's like Cowboys fans. Like, those teams travel and they take over most
in our division in the NFC West. San Francisco and Seattle travel really well.
They do.
Everywhere.
But it has gotten worse as the Cardinals have struggled. I mean, they've been in the playoffs since 2021. So so absolutely it has gotten worse. But I think what that sort of reinforces is every time we're talking about it, or you hear like on the broadcast, or you hear just general media like, hey, don't sell your tickets to Seahawks fans. Like it's always done through the lens of like, yeah, because your fellow Cardinals fans are sitting there and it's not even fun for them now. Like, once you turn a certain amount of the stadium over to the other fan base and your home team is losing, like, it sucks to go as a Cardinals fan because it's almost like going to a road game and your team is losing, right? And you're in a division that's the toughest in football. But what it sort of I don't think this has surprised anybody, but it does sort of highlight the fact that, like, yeah, the players notice it too. This isn't just hey, the fans that are actually going and sticking through it are complaining. Like, no, the fans, the players are looking up and being like, I see a lot of blue playing the Seahawks. Great. I didn't see a lot of Niners gold and red.
Right.
Like, yeah.
Well, the Niners game last year especially was bad because they took the opening kickoff for a touchdown.
Yeah.
And the place went bonkers, and then it just they were never in the game. So it was it was a 49ers home game.
Yeah.
From jump.
It raises the question, though, of like, how do you flip this if you're the Cardinals? Obviously winning.
Mm-hmm.
I used to go through this with the Coyotes a lot when I worked for the Coyotes, and it wasn't every team, but it was the Blackhawks, like when Chicago came to town, because there's just a lot of people here from Chicago. Yeah, there
I've
were
been to Red
certain
Wings
teams.
games. Yeah,
absolutely. And
back
there
in
was
the day.
There was a stretch there when Chicago was actually good and didn't lose like 80 games a year. So then their fans, they had new fans that didn't even have the previous year, right? But the biggest thing, and I think the Cardinals can flip it more quickly. Like with the Coyotes, I'm just using them as an example because they played right across the street. It was, you had to win, and there's 82 games, and like it's hockey in the desert as opposed to football. Football's king everywhere. If the Cardinals just start winning, they will flip it back. It's not going to be 100% on some of those teams, but you're not going to have like random teams fans. They're going to, Chargers fans are taking over the stadium. Like if the Cardinals are good, that's going to go away. They just got to actually start winning.
The atmosphere in State Farm Stadium, or then University of Phoenix Stadium, back in the playoff run to the Super Bowl, when they left the roof closed on purpose to make it super loud.
And Kurt Warner wanted the roof closed because Kurt Warner is a monster
dome
indoors.
guy.
Yeah,
dome guy. But yeah, I mean, that place was electric. Yeah. And then I have friends that went to the Packers game in the 2015 run, and they said that's the loudest sporting event they've ever been in. So,
yeah,
I think that the Cardinals fans exist. They're just sad.
They're just beaten down right now.
Yeah. Well, look, winning changes everything. There's no question. And if you know that you're going to go to a game and spend all the money and the amount of money that it costs now between parking, concessions, everything else, and your team's going to get blown out, then you're not going to go. And I don't like when organizations tell me what I can do with my tickets. Don't sell them to Seahawk tickets. Don't suck.
Yeah.
And I won't.
No.
If I win, or if I can go to a winning game or at least a competitive game, I'll keep my tickets. But it goes beyond the ticket because now I've got to pay for concessions, parking, everything else. I got a family of 4. All of a sudden, I'm spending a couple grand to what? Be out of like when it comes to the 49ers game last year, to what? Be out of it at opening kickoff?
Well, and did you agree with what I'm saying? Like once you flipped a certain amount of the stadium, it's like, okay, I'm a Cardinals fan. I'm going to go either way. Like I'm not selling my tickets. I'm going to go. But when I show up at the game and I'm just surrounded by Rams fans and the Rams are up by 30, it's like, okay, well, this isn't fun.
Right.
Or like the Packers, like, because you hear this a million times, I bought season tickets. I can pay for them basically by selling my one ticket to Packers fans.
One of the key things you said there, though, was I understand the 49ers. I understand the Steelers. I understand the Packers. Even if they're good, they're going to come to your stadium.
It's the other fans you got to flip.
What you just said, the Rams.
Yeah.
The Rams when I was covering the 49ers years ago, there was more 49ers fans than Rams fans. The Rams don't have a rabid fan base. So if they're taking over your stadium, and proximity-wise they can, but they don't have a fan base or a traveling fan base like those other teams we just mentioned. If they're taking over your stadium, you have a problem.
Yeah, and the other part of this, and we can get back into this, but like this is a destination city to live in or stay in or visit, certainly during football season. If you live in Minnesota, you want to hang out in Minnesota in December, or you want to come to Arizona and watch the Vikings or whatever. You know what I mean? So and there's a lot of people that live here that are, I'm a Cardinals fan. Like, that's great if they're winning, but I'm also a Lions fan, or I'm also a Bears fan.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, how many people do you know like that? That's like, you're a Cardinals fan, except I'm a Bears fan.
Well, and what's interesting that what you just said, to be fair to the Cardinals, is it happens here. It happens in Vegas. I've covered lots of games in Vegas. The Raiders have no following in Las Vegas, and it's the perfect city to go for a weekend. Yeah. Every game I've been there, it's been the opposite team dominating, and the Raiders stink.
I was there once when the Carolina Panthers fans took over.
Exactly.
The Panthers had fans.
Yeah, and the same thing happens in L.A. No matter how good the Rams are, if it's a good traveling team, they'll take over SoFi Stadium. What do those places have in common? Like you just mentioned, you're coming from the Midwest or the Northeast or somewhere like that where it's still cold. They hate it, and those are destination cities, and the road team takes over Vegas, L.A., Chargers and Rams, and here.
You get a bunch of people from Wisconsin in your city telling you how much better Wisconsin is, but they don't want to be there.
Right.
And they're going to cheer on their team as their team's beating your team by 25. All right, when we come back, do the Suns still have moves to make this offseason? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief. What feeling is that, you ask? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from back pain. That move how you want to, not how you have to feeling. That keep going through your day without slowing down feeling. The kind that brings you back to yourself all day long without interruption. Oh yeah. Because Aleve offers long-lasting pain relief. Feel up to 12 hours of back pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Imagine someone watching interest rates for you all day, every day. That's exactly what Rate Owl from Lund Mortgage does. Our proprietary technology scans over 50 wholesale lenders 24/7, looking for the right rate at the right cost for you. And when it hits, we alert you right away. No constant checking, no second guessing, and no missed opportunities. Because your time is better spent with the people you love, not stressing over the market. Let us do the work so you don't have to. Go to lundmortgage.com/Rate Owl and enroll for free today.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are signing guard Luke Kennard to a 2-year deal worth $13 million. Kennard is second in NBA history in three-point percentage. He led the league in that category last season. For more on the deal and what the Suns are getting with Kennard, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a sweep of the San Francisco Giants tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it is win or go home time for the United States men's national team in the World Cup. The Americans take on Bosnia and Herzegovina in the round of 32 tonight at 5. And that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Zach Allen back on the mound tonight at Chase Field. What could possibly go wrong? We'll discuss our baseball team tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. We expect hour number 2 to be as crazy as hour number 1 was.
Probably not. We're probably not going to have the world's best competitive eater, and we're probably not going to, have him coach us on how to eat hot dogs. That was spectacular.
It worked for one of us, didn't work for the other one of us. But
I guess dry buns don't go down fast. That sounded weird, but you know what I mean.
It's nothing great there. So the Phoenix Suns, essentially, you have a 15-man roster right now. Okay, I can read through it real quick for people that are driving around, whatever. But you've essentially got Booker, Gillespie, Bouye, Green, Goodwin, Kennard. Let's say those are your 6 guards. I mean, they move guys around, I get it. But let's just say, for the sake of this, you've got Brooks, Highsmith, Dunn, Bridges, Fleming, Pete as your forwards, and then Malawach, Williams, and Oso Ighodaro as your centers. Now, there's flexibility within that group, but if the season started tomorrow, I don't think it would be crazy that that's your lineup that you're running out there.
Yeah, and as we said before, I think that the draft pick aside, if you're just saying next year and you said you got Kennard and you got Miles Bridges and you lost what you lost in the trade, you lost O'Neal and you lost Grayson Allen, I think on the court next year you're a better basketball team. And then what you also have to take into consideration is everything around them, which we'll get to. And I think, for example, like the Lakers, they lost LeBron James. They just signed everybody with their $52 million in salary cap space, and I don't think those players are better combined. Walker Kessler is a really good player with Utah, but he's kind of limited in what he does. He's a shot blocker, but I don't think they're better. And so in just looking at it, what you're trying to do is you have San Antonio and you have Oklahoma City, and you try to get as close to them as possible. It wouldn't be crazy, and this is going to be fun to do when everybody starts ranking the Western Conference, and there's still moves to be made, but the Clippers just said, yeah, we're done. Utah's a little bit better. Portland is still working on things, but so it's not exactly done.
I kind of like what the Clippers did for this upcoming year. We'll see, but they were in such a messed up spot because of everything they gave up to get Paul George, to get Kawhi. I mean, that is why Oklahoma City is as good as they are. But the flip side is the Clippers were kind of gutted, and they had the oldest roster, I feel like, in sports, and they've pretty well flipped it over the last,
I think they did a nice job.
2 months, essentially.
Yeah.
Well, I guess starting with the Zubats trade.
Yeah, but I mean, they got the 5th pick because of that, and they got some young players, and you know
why they got the 5th pick? Because Indiana didn't put a protection on the pick.
Stupid.
Or I guess they protected it top 4, but why not just protect it?
Exactly.
Why trade a pick that isn't protected anymore unless you're getting Giannis in return?
Yeah. But in terms of the Suns, the only thing I would, and I don't want to be a broken record on this, I would have just waited a little bit because we're seeing the chaos that's going on. And what's going to happen is somebody's going to shake free. Somebody's going to want to get off that team. The Clippers did a nice job, and so they got rid of Kawhi. But I think that they went to Kawhi and basically said, this is the direction we're going to go. Are there other teams that are potentially going to do that? Is there other guys going to shake free? What's going to happen with Jaylen Brown? I just think that you wait until the big moves are made and you say, okay, I couldn't get player X, Y, and Z. Hey, Miles Bridges, let's do that as a backup plan, but it was the Suns' A plan. And I would have just maybe waited a little bit till the smoke cleared because even though a lot of guys have signed, LeBron still hasn't, which then that could have, ripple effect somewhere. If I'm an organization, I like what they've done. I have no issue with it other than the pick, but just for next year, I just would have waited a little bit to see if the smoke had cleared and where I was.
Yeah, because here, I'm going to play this cut from Keith Smith. He was on with Bickley and Marotti yesterday talking about, the big trade chip the Suns do still have is obviously Jalen Green. I'll play this cut first.
Yeah, I always say anybody can be traded. It depends on what you're willing to do it. So I think if you're the Suns, I would be very cautious. I'm certainly not paying any of the precious few assets draft-wise that they have left to trade Jalen Green. That's not going to be a thing I do. But if a team says, well, we need some backcourt juice, we need some scoring out of this position, and we've got a couple guys that don't really fit with us, maybe you could make something like that happen. There's a lot of talk out there that the Chicago Bulls are looking for backcourt scoring, and they're going to have a bunch of cap space. So that might even be one where, all right, you're probably not returning anything. And put it this way, you're not returning any players where I think people are lining up at the team shop to buy their jersey.
Gotcha.
But you're in a position where you could probably move him for like someone like Isaac Okoro, and that gives you another different option on the wing, something like that. But yeah, maybe even a Trey Jones, who gives you another point guard option. But yeah, I kind of think with the Suns, be careful, and then because Jalen Green is kind of your last best big salary trade chip to use to really improve this team around Devin Booker.
I think we've all seen this, and it's not just in the last couple of years, but it's been highlighted in the last couple of years, with Luka getting abruptly traded. I mean, and maybe that's not a good example to use because it seemed like Dallas was intent on him going to the Lakers, but we see big names move in the NBA more than any other sport.
Yeah.
You'll see them occasionally in other sports if they become a free agent, but in the NBA, like I could throw out any name right now, and I'll throw out Anthony Edwards. People will be like, that's ridiculous. They just brought in LaMelo Ball. Okay, we'll check back in a year because Anthony Edwards might very well want out in a year. Or if he doesn't, somebody else that we're not thinking of right now is going to want out. And when they want out in the NBA, they get out.
Yep.
Like because NBA players have set it up where they have pretty much all the leverage. And you see it year after year. And so to your point, maybe just be patient, and whether it's a Jaylen Brown, because it seems like he might be on the move sooner rather than later anyway.
I would have waited until that deal resolved.
At least figure out what's going on with Jaylen Brown. Yeah, because and that cut right there is Keith Smith talking about Jalen Green, and he said, I would not be attaching any picks to try to move Jalen Green. Totally agree. They don't have any left to do that. But what if Jalen Green goes out there at the start of the season and is scoring and he's healthy, and a team that's looking for help like that has a disgruntled superstar, and the Suns could have said, you know what? This dude doesn't want to stay with you. You have to move him. We all know it. We'll give you Jalen Green and the 2030 unprotected pick and something else. That's a lot more appealing than just, we'll give you Jalen Green.
Yeah, and he mentioned the Bulls, and I'm only saying this because he mentioned the Bulls. And we were just talking about fit. A couple segments ago, we were talking about fit.
Yeah.
Josh Giddey's on the Bulls, and I'd rather have Josh Giddey at the point and Book off it, and that might be a better fit than Jalen Green. I'm not saying that he's as talented. I think it might be comparable, and they play two totally different games. But my point is if Chicago's going to have a bad start, then maybe there's a fit. But it's to your point, which is, and I think he was making this point, from a value standpoint, it's not the time to trade Jalen Green because he was hurt a lot of last year. If he comes out of the gates, like you said, and it's the midway point of the season, and he's playing lights out or as well as he can play, and then there is a disgruntled player, which there will be 100%. I guarantee you, there will be a disgruntled player.
Yeah,
it's because
three.
Right, because LaMelo Ball went to Minnesota does not mean that Anthony Edwards is going to love playing with him, and he already started to kind of kick up some dust. It always happens every year, so there's going to be somebody that's going to do it. I just, in the whole, as of right now, because if there was no Jaylen Brown, fine, but I have to wait until that gets resolved if he goes somewhere to make my move.
Yeah.
And to your original point, here's the thing. What other sport has LeBron James, Kawhi Leonard, like these are two surefire Hall of Famers, and LeBron might be the best player ever, depending on what you believe, and they're moving teams this offseason. It doesn't happen like that most of the time in other sports.
Luka just moved. I mean, we could sit here and rattle off 10 players that, 3 years ago you would have been like, wow, I can't believe LeBron moves a lot. I get that, but it's just in general, you can't be selling low and buying high. To your point, I still think their on the court product next year is improved from what it was last year on paper. I don't know if it's going to translate to more wins, but you can't keep selling low and buying high, or it's going to catch up with you at some point down the line. Red, White, and You this July 5th. Continue the celebration by saving lives. Join Vitalent's Saving Arizona Blood Drive at Tempe Center for the Arts from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. 700 donors are needed. Visit our contest page for more information. We come back. How big was Brandon Pfaadt's performance yesterday? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now the 1-2 is swung on, and a little looper towards left. Kepler racing on, makes the catch, and make that 8 in a row. Diamondbacks take down the Giants by a final score of 8-2, and they will try to sweep the Giants for the third consecutive series in 2026.
Don't miss D-backs Giants series finale tonight at 6, right here on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Oh, here's the secret to a fast, smooth move in Phoenix and the East Valley. Moving Team 6. They know the city and all of Arizona inside and out, which means smoother routes, faster moves, and less stress. Their brand new Mesa facility serves the East Valley with the same trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, professional packing, and secure climate-controlled storage. I also love how they support veterans, giving them real jobs and proper training. Every crew member is a full-time, experienced, and ready to get the job done right, licensed, insured, and fully equipped dude. When they move you, it's clear. They take pride in their work, efficient, professional, on time, and careful with every belonging. They don't consider the job done until it's done right. Over 25,000 moves completed, 15-plus years in business, and still family-owned and operated. For a stress-free move you can trust, go to MovingTeam6.com. That's MovingTeam6.com.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What does D-backs manager Troy Lavello want his team to accomplish before the All-Star break? We're going to ask the skipper today at 2:30 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
So I get these emails. I think Wolf gets them. Do you get them too, John? Like the just random odds on stuff and how much they've changed?
I do.
Okay. So I'm looking at this during the break, and I'm just kind of going through like some of the, like trying to see if there's any important email in my emails. Okay. And I'm looking through, and it's like, okay, well, here's some of the NBA stuff. Like now Cleveland is the favorite to land LeBron for whatever reason. Mm-hmm. The Raptors, like this stuff doesn't really mean anything, but it's just interesting sometimes. The Raptors title odds went from 80-1 to 20-1 when they got Kawhi. The Clippers went from 80-1 to 500-1. So why were the Clippers 80-1 with Kawhi and somehow Toronto's 20-1? But whatever. Fine, that's NBA. Like I'm interested. Did you get the Kelsey Swift wedding
Yes,
trumpet?
I did.
Why is this in my
Oh, I'm
inbox?
so glad you brought this up. It's going to dominate the whole segment because there's some stuff in here that is just wild.
I'm reading through some of these, and I don't even know who half these people are, but the will Brittany Mahomes be a bridesmaid? I'm pretty sure that's a no. That would be my guess.
Patrick Mahomes' wife?
Yeah, and it is no is minus 1,000.
See, I thought those two were friends. Maybe they had a falling out. I'm not up on it.
Some of these, half these names that they're running through, like, will so and so be there? Will this? And I don't even know who this person is, so I'm going to go ahead and say
I gotta find
no.
it because It's so funny you bring this up because I got this morning. The one I care about, and you probably got it, is how long this thing's going to last.
Oh, I didn't even get to that part.
There's one that I can't remember the odds on it, but I'm just a firm believer that this thing is going to blow up. And there's ones on like when she gets pregnant. And
yeah, there's a bunch of that in here, too.
Yeah, there's a ton. But
who bets on this stuff? No, you can't actually bet on this, right?
I don't
who's
know.
really betting on this? What time will the vows be exchanged before or after 6 p.m.?
You know you can.
Oh,
really?
You think so? Yeah. I got to find this now. Now I'm angry because I can't find it because there's some ones.
There's other
on the wedding
places you can go now for that kind of stuff.
Oh, but you don't mean like a reputable.
Oh, like
place.
the prediction markets? You mean?
Well,
Why are you speaking in code, Rick? We clearly don't know.
He's being very.
Well, you know.
You're being very Sorsby about this.
No, I don't. Anyway.
Let's see here.
Anyway, when we come back, or not when we come back. How about we just get back to what we're going to talk about?
Yeah, sorry. I was obsessed with this morning, and now I can't find the email.
No, I'll forward it to you. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I obviously saved that one.
I have it somewhere.
I cleared out like all the
is.
important ones from management, like please attend this meeting. I was like delete, but I kept the Kelsey.
Yeah, I did too, but I don't know
bets.
where it is. It's somewhere.
Brandon Pfaadt last night comes in, gives the D-backs 5 1/3. Actually, wasn't that far away from a quality start. That quality starter. Not because he just didn't go deep enough into the game, and he was never going to. He's basically on a 65 pitch count, and he threw 66, got him 5 1/3. That was one of the better starts we've seen from a Diamondback not named Erod in, I don't know, a month. Like it is.
Oh yeah.
Fight for your right to party.
It's good to see Brandon Pfaadt back out there.
I like it.
Yeah, I feel like they have their number 2 starter for the foreseeable future.
Well, we went from yesterday of, they don't even have a number 2 starter to not only does he pitch well, this is how crazy, this is their season in basically a nutshell.
It's
up, down, up, down.
such a roller coaster, man.
So then he pitches well last night, changes his total approach, his windup, his pitch mix went down. So you have some optimism, not only from last night, but maybe even beyond. And then we get news from Torrey yesterday that Soroka is going to be back sooner than expected. Like yesterday, we're talking to Jack Summers and different sources, and they're saying, maybe mid to late July, and now we're hearing maybe a week to 10 days from now.
That would be the Diamondbacks season is truly a roller coaster.
Yeah.
People use that term a lot. I use that term a lot. What a roller coaster, but then you start really high and you end really low, or vice versa. Like roller coasters don't begin at the fairgrounds and end on Mars. Like they end up right back where they started.
Right.
And that is what the Diamondbacks are. Here's this crazy high and crazy low and crazy. We don't have a pitcher, but we got a great bullpen, and you end up at 500.
Right.
Like you end up right
That's
back
been the
where
season.
you started.
That's a great
and
one.
That's exactly
That
what
is a
they
great
are
analogy.
now. One game above 500, and yet here we are in the middle of the roller coaster. And I'll continue to say this with caution. I don't want to overstate Brandon Pfaadt. I don't think they have this lockdown number 2 starter all of a sudden. But this is a guy that every time they've called on him to start a game over the last few years has been available to start, which on this team is huge. He made 65 starts over the last 2 years. You cannot really make more starts as a pitcher over 2 regular seasons. And yes, the ERA was high, but he gave him a ton of innings. And he gave him a ton of good innings. He just had some really bad innings. I think now, as you stretch him out, you've got somebody in your rotation. So you've got Erod. Who's 2? Is it Merrill?
No, it changes by the day.
Okay.
Like right now, it's Pfaadt.
Okay,
Pfaadt
so
is your 2.
It's maybe you don't have a 2. Then you got 3 Pfaadt, 4 Merrill, 5 Gallen.
Yeah.
And so when Soroka comes back, he's your 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but even
we can do this. We're going to win the World Series. Live forever.
I don't think I've ever followed a team. I'm being honest. I don't think I've ever followed a team in which it changes day by day. There's 162 of these. And one of the first things you learn in baseball, it's not like football where there's 17 and they happen once a week. And if you lose a game, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Over 162, it's like, whatever, man. Like, we can't do this. But yesterday, it's like, you're okay, Erod pitches well, whatever. when you're sub 500, you're like, oh my God, we got to sell everybody.
Yeah.
And then this team goes one over 500, and it's like they're going to hey, in 23 they won 84 games. They went to the World Series. Like,
that's true.
It's not only a roller coaster ride, it's like the steepest roller coaster ride, and it goes every 24 hours based on winning or losing.
It's like a roller coaster ride, though. Like you go through it once, okay. That was really dizzying, but at least I know where the dips and the rises are. Then you go through it a second time, and it's all different. Like, okay, now the bullpen's
they can't hit,
really
they can't
good.
pitch, they can't hit, they can't pitch, they can't pitch, they can't hit.
Now all of a sudden they're scoring 9 runs, and the bullpen's unstoppable, but the starting rotation's terrible. They are a game above 500. What I do keep coming back to is something you said earlier this week. Look at the other teams that they're in the wild card race with, because I can hear people out there right now being like, oh, come on, like you guys are ridiculous. When they were 2 games below 500, we said they were done. It's because they are done. Them getting 1 game above 500 doesn't mean they're back in it. Maybe not. The teams around them are all flawed. Like San Diego can't score.
No.
I continue to say I'm pretty sure like 7 of their hitters they're using glass bats at the plate. Manny Machado, I want to say, is up to 15 home runs this season and about 17 hits on the season.
Yeah.
They're just, when he hits the ball, it's a home run, but he doesn't have that many home runs. The Marlins are like there. The Marlins are in a wild card spot right now. All they want to do is give their talent to the Yankees. That's what they do. So do you really think they're uncatchable for that final wild card spot? And yet at the same time, if Gallen goes out there and gives up 7 runs in 3 innings again tonight,
tomorrow's show is like, they stink, they got to sell. I mean, that's what we're doing.
You brought this up in the pre-show meeting, and I think it's a question we're going to have to hash out on the air right now, because we created the holiday of Erod Day the other day, okay? And it was fabulous. It was
you had
festive.
a great answer.
We all had a great... So you said, okay, well, what do we do on Gallen Day? I mean, you don't really have, like, sad holidays necessarily. I mean, I guess there are some that are kind of in remembrance of sad things, but like as far as Erod Day is this great exciting thing. What do we on Gallen? Do we just
eat Venezuelan food? We party and everything.
But on Gallen Day, do we just not talk about baseball, or like what's the
well? Your answer this morning, I don't know if you remember, but it was a great answer. It's like Fight Club. That's Gallen Day. We don't talk about Gallen Day.
We already broke the rule. All right, so no more mentions.
You kind of have to, right? If he's pitching, you kind of have to. But I mean, it's a pretty good thought by you. Is just like, what else is going on?
Talk about football for a little bit or something, or maybe just talk about.
Can we go back to those Trey McBride? There's no fans in Arizona.
Got any more hot dogs back here?
Can we get Joey Chestnut back on the show? I mean. It's just like, oh,
here's Fott after the game yesterday, and a pretty strong performance.
Oh, great! Good to be starting again. Good to get back on track and get into the original routine and have a good one. So.
Talked about the path getting back just to pitch for the Diamondbacks, not just in terms of like, okay, getting stretched back out at the minors, but he was flying all over the country because they were supposed to be playing St. Louis, and he was going to maybe start against Tampa.
You're in
and
the taxi squad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a crazy 2 weeks. I was supposed to throw on Friday, so I flew into Tampa, and then right when I checked into the hotel, Hazen called me and told me I was coming back to Phoenix the next morning. So that was a crazy 24 hours, but it is what it is, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to start again.
How much does that suck?
That does
right as
suck.
you're checking into the motel, all right, where's my room? My key card usually doesn't work. I got to go. Where do I got to go? Just to the other side of the country again. Just go back to the other side of the country.
That's the whole thing. It's not like it was like Reno to L.A. It was Reno to Tampa. It's the furthest flight you can take.
They play in Tampa like once every 10 years.
Seriously, like I mean, it's good for your miles, but not for anything else. It's like you get to Tampa, and like you said, your key card doesn't work.
Yeah.
There's a note for you at the front desk. Get out. Get back.
Yeah, half the time your key card doesn't work anyway, right? He's probably just like, hey, can I just swap out the key card? Yeah. Actually,
God, can I at least stay here and have like a Cuban sandwich, hang out? No
time.
Get out.
Your boss just said you need to fly back 3,000 miles.
The same car that brought you here is waiting to take you back to the airport.
The Uber driver's like, hello.
Man, that is rough.
Well, he pitched well last night, though, after all that. Family 4-packs to D-backs Brewers July 4th at Chase Field. Celebrate America's 250th with Arizona Sports. Your next chance to call in and win is during the 11 o'clock hour. That's this hour we're in right now. Don't miss it. Do the Suns have one less team to worry about in the Western Conference, maybe? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The amount of fans in your fan base that you have alienated with this move because of what Miles Bridges has done is staggering. It just seems like it was too big of a price to pay for a player who I don't think makes you that much better. To pay all of that equity with the fan base, the 2033 unprotected pick, all for a player that doesn't put you over the top? God, that's a lot to pay.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
How's this sound? Employee pricing for all, and for all military veterans and first responders, another $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, that's how Ford is driving America forward for the next 250 years to come. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and when we go there to our Desert Ford dealers, like we did just recently, leasing a Bronco Sport for my daughter, we get American value for American values, including employee pricing. Ford has been part of America for more than a century, and once again, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. Take that 2026 Ford F-150 truck, better than ever. Work truck or weekend warrior, and it gets better with employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. And again, all military veterans and first responders, you get that additional $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are signing guard Luke Kennard to a 2-year deal worth $13 million. Kennard is second in NBA history in three-point percentage. He led the league in that category last season. For more on the deal and what the Suns are getting with Kennard, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a sweep of the San Francisco Giants tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it is win or go home for the United States men's national team in the World Cup. The Americans take on Bosnia and Herzegovina in the round of 32 tonight at 5 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess, cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona sports and America's pastime at Chase Field.
we are giving away a family 4-pack of tickets to D-backs Brewers, Saturday, July 4th at Chase Field. We're doing it right now, plus an extended fireworks celebration after the game. If you want those tickets, pick up the phone. And John, caller number...
We did 4 yesterday.
Yeah, but the game's still on the 4th.
Caller number 4 again?
4. Okay, caller number 4 right now.
I just do what I'm told to do.
That's dangerous. You keep looking at Rick for advice. Caller number 4, 602-260-9870. I just ate my
What
words.
happened?
I was about to say something. That's caller number 4. You're headed to the ballpark with the family right now. All right, you had the All-Star voting.
Oh, yeah.
You want to?
They're going to have to change this thing,
read
man.
that? That's
They're going to have to change this.
Really
So
well
phase
done
2 in the
Major League
American League,
Baseball.
not that we matter as much, but like it's an entire country voting for just their players. So like Vlad is not having a good year, but he's your first baseman. They've already got Ernie Clement at second base, so he doesn't even have to vote.
That's who I want to watch the All-Star game
Yeah,
for.
right.
Ernie Clement.
And then Bobby Witt is winning at shortstop, but Andres Jimenez, the shortstop for the Blue Jays, is second. Camanero's winning at third base with the Blue Jays third baseman, and then George Springer is ahead of Alvarez. Alejandro Kirk has hardly played this year. He's behind quite a way, the Shane Langoliers, and then there's 2 Blue Jays in the top 5, even though they're not going to start. But one of them is former Diamondback Dalton Varsho. It's not like he's crushing it. Their entire country is voting, and now there's a few of them in there, but Vlad shouldn't be over like Ben Rice or anything. So you've got an entire country voting for players and kind of screwing the whole thing up.
Yeah, I mean, that's great for them, but when the All-Star game rolls around, do we all really want to watch the Blue Jays play a half Dodgers, half Phillies team? Like,
oh, that's totally right,
yeah,
too, right?
It is funny you say that because the entire country of Canada has pulled together. They pulled together for the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
We saw this. You follow hockey at all?
Yeah, to an extent.
No, I'm just saying, like, to anybody out there that follows hockey at all, you know how Canada turns on itself so much in hockey. Like, Ottawa hates Toronto. Everybody just hates Toronto. Montreal hates everybody. Like, it's just that they would not, if this were NHL All-Star voting, no Canadian teams from Canadian teams would be making the All-Star game because they all just turn on each other. But in baseball, you're seeing the power of Canada in the American League.
They're just like going anybody but an American, and they're just that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
So they got to fix this.
They
I
won't.
get it. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it should be the fans' game, and I get that, and I'm all for it. But when it starts getting kind of weird like this,
there's got to be some sort of hey, only 3 players from a team can be voted in as starters or something.
Well, remember, there's money tied to contracts and this kind of stuff. Plus, like you said, it's like let's get the best players who are the most deserving in there. I think that's fair.
Yeah. And I would say baseball probably has their All-Star game together the most.
Yeah, I like watching that.
Yeah.
The NBA's tried. NHL's a good All-Star game now. It didn't used to be. But
yeah, but they keep moving it around.
Yeah.
The NHL hits on these great ideas, and they're like, okay, got to move on. And then it's like, hey, wait, that was actually a good idea. Corey and Tempe won the tickets. That's what I was waiting to hear. So if you weren't Corey from Tempe, you've still got a shot at Diamondbacks tickets for the July 5th day game. Head to the Arizona Sports app right now for your chance to win those. It's app only, though, the July 5th game. So download it and enter before it's too late. All right, let's get into some of the NBA stuff that is going on. Kawhi Leonard to the Raptors. I mentioned that earlier. Really flipped the Raptors championship odds. I can't picture Toronto winning the championship with this, but they did win the championship with Kawhi. Yeah. And to be honest, I couldn't picture them winning it that year, and they won. Now, half of Golden State was hurt at that point, but still, Toronto won. Kawhi does win when he plays, so that's a potentially significant move in the sense that the Clippers, I said earlier, I like what they're doing because they weren't going anywhere, and they needed to kind of overhaul things, and they've stockpiled some good picks and young players now. But in the immediate, upcoming season, they are probably towards the very bottom of the Western Conference now.
Yeah, that just took a team that was might have been neck and neck or something. And it's amazing what they've done. They had Harden, George, and Kawhi, and they won absolutely nothing. It's Kawhi's hometown. He's from L.A., went to San Diego State, and then now he just was like, okay, let me go up to Toronto. And a lot of it has to do with the Eastern Conference, probably better, easier than the Western Conference. But as far as the Suns are concerned, I don't know that they're the worst team because the Kings are still hanging around, and there's some teams near the bottom. Memphis is on a total rebuild. But I do also think what the Clippers are doing has something to do with the way that this lottery is going now. Because I think when you look at it, and Charlotte's kind of doing the same thing, not maybe to this extent, but I think teams are saying, well, if we can't win the whole thing and we can't really tank anymore, we can be, though, a little bit lesser and get ourselves into a position. Because even if you're not the worst team, because of these flat odds now,
you have a much better chance.
Right.
And that's one of those things where they just changed the rule, right? So nobody truly knows how it's going to play out. So if you're in the business of walking around thinking you're smarter than all the other teams, well, this is a chance to sort of play the angle here of probably everybody doesn't have an exact concept of like getting these unprotected picks, certainly, or even just getting, unprotected is what you want because you have a chance to win the whole thing.
Well, they got 2. And that's the whole thing is these other teams that got 1, now they get 2. And to explain to people again, it's not who you get, it's the concept and the value of those picks. And so now the Clippers have put themselves in an amazing spot because they got Brandon Ingram, who's okay. He seems like he's been around forever, but he's still only about 28 years old.
It also still feels like he hasn't totally reached his potential yet.
Right.
Like there was 1 year, like 6 years ago, where like, dude, this guy's going to be really good. They were calling him like mini KD, and maybe it was a different KD. I don't know. Maybe I assumed it was Kevin Durant. I don't know.
But he's not horrible. But then you got the 5th pick, and so anyway, for the sake of our conversation, though, they're clearly behind the Suns right now. And then the most fascinating team to me is the Lakers are going to lose LeBron. It's already been announced. But then they took that $52 million in cap space and went and traded for Walker Kessler, and they got Colin Sexton, a couple other guys. I don't think they're better. I mean, they have more guys, and maybe the sum of the parts will be better because of the way Luka plays, and you're not going to share the ball with LeBron. So they might be a better team, even though you would look on paper and think they're not. But remember, this is kind of how the Mavs were built. 3-and-D type guys, shooters around Luka. He drives, he kicks. Maybe they'll be better, but just in terms of you essentially traded LeBron for Sexton and Kessler and a couple other names that aren't huge names.
Are you surprised they got Kessler?
Yeah.
I was a little surprised Utah moved on from him. You're right. I mean, on paper, you essentially made that trade, but that doesn't tell the whole story because LeBron's a free agent. He's leaving. Yeah. So, you could have gotten nothing to replace him, really. So, I don't know. I don't know what to make of the Lakers.
Are they better than the Suns with this team, do you think, or no? Or is it too early to tell?
So this is, and you already said why they're such a complicated team. Basketball, you can get worse on paper and better in the standings, or vice versa. Like the Suns are better on paper right now. I'm not sure they're winning 45 games next year, but they're better on paper, talent-wise. The Lakers, I mean, they're worse without LeBron. Let's not bury the lead here. But maybe it unlocks more from Luka or the guys around Luka. Maybe, and if it doesn't, they'll just get Dallas to give them Cooper Flag for whatever.
Well, and this is what he wanted. I mean, the word out is Rob Pelinka told Luka in 26 we'd have this money. And we were going to clear cap space, and you tell us what kind of players you want. And this is what he did, because this is what Dallas was. They'll be a little bit better, maybe defensively. Walker Kessler is a great defensive center. He doesn't give you much offensively. Sexton's okay. I would have loved him on the Suns, but I like the Kennard move. But I don't know that the Lakers are better.
The frustrating thing, if you're a Suns fan, or honestly, if you're just a fan of anybody that isn't the Lakers, this is when they're supposed to be getting bad. Right? I mean, LeBron's right towards the end of his career, or maybe he's not. Maybe he'll play another 10 years. Who knows? But LeBron's leaving. This was going to happen at some point. He was going to leave the Lakers. At that point, they were supposed to be either falling off a cliff or having to get really creative to keep up in the Western Conference. They shouldn't have Luka. Like, this is where it really starts to
That's a great
kick
point.
in now.
That's a great point.
Yeah, it was messed up when the trade happened.
That's why everybody got mad, because it's like you just gave them a lifeline when they were going to die.
And maybe they could have gotten really creative and made some good moves and got their way out of it. But right now, the Lakers should not have LeBron or Luka.
Right.
What does this roster look like without Austin Reeves? You're going to tell me Austin Reeves is going to carry a team to the title?
Yeah.
So that's why everybody was so frustrated. And now you get to be all frustrated again because now we're actually going to see it play out. Whatever. I don't think they're going to win the title, but it's just like they shouldn't even be good.
No, and I'm with you on that whole thing. So those are the main things that affect the Suns. As I said, I'm a little bit surprised. I thought if they were going to move Jaylen Brown, it would have been done through this whole process. I'm not sure that he's going to move. The team to watch in the Western Conference.
But he's going to move sometime.
Now. I think you're right.
Once it gets poisoned in the NBA.
Yeah, that's true, because they've talked too much about it. The one team to watch in the Western Conference who we don't know exactly what they're doing is Portland got Ja Morant. There's no way that they're going to keep Morant and Lillard and Drew Holiday and Scoot Henderson. Like, they've got 5 guards on that team, and they're woefully thin up front now. So they've got to make a move, and they seem to be the team for Jaylen Brown. So if Portland were to, move a couple, they're not going to move Lillard, they're not going to move Ja. But if, let's say they moved the glut of guards they had and put Jaylen Brown on that team, and that was the team that knocked the Suns out, obviously, and you have Denny Advia, there, and that all of a sudden is a team in the West that you got to deal with.
They're also threatening to move to Seattle or move to where else would they?
I've heard Nashville, by the way. I have a friend there who told me that Nashville is the target for this owner.
The Nashville Trailblazers.
Or something thereof. Yeah. Makes more sense than the Utah Jazz.
So they would move Ja right back to Tennessee.
Hey, buddy. Now that I think about it, that's not a good idea.
That's fantastic.
Hey, we got your guns for you, man.
Fresh start for Ja.
Not so
get
much.
to the other side of the country.
Yeah.
Actually, we're going to move you right back to within like 40 miles of where you were from. Half Day Club is back July 22nd. Join us as we broadcast live before D-backs A's and throughout the first pitch at Chase Field. Lower level tickets are just $9.87 before taxes and fees. Text half to 620 for details. When we come back, what's it going to take for the Diamondbacks to get back to buying at the trade deadline? Or maybe they're still there. We're going to talk to their assistant general manager, Mike Fitzgerald, will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You wonder about the mindset of this team with everything that it's gone through. This is basically the third year of post-World Series mediocrity. And you got the gut punch of the Corbin Burns and A.J. Puck news. Where is the head of this team? I think that's a fair question.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Bay Sidonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Celebrate Independence Day with the D-backs on Saturday, July 4th. Enjoy an extended postgame fireworks spectacular show presented by Bar S. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
I realize the complexities of the human body and its ability to heal itself.
That's orthopedic surgeon Dr. John Herzog talking about regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics.
It's a very well thought out process, and they use it in all the professional teams around the world.
Regenerative medicine uses healing agents from your own body, like your blood or bone marrow, highly concentrated and delivered right to the achy joint.
By putting it in the spot where it can't normally get to, you can facilitate healing.
At QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader in this exciting field of medicine. Lasting pain relief with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery.
People are very happy to have an opportunity to get better without going through the entirety of a medical procedure.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain are no longer the only ways. Learn more about regenerative options that could help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246. 602-837-PAIN.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was about 13, I started mowing lawns to make a few bucks. Looking back, I don't know how I survived those Arizona summers. What I didn't realize then was how much I was learning, showing up, doing the job right, and taking pride in it. That's what guides us today at Moxie Pest Control. Because reliability isn't something you say, it's something you demonstrate. Call 888-MOXIE-10.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Still stuck in a bank CD earning next to nothing? There's a smarter way to grow your money. CanvasAnnuity.com offers market-leading fixed annuity rates with guaranteed terms of 3, 5, and 7 years. Lock in a strong rate while they're available and watch your savings grow. And remember, unlike CDs, your earnings grow tax-deferred, which means you don't pay taxes until you take your money out. Visit CanvasAnnuity.com to see today's rates and start earning more on your retirement savings.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
Diamondbacks going for the sweep tonight at Chase Field. Trying to go 9-0 against the Giants this season as well, coming off a real nice performance last night by Brandon Pfaadt and the offense. And we were pleased to be joined on the Arizona Sports Line by their assistant general manager, who's not here yet, but he will be joining us shortly. Mike Fitzgerald's going to join us here this segment. You know, the other thing, John, you and I were talking the other day, just in terms of an actual decision for a starting pitcher, like actual pitchers getting wins, starting pitchers for the Diamondbacks. A lot of these games that they have won over the last month, and it has changed with this series. Like you start going back to the St. Louis series, the wins were Ryan Thompson and Kevin Ginkel. The win they got over Minnesota was Jonathan Loizaga. The win that they got over the Reds was Juan Murillo. And Kevin Ginkel won the other one before that. Like starting pitchers actually getting wins was not happening until this series. Erod won on Monday, and Brandon Pfaadt comes right in, makes his first start in forever, and picks up a win yesterday against the Giants. I mean, he's the biggest story to me to come out of that game. But the other part of this is Ketel Marte is starting to heat up again, and we've seen when Ketel's on a heater, they just win games because his version of a heater is just home runs every night.
Yeah, and he looks good doing it. And one of the things we were talking about this before the show, I love Latin players and their flair and the way they play the game, and I'm glad that Major League Baseball has kind of loosened that up quite a bit actually. But after the game last night, he wore this awesome black bucket hat, and it just said Ketel 4, and then he had a shirt on. You could pull this off.
Oh,
he had a t-shirt on, and it was kind of like street painted kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And all of it just said Marte 4, like all over the place. Like it was unbelievable. And it's like my first thought was, man, Luke would look really good in that.
So
look really good.
Just for clarification purposes, if I were wearing it, would it say Ketel 4 or would it say Luke?
No, it'd just have to say Luke.
Okay.
I don't know if you have a number, but it's just like on the hat. If you missed the bucket hat, which was you couldn't miss.
That in itself, like you got to be.
It says
only
Marte
certain people can
4
pull off the bucket hat. Yeah,
and I can't pull that off. And then the shirt is white, and it's just like I said, like bright fluorescent colors that say Marte 4 over the whole shirt.
I just found your Halloween costume.
It was so good. It's like it did. Hey, you stole my T-shirt. No, I didn't. Nope. It says Marte 4 like 100 times on it. Just was awesome.
Well, he came up big in that one for the Diamondbacks last night. The offense looked good in that game. Gabby Moreno continues to quietly be pretty successful. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. had 3 RBIs in the game.
Yeah.
So, you said it earlier how quickly things can flip in baseball. You just have a good game or two, and all of a sudden the offense and the pitching is feeding off each other. All right, we're joined right now on the Arizona Sports Line by D-backs assistant general manager following last night's win, Mike Fitzgerald. Mike, thank you so much for the time. What's going on?
The good win last night, especially coming off the rough series in Tampa. So trying to put one foot in front of the other and build a little momentum here and see if we can finish off a series sweep tonight.
Hey, Mike, Brandon fought last night, and it wasn't just, he goes down to AAA and does nothing. He definitely worked on his mechanics. You could see that. His pitch mix was a little bit different. He was getting ahead of hitters. I think his first ball fastball was like 80% strikes. What kind of things did he work on? Because obviously he came back a little bit different, which is a difficult thing to do in the middle of the year to maybe overhaul some things and give some things some thought. But that's why you go down, and then he comes back up, and he was really good last night.
Absolutely. And then having to go down to the PCL, which isn't always the easiest environment to make adjustments and try to figure things out there. The pitching group slid him over on the rubber a little bit, try to create a little tougher angles that complement his pitch mix. And then I think from the first inning on last night, he did a great job of mixing and creating a really tough puzzle for opposing hitters to crack. And then as he started to get a little bit of leverage there and winning consistently count leverage, he was able to lean on the heaters a little bit more and maintain keeping guys off balance, but still leaning on his strengths. And then Blythe talks about this a lot, just like the intent and the presence. It felt like he had really good presence last night. obviously the adjustments that he made, seeing the success that it translated to in AAA, probably made him a little bit more confident coming into the outing last night. But yeah, credit to Brandon, credit to our pitching group. They did a really nice job getting him back on track, and we're gonna need him here down the stretch.
We're talking to Mike Fitzgerald. Mike, you mentioned the Tampa Bay series. You get swept in that one. You come back and you immediately win the first 2 games of this series. And you never want to get swept, but it happens to every team over the course of the season a couple times. Anytime you guys have gotten swept in a series this season, you've immediately responded with a win in at least the first game of the next series. And in some cases, you've swept the next team or whatever. What is that? Is that coincidence? Is there something to be said as far as just the mental toughness of the team right there? Because there have been times where it's felt like you guys were in a really tough spot, and you have responded every time this year.
Yeah, I think this group is really resilient. They're battling some frustrations right now, especially on the offensive side of the ball. We got our core 4 guys, had a really strong month in June, but we didn't do a great job of supplementing around them and kind of building that complete team identity that we've kind of hung our hats on. We struggled to do that in June. And I think even when things are going poorly, guys are still showing up, putting in tons of work, trying to be creative, trying to anchor to what makes them good, but also not be ignorant when the results are consistently telling you that it's not working for you right now. We want to avoid the definition of insanity and doing the same thing every day and then hoping for something different. But we also don't want guys just trying to throw paint against the wall. We want to live somewhere in between there where we're making intentional adjustments that should be aligned with guys' strengths. And ideally, we help get them in a spot where they're contributing in a way that is consistent and sustainable. So credit to the guys' work. We still have a ton of room to go. We have not been good enough on the offensive side of the ball. We're taking on quite a few injuries on the pitching side of things, but I think Torrey talks about it a ton, like this next man up mentality. I think our group buys into that, and guys are fighting and clawing for ways to win on the margins, and we're hoping that can help us in this upcoming month because we got quite the list of opponents headed our way, and we're going to need to – we haven't been good against the teams above 500, and we're going to get a great opportunity to show that we can course correct that here over this next month.
Hey, Mike, obviously we were talking about Brandon and the way he came back, but he went down to the minors and tweaked some things and so forth. How difficult, as Zach goes tonight and Merrill Kelly, and they're not having the seasons they want to have, but in that time between starts, how much can you tweak and work on in that time if you're struggling?
Yeah, I think it's a balance. You're trying to not reinvent yourself every 5 days, but at the same point, when the game is telling you what you have right now hasn't been good enough, you do need to make adjustments and try to piece together some changes here and there that fit within a larger identity, but that aren't just no, I'm gonna stick with it, and this thing's gonna turn for me. I think in Zach's case, and with him going tonight, it's not that you ever want to have somebody kind of reach lows and then pull themselves out of it, but Zach had to do this last year. His first 22 starts were not very good. Not up to his standard, not up to our standard, and then over the last 11, he was rolling out, I think, a 3+ low 3 ERA. He's walked this path before. He, I think, is aware of the adjustments that he needs to make and committed to building a lot more consistency than what he's had so far this year. And our hope is that some of these subtle little adjustments that he's making can kind of snowball into much larger and much better and stronger box scores than what he's thrown up for us so far.
Mike, I wanted to ask you, too, as far as the offense, because you guys are developing some young hitters that are high upside guys like Tommy Troy and Ryan Waldschmidt, some of the other guys you've had to call on and lean on at times this season. How much of a challenge is it to, no matter how good the young player is, to know what you can count on from a young player as you're actually trying to win games, too?
Yeah, I think it's really difficult to lean on or expect those guys to be kind of the core or part of a core contributor. We probably got spoiled with Corbin coming up in 2022 and feeling like, there wasn't really an adjustment period for him, and he probably went through his adjustment period the following year, or in 24 rather. And so with these young guys, we ideally want them to come up and not have a ton of pressure on them. I think in the world that we've lived in this last month plus, we're grasping a little bit to find guys that are going to come up and complement the Marte, Perdomo, Carroll, and Moreno group that has kind of held us afloat here over this last 6 weeks. We need guys like Lourdes Gurriel and Pavin Smith to kind of rebound to what their baseline norms have been. And hopefully Gurriel, with that homer last night, lets them take a deep breath a little bit and start moving in the right direction. But we kind of need those guys with more of a solidified major league track record to get back to what we believe their talent level is. And then that kind of frees up the young group to just go out, bring what they can to the game, try to be creative, dropping bunts down, but not feel like they got to go 4 for 3 every night to help us win a game.
Mike, it's always great talking to you. Thanks so much. Good luck tonight.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike. That's Mike Fitzgerald, D-backs assistant GM, joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. There's some stuff there to react to.
Really good.
Some good stuff there, especially there at the end. Like he just said it. We've been kind of debating for the last week. Like who do they expect to step up on offense? And Lourdes did last night, and they immediately won the game, so there's something there. All right, we come back. We're going to take through top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Saving for retirement and feeling ready for it? Well, you know what? Those are two different things, are they not, brothers? Well, Trajan Wealth, they help me get from one to the other. My investments, taxes, and estate plan finally working together, explained clearly. No pressure. I'm a client, and I haven't looked back, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Call Trajan Wealth today, 855-TRAJAN-1. When I sat down with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, not a sales pitch. One team coordinating my investments, taxes, and estate plan, all working together. I saw the difference for myself and became a client. They're fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth. Their advice is built around you, not a commission. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate, Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes...
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. A customer called in recently asking why their newer AC system was already having problems. My first thought was because you probably didn't have us install it. But honestly, your AC system shouldn't be failing that fast. Small issues can quickly become expensive breakdowns. Get your AC installed and maintained the right way with Precision. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC and make the Precision decision today.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details. Hey, Paul Calvisi here for Southern Steer Butcher, where America's 250th means great grilling, and great grilling packages only $59 each through July 5th. Yep, try their backyard grill featuring burgers, brats, or sausages, hot dogs, and marinated chicken wings, or level up to their premium grill package featuring marinated steak tips, Wagyu sirloin, and bacon-wrapped shrimp skewers, just $59 each at southernsteer.com, or stop by the store at the corner of Queen Creek and Alma School Road.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are signing guard Luke Kennard to a 2-year deal worth $13 million. Kennard is second in NBA history in three-point percentage. He led the league in that category last season. For more on the deal and what the Suns are getting with Kennard, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a sweep of the San Francisco Giants tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it is win or go home time for the United States men's national team in the World Cup. The Americans take on Bosnia and Herzegovina in the round of 32 tonight at 5. And that is what is trending now.
Hey.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Wednesday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch, although I feel like we already did that at 10:30 today. When Joey
One
Chestnut
hot
was
dog
on
and I'm
with
feeling
us.
like...
Please make sure you guys go back and listen to the Joey Chestnut interview. And then we'll have it live for you on YouTube on the 4th of July. It'll drop on the 4th of July. If you want to go
okay,
back.
that's what's going on YouTube. All right, yeah, it's you can hear Joey Chestnut tell me I eat like a child. I did get smoked in the hot dog eating contest, but I never once claimed to be good at competitive eating. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are signing guard Luke Kennard to a 2-year deal worth $13 million. Kennard is second in NBA history in three-point percentage and led the league in that category last season. Our Arizona Sports poll question asks, how would you grade the Suns' reported Luke Kennard signing? A, B, C, or D? There's no F here.
Wow, we should really text this to Wolf and demand that he gives a grade.
We really should.
Because he loves to grade things.
If he even has Wi-Fi in Amish country.
Even if it eats up all the data he has for the whole, just so he
Just
has
quickly give us a grade.
Look, I'll give it a B. I mean, for what they needed to do, it's hard to give it an A because it's not like they went out and signed, like, I don't know, Steph in his prime.
Right.
But I think for what they needed to do, I was a little surprised they got him 2 years, $13 million. So I give it a high B, a B plus.
Yeah.
How about that?
Well, plus, I know what he doesn't do. You know what I mean? He's not going to be your ball handler. He's not going to be your defender. He's not going to be... But I'm going to grade it on exactly what you just said, which is what was my favorite thing was on a curve, which is, look, I'm not saying he's, you didn't just pick up Luka, but I'm doing it based on the need, which was we all screaming they needed shooting. Now, he's got to shoot more. He only took 3.1 three-pointers, but he's second all-time in NBA history. He was number one easily last year in three-pointers. I'll give it an A just because I didn't think he'd play for this. And here's the other part of it is Lakers fans are not happy.
Yeah, so that right there bumps up a little bit.
I love it. Because he played well there last year after he got traded from Atlanta.
Here's the crazy thing, though. You say he only was attempting 3.1 threes a game last year. 3 per game the year before. Like, he's
a role player.
Yeah.
Right. He's a role
But he
player.
plays about 24, 25 minutes a game. So if I'm the Suns, I'm going, dude, like, in that time, you're going to jack up 5 or 6.
But, if you get back to, like, 23, 24 with Memphis, you go back to his days with the Clippers, there were years where he was chucking up 6 a game.
Yeah, I think he needs to do that.
All right. I will go with an A as well because, second greatest percentage of all time. Yes, I know he hasn't taken Steph attempts, but this is a really good signing, I think, for not that much money. So, yeah, I will agree with John here. A leads 52%, 33%, B 11%, C 4%, D.
These just haters. You're just hating.
Arizona Cardinals tight end
Those are
Trey
Lakers fans.
McBride
Yes.
joined the Bussin' with the Boys podcast yesterday and said this about the fan base in Arizona.
We crush Coop because Coop is a massive Cardinals fan.
Which is wild.
Yeah.
Because there's not even a whole lot of them in Arizona.
There's none in Arizona, so
Yeah.
the fact that we have some in Nashville is pretty cool. Yeah.
Dude, I grew up in Arizona, and like,
Right.
what was it, 07, 08, when they went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah.
first time in my entire, I was like a junior in high school. It's the first time I ever saw like Arizona Cardinal hats out there ever. And then all of a sudden the Super Bowl was over and the hats just kind of went away.
Everyone left,
Yeah, it
yeah.
was like fairy dust. They'd all just kind of in the distance.
Well, it's like, living in Arizona, no one's from Arizona. Everyone kind of has moved in from another state, so they're all fans of their own team. So now you have the Arizona that sits there, and there's no Arizona fans in Arizona. So it's a tough deal, but
dude.
Hopefully we start winning some games and we can bring some of those fans back.
How does this team win its fan base back and maybe gain a few new fans?
I think the biggest group you have to flip are the people that live here, that love the NFL, that would root for the Cardinals, but they're still tied to their former teams. And I get it. Some people live here 6 months of the year they live in Chicago, and 6 months of the year they live here, or whatever. You're probably not going to swing those fans when you're playing Chicago or Minnesota or Green Bay or whoever the team is, right? But you got to win over. You got to give your own fans a reason to come out to the games, so that like Philly fans aren't taking over when you play the Eagles, or like these fan bases don't necessarily travel as well that are taking over State Farm Stadium. You got to get rid of that part first. You got to give your own fans reasons to come to those games, and then you got to swing the fans that used to live somewhere else. But like, if you live here now, this is your team. Those are the fans the Cardinals need to win over.
Yeah. There's two things. A, free beer, and B, win at a really high level. Yeah, because you got to get them,
Which one's more likely? There's no way they're giving out free beer, so there's at least a chance.
No free beer. But you have to win. I mean, as a country, as a sports fandom, we are front runners. If we walk into the stadium and think we have a fair chance to win, and I mean, I'm not even talking about the Super Bowl years, which are bananas type things. Of course, that's an obvious one. But so that you walk into the building thinking, at least at home. I mean, at home, you should have a fair,
specifically
chance to win.
Yeah.
And if people walk in and they think we got no shot, I don't want to sit there amongst 49ers, Packers, Steelers, whatever fans. I'm just going to sell my tickets. That's got to be your first step.
You can't feel like you have no shot.
Yeah, they'll sell their tickets.
Off, like Packers fans, Seahawks fans, they'll support their team and show up even if they have a bad season. But when you're not ever making the playoffs and you're not a threat to make the playoffs, and what if they made it like 2 times in the last 10 years or something? Like at a certain point, I don't agree with it. Like if you're a fan of a team, you should stick with that team. But I understand it at a certain point, especially I think the Cardinals have a lot more fans that you're just not seeing at the stadium right now because they just want to watch the game with their family or whatever, and they don't want to go get berated by Seahawks fans.
Well, plus, you know what? Civic pride kicks in when you move to a new place, and you want to be part of the local scene. But if they don't give you a reason to, then you will stick with your team. That's what it comes down to.
I think it's consistent winning on, not just these flash in the pan seasons like 2021 or 2008 or 2015, like a 5-year run where they win the division a couple times, are the wild card, maybe get to a Super Bowl, maybe win the Super Bowl. I think that is something that would change everything for this team.
I just would say this real quick, dude. We act like they're the only NFL team whose stadium gets taken over by some opposing fan bases, but it is getting worse because they're just stacking losing season after losing season.
Brandon Pfaadt made a triumphant return to the big leagues yesterday, giving up just 1 run in 5 1/3 innings of work as the D-backs took down the Giants for the second night in a row. Can Brandon Pfaadt be a starter the D-backs rely on the rest of the season?
I think so. I mean, we talked about this yesterday. I thought so yesterday, but it's just when you say rely on, you have to know with Brandon Pfaadt, maybe he does better than this. Maybe he gets better this season. You brought this up earlier, John. He is changing some stuff. But to me, rely on, and with Brandon Pfaadt right now, is I think you can rely on that if you call on him every 5th day, he's probably going to be available every 5th day, and he's going to give you innings. And he's going to give you a chance to win some games. And then history has shown us he'll have the occasional game where he just gets blown up. And his ERA reflects it, but I've always said this with Brandon Pfaadt. His ERA doesn't tell the whole story, because when you look at ERA and you say, oh, the guy has a 5 ERA, and you're just like, okay, he's giving up 5 runs every game. No, with him, it's not. He'll give up 1, then he'll give up 10.
Yeah.
So it's like, but he did still give you a chance to win 2 of those 3 games.
The thing that was encouraging about last night, and we just talked to Mike Fitzgerald about this. He changed things. He moved a little bit on the mound. His pitch mix was different. He had a little bit different mechanics, so he went down to AAA and changed things. If he had just done this and it was kind of lucky and he was just doing what he normally did, I wouldn't be as encouraged. But he changed some things that I think threw the Giants off a little bit. Their scouting reports, and so he pitched opposite. 80%, he was first pitch strike, so he was getting ahead of hitters. He did a lot of really good things last night, and he changed some things, so maybe that can carry on. Versus just like if Zach Gallen came out tonight, changed nothing, and pitched really well. It's not that I wouldn't be encouraged. It's just he didn't change anything. And Mike Fitzgerald used that whole thing about, the whole Einstein theory, keep banging your head, doing the same thing and expecting changes. He changed things, so maybe that can be a difference maker going forward.
That's Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Family 4-packs to D-backs Brewers July 4th at Chase Field are available. Celebrate America's 250th with Arizona Sports. Your next chance to call in and win the tickets is during the 4 o'clock hour, so don't miss it. When we come back, what's the Suns' rotation going to look like this season if this is the roster? We'll dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona Sports and America's Pastime. The D-backs host Milwaukee July 3rd and 4th. Listen today for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets in the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours. America's birthday. You and 3 of your besties at Chase Field for Diamondbacks baseball and fireworks. Go to ArizonaSports.com and click on the contest tab for more info on how you can win.
Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, you handle retirement planning, financial planning, tax planning. How important is estate planning to somebody's overall portfolio?
Listen, I think it's one of the most overlooked things. A lot of people say they're going to get to it eventually, and they never do. Look, I mean, here's the thing. I sometimes say I'm a bit hypocritical because I've been preaching the importance of having an estate plan and a living trust for 20 years. I just got mine done a few years ago. So a lot of you out there know they need to get it done because, look, here's the thing. Probate is not an evil process. It's just expensive and time-consuming, and it's a process you can avoid by having proper estate planning.
And especially for those of you in split families, because then you've got to divide assets among 2 different families. It becomes very difficult. If you want to get an estate plan as part of your portfolio, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundation Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use, now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging.
Let me check that for you.
To help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. and free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. The Suns are signing guard Luke Kennard to a 2-year deal. Brandon Pfaadt made a triumphant return to the rotation as the Diamondbacks keep piling on the Giants this season. And how will the WM Phoenix Open be impacted by changes within the PGA Tour? Dan Bickley takes a closer look. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Wednesday afternoon. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf. And it is possible, John, that we have the Suns lineup now for this upcoming season. They could certainly still make a trade. They can make a trade during the season. Free agency is still going. I mean, you have a couple guys on this roster that are not like irreplaceable. Like you can't move on from them if there's a better name out there. But they also don't really have any money fitting in under like you don't want to start getting into the aprons again, right? So you got to be kind of smart with this. So this is probably fairly close, barring a trade, to the lineup they're going to have going into the season. So now the question is, how do you divide the minutes? How do you move these pieces around? And I'll read this. I read it earlier, but I'll read it off for everybody again just now that you kind of have it. You've got Booker, Gillespie, Bouye, Green, Goodwin, and Kennard essentially as your 6 guards right now. You've got Dylan Brooks, Highsmith, Dunn, Bridges, Fleming, and Pete essentially as your forwards. And then Mark Williams, Oso Ighodaro, and Kamon Malwatch as your centers. I know I read that quickly, but I think we all pretty much know the names anyway. So what jumps out to you about that? Because the first thing that jumps out to me is those rookies from last year are kind of buried on the depth chart again.
Yeah. If you assume that it's going to be Book and Green in the backcourt to start, Brooks and Bridges and Mark Williams is going to start. That's probably your starting 5. And like you said, Gillespie's coming off the bench. He'll get minutes. Kennard's going to get minutes. Goody's going to get minutes because he's a great glue guy. And then, like you said, now you start thinking, okay, well, who's going to get minutes? Fleming and Malwatch, not so much. And then, like you said, everyone's excited about Pete, but he's pretty buried now because he's kind of a Bridges type of player.
Yeah.
On the floor kind of a thing. He's not a great shooter, but he's got a great NBA body and is strong. So that's kind of redundant right there. So that's kind of what you see. And then, you're not going to play more than during the season, maybe like a 9-man, maybe if you extend out to a 10-man, because this is a really deep team. But then that would tell me that we just mentioned the 5. So Gillespie's going to play, Kennard's going to play, Goody's going to play. Now you're at 8.
One of the other centers is going to have to play just with Mark Williams going to miss some games. Like
that's right.
So, but that's probably Oso, at least at the start of the year. So, yeah, okay, what are you at? That's already 8 players right there, right?
And I think Fleming's got to get some time. I just think he showed so many good flashes, and he's
9 players.
He's a two-way type of a player. So, there's going to be a couple of guys. I mean, it's a good problem to have because I think they are Book's a star. They don't have that true superstar. I think Book's at this point of his career is a Robin, not so much as a Batman, but a really, really good Robin. But they do have a lot of good depth.
It is a good problem to have, but it's like as I'm now looking at this, I'm a visual learner.
Yeah.
As I'm looking at this and we're kind of hashing this out, it is a problem. Like you do need to. It's a problem in the sense of like it's something you need to be aware of if you're the Suns. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to have Mark Williams back. Okay, like I know some people freaked out about that. Do I want him for all the years they have him signed? No, I'd probably at some point like Malwatch take over and you could trade Mark Williams or something.
Which the contract says you can.
Yeah.
I mean, I think what people should look at that is 3-39. Look at the numbers that are being brought out. I like Walker Kessler. He's a nice center. Just got traded from the Jazz, the Lakers. They gave up two pick swaps, 2 unprotected first-round picks.
That's wild.
For Walker Kessler and a 4-year, $130 million contract. How much better is he than Mark Williams?
Well, yeah. And so it still, though, does put you in a position where, okay, so we gave names that we're going to get minutes. Okay, Booker, Gillespie, obviously. Jalen Green, Jordan Goodwin, Luke Kennard. You brought in Luke Kennard to hit threes. He can't hit threes if he's on the bench.
Mm-hmm.
So right there's 5 guys that are definitely getting minutes. Okay, Dylan Brooks, obviously. Miles Bridges, obviously. Mark Williams. Okay, so now you're at 8. somebody else with Mark Williams. So that could be Malwatch, or it could be Oso, or I guess it could be both. I mean, I almost kind of set the big men aside as their own thing, that they'll work that out. Either Malwatch is ready to take over or he isn't. But let's just say Oso. So there's 9 guys right there. And that's before you get to Malwatch or Fleming. And I think Kellen, when we had him on the other day, said this pretty well. When you get to a point where, okay, some of these guys got to play, but nothing against like a Haywood Highsmith. He doesn't need to play over Rasheer Fleming. At a certain point, you got to play. You got to play these guys that are going into year 2. You mentioned Koa Pete. I'm not that upset if Koa Pete doesn't play much this year. If he just gets garbage time, he's 19 years old and he's a rookie and they just took him. But these other guys like Fleming and Malwatch, it's time to develop these guys in games. And they did a little bit last year, but it's time to ramp it up. Fleming is like, I mean, maybe I'm overestimating what he can do. I want to see that guy get minutes.
Yeah,
like
I thought he would have a role.
Minutes.
I thought he'd have a role. And now with Bridges, that's going to diminish that role right there. And like you said, they've got players behind him. You know, it's
like, where's Ryan Dunn? Is Ryan Dunn even going to play?
That's what I'm looking at as an out guy. Like Ryan Dunn, I don't see a big role for him. But I think most people are upset over Fleming and Malwatch because I would like them to develop. And that's great. You can go to the G League and you can do certain things, but people have got to remember this. They just don't throw people out in sports, in professional sports, that you have to earn those minutes.
Yeah.
But if Malwatch has, and then I see Fleming as a guy certainly that should be a rotation player, and you took Malwatch 10, so he's really young, I get that, but you would think in the second year it would go from nothing to a role to then third year a major role.
Yeah, and I get the whole like, okay, well, it's more important to us to win than to develop rookies and second-year players. Totally get that.
Yeah.
And again, that goes back to more of the like, okay, does Haywood Highsmith have to play over Rasheer Fleming when we get into those situations? Like, no, I think Fleming has earned the chance to like, let's see what this guy can do. I understand from an organizational standpoint, like, yeah, we're going to play Miles Bridges over Rasheer Fleming. Like, we're trying to win. That's a bigger, and so that is important. But how much better is he? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, we bring in Miles Bridges, and I'm not trying to pick up Miles Bridges in this case. I'm just saying, like, okay, we bring this guy in, and he's going to take us from 45 wins to 45 wins. Like, we're not. You don't want to stunt the growth of Rasheer Fleming if you were going to win 45 games with him anyway, you know? So this now falls on Jordan Ott. I have a lot of confidence in Jordan Ott to balance this out. When the Suns hired him, the biggest selling point, at least to everybody else, to the Suns, it was probably he went to Michigan State. But to everybody else, it was he's really good at developing young players.
Player development.
So I'm confident he's going to be able to get the most out of these guys, but you can only develop so much if you're watching other guys play.
Mm-hmm. I think what the storyline is going to be, the one thing they've accomplished a lot in the offseason. The one thing they did not accomplish, even though they brought Gillespie back, is they didn't get the ball out of Book's hands a little bit more, which I would have liked to have seen him more of a clear off guard and brought in some point guard play. That's why everybody kept saying Ja Morant. Gamble's like, that was never going to happen. That's fine. But the one thing that's going to hover over this team, especially if they don't live up to expectations, is Jalen Green. Because he's their last big piece. They still have first-round picks. Even if they're highly protected, they still are valuable. And if they get off to a slower start or something they don't want to, I would start watching Jalen Green because he's the only one who could alter greatly the direction that your team is going. Because you could say, again, we had somebody that we played earlier, a guest who mentioned the Bulls as a trade partner. Well, if you're struggling and the Bulls are struggling, which they're probably going to do, they took Caleb Wilson. They're still a team that needs some things. I could see a Giddey for, and I think their contracts even match, Giddey for Green kind of a thing with some picks or some players to make salaries match, whatever, because that could greatly alter and get Book off the ball. Like, there's things like that. I like the team. They're deep, but this is what was frustrating about the Miles Bridges move is it wasn't the springboard move. And I still think if they're going to get into the mix here in the West, which is changing day by day, minute by minute, hour by hour because of the signings, they still probably have to move Green for a better fitting piece.
Well, as the roster is constructed right now, deep, certainly. Like what you said, this is a much better roster than you maybe could have expected a year and a couple months ago. Like when 2 seasons ago ended and we're all looking around like, okay, well, they're obviously not bringing back. They already tried to trade KD, so they're going to move him. You can't bring Beal back, but like you don't have a ton of picks. This is a much better roster than I would have anticipated them being able to put together this quickly. But it does, the way it's currently set up, say they're very comfortable with Book just being the facilitator again. And I just feel like we've seen the ceiling with that. And I'm not saying his ceiling. I'm just like, you got Devin Booker. The dude can put up 40, 50 any night, and you have him on this lineup right now. And want to be careful the way I'm saying this. I'm not pinning this on Brian Gregory because, again, he didn't come in like with both hands free to build this roster. But you have a team where it's like, well, okay, Book, yeah, we know you can score, but make sure you get Jalen Green his shots. Make sure you get Miles Bridges his looks. And Dylan Brooks is going to take his looks. And, okay, when Kennard's out there, that's our guy that can hit threes. Like, okay, then you are minimizing a strength of your best player. Book's still going to score, but is he going to be that killer scorer that everybody was mad at him for not being at the end of last year? Like, his role right now isn't asking him to be that guy. So I don't know how that's going to play out. We'll see. When we come back, let's get back to baseball. Ketel Marte is on a run, and when he gets on a run, the Diamondbacks tend to get going. We briefly hit on this yesterday. We're going to go a little bit deeper into it, though. Is Ketel just a clear-cut, no-brainer Diamondbacks Mount Rushmore player? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
But who would have ever thought we would get to a point in time where the Phoenix Suns would have Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green, and Miles Bridges in their starting lineup? Well, are you ready?
We've arrived.
We've arrived.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bunker to Bunker's annual Summer Throwback Golf Tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses is coming up Sunday, July 26th at McCormick Ranch Golf Club in Scottsdale. The popular two-person scramble is loaded with team competitions, the big raffle, special prizes, and breakfast. It even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Proceeds benefit St. Mary's Food Bank. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so grab your partner and register today at bunkergolf.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The spotlight is on Talking Stick Resort for Arizona's biggest showdown. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship runs from August 13th to the 19th, celebrating 20 years of high-stakes action. This year's tournament boasts an estimated $3 million prize pool. It's a monumental week of poker right here in the Valley. Get all the championship details at TalkingStickResort.com. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
I'm I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are signing guard Luke Kennard to a 2-year deal worth $13 million. Kennard is second in NBA history in three-point percentage. He led the league in that category last season. For more on the deal and what the Suns are getting with Kennard, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a sweep of the San Francisco Giants tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it is win or go home time for the United States men's national team in the World Cup. The Americans take on Bosnia and Herzegovina in the round of 32 tonight at 5. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule your consultation.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Zach Gallen back on the mound tonight at Chase Field. What could possibly go wrong? We'll discuss our baseball team tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, your all-time D-backs hits leader is still Gonzo because he's still a few hundred points or hits ahead of everybody else. But Ketel Marte is now number 2. 1,184 hits. So we had this question yesterday on the show. Would he move ahead of Paul Goldschmidt? He did. I think we all agreed he would. And he did homer. And he is now going on a Ketel Marte-like run here, which this could be the start of something huge. Either way, he's already homered in 4 straight games and 5 of the last 6. So he's heating up at the plate. He's now hitting 265. It wasn't that long ago. It was like May, right? Early, not even early, mid-May. Mid-May, he was hitting 208 for the season, 209 for the season.
Jeez.
So that was a good chunk into the season at that point. And so it's not as easy to bring your average up quickly, but he has. He's got the power right now. He's hitting 265, and this is shaping up like just another really strong Ketel Marte season for the Diamondbacks, which they obviously need maybe right now more than ever because the lineup has so many holes. But we had the question yesterday, if you were building, and this is a buddy of mine actually came up with this randomly, asked it over the weekend, and I was like, what a weird question. I'm going to answer it. Now we're doing a whole topic on it because it actually is a good topic. If you're building the Diamondbacks Mount Rushmore, specifically is Ketel Marte on it?
Well, do we start at the top of this whole thing and kind of work our way? Because he's not at the top. I mean, can we agree? Would we put Luis Gonzalez at the top or Randy Johnson, one of the two?
Gonzo and Randy.
Okay,
yeah, whatever.
So that's 1, 2, right? Yeah. And then Goldschmidt is on there?
I think you got to put Goldschmidt on there.
Okay.
I think you got to put Goldie on there.
Okay, then you have one more space.
Yes.
And it comes down to who? Marte?
Schilling's got to be in the conversation.
Okay. All right.
Anybody from that World Series team that played like a huge role needs to be in the conversation, but at the same time, you kind of get into the whole Schilling was only here for so long. Ketel's basically spent his whole career here. He had 2 years with the Mariners.
Right.
He was like the original, hey, we're only going to make trades with the Mariners. Like he was the first guy.
Right.
But now, I mean, he's in year 10 here with the Diamondbacks, and he's now number 2 on the all-time hit list. I know he's been, I don't want to say polarizing because I don't think he's been polarizing, but he's been the source of some controversy over the last couple of years, but it's undeniable what he does on the field. And I think most fans don't really care if he's a problem in the locker room. Maybe he isn't even a problem.
I think fans defend him at a really high level. And I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm just saying that a lot of fans have come to his defense if he ever needed it.
So he is a fan favorite, too.
Yeah.
I think you have to have that to a certain extent to be on the Mount
Yeah,
Rushmore.
you said it much more succinctly than me. I was trying to say that, but I really didn't say
That's okay.
it well at all.
My opening preamble
It's
in this
terrible.
segment actually took so long we can go to break.
Yeah. What?
No, not yet.
But yeah, I mean, I would put him there. I mean, you could throw Matt Williams, like you said. I really put a high value on winning when you have any kind of a debate like this. I put a huge value on winning and people who helped you win a World Series, since that's what you are supposed to do. So Randy did everything here. Schilling is a great debate to me because you look at the team that brought you a title.
Yeah.
And okay, I get it. Maybe all the things that Ketel Marte has done over 10 years, I understand those things are really important. And in 23, they went to a World Series. but someone helped you win a World Series, and without them, you don't win the World Series. And those are the teams you remember the most. So I think that's the biggest debate to me is whether you put Schilling there or whether you put Ketel there, because Schilling helped you win a World Series.
I think I would put Ketel, though, even though Schilling was co-World Series MVP, just because of the length of that Ketel has been here and the fact that when they made the World Series in 2023, Ketel was on like another level.
He had
of
a hit
heater.
every game in the postseason.
I believe he had a hit in every game of the postseason that year. So you talk about playoff performers, he's right up there with the best, we've seen in this town.
Yeah, that's such a key point because Schilling pitched here for 3.5 seasons, but they don't win the World Series without Curt Schilling.
Right.
So that's why he has to be in the conversation. Now, anybody around that team in 2001 would say, okay, that's true, but you could also say they don't win without Matt Williams. They don't win without this guy, Steve Finley. Like there's a bunch of guys that you could throw out there. Schilling, I think, would still have to be on the top of that list, but I do think what Rick just said is big in that when they went on that run to the World Series, Ketel Marte had a hit in every single game except the last one, the last game of the World Series. He had a hit in every game against the Brewers, Dodgers, Phillies.
That's crazy.
And he had a hit, at least a hit. Some of those games he had multiple hits too. So he has performed in the playoffs for this team as well, or this franchise as well. So I think Ketel's on there. The question is now who gets bumped for Corbin Carroll in a few years.
Yeah, that's the whole thing is, Ketel's been here 10 years. That's awesome, but Corbin Carroll's going to be on it.
Yeah. So, I mean, can you really bump Goldie? I don't think you can.
I don't think so.
This all adds up to, like, they've had some really great players. How about, like, some more World Series now? Because they have other really good – you could throw Brandon Webb into the conversation.
Yeah.
He probably
my God.
So it's like they have other really good players. Sometimes you go to fill out, like, a Mount Rushmore for a team that has only in air quotes been around for like not even 30 years, and you're like, okay, we got one, maybe there's a second, like you're more just grading on the curve, but these guys are unequivocally nationally great players we're talking about.
Yeah, I just think, to me, and this is where I'm having trouble, and I'm overthinking this whole thing, is just the great differentiator in sports in general, and this is why when everybody talks about these things and everybody loves numbers and analytics nowadays, do you win? Did you win? Did you help your team win? Like that's when people talk about that, whether it's your greatest quarterbacks or greatest whatever, you're having that debate. It's who won to me, because those are the people that stepped up when you won is the biggest thing. Because I don't care if you played Milwaukee on a Tuesday and you got 5 hits. I don't care. That's easy. We see guys all the time. Their teams are out of it and they just go crazy and they go nuts. And then the next year the momentum doesn't carry over. When you play well matters.
Yeah.
To me.
Well, and that's what's good about doing this for the D-backs is Gonzo obviously stepped up when it mattered. Randy Johnson stepped up when it mattered.
Legends.
Really, we need to start doing this like the worst 4 players in the franchise. That's where you get to a lot more. Do you think Bobby Bonilla's on the Mets?
That's a great story.
And not that Bobby Bonilla is like a bad player, but everybody knows today's Bobby Bonilla Day, and he just collected another $1.19 million from the New York Mets, and he still does this for like another 10 years, doesn't he?
Yeah, Bobby Bonilla and Chris Davis.
I was just going to say,
Chris Davis with
even
the
makes
C.
more.
Yeah, they're combining to make $4.5 million today.
How long is Chris Davis getting
forever.
paid?
It's
almost forever.
until the 2030s
Yeah,
at
it's
some
unreal.
point, I believe. But yeah, neither have played baseball since 2020.
Plus, the Orioles owe Bonilla money too. They pay him more money even than the Mets.
They do.
And then I read a story today, like Brett Saberhagen is getting paid. Like all these guys who deferred money. But you know who the king of deferral is going to be when he retires?
Shohei.
Yeah.
He's making $18 billion
all of a sudden,
in like
Shohei's going to
years.
start getting $60 million payments.
Because all he does right now is makes like $1 million a year, and then
but his endorsements in Japan are like
New Balance,
just tons.
Yeah, New Balance.
So he's not starving.
This is maybe the greatest case ever for a salary cap in baseball, just to see teams like the Mets and Orioles scramble once it gets implemented, and they're like, wait, we're still paying Chris Davis and Bobby Bonilla.
These deferrals, there was a whole list. There's a bunch of guys. I know the Bonilla thing makes the biggest headlines, but there are so many guys getting paid a ton of money that it's just, and they get, obviously there's no check in the mail anymore, but it's like, they look at their balance. Bobby Bonilla's balance goes from like $42 to like, I think it's got $500,000 for the Orioles too. Like just bananas.
His last game with the Mets was last century.
Yeah. It might
It's
actually
nuts.
just be a check in the mail because, like,
Maybe it
does
is.
their HR department really
Oh, I
call
would hope
Bobby
so.
Bonilla up and is like, can you set up direct deposit? I don't think they do. I think they just send him a check in the mail.
Either way, but I mean, the Dodgers are going to sell so much, and their ownership is probably like, we're going to be dead. Who cares?
We'll just move on to different ownership.
Right. I mean,
Whoever buys the Dodgers is going to have to be paying Shohei $60 million a year.
So ridiculous. They have like 10 guys that are going to be making so much money when they're. I mean, Shohei is going to be in a wheelchair getting $60 million payment,
and still, like, even in that moment, he'll still be like third in Cy Young voting and second in MVP voting. Family 4-packs to D-backs Brewers July 4th at Chase Field. You can celebrate America's 250th with Arizona Sports. Your next chance to call in and win is during the 4 o'clock hour, so don't miss it. When we come back, let's talk some soccer. One game already in the books today. So if you're an England fan, you nearly lost, but you came back and won. How deep can the U.S. men's national team go in this World Cup? The other 2 host countries are already into the round of 16. The U.S. has a chance to get there in just a few hours. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Make sure your family is well taken care of with life insurance. Protect your phone, laptops, and more with electronic device insurance, and cover your furry friends with pet health insurance.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, everybody. everybody. It's Bernsey. What has stood out after the first day of NBA free agency? We'll react to the most notable moves on today's Bernsey and Gambo show. 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. All right, so we're well into the knockout round now in the World Cup. And all of these games have come down to like the last couple minutes or extra time or the shootout, except France. Like France is like on a different level, I guess. I mean,
they were so good.
Mbappe just running all over Sweden yesterday. I think Sweden at a certain point in the second half was like, we don't want to be out here anymore. This is embarrassing.
I feel like this is a competition for second place for the rest.
Behind France?
Yeah.
Yeah, they look good.
And I think a lot of people said that, though, in the last World Cup. And then Mbappe had a hat trick in the final.
That was such a great game.
And
if soccer was always like that last game from 4 years ago.
And Messi still won.
Yeah. The star power, and there may be soccer fans out there that are like much more hardcore than me, screaming like, no, it's like this every year. You guys just don't get it. But I do follow the World Cup very closely every 4 years. I don't follow the Premier League as closely as most people do. Again, it's because of when it's in session. Like if you're going up against college or NFL football, right. I struggle to follow hockey when it's going up against college and NFL football. But I do feel like the star power in this year's World Cup is through the roof with Mbappe and still Messi and even Ronaldo, and Harry Kane just scored the winning goal for England earlier today. They were about to lose to Congo and came back, and Erling Haaland of Norway might be the best goal scorer of all of them. And now you're looking at some of these like next matchups, Mexico, England, two countries that just go insane for soccer.
Did people see that yesterday? I mean, it's not only in Mexico where it was just like almost like a revolution.
Yeah.
But like L.A., I talked to some friends in L.A., and I have a radio producer that is there in L.A., and she said that L.A., when the U.S. plays, it's big, but when Mexico plays, it is just out of control, off the hook.
When they play in L.A.?
In L.A. Yeah, that there's all these watch parties all over L.A., and they are just outrageous.
I was there for the first U.S. game against Paraguay.
Yeah.
And the whole city, we weren't even really that close to Inglewood. Like, we were a little bit further away, but, like, the whole city was buzzing for the U.S. game. And I know it was the start of the World Cup, too, but it's also just like you see everybody wearing their jersey from wherever they have ties to. So, yeah, that's the other part of this. Like, Mexico's hosting, Canada's hosting, and obviously the U.S. is hosting. Mexico and Canada are already into the second round. So the U.S. has to at least win tonight, right?
Well, this happens almost all the time. We get a burst of something, we think we're going to be good, then we're not, and then Alexi Lalas goes on, and everybody hates Alexi Lalas because he screams and yells about what we should be doing.
He doesn't say anything, though.
Yeah.
He just sits there and doesn't say, he is on the Fox broadcast being passionate, and then you listen and you think about what he said, and you're like, wait a minute, he said absolutely nothing.
But he
Rick,
goes.
Can you get Alexi Lalas on for tomorrow?
He gets scorched earth after we disappoint, right? So it's been great so far, and it's in our country, and I think it's been a wild success. I don't think there's any question about that. And the foreigners coming over and eating our food, except for Holland, who's doing good for our food.
Discovering ranch and
ranch and all these different
mozzarella sticks,
and barbecue and giant beef ribs and all this stuff, and Texas Roadhouse.
Else, we made the rest of the world a little fatter.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, man, be like us. But after Bosnia, which they're number 61 in the country, all of a sudden, after round of 16, then Belgium, but then all of a sudden it starts to be Spain, France, Argentina. Like, that's our road if those teams obviously stay in. So at some point, like, I think they should win tonight, right? I mean, would we call this a disappointment if they didn't win tonight?
Yeah, I think we're at the point because the U.S. has had this. I mean, the first three games have been really good. They've been exciting. Even the loss was exciting, and they were in this position I don't believe ever been in before, where they didn't need any points in the third game to qualify for the knockout round. But the thing is, there's 48 teams in the tournament this year instead of 32. It's always 32. So right now they're just in the final 32, you know? So I think you have to win tonight. And honestly, if you really want to make a mark here locally, like locally being the entire U.S., I think you probably need to win the next one too. After that, when you start playing Spain and France and these, like, soccer-wise, we're not on their level yet. Right. I mean, it's the main sport in those. I'm not saying you can't win a game against them. That'd be great if you did, but I think you have to win tonight. You have to find a way to.
Next two. I mean, Belgium's number 10, but
Belgium, Senegal, whoever wins that, they're going to play here shortly. Whoever wins that, like, that's not going to be easy.
Right.
But I really want to see, because the U.S. has looked so good through these first three games. And I know they lost the last one, but they weren't playing all their guys.
Yeah, people don't understand that.
Let's see the U.S. at full strength tonight. They should win. And then it's like if they look as good as they did against some of those first couple games, like maybe they can beat a power. They embarrassed Paraguay, and Paraguay took out Germany.
Right.
So I don't think anything's off the table.
Well, and just in regards to soccer, a lot of things can happen. I mean, England had an opportunity. Japan was up 1-0, and then Brazil just went crazy. But still, I mean, you're talking about a game in which, at least for the first half, they're up 1-0, and but then Brazil just hit the gas, and that was it. England could have very easily lost this morning. So, at this stage, who knows? But I'm just talking about what we always talk about with U.S. soccer, which is how far until they become disappointing. I think they need to win the next two. And then the question that is inevitably asked every time we get to the World Cup is, well, what will this mean?
Yeah.
Well, I think because it's on home soil, if they can get to, let's say a Spain, then you're talking about Spain, France, Argentina, you're playing, 1, 2, and 3 in the entire world. So that can't be a disappointment. But if on our home soil, people see this much excitement, it may get young people into it. It may, is it going to be the NFL? No. And I think that's where people make a mistake. It's not going to be the NFL. It's not going to be the top three sports.
But it can be big.
Right. It can still be big and not be the NFL.
Yeah, it can. And I do think it being here makes a difference. Like, I remember as a kid when it was here last time, and it's like, we'll play soccer. And then the U.S. wasn't even really that good that time. And they really haven't been amazing in any of these World Cups. I remember, I think 2 World Cups ago, watching, I don't remember who they were even playing, but they got to the knockout round and it was like a big deal. You got to watch these games at a sports bar or somewhere with a bunch of people because everybody loses their mind when there's a goal. Like you get the full experience when you do that. I'll be doing that today. You have to do that, right?
You're going out to a sports bar tonight?
Oh, absolutely. To watch this, yes, absolutely. But I'm not going to tell you which one because I'll bump into you over there.
4 hours. What you just said was 4 hours of you is plenty, which I agree.
But you agree, like you have to do that, though, right?
Oh yeah,
at least for the U.S. games.
I've told my wife, and no, I will not do another impersonation of her. But okay,
you have to.
Where are you going? When are you coming home? Don't worry about it. And I'll take an Uber.
I like how your impression of yourself was definitely not accurate.
No, my wife was sitting there and she's like, "How much time is left?" And she comes down in extra time. It's like she just I don't know if an alarm goes off for her. There's 30 seconds left in the Super Bowl. She comes down the stairs.
Oh, they're lining up for the game-winning kick?
Exactly. It's the 9th inning with 2 strikes in the World Series.
Well,
she goes walking down the stairs.
That could be dicey tonight because there's been 8 knockout round games, and 6 of them have been decided by a goal or gone to the shootout. The only 2 teams that have won handily are France and Mexico. Mexico won 2-0. And even that game was still contested in the second half, but at least if your wife came downstairs with 2 minutes left, you probably knew Mexico was going to win.
I'm going to do the same thing you just did to me, which is I'm just going to leave and not tell her where I am because she will. There'll be a shootout tonight. Uh-huh. There's going to be a shootout tonight, and the U.S. could win with this. Here's the come walking down the stairs. What are you watching? What I'm always watching, the 9th inning, the penalty kicks. I'm watching, the last field goal of the Super Bowl. That's the only time you come downstairs.
I feel like based on this conversation, you don't have a choice. You're not going to be able to watch the game at home anyway. You better. What? Maybe you should come out with us.
Where are you guys going? Luke does not want to hang out.
That's still being decided a little bit.
See, he's doing the same thing.
We had a spot, but then there's less people than we thought, so we might go to a different spot that's closer to it. It's too complicated.
Okay.
I don't want to bore people.
See, look at Rick's doing the same thing. Where's Jamal at?
I can tell you that.
Where's Jamal?
I don't know where Jamal is.
I'm going to hang out with him since you guys don't want to hang out.
All I was going to say is just that, I've got to. My significant other has to like sports. That's just we got to. That's got to be something that we.
That's a great conversation right there. That's a great. Sometimes well,
I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could do that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And maybe not even
like sports, or does
she? No, she does.
Okay,
yeah. It's just she doesn't know, and she'll do it for some reason. Unlike you, she does it just to hang out with me. You're the exact opposite.
Yeah.
But she'll.
I'm pushing my chair away right now.
But like I said, she'll come down for a while. It's that kind of back and forth, and then always with 30 seconds left or at a big moment.
She's doing it on purpose, which is
hey,
hilarious.
like a movie. Hey, can you catch me up? I'm watching a murder mystery. You have to watch the show.
I need someone to understand why I have 3 TVs in my living room. So if there's anybody out there,
And you don't have them to watch Love Island. You have them to watch sports.
Do you have Star Wars figures too? Or, because this might be a problem.
I'm sorry, what was that?
No, do you have all these sports? You have Star Wars figures and everything? Will there be people?
I mean, I have bobbleheads. It's kind of not that. It's not that different.
No, you mean no woman has ever walked into your place and gone, wow, 3 TVs and a bobblehead? Where do I sign up?
You've got that throwback Tony Womack bobblehead.
I love you.
Sports fans are also nerds.
No doubt we are.
That is
total nerds.
That's interesting though. Like you would never have 3 TVs to be watching 3 movies simultaneously. No. If you have 3 TVs, you're watching sports.
Yeah.
There's not. What else would you watch on 3 TVs at the same time? Nothing.
Yeah.
Plus you have
just
3
sports.
Plus you have 3 TVs, and now with all these networks, you have all these different things you can watch within each TV. You know, the 4-player.
Oh yeah, you could watch Red Zone and have Octobox on one of them. You could have 10 games.
That's when they
at
walk
once.
in your house and they go, "What is wrong with you?"
And you're like, "Shut up! I'm watching 8 games."
So I was going to a D-backs game the same day as whatever they call the Phoenix version of Comic-Con.
Okay.
And I was on the light rail. That was the nerdiest train of all time. A bunch of baseball fans and comic book nerds.
That is unbelievable.
Right,
I'm envisioning that.
Now
as
that
we
Rick has
speak.
insulted a good chunk of the population.
I was insulting myself.
Yeah,
I'm the guy
yourself in there.
who is a 28-year-old man bringing a glove to a game.
Exactly.
Got to catch the ball if it's hit to you. Jamal's back. But we're going to break.
Jamal,
we had a lot of stuff we were going to ask you in that segment, but
never mind.
We'll throw that.
I understand my place on the show.
Wait, now I kind of want to know what your place on the show is. All right, when we come back, let's get back into the Cardinals and get back into Trey McBride. We played his comments earlier just on the fan base in Arizona, but he had some other good stuff to say that we're going to run out there as well. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Luntz in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
They're playing a game of chess right now, and all they have to play with is a bunch of pawns. And the other team has queens and rooks and bishops and horses and castles, and you've got a bunch of pawns.
You want to tell them what the horses and the castles are?
Hold on.
You can do this.
Hold on.
You can do this.
Rook, that's the castle, right? Knight.
I think that's the horsey.
Yeah.
See?
It just feels easy to say horsey and castle.
I know, but you see, you always give everybody a hard time when they use big words and you say, why not just say simple things? But if you actually know the words, you should use them.
No, because I have to think in that, and in radio, you can't hey, listen, I don't want to, I'm doing a radio show. Dead air?
I don't want to think.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally, for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sideline sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QCE Kinetics.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, I've got a friend going through a divorce. He's worried about what it could do to his retirement. What should someone in that situation be thinking about?
Well, Gambo, the biggest thing is this. Divorce doesn't just divide assets. It can completely rewrite your retirement plan. Someone may have thought they were only 5 years away from retirement, but after dividing retirement accounts and pensions, home equity, income, and future expenses, that timeline may change.
So how do you help someone get clarity?
Well, we cash flow out the new retirement picture. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model out their income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, everything. We don't replace the divorce attorney, but we can help people understand whether the settlement supports their long-term retirement goals.
Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and may.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are signing guard Luke Kennard to a 2-year deal worth $13 million. Kennard is second in NBA history in three-point percentage and led the league in that category last season. For more on the contract and what the Suns are getting with Kennard, go to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a sweep of the San Francisco Giants tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it is win or go home time for the United States men's national team in the World Cup. The Americans take on Bosnia and Herzegovina in the round of 32 tonight at 5 o'clock. And that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Zach Gallen back on the mound tonight at Chase Field. What could possibly go wrong? We'll discuss our baseball team tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, we're back. Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf on this Wednesday afternoon. What's going on over there?
I was given a bomb pop. They're in the small version of a bomb pop, which are amazing.
You didn't ask any questions either. Like somebody literally opened the studio door and handed you a popsicle, and you're like, yeah, I'll take that.
I'm having a very healthy day. Hot dog at 10:30, and now a bomb pop, and I could not quite finish it, so I have to balance it on a piece of paper because I can't just put it on this because Vince was puking all over the place this morning. So I'm thinking it's probably not a good idea to put it on this desk.
You just stick it to the monitor and then watch it slide down. And when it slides all the way off, it's the end of the segment.
Yeah, that would be it.
Well, here,
So we'll see what happens.
I'm going to do you a favor. You're going to be able to eat some of that because I'm going to play some Trey McBride audio. We played the cut earlier. This is kind of the headline cut from he was on Bussin' with the Boys, and he said there's not a ton of Cardinals fans in Arizona. I can play that again if we get back to it, but I want to play some of these other ones. He was asked what he dislikes the most about being in the NFC West.
It's actually, to be honest, I think it's a Seattle, man. That's a tough place to play. Their defense is a bunch of talkers. They have a really good team too. So I feel like every time we go to Seattle, it's such a hostile environment. Lumen Field's such a cool place to play, and they've gotten the best of us the last couple of times. So it'd be nice to get back on the winning side for sure.
Seattle, that defense locked you up pretty good.
I don't know about locked me up. I went for like 130, but we lost. Whatever happened. But.
Yeah, that inadvertently sums it up. Nobody's stopping Trey McBride.
No.
That's not translating to wins for the Cardinals.
He almost complimented him because he's like, yeah, I hate playing there. They got a really good defense. It's a great place to play, but, they can't lock me up.
So they locked you up? I don't know about locked me up.
Yeah,
I had 130
that was
yards.
a good comeback.
It's true, though. And it's got to be on some level frustrating for Trey McBride, even if he would never say it outwardly. In fact, they asked him on that show, why then re-sign with the Cardinals with all the losing that's been happening? Because I misspoke earlier when I said they've only been to the playoffs twice in the last 10 years. I forgot that last season happened, so now it's once in the last 10 years because we've moved forward a year. So that 2015
Who would blame me
season,
for forgetting that it happened?
2015 doesn't count anymore. Here's Trey McBride's answer.
Obviously, that's kind of what you think of, but when the opportunity presented itself to stay with Arizona and sign the record-breaking deal at the time, it was pretty cool to do, and I was all for it. And I love Arizona, man. There's nothing about the place that I hate. Obviously, wish we won more games, but it's a special place. I love being there. And hopefully we'll turn it around.
As Arizona listens to this podcast, they're just going to know they got him forever. Like knowing how he got recruited to Colorado State. Was there ever a chance?
He's
like
not
for a second
anywhere.
until they just pat him like, hey,
we think you're pretty good, but you might not be good at other teams. But okay, I'll stay here. I'll stay here and just be.
I'm staying here forever.
It's good. Hopefully they're taking note of that negotiating right there.
Yeah.
Because whenever Trey McBride's contract's up again, just be like, yeah, we think you're pretty good, but I don't know if you'd be good on another team.
He likes it here, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing because it's hard for a lot of teams. If you're losing in Cleveland, it's different than losing here.
Yeah.
Like if you're losing here, it's like, I'll go play golf.
Yeah.
Not right now because it's 100,000 degrees out. But
you can go play now, but the club will burst into flames in your hands. Yes.
But I mean, Cleveland, it's like, I'm losing in Cleveland. Please trade me. I'm Miles Garrett.
I'm losing in Cleveland.
Right. I mean, that's a double whammy. Like you're losing in Arizona, but you're still here.
Yeah.
You're losing in Cleveland. It's like, geez, you're losing in Minnesota. There's 50 feet of snow. Like, get me out.
How about that, by the way, Miles Garrett, to go from losing in Cleveland to, now I live in L.A., I might win the Super Bowl, and that's where his girlfriend already lived. Like, talk about we were on the air for that.
We were.
When Miles Garrett's life went from dreary to just perfect. Here's the cut, though, that most people are taking from this conversation on Bussin' with the Boys, talking about the fan support.
We crush Coop because Coop is a massive Cardinals fan.
Which is wild.
Yeah.
Because there's not even a whole lot of them in Arizona.
There's none in Arizona, so the fact that we have some in Nashville is pretty cool. Yeah.
Dude, I grew up in Arizona, and what was it, 07, 08 when they went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
it's the first time in my entire, I was like a junior in high school. It's the first time I ever saw like Arizona Cardinal hats out there ever. And then all of a sudden the Super Bowl was over and the hats just kind of went away.
Everyone left.
Yeah, it was like fairy dust. They'd all just kind of in the distance.
Well, it's like, living in Arizona, no one's from Arizona. Everyone kind of has moved in from another state, so they're all fans of their own team. So now you have the Arizona that sits there and there's no Arizona fans in Arizona. So it's a tough deal, but
dude.
Hopefully we start winning some games and we can bring some of those fans back.
You look like you have something really profound to say.
When he says none, okay, we know that he's
just
they're embellishing a little bit to none. But other than that, I can't really say that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I said this earlier. I mean, it just sort of reinforces that when we're all talking about how the entire 70% of the crowd is wearing green when they play the Packers or blue when they play the Seahawks, and I do think that's gotten worse over the last few years. The players notice it too. Yeah. I mean, that's the like sort of this just isn't fun anymore part. It's like, okay, we're at home, but it's just the other team's throwing a party at our field. And yeah, as a player, Trey McBride's an interesting one to hear say that because I think he can say it. You know, I think he can get away with it.
Well, he's doing his part. It's like if a lesser player saw it, my response would be, well, then be better.
Yeah.
But you can't really say that
He
to
can't
Trey
really be
McBride. Like like he said about the Seahawks. I busted up the Seahawks. We lost.
Yeah.
It's not his fault.
But I also think, and McBride is a better tight end than Kyler Murray is quarterback. I get that. But Kyler Murray's not a bad player. If Kyler Murray had said that, people would be losing their minds.
That's a great point.
Or if he said that now in Minnesota, I think you almost have to still be on the team.
Yeah.
To say it. Because Trey McBride said it, and he plays in Arizona. You know what I mean? But you also, because it's Trey McBride, you kind of know what he was trying to say. And if you're really upset about that, then look around at the crowd when they're hosting Seattle this year and tell him he's wrong.
Well, and I don't think he was trying to be disparaging. I think he was being fairly factual. Again, there's an embellishment of there are no fans, but it's also people will become fans. This is a very, very unique market. We all know that. The only thing that's even close to what this market is Vegas for a similar reason, but also because the Raiders moved there and they haven't won since then. And you've been to Raider games. I've been to Raider games, numerous Raider games in Vegas. They have a zero crowd advantage. I was in Oakland. I did pre-post game for the Raiders for years. It was the black hole, the advantage they had. Fans were scared. It's the exact opposite in Vegas. There are no Raider fans. And even to Trey's point where he said there are no Raider fans because they haven't won anything.
Yeah.
And so Vegas hasn't embraced them. So when you go to a game, it's all the other team, and they're just making a weekend out of it in Vegas. Whereas here, I think you could sway the fan base, I'm going to say rather quickly, if you won at a high level. That's what we do. It's like, look, okay, I'm from Minnesota and I'm a Vikings fan, but I would be a Cardinals fan and I want to be a Cardinals fan, but you're not giving me a reason to be a Cardinals fan.
The other part, too, is, and I could debate this for a while, I guess, but like I don't notice that at Suns games. You know, it's because he's right. You're right. Like there's so many people that live here that weren't born in Arizona. Like even on this show, Jamal was born in Arizona, right? He's the only one. Yeah. And Jamal was walking around wearing Cardinals hats yesterday. One Cardinals hat. He wasn't wearing multiple Cardinals hats. Yeah. But it's just, there's plenty of Cardinals fans that have moved here and lived here a good chunk of their life. Like I have lived here for a while now. You know what I mean? I consider myself from Arizona more than anywhere else. But there are plenty of people that move here and they're just like, it's almost a point of pride, like to go and tell all the people, by the way, I'm really still a Bears fan. I'm really still a Lions fan. Like, that's awesome, but you live here. Like, otherwise you're just contributing to the problem. But we don't see that with the Suns.
And even I'm like first generation born in Arizona. Like my mom's from Chicago, my dad's from Africa. Like none of my parents are like actually from here. And so like my dad kind of adopted the Arizona teams when he moved here.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of how I became.
But it's almost something like Rick, you said this yesterday. A lot of people here have second teams, and they'd like to be a fan of the local teams. But what do you get back if they lose and lose? Like if they're competitive, if they're 9-8, 8-9, okay, I can go to a game and they might win. When you're getting blown out, when it's embarrassing, when it's not fun, even if you have season tickets and you're going to spend all that money on parking and concessions and everything,
football's
then you just
an all-day event
right?
too.
And
like,
you just
that's your whole Sunday.
If it's not going to be fun for me, at least to an extent where my team might win, then I'm just not going to go.
But it is interesting that you don't really, for the most part, you go to Suns games, you're sitting by Suns fans. You know, I mean, it's not that there's never a fan of another team, but it's not like, oh, well, I'm going to the game, but, you know, the Orlando fans are going to take over tonight. It's going to be really awkward. Like, no, if you're going to a Suns game, you're going to be surrounded by Suns fans. And it's the same city, you know. All right, when we come back, speaking of the Suns, where does their current roster put them in the Western Conference as we are now like a day into free agency? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now the 1-2 is swung on and a little looper towards left. Kepler racing on, makes the catch and make that 8 in a row. Diamondbacks take down the Giants by a final score of 8-2, and they will try to sweep the Giants for the third consecutive series in 2026.
Don't miss D-backs Giants series finale tonight at 6, right here on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the ARIA difference. ARIA is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first, because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Bunker to Bunker is a golf show. I'm your host, Greg Ellis.
And I'm Jim Hill, Greg's co-host. And we also like to entertain our listeners.
Jim's right. We play our music themes and rapid-fire games. But that's not what you mean.
No, it's the fun of live radio, especially if we get a little tongue-tied.
Wine cellar of
aristocracy.
Aristocratic, thank you. Always fun, no matter how we say it. Tune in Saturday mornings at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What has stood out after the first day of NBA free agency? We'll react to the most notable moves on today's Bernsey and Gambo show. 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, well, Phoenix Suns last year were a play-in team. Finished 7th in the regular season. Where do you think they are this year? And whatever you say, John Lund, it's John Lund who's in for Wolf today. Whatever you say, we're going to hold you to this prediction.
Yes,
and if
we'll
you're not
keep
in
these.
If you're not like in here the day the regular season ends, I'm going to call you on
exactly on the air. Yeah. Well, how could you be so stupid?
I can't believe you said 46 wins when they won 44.
Well, there are 2 elements to this, right? How much better the Suns are, and then as we're seeing throughout this whole process of Brian Windhorst's giant head on our screen right now, is how much better is the Western Conference? So.
What do you think Brian Windhorst is talking about? Oh, look, it's LeBron.
LeBron. Did you know that I grew up with LeBron? So
he's probably the most sick of talking about LeBron.
Oh, it has to be. So Oklahoma City and San Antonio haven't done anything different. depending on what, so you lose LeBron, you bring in your Walker Kessler, Colin Sextons. I don't know that they're better. Clippers dove out of this thing. Utah's an interesting one now because I get why they traded Walker Kessler, 2 pick swaps plus 2 unprotected picks.
They love picks in Utah.
But I thought if they had Kessler and Markkanen and Jaren Jackson Jr., plus they got Darren Peterson and Keontae George, I thought Utah's like, they're moving up.
Yeah.
Portland, I'm not sure. They might bring in Jaylen Brown, which would be pretty amazing to do with the whole John Morant thing. So are they then better than the Suns? Like, I'm just trying to look at the pecking order in the West. I think the Suns could go as high as 3. I think Denver is a mess right now. I'm not sure exactly what they're going to try to do to get better, but we're in the midst of this whole thing. But I think the Suns could be as high as 3 and maybe as low as where they were last year, depending on not only themselves, but what are we going to see out of the rest of free agency.
But you do think they're definitely in again next year?
Oh, yeah, because the teams who got – Memphis is in a rebuild. The Clippers are in a rebuild. Dallas is kind of an interesting thing. We'll see what they'll do. I didn't love their draft pick, but they're kind of in this thing, and they get Kyrie back. Will they move Kyrie? Will they keep Kyrie? So they've kind of shuffled the deck a little bit. I'm not sure what they are. Who else is in there that would be?
Well, New Orleans. So let's let's eliminate teams. New Orleans is out. Sacramento is out.
Yeah.
I'd like their draft, but they got issues. The difference though this year, it's the NBA. So maybe I'll eat my words on this, but I don't think there's going to be as many teams tanking because this year's draft was supposed to be so generational and franchise altering that by the end of the season you had 8 teams across the league that weren't even trying to win, that were like actively angry when they won games. I don't think we're going to see that next year, at least not as much. So
it's just teams that are bad. Like the Kings are just, I like Darius Akov Jr., but the Kings are nowhere near.
Yeah, so let's say Sacramento, Memphis. Are the Clippers definitely out? They probably are. I mean, they kind of punted on. I mean, they have Garland. I don't know. They have Ingram. I don't know.
They're going to re-sign Ben Mathurin. They're going to.
Yeah, maybe the Clippers could still be a play-in team.
Maybe
like a 10
that would
seed
be
or
tough.
Something. So
I think the Pelicans are out too.
Yeah, the Pelicans are out. I feel the Pelicans are out, and they don't even realize they're out. Like I don't know that the Pelicans know what's going on around them.
They live in New Orleans, and it's just like perpetual Mardi Gras. They don't know what's going on.
Yeah, well, then good for them. They get to have a nice party.
But right, like Kings, Grizz, Pelicans, I'm going to put Clippers in there. I don't think they're in it. I think the Mavs are still kind of in a bit of what are we.
But this gets back to a conversation we've been having then. If the Suns are in either way, then you got to play Fleming and Malwatch. Like if you're going to.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because I hear what you're saying. Like they could go as high as 3. And I don't think that's crazy. I mean, even last year, by the end of the season, they were 9 games out of the 3rd spot. So, I mean, but for a good chunk of the season, like 3 through 8 last year, were fairly close. Yeah. And then the Suns just trailed off. If the Suns stay healthy this year, the other part of this, Jordan Ott, I think, is improving as a coach, too. He's going to his 2nd year ever as an NBA head coach. Maybe you could climb up, and the goal is obviously just get in the top 6 and don't have to play Oklahoma City or San Antonio in the first round. But if the floor is still going to be like 9, worst case scenario, then I want to see Fleming play and I want to see Malwatch play.
Well, I look at it as Spurs and Thunders we throw out of the way. This is where it gets weird. Now the Rockets are getting Fred VanVleet back, and I'm not sure what he's going to be. But if they keep him, and there's rumors that they may not, but if they keep him, then he's a good improvement.
Even if they all hate each other, they're still a playoff.
And the Rockets might be 3. But then here's where it's a whole hodgepodge, which is the Nuggets. I don't know. The Lakers just spent all their cap space. I don't love what they did. The Timberwolves got LaMelo Ball, which I'm not sure how he's going to fit on that team. So that's a big question mark. The Jazz just lost Kessler, but they still have a lot of young talent, but maybe they're still a year away. And would the Blazers go out and get Jaylen Brown? And then the Warriors, they're going to have the old man team, but then LeBron's dream of Anthony Davis, we were told today, he's not going from Washington. So are the Warriors still the favorite, or could he go to Cleveland? And if LeBron doesn't go to the Warriors, then they're dead in the water, and I'd move them down a couple of steps. So I know the question is about the Suns and where they kind of fit in this whole thing, but between the Nuggets, Lakers, Timberwolves, Jazz, Blazers, and Warriors, that's 6 teams in the West where I think you're throwing your hands up going, I don't know.
Yeah, this goes back to the LeBron thing for a second, but if he goes to the Warriors, I mean, that's a play-in team at least, maybe even a playoff team. I mean, to be fair, what did they were, yeah, okay, so they were 8 back of the Suns last year. So that has them 12 back of the 6th seed last year. If they get LeBron, they're in contention. They're in that group, basically, like you said. Contention to be a playoff team in the top
Yeah, that's
6.
not a title team.
But no. But if they don't get LeBron, they probably at least write them off in the sense that they're definitely behind the Suns. I mean, that's really all I care about right now is who's definitely behind the Suns. So it is, I mean, you're not going to struggle to find coverage of where LeBron might go. So if you are tired of it, at least I guess on some level it does potentially impact the Phoenix Suns, because you're right. You start to find a few teams in the West that just have no shot at even getting the play-in, and it would be nice to operate in the world where the Suns are at least a play-in team. They're at least going to the postseason. Have they done enough to get in the top 6? That's the question. As opposed to just like, are they going to drop out and be a lottery team next year?
Yeah. I think they're better. I think they're a better team from what they've done for next year. But because the West is so weird right now, you have the 2 at the top that no doubt, Spurs, Thunder. You have about 4 or 5 at the bottom. So there's 15 teams. So there's 7. 4 or 5 are going to be terrible. 2 are going to be really good. And then there's, honestly, you could tell me the Suns were 3, I would believe you. You could tell me the Suns were 7 in a playoff team, I would believe you.
Yeah.
I think there's just so much more to be done with these teams that we just don't know. And the main player to me, well, there's 2. There's LeBron and there's Jaylen Brown. Those guys could flip teams here in the Western Conference, and you wouldn't know what they would do.
Yeah, you keep bringing up Portland. I mean, if Jaylen Brown ends up on Portland, they added Ja Morant. I mean, there's no guarantees when you add Ja Morant, right? You might be worse. He might not even play for you. But that's a team that you got to watch, because we saw what they did to the Suns in that play-in game last year, too. And they were already, obviously, a play-in team. All right, when we come back, let's get back to baseball. A chance for the Diamondbacks to sweep the Giants for the 3rd time already this season. But Zach Gallen's pitching. So what do we expect? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Do you think the Suns roster is better than it was when they walked off the court in Game 4 against Oklahoma City? I tend to say yes. And that's with all due respect to Grayson Allen, but he couldn't stay healthy, especially in the postseason. All due respect to Royce O'Neal, who I think Suns fans are really going to grow to miss. But Miles Bridges gives them, on the floor, things they need.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The group stage, it's over. Knockout rounds next for the world's biggest soccer tourney. Yep, win or go home, and you can get in on all the action with Kalshi. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Ask Giannis. Heck, ask Messi now. Actually, here's the question. Who advances further, Argentina or Brazil? At last check, Brazil was trading at 20%, which means a $100 trade pays out over $400. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app, and use referral code AZSports. One word, AZ Sports. That's one word, AZ Sports. And when you use the referral code, you'll get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZ Sports. One word on the Kalshi app. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. You know, people ask me all the time why I still love doing this after all these years, especially in the Arizona summer heat. And honestly, it's because I love helping people when they need it the most. There's something really rewarding about showing up to a home that's miserable and hot and leaving knowing that that family can finally relax and feel comfortable again. That never gets old to me. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are signing guard Luke Kennard to a 2-year contract worth $13 million. Kennard is second in NBA history in three-point percentage and led the association in that category last season. For more on the deal and what the Suns are getting with Kennard, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a sweep of the San Francisco Giants tonight at Chase Field. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it is win or go home time for the U.S. men's national team in the World Cup. The Americans take on Bosnia and Herzegovina in the round of 32 tonight at 5. And that is what is trending now.
When it's time to party, we will party hard.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What has stood out after the first day of NBA free agency? We'll react to the most notable moves on today's Burns and Gambo show. 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. All right, John, I'm going to throw a number at you. You tell me what it is, okay?
Okay, I'm nervous.
This is a new game we should be playing on the show at all times. 7.67.
7.67.
Did I do the math right? Yeah, I think I did. Okay.
Well, I don't know exactly,
6-7.
but I do know. I knew that was coming. That's why I was waiting. I do know because it's Zach Gallen Day. It has to be something Zach Gallen related, because if it was, it's not Erod Day.
No.
So it's, if 767, I would say maybe that's something to do with Zach Gallen.
You know what? Actually, to be fair, 7.65.
Woo! I feel so much better, because if it was 767, it was like, oh, that's outrageous, but not
7.65.
Much better.
That is Zach Gallen's ERA since May 1st. That spans...
That's not good, right?
11 starts. No, it's not good.
Boy.
The only start in there, though, that you would say was good, in fact, is it... He has 2 quality starts in there. He has... the very fringe of a quality start, 6 innings, 3 runs against Cincinnati on June 14th.
They're a last place team. Who else?
But then his one, like, okay, that was a good start, was 6 innings, 2 earned runs against San Francisco on May 18th. So
The good news is they play San Francisco tonight. The bad news is at some point they aren't going to play San Francisco.
No, come very soon, by the way.
Yeah.
It's going to get tough.
Because they cannot have them. It's just their 9th meeting with the Giants. They're trying to go 9-0 against the Giants. But then in the second half of the season, they don't play. They play them 4 times at the end of August, and that is it.
Can't they do some sort of thing where they just say, "Can't we just play them?" The proximity is very close.
Good try.
Fuel is very expensive.
I do feel like if you tried the hey, can't we just play them? Quite a few teams would line up to play the Giants this season. So maybe that's not the way to go with it. So what's expectations any better for Gallen because of the opponent? Like, are we just accepting this as a loss going in and hoping to be pleasantly surprised? I'm still sort of baffled as to how he's fallen this far.
Plus, if you look at the analytics, here's the crazy part. Like, you could point towards with certain pitchers, and as they get older, they're going to lose velocity, they're going to lose spin rate, all those different analytics. But with Zach Gallen, now, he's still throwing what he's normally thrown, like 93, 94. So it's not like the fastball is gone that much.
Yeah.
Spin rate's a little bit down. I'm not some big analytic nerd, but I mean, just the few ones that are obvious on the surface. My point is, it's not like it's gone off the rails and you're like, oh, I see why he's not so good. Now, when you watch his games and you see the location of his pitches, those aren't in the best place. But there's not by a ton. His analytics aren't just like, bleh, and then all the analytics people can go, well, see, he was throwing 94 and now he's throwing 88, and it's not that obvious.
It's funny you say that. I'm ignoring the analytics people because I heard a lengthy discussion yesterday on some baseball show looking at analytics and sort of the underlying stats and the predictive stats. Yeah. They apparently are not very good for Erod. The analytics community is like, I don't understand how Erod's doing this. Not that they expect him to be a bad pitcher, but they are like, it doesn't really add up that his ERA is as good as it is. And they were saying it more in the sense of, so expect that to start to balloon in the second half of the season. I think there's more to it than analytics. I mean, obviously in baseball, that stuff has a place because you do want to know, like, hey, if they're hitting the ball really hard off you or the expected batting average or whatever is like significantly higher or whatever, or I guess opponent batting average in this case for a pitcher. But like, I don't know.
I'm so tired of it, the analytics
Watching
conversation.
Erod pitch, like he's been good this year.
Yeah, Erod has been phenomenal this year. Watching him pitch, I don't care about expected numbers. His actual numbers are really good.
Because he steps up when he needs to make a pitch, and that's what analytics don't account for.
Yeah, it's like people are like, oh, Luis Arraez is not a very good player because he doesn't hit the ball hard. I'm like, does he hit it where nobody is? Yes.
And that's not like a small sample size with Arraez either. He does it every year. Yeah. He's on a different team every year.
Every year. Yep.
I got a stat.
He's on a different team every year because of the analytics, and people are like, oh, just because he doesn't hit the ball hard, we're not going to sign him to a long-term deal. He should be getting insane amounts of money.
Just because he's hitting 330 every year and he's been doing it for 5 years doesn't mean he can hit.
It's insane. Okay, it's insane. Like I used to be way more into the analytics, and now I'm just like, just win games and figure out how to win games. If it's analytics based, cool. If it's not, cool. Figure it out.
I think you got to be aware of it, but there's definitely some teams that go too deep into it.
Yeah,
you got to be aware of it because your opponents are aware of it.
Yeah, and the reason I'm bringing it up in Gallen's case is what I'm getting to is in life you got to have confidence in what you do, and especially as a pitcher. Like, I can throw this pitch, I'm confident in doing this. I can spot this pitch here. If I have to be, certain places in the zone, I have confidence in my pitches that they're going to do that. So, to me, if it's not his stuff has fallen off the table, and while it's a little bit lesser than it was, it hasn't fallen off the table to an obvious level where you go to and say, look, this guy can't throw anymore, then to me it's becoming mental, where he comes out and pitches every day or every fifth day and he's getting hammered and he just doesn't have confidence in what he's doing.
I have long thought it was mental because you're right. You don't watch him and be like, oh, this guy's washed, like he can't pitch anymore. Like we've seen pitchers that have been really good ones where it's like, oh, they don't have their stuff anymore. I don't feel like that's the case with Gallen, which is sort of leads me to what you just said of some of this has to be mental. But then I would think at a certain point, if it was mental, you'd just be like, I got nothing to lose at this point. Like, everybody expects me to be, and then you would just let it go, and then you would have a really good game. This stat, I want to throw it at all of you guys I just noticed this while we were talking. Maybe this is like a well-known stat. I don't know. Do you realize if you took away the Giants D-backs games against each other, those two teams have the exact same record?
Yeah.
Like they're both 35 and 42.
I've got a stat here too.
Fortunately, they play each other, so they're nowhere near each other in the standings. But
and this is something I looked at this yesterday. So against the worst teams in Major League Baseball, and see, this is where you have to go. Well, what are the Diamondbacks? They're 8-0 against the Giants, 5-2 Rockies, 4-2 Mets, 3-0 Tigers, 2-1 Angels, 2-1 Reds. Those teams have a combined winning percentage of .420. They're the worst teams in baseball, the last place teams in baseball. They're 25-6 against those teams. That's an .806 winning percentage. Against the rest of baseball, they're 18-36, which is a 333. So when we have this debate, and the Diamondbacks obviously have these numbers, and they're thinking to themselves, okay, do we trade? Do we not trade? What are we? Because I think we're going to find out a lot here when they play the Brewers, the Padres, the Dodgers before they go to the All-Star break. Because if you keep that up, and we all know the 500 versus under 500, but they're feasting on the worst teams in baseball at 25-6. 18-36 is a horrendous record. And so that's what they are against teams not in last place in their division. Well, the Rockies and Giants can't both be in last place. They could be tied, but they're not.
They would if they could.
Right.
They can't.
I want you guys both to know I was having a fantastic day before 47 seconds ago.
Sorry. I don't
what was
mean
it
to.
that ruined it for you? What was the line?
It was the D-backs are
good.
18-36
against teams who are not horrible.
Yeah, that are not like
not bad.
JV teams.
Well, we'll get our answer. We'll probably get our trade deadline answer before the All-Star break, really, because they go Brewers, Padres, Dodgers. Like
that's going to tell you that honestly, in 162 games, we always break down. Oh, this is going to be the stretch. This is really we mean it this time. This is really going to be the stretch.
It's really the stretch. Well, when it is, it's going to hit hard. My stat it meant nothing to you. The fact that they're both 35 and 40. Thank you. You love math so much.
I remember weeks ago, I said this stat will blow your mind, and you all just went.
Yeah, pretty much.
And so now that's my revenge right there. Is what that is.
Man, okay, I put a lot of work into that stat.
It's a good stat.
Not really. I counted backwards for 4 seconds while we were talking. Family 4-packs to D-backs Brewers July 4th at Chase Field. You can win them. Celebrate America's 250th with Arizona Sports. Your next chance to call in and win is during the 4 o'clock hour today, so don't miss that. When we come back, one final segment to the show. It's been a weird show.
Plus, I got a question for Jamal since he's back.
Oh.
Since you guys are just like, what bar are you going to watch the game tonight? You wouldn't know it. It's very far.
Well, my location may have also changed.
Oh, of course. Just like Rick. Rick's like, you want to hang out with me?
Rick was the most cryptic. Rick's like, oh, John, you're asking me. I might watch it on the moon.
He gave me like 8. Oh, we might do this and this and this. And you're like, oh.
I might be playing in the game.
You wouldn't like this place. You wouldn't fit in.
All right. Well, I want to hear this Jamal question, and then who knows where we're going to go after that. It's when we started the show by doing a hot dog eating contest in front of Joey Chestnut, and he said I eat like a
child. That was awesome.
Next, it's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona Sports and America's pastime. The D-backs host Milwaukee July 3rd and 4th. Listen today for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets in the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours. America's birthday. You and 3 of your besties at Chase Field for Diamondbacks baseball and fireworks. From Arizona Sports. Keep listening for your chance to win.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we're known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Zach Gallen back on the mound tonight at Chase Field. What could possibly go wrong? We'll discuss our baseball team tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Wow, is this some 41 on Wednesday afternoon? Okay.
Yeah.
I think today needed some 41. What was your question for Jamal that you were going to ask before we went to
Okay,
break?
so I agree with you, by the way. Tonight, if you want to get full effect, it's the knockout round. So if you want to get full effect of the U.S. in the World Cup tonight, you got to go out to a bar. I agree with you 100%. So early in the show, I go, so what are you doing, Luke? And you go, oh, man, this bar, it's very far away for you. And then,
I don't even really know where you live, but it's not near you.
So obviously he's blowing me off. And then I go, well, Rick will have my back or something. Well, you guys are, oh, man, me and my friends, I might do this and might do that. And then Jamal wasn't there. And I thought, well, I know Jamal had my back. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing for the World Cup tonight? You going out?
I will be at the gym playing basketball.
I could have told you that if I had to guess. Yeah.
I think he might be telling the truth, though. The other two, you guys.
You think we're also playing
That's
basketball?
Fine. No, I don't think you're playing. I think you're just like,
No, John, you are welcome to come to our event.
If you can find it.
Exactly.
On the moon?
I'm not telling you where we're going, but if you can find us.
If you're there, we're not going to pack up and leave. If you wander in.
Well, if that's as good as I get,
I'll leave you
what
a
happens.
series of riddles. I'll tell you, I'm going north of the station. How's that?
I'll leave you a series of riddles. Amazing. I show up, I'm all sweaty and everything. Like,
just in time for the game to end.
Exactly.
They're an extra time.
We're leaving, so have a good time.
This question did get raised a few times earlier off the air. Because we had Joey Chestnut on earlier. He gave us some tips for the hot dog eating contest. He's obviously going to go probably win again on July 4th.
You're eating slow like a child, or somebody who's in like or some sort of home.
Yeah, that was his assessment.
Somebody's like in a home. That's pretty funny. I forgot about that part.
So the thing is, I was not eating quickly, but the second he said that, there's no way, because then I was laughing, and he was right. Obviously, you got to eat the bun separately. You got to dunk that. I was like, oh, that's ridiculous. That sounds disgusting.
Yeah, you didn't drink any water.
I don't even think I got to the hot dog. I was just like, bread over
got
here.
one bite out of it. The old home part is funny because it's like, come on, Mr. Jones, chew your food now.
Meanwhile, you're over there like, dunk,
oh,
dink,
yeah.
dunk.
Here comes the airplane.
You had to do it.
See, I knew Jamal had something good. He was just waiting.
Outstanding.
So, I mean, I cannot deny that. But Hot dog would not be my food of choice if you were doing an eating contest. So we're going to go around the room. You can only say one food. Like, Rick, you can't give me 17 different things. But if you were okay, you have to win this eating contest.
Not cow brain tacos. Remember what he said about those?
Joey Chestnut said those are a little bit tough.
And that's him. Okay.
All right, so what would be your food of choice for a food eating contest? And you get back. Jamal, what's yours?
Oh, I know one.
Pizza.
Okay.
Ooh.
Pizza.
Yeah, I would be good.
Yeah.
I should know.
Tough though because it's bread.
That's the
tough.
biggest thing.
But yeah.
I'll just dip it in water.
Yeah, something. Yeah. I would probably go to chicken wings. I know they do the chicken wing contest. Like, that'd be pretty good.
I didn't even know they could. Okay, so how do they like monitor that you're eating enough?
Because
of the wing?
this is disgusting. I've been at the chicken wing contest. They have a big one in Philadelphia. And they have somebody with gloves go through, and if there's too much meat on the bone, they throw it out. Yeah, Big Dom goes through them. Yeah,
he just cleans them off. Like if you haven't finished, he just finishes it.
It is bad, but you should see the people. They have a way to do it.
Yeah,
and they can just fly through them. But yeah, they have someone with gloves go through and like, oh, that doesn't count. We're throwing that one out. How'd you like to have that job?
I'd like to tell people you had that job.
Yeah. What's that guy that does the dirty jobs? Mike, what's his face? He does Ford commercials.
Yeah, that seems like that's
he does dirty
his
jobs. Like that would be dirty
what's
job.
His face?
Yeah. What would you do?
I was gonna say pizza, but I didn't realize wings were an option. Those would be my top two choices.
Yeah.
I guess probably after pizza. I'm still gonna stick with pizza.
Pretty breaded.
Because you can fold that. Yeah, but I don't care in that context. You can.
Would you dip it? Like, did you learn your lesson today?
Yeah. But you know what though? I would dip it in like some sort of Italian sauce.
Then you get more full.
Oh yeah. But it's
not easy.
No, I would go pizza.
Okay.
I would go pizza. As long as I get to pick the toppings. I don't want like some trash anchovies or pineapples on there. Rick, what would you go?
So I think they do this in a good amount of like southern state fairs. I could absolutely destroy a watermelon eating contest.
Ooh.
Yeah, like especially because it's like 90% water. I can just sit there and eat like an entire half. I can like eat a half a watermelon in one sitting.
If it's 90% water, what's the other 10%?
Fruit.
Land.
Okay, land.
Where have you been all day? You're on fire.
Jamal was out there writing. He was writing material in the newsroom.
I mean, seriously, but like 3 hours and 50 minutes is like we didn't even hear from him.
Better late than never.
He's had the best 2 lines of the show today.
Put my fours up.
It was awesome.
Fourth quarter, baby.
Yeah. No, you're like a 2-minute guy. You just bring it. You hit the final shots of the game. It's like, yeah, that's right. You're Kobe.
I do have questions though with the watermelon. Like same thing. How do they?
Got to be seedless.
It's got to be seedless.
Got to be
right?
seedless.
Yeah, I could do the seeds though too. You just like
spit them out.
You just spit them out quickly. I would say
the biggest like scam though in the world might be seedless watermelon. Because have you ever bought a seedless watermelon? It has seeds in it.
Yeah, it still does.
Yeah, but those don't count. Like they're seeds.
Yeah, the big seeds they're saying, but the little ones that get stuck in your throat,
also
you die.
It's kind of been disproven that like you shouldn't eat the watermelon seeds. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Also, I changed my answer.
Okay.
Going grapes.
Grapes? There's no such.
Okay, you asked me what food. You asked me what food.
No, that's.
Is there such thing though?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. There doesn't have to be a such thing.
Yeah.
Like, why grapes?
Because they're easy to eat. They're fast.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just throw like 18.
They
of them in
have
your
to
mouth.
be seedless though, because
those
seeded grapes.
Yeah, no,
those are you can't even eat those.
You have a death wish if you're
terrible.
eating.
Yeah,
they're terrible.
Yeah, seeded grapes.
Jamal came in basically like this is an immaculate inning. Like
Yeah,
he came in and just fired nothing but heaters.
Yeah, solid. No, I've seen Joey Chestnut though. They do burgers sometimes. They do there's all sorts of. He's done all pasta. They'll do pounds of pasta. They'll do like you said. The eggs are terrible. What else has he done?
Eggs would be terrible.
Terrible.
I don't think you could pay me to do a hard-boiled egg eating contest.
Yeah, it's terrible. The one thing that I always think of though when I'm thinking about the hot dog eating contest is burger joints. Just they're tons of them. People love burger joints. It doesn't seem that hot dog places survive. Like they open them up and the concept is great. You could get a Chicago dog or a chili dog or this or that. And you think to yourself, yeah, that would be good. They always fail.
You have to put, you and I have talked about this a lot off the air.
They fail.
Eventually you and I are going to open a hot dog restaurant
they're
somewhere.
good.
And I'm going to watch the World Cup there and not tell you I'm there. But you're at a disadvantage because what you're selling just doesn't cost that much. So they have to put like a bar or something in, right? Because otherwise you need people to come in and be like, can I get 17 hot dogs?
That's true. It's like we're having a party and people don't just, hey, because they get like sub sandwiches or pizza or something. But it would just seem like if you think about it, hot dog, sausage, like a bratwurst, a hot link. Like those all sound really good to eat.
Yeah.
And places exist like that. And it's like they look across the street. Damn, those burger places!
You got us again.
Why don't they? I don't know why they don't succeed, but they don't.
Somebody wrote in deviled eggs. That would be really rough.
I love deviled eggs, but no. But that is a thing. They do that.
That was great. That was Garrett actually wrote that in. And then I don't know what this name is because there's a bunch of letters and numbers. But they said their mom always told them if they ate the watermelon seeds, a watermelon would grow in their stomach.
Oh, yeah, I got that, too.
Yeah, why were parents allowed to lie to us back then?
Yeah. What is with that?
What happens if I eat the seed? You'll be fine, just don't eat a bunch. No, a full-grown watermelon will grow in your stomach.
How could you ever trust that mom again? It's like, why did you even, like that, you don't even have to lie to me about
The
that.
second
Like,
you
why
eat
did
the
do
seed
that?
and a watermelon doesn't grow in your stomach, you're questioning whichever adult may have said that to you. And I feel like some adult was walking around saying that to all of us at some point.
Well, I was very gullible also, so I might have believed that growing up. Like, my dad told me he got attacked by a lion growing up, and I was like...
Because he ate watermelons?
Well, no, I just like, in fact, it's being gullible.
Oh, you're so good. You're 3 for 3, and then you missed your final
Yeah,
shot.
now I'm going on the IL.
And on that note, we're leaving then.
Injured list.
That was well done, though.
Thanks to Rick and Jamal. For John Lund, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You're eating slow like a child, or somebody who's in like or some sort of home.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people listening right now are probably wondering, do I actually have enough money to retire? How do you help someone answer that question?
Well, Gambo, the first thing is, I tell people, do not guess. Cash flow it. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model the full retirement picture. Income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, investment withdrawals, inflation, healthcare costs. What happens if the market has a bad year?
So it's not just about looking at the account balance.
Exactly. $1 million can be enough for one family and not enough for another. It depends on spending and taxes and income sources and how the portfolio is actually structured. The goal is to see whether your money can support your lifestyle, not in just year one of retirement, but in years 10, 20, 30, and for the rest of the road.
So find out if you have enough money for retirement. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks looking for the series sweep tonight against the Giants, and should they win it, it would also be their 9th straight win against San Francisco to begin a season. It would match a franchise record win streak as well against the Giants, like they had in 2011 to 2012. Zach Gallen will be the man tasked on the mound. He opposes right-hander Trevor McDonald. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. In other Diamondbacks news, Kason Cunningham has been selected to represent the organization at this year's Futures game. The 2025 first-round pick has split time between the two single-A clubs of Hillsborough and Visalia this year. The Futures game will be Sunday, July 12th in Philadelphia. In the NBA, more moves have happened since the beginning of free agency. Notably, the LA Lakers have acquired Utah Jazz center Walker Kessler in exchange for 2 unprotected first-round picks and 2 first-round pick swaps. They also plan to give him a 4-year, $130 million contract extension. In other moves, Mitchell Robinson leaving the champion Knicks, joining the Boston Celtics on a 3-year deal, while Norman Powell is going to Chicago on a 2-year deal. And the U.S. men's national team begins World Cup knockout play tonight in Santa Clara. Their round of 32 match is against Bosnia-Herzegovina. Kickoff will be at 5. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Summer road trip? Start at Freeway Chevrolet. They have the lineup to handle whatever comes your way. And right now, you can save on every new Chevy. Hurry in today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Streets up 2 o'clock on this Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Kellen Olson, filling in for John Gambadoro. Hello, Kellen.
Hello, buddy. Looking forward to our 3-hour show today. Can't wait.
Okay. So,
can't wait. We're off at 5, right?
So you've immediately tapped into reason number 2 why I'm really uncomfortable working with you today. Reason number 2. We'll get into reason number 1 in 30 seconds. Oh, I promise you that. But reason number 2 is that when 5 o'clock starts, first of all, I'm lucky I've got your attention now anyway, because there is still World Cup action going on. Who's playing who right now, and what's the score?
Well, I've got more information for you there. So, video watchers got the Anthony Robinson Fulham kit on, supporting the U.S. men's national team at 5 o'clock. But I have a vetting interest in this Senegal and Belgium match, and here's why. So, you know our fantasy football league with my friends. We've been doing it for over a decade. We do a competition to determine draft order. This year, we determined that the competition would be picking the World Cup winner.
Okay.
So now you might be saying, okay, seems
I know where this is going.
Seems pretty like slanted, like only one guy's going to win. How does one guy win? And then the other 11 spots get decided. We have made a point system that has 4 different tiebreakers, and we each have 2 teams. I have Mexico, so I was thrilled last night, and I have Senegal today, and they're up 1-0 right now. So Jahmyr Gibbs is kind of riding on the line for me right now. And I'm still going to be about 40% distracted, but not the full 100 I'll be at 5 o'clock for our nation, of course.
When you put it in terms like that, I understand. So Jahmyr Gibbs is on the line in this World Cup match
Whoever
right
you think
now.
is RB1 is on the line right now. I won bowling last year. I need to keep it going.
So are you saying I've got 60% of you now, and I'll have 10% of you at 5 o'clock?
I think you've got 85 of me right now because Senegal is up 1-0, but it could go down if it goes to a 1-1. It's been an electric, thrilling tournament, so it probably will.
And how much am I going to get of you at 5 o'clock when the U.S. men's team is on?
You're hoping for a goal in the first 10 minutes by the United States men's national team. Yeah, we're in trouble.
Getting a reason number 2 why Kellen's on my you-know-what list a little bit later, because we got off to, as Lauren can attest, we got off to a rough start in show prep today. Really, really rough start.
I think today's a good day that I have the ability to crack the mic and jump in when needed.
Because it might get painfully awkward.
We be beefing.
Yeah, you could ask a question to Kellen and then Kellen just not respond.
It's possible.
Sheer dead silence.
It's possible. We'll get into that in a little bit. In the meantime, we have a Suns signing to talk about, so let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
About an hour after we went off the air last night, the name that Gambo and I had been talking about all day yesterday came to fruition as the Phoenix Suns signed free agent guard Luke Kennard to a 2-year, $13 million deal, player option for the seconds. One of the NBA's top three-point shooters over the course of his career, the NBA's top three-point shooter last year by percentage, joins the Phoenix Suns as they were desperate to add them a shooter. They got themselves a shooter after their Miles Bridges trade. Thoughts, reactions?
They did. Gambo is all over this. It's fine. It's fine for what they needed, which was a shooter on this taxpayer mid-level exception. Again, to be clear, they had ways of opening up this salary spot without doing the Miles Bridges trade, so we can fall into the trap, in my opinion, of looking at this of Miles Bridges and Luke Kennard versus Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen. You can certainly still do that, but there was a reality where they could have signed a Luke Kennard-esque player or straight up Luke Kennard for this salary anyway. Well, with that being said, it's a great ad for the price and a great ad for the need. And speaking of falling into traps, I don't want to fall into the trap of calling Luke Kennard one of the best three-point shooters in the league. He is the most efficient three-point shooter in the league. There are differences here. He's not a very high-volume guy. He is going to hit his catch and shoots. He's going to hit a couple of pull-ups every now and then. But in terms of volume and the difficulty of the shots, I don't want to fall into the trap of describing him as that. And where this gets complicated and what we're going to talk about throughout the entirety of the show is you need to play him because you need shooting so bad. But at what cost is that going to come in order to find him minutes and take them away from Jordan Goodwin or Rasheer Fleming or Ryan Dunn or Koa Pete or whoever else you need to bench in order to keep him out there as the valuable shooter that he is going to be for you throughout next season?
What this segment is going to end up being, honestly, is kind of a hodgepodge of stuff we're going to get into very specifically and in detail later on in the show. So it's going to be you just mentioned the minutes and how it's going to be distributed. That's kind of question number one. You just touched on a hot button issue for me, and that's the volume. And I'll be honest with you, this is something I love it when I learn something new, something I didn't know before. I didn't realize until accidentally, in my own mind anyway, stumbling upon the idea that Luke Kennard is just not a high-volume three-point shooter at all, and that this is something that has plagued him for his entire career. I mean, literally, this is all. What did I learn yesterday? I learned that Luke Kennard, while being a great three-point shooter in terms of his percentage, doesn't take a lot. And everywhere he's been, they've always talked about he doesn't take a lot. And I didn't know that until I found that out yesterday, which I think kind of complicates the issue to a certain extent, too. I think the minutes issue that you brought up complicates the issue to a certain extent. And this is why I sort of feel like his signing, independent of what they did with Miles Bridges, because I think that's in a different category, I think his signing sort of is in line with what the Suns have done all season long, all off-season long in terms of their signs. In a vacuum, Jordan Goodwin, that's a great signing. In a vacuum, Colin Gillespie, that's a great signing. In a vacuum for value, if we're just talking about how much money are you paying player X, player Y, player Z, Luke Kennard on a 2-year deal for $13 million is great value. How the pieces fit and mesh and come together, that, to me, Kellen, is a far more complicated bit of business when it comes to the Suns, because there's value in that vacuum, but then when you stand back and you look at the bigger picture, you go, how exactly is this going to work? And I think Luke Kennard is kind of more the same when it comes to how is this going to work.
I'm not saying this to criticize the signing or criticize him as a player. I'm saying this to educate and analyze the deal and just compare it to what was here in the past. Like the bottom line here is that Luke Kennard is not a one-dimensional player, but he is pretty close to one. He has other values offensively that he is going to bring the Suns. But if you thought Royce O'Neal was a negative on defense, wait till you see Luke Kennard play defense. That's been a large reason why he has bounced around so many places, and there hasn't really been a team that has found him a permanent long-term home on a contender just because of the defensive issues for him that have been consistent his entire career. Like Grayson and Royce had their weaknesses, but they played incredibly hard and covered up those weaknesses as best they could while providing a lot of pluses in a bunch of different areas, right? Like Grayson is not as good of a shooter efficiency-wise than Luke Kennard, but I would argue he brings more value as a shooter because of the volume that he brought with his shooting, and then also being like a 40+% from three guy when he's fully healthy. Royce, like similar things, like there's overall contributions where Royce O'Neal and Grayson would have games where you guys would come in here the next day, you'd look at the box score and say, look, I know Grayson had 11 points, but he was awesome in that game. Look, I know Royce had 4 points in that game, but he was awesome.
Yeah.
Luke's probably only going to be awesome when he hits his threes, and that's okay because we're talking about a guy who's making $6 million a year, but you inevitably have to compare him to those two guys because that is who he is replacing.
And that's where I want to get into the value of this because it does sound like, when the news came down last night they were signing Luke Kennard, I would categorize myself as happy. I was happy they got Luke Kennard. I think for the money they spent on a player with that skill set, that is money well spent. That is, you could do a whole lot worse for $6 million on what could essentially be a 1-year deal if he opts out for a player who shot 48% from 3-point last year, 47, whatever the exact number was. But again, it's about getting, like you say, it's about getting those parts to fit. It's about kind of comparing him to the players who he's kind of replacing. And I think it's also, and I mean, forgive me here for having flashbacks to that year the Phoenix Suns filled out their roster with a bunch of 1-year guy on vet minimums, who had opt-outs and players in the second year. But I did kind of wonder, Kellen, I thought Luke Kennard was going to be way more expensive than $6 million on the taxpayer mid-level exception. I didn't think the Suns could get him at $6 million, which then has me wondering, why were the Suns able to get? And you're cringing, like exactly. Like I thought this player was going to be out of their reach, and the fact that he wasn't makes me feel like there are things I should be worried about. And all of this sounds like we're not happy with this, or that we're what a disappointing signing this was. No, it's just like a lot of stuff I think the Suns have done this offseason, Kellen. All it does for me is raise more questions. Like they do something and I go, well, what about this? What about that? What about that? What about this? And I find myself doing exactly the same thing now with Luke Kennard. It just, instead of solving a problem, I feel like it's created 5 more questions that need to be answered.
And at the end of the day, we're talking about the 9th or 10th guy on the roster.
And you have to factor that into.
Again, he is replacing guys like Grayson or Royce, where if you were to rank the top 3 best Suns players on any given night, Royce and Grayson had a handful of finishes in those top 3s over the course of an 82-game season, whereas Luke Kennard is just not going to be able to bring that value, and we kind of expected that from this contract. But again, it's inevitable to compare him to Grayson and Royce with the trade and the replacement and all that kind of stuff.
One gets smashed on the griddle, the other gets smashed out of the park. Text the word SMASHER to 620-620 for your chance to win a $25 Sonic gift card and an autographed D-backs baseball. One grand prize winner will take home $500 to Sonic. Another win for the Diamondbacks against those, and I quote, horrible, terrible, no good, very bad Giants, close quote. Wasn't all good, however. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona sports and America's pastime. The D-backs host Milwaukee July 3rd and 4th. Listen today for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets in the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours. America's birthday. You and 3 of your besties at Chase Field for Diamondbacks baseball and fireworks. Go to ArizonaSports.com and click on the contest tab for more info on how you can win.
Hi, it's Wayne from Amco, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any Amco.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center. And Amco's authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
All say Amco has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, Amco does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call Amco first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, Wolf here, and time is up. It's the final days of employee pricing at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Tim's going out with a boom and a bang. It's the 4th of July sales event with select models priced below employee pricing. This is epic, man. How about $5,000 off MSRP on select 2025 Ford Mavericks? Price and selection only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. The Loop 202 and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. You pay what Tim pays, then save even more. Only at Santan Ford.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Ron White, live.
If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sidelines sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
And now, a no-frills ad brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Here it is. You can save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's it. See? Just a good old-fashioned, straightforward ad. See if you can save at Progressive.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Did the Diamondbacks finish the job and complete a sweep of the Giants? We're reacting to the series finale tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
And now the 1-2 is swung on, and a little looper towards left. Kepler racing on, makes the catch, and make that 8 in a row. Diamondbacks take down the Giants by a final score of 8-2, and they will try tomorrow night to sweep the Giants for the 3rd consecutive series in 2026.
Kellen Olson's filling in for Gambo today and the rest of this week here on the Burns and Gambo show. About, I think it was after Jorge Barrosa's bases loaded walk that drove in a run in the 3rd. I got a text from Alex Weiner, my Ain't No Fang podcast host, and he's like, oh my God, the Giants are a bad baseball team.
What podcast was that, by the way?
That'd be the Ain't No Fang.
Where can I find it?
Podcast. You can find that at ArizonaSports.com, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All your podcast services,
all
too?
your podcast services, Apple, the whole thing. Yeah, Ain't No Fang. Yeah, not bad, not bad. A whole lot better than that San Francisco Giants team. I mean, God bless you, Mitch, for. I mean, we've all been there. We all root for really bad teams. We all know what it's like to root for really bad teams, but. The Giants are just dreadful. Landon Roop last time was just so bad. I like try to imagine a world where the Diamondbacks don't hit that guy all around the yard, right? Don't score 6 runs on him in the first 3 innings. That's how bad he was.
How bad does your control issues have to be for the Diamondbacks to get 7 walks off of you right now with the way they're unable to rack those up? It's unbelievable.
I know.
I was scrolling through the game and catching up on it because again, like I was kind of locked in on Mexico. I'm not gonna lie, but I caught up on my baseball after. Don't worry, everyone. I was locked in. I was ready, and I was just so surprised by the amount of takes by the Diamondbacks. I'm just not used to seeing that from this year's team, right?
Yeah.
Like not so much patience at the plate, but just effectively spitting on the pitch. Like never looking interested in swinging at the pitch. This is something they've done strategically so well in the Hazen and Lovello era, and then this year is just completely flipped on their heads where you look at all of these numbers like chase rate, whiff rate for their hitters that are just completely like unrecognizable from what they used to be. This continues what we kind of already know. The Diamondbacks are one of the best teams in baseball at playing bad teams. They are now 30-12 against teams at or below 500, which yes means they're 13-30 against teams above 500. So we gained little information here, if I'm being honest. I think the big standout was Brandon Pfaadt, who we're going to talk about throughout the program today. But I think in terms of positives from this game for me and like learning more, it's like, okay, is this the type of momentum that you can create for your offense? Because that's what I was hoping for and talking myself into when I was doing Arizona Sports Night with Mitch is when the Rockies and Giants flub of games was over, it was like, okay, now the offense can get going. It's like now Ketel Marte can finally start to look like Ketel Marte. Thank goodness. And Ketel, speaking of that, is continuing to hit home runs, which is great. But that's the hope. The hope is that this gets the offense going and this can transition to better pitching and better teams.
Yeah, and you're right. The story of last night was Brandon Pfaadt, but based off of what you just said, I'll spin it a little differently and say that I think for me, the 1A story last night was Lourdes Gurriel Jr. If only because we know from our experience with Gurriel, he's one of the streakiest guys to ever wear a Diamondbacks uniform. And if he is indeed on some sort of a hot streak, and we've seen what a Lourdes Gurriel Jr. hot streak can look like. It won't last, but if he is indeed on one, and if he can stay on one for another week or so, boy, what a good time it would be for that to happen. Because as you point out, as good as the Diamondbacks are against the bad, they're just as bad against the good. And next week, they need to, given where we are in the calendar, where we are in the season, where we are with the trade deadline and the All-Star break, man, the Arizona Diamondbacks got to mind their P's and Q's and be on it these next 11 games to finish the All-Star break portion, the pre-All-Star break portion, strong enough so as not to bury themselves like they did a year ago. This time a year ago, Kellen, they're almost exactly the same position standings-wise in terms of record, where they were relative to everyone else. They lost 8 of their final 12 games going into the All-Star break, and Mike Hazen basically had no choice. They were sellers. They had to be sellers. They've got 11 games now before the All-Star break, and if they're to avoid the same fate that they had a year ago, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. might be a key guy in avoiding that. And that maybe for me, that was my one. I'm going to try to pluck a positive from this game, even though it was just the San Francisco Giants. And I'm going to hope that positive is going to be Lourdes Gurriel and whether he can get on some sort of a hot streak or not.
But we were more confident at this point last year because this team was just so much more talented than it is now, right? Like you still had Suarez, you still had Naylor. Like there was still like a top 5 to 10 offense in there and enough pitching to get you across. That was before even more injuries continued to devastate them.
By this time last year, let me think about this. By this time a year ago, Burns was already hurt, Puck was already hurt, Martinez was already hurt, right? Those guys were all gone.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what else was going on at that time. Gallen wasn't pitching very well. Pfaadt wasn't pitching very well. Ryan Nelson was pitching very well. I'm trying to compare like my level of confidence in the team
and how I felt about it. I don't know. I kind of, maybe this is recency bias, but I kind of feel like I felt the same about the team this time a year ago as I do right now. Like they're flawed. They're deeply, deeply flawed, and they've got a lot of problems. And I don't know if they're going to be able to survive these next 11 games before the All-Star break without having to be kind of revealed for who they are. I don't know. It's a good question. Did I feel better about the Diamondbacks team a year ago than I do right now? I don't know.
Jerry was a completely different player last year too.
Was
he was a completely different player. Now I think that's sort of the hidden inside what has been an extremely disappointing, and now we can close the book on June and look at these June splits in totality. A very disappointing June for the offense. You look and like Gabby had a pretty good month. Like Lourdes had a pretty good last week or so. Kepler the last couple of days. Jerry is starting to get back on track in the last month a little bit. Like Cattell for the last week. So there have been like individual, not breakthroughs, but indications of progress for these guys. Mm-hmm. It's just got to amount to like the team as a whole.
Yeah, and it's got to translate when you play the Brewers this weekend. The Brewers are some bad dudes, right? And you got to be very careful with that series this weekend. You got 3 against the Dodgers before the All-Star break. To your point about, good versus the bad, bad versus the good, that is going to get tested. And I guess I'm just saying that if this is one of those moments where Cattell's on the upswing and Perdomo's on the upswing and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is on the upswing, maybe that'll be enough for them to survive these 11 games and still put themselves in a position where they're just not a blatant seller like they were a year ago going into the All-Star break when it was just so obvious to see that they were exactly that. Of course, the story was also fought how we've got Torey Lovullo joining us. Unusual for him to join us on a Wednesday, but we have Friday off around here at the station with the July 4th observed holiday. So Torey is going to join us today. I'm not saying last night's win wasn't a good one. You almost need to do it again tonight, right? Like, I mean, if you're just trying to stack as many of these things as you possibly can, tonight is Zach Gallen night, though. And that is a little, I was going to say the word concerning. You just kind of hold your breath every time you see Zach Gallen on the mound, don't you?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what I need to see before the deadline. I need to see like what the Miami Marlins did for the last 3 to 4 weeks. You know what I mean? Like I don't need to see just like a week or two. Like they need to separate themselves from this massive teams. Like Miami is attempting to do like St. Louis did earlier in the year, like the Cubs and Phillies have done right now. Like I need the Diamondbacks to do that. And I just don't think they're going to be able to do that. If anything, I think they're going to fall further down the standings. It's really tough for me to continue to look at this situation, try to figure out how they're buyers and how they turn the season around. I just don't see it.
Diamondbacks looking to sweep the Giants for the 3rd time this year. What is manager Torey Lovullo hoping to see from his starter tonight in Zach Gallen? We'll ask the skipper. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now the 1-2 is swung on and a little looper towards left. Kepler racing on, makes the catch and make that 8 in a row. Diamondbacks take down the Giants by a final score of 8-2, and they will try to sweep the Giants for the 3rd consecutive series in 2026.
Don't miss D-backs Giants series finale tonight at 6, right here on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey, renters, it's Gambo, and I'm going to do some math for you really quick. If you're paying $2,200 a month in rent, that's $26,400 a year going straight to your landlord. 5 years of that, and you've handed somebody else $132,000, and you own nothing. A mortgage payment in that same range builds equity every single month. That's your money in your house working for you. So here's what I want you to do. Call the Lund Mortgage team today at 623-889-0130. Tell them you want to get a house, you want to get out of renting, and within a few hours, they'll give you a yes or a no and all the information you need. And here's why Lund. Great pricing you can trust. Lund Mortgage is not a company looking to mark you up. They're a company that genuinely wants you to win. They're in your corner from day one. Right now, they're also covering the appraisal on every purchase loan they close. So give them a call today at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130, or go to lundmortgage.com.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. Plus, get a free base with select mattress purchases. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different.
TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg that the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure though, because now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Picture this. It's 8 o'clock on 4th of July. It's 102 degrees outside, and your AC just quit. That's exactly the moment Precision was built for. We stay fully staffed all summer, nights, weekends, and holidays, because that's when you need us the most. And we never charge extra for after-hours calls. Make the Precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
For 150 years, Budweiser has been at backyard cookouts, your favorite concerts, and at ballparks where America fell in love with the game. And here in the Valley, that story continues. Budweiser is proud to partner with Major League Baseball and your hometown Arizona Diamondbacks, because baseball isn't just a sport. It's tradition. It's time spent with friends. It's where we cheer together. Cheers to 150 years of Budweiser and baseball, and the fans who make it all unforgettable. This Bud's for you. 21 and over only. Enjoy responsibly.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks looking for the series sweep tonight against the Giants. Should they win it, it would be their 9th straight win against San Francisco to begin the season. That would match a franchise record win streak against San Francisco, one like they had in 2011 to 2012. Zach Gallen will be the man tasked on the mound. He opposes right-hander Trevor McDonald. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. In other Diamondbacks news, Kason Cunningham has been selected to represent the organization at this year's Futures game. The 2025 first-round pick has split time between the two single-A clubs of Hillsborough and Visalia this year. Futures game will be Sunday, July 12th in Philadelphia. In the NBA, more moves have happened since the beginning of free agency. Notably today, the LA Lakers have acquired Utah Jazz center Walker Kessler in exchange for 2 unprotected first-round picks and 2 first-round swaps. They also plan to give him a 4-year, $130 million contract extension. In other moves, Mitchell Robinson leaving the champion Knicks, joining the Boston Celtics on a 3-year deal. Norman Powell is heading to Chicago on a 2-year deal. And the U.S. men's national team begins World Cup knockout play tonight in Santa Clara. The round of 32 matchup is against Bosnia-Herzegovina. Kickoff is at 5. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. How would we grade what the Cardinals did this offseason? We're going to hand out our offseason grades tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, I'm going to turn on the microphone there. Tori Lavello is scheduled to join us today, not on Friday, because tomorrow's an off day. Friday is an off day for us because of the July 4th holiday. So Tori will be kind enough to join us today any minute now. I think we're just waiting for him to either dial up on video or give us a call, one of the two. This gives me a chance to air grievance number 2 against Kellen Olson here at the start of the show. Well, okay.
Yeah, what's up? Oh, you took them off?
Well, I took one of them off.
Okay.
What does everybody think of that shoe?
Can we get the video chat's thoughts on Dave Burns' shoe?
What does everybody think of that shoe?
Jamal is giving 1 thumbs up. He could give 2 to make us feel better. There we go, 2.
Because I wore this shoe yesterday. Lauren noticed it right away. I'm like, oh, new kicks. Those look great. I said, really? I'm not sure these are me. I feel like I'm trying to go for, hey, I'm not in my mid-50s. I'm in my early 30s. Aren't I cool? And so I've been really insecure and sensitive about them, but I kind of got over it because Lauren made me feel better. We're mapping out the show today, and Kellen says to me, I don't even remember exactly
what was the context, Lauren, of why I felt like I had to diss him for something? I can't remember.
He felt like he had to rip me over something. He's like, your shoes are ugly. I'm like, oh, my God.
Okay, I didn't say they're ugly. They're stupid. I said they're stupid.
Oh, even better. I think I'd rather have ugly than stupid.
It was a bit where I was set up in some way to make fun of you, and the one thing that I chose was the one thing you're actually sensitive about.
What's the first thing your eyes were drawn to, which means people's eyes are being drawn to these shoes because I shouldn't be wearing them?
Because I looked from down up. The angle I was looking at you from, I started down, I saw the shoes, I was like, the shoes are stupid.
What do you think? Anybody?
I think they look fine.
Anybody?
Do we have feedback yet, Lauren?
Well, we have Tori Lavello on video right now, so you can go ahead and ask him.
Okay. Tori.
What do you got?
What do you think of these shoes? Am I trying to am I an old man trying to be a young man by wearing these shoes?
I'm just okay with them right here.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're mid.
Right here, not here.
The kids would say you're mid. The kids would say you're
mid. Yeah.
Yeah, you're mid.
Yeah.
Okay,
They're mid. How would they look with your dad bod? Do you think you pull it off like with no shirt and a bathing suit and those shoes on?
I would never wear these shoes with a bathing suit. Never. There, I'd go.
How about with like shorts? I mean, I don't know. I'm seeing you. You can pull something off of those things.
Look, I appreciate the honesty. If I can't pull them off, I can't pull them off. I don't think I could exchange them at this point, so I might be stuck with them. But if I can't wear them, I won't pull them off, Tori. It's fine.
No, you could rock them. You could rock them. It's just, it's what you think and how you pull it off. Like it's a whole vibe thing. Even if they're not the right thing or you're wearing the wrong thing, but you're pulling it off, you're pulling it off. You know.
I don't think I'm pulling it off. I think that's the whole point of this. I think I'm not pulling it off. Yeah.
Tori, you know when you say something like to your significant other and you realize you said the worst possible thing you could have said? That is how I felt in show prep when I jokingly said his shoes look stupid. And now it's just been in his head now for the look I got from him and Lauren immediately. I was like, oh no, I said the wrong thing here.
Do we need to play
Tori's? You rattled the cage. I got you.
He did, and he's been living rent free inside my head ever since, and I can't get him out, Tori. So I'm working hard. Do we need to play the Tori Open to officially signify that Tori is joining the show now? Okay, please hit.
Your exclusive home of the D-backs.
Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Tori Lavello joins Burns and Gambo to talk D-backs baseball. Brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you.
Tori Kellen is filling in for Gambo the rest of this week. Gambo's been invited to the Taylor Swift wedding, so he won't be joining us for the rest of the week.
Is that a true story?
No, that is not a true
story.
story.
The fact that you would even believe it speaks to, wow, that is a compliment in of itself, Tori, that you went with it for a couple of seconds. Wow, that was very nice of you.
Oh
my God, I should
have. That was good. I was reading your face right there, Burnsy, and you were kind of pulling it off like you were almost disappointed that it actually happened. And I'm like, oh my God.
Should have rolled with that for a little bit longer. I don't know why I didn't roll with that. I have no idea. Let's start with the obvious from last night's game. Brandon Pfaadt, he's a starter. He's a reliever. He's a starter. He's here. He's in Reno. He's in Tampa. He's back from Tampa. He's like hopping all over the place. How grounding was it for you and for the organization and for him to do what he did last night?
Yeah, it was a great feeling for all of us, especially him. And you're right. We were trying to keep it a secret that he was going to pop into Tampa and then be a surprise starter on day 2. But, we had him there. We got rained out. He flew back. He didn't let that affect him. And that's just Brandon's personality. He's so accountable. He wants to go out there and dial it up and help his team win a game. What it tells me, and I just had a chance to talk to Chris Lifka, Director of Player Development, who was in my office right before this call. It told me a story that he went down and worked his butt off, and Chris Lifka, verified that and said he didn't waste time. He utilized every resource he possibly could. He went out there, executed really good game plans. Only had his pitch count built up to mid 50s, so we could only run him out there for the mid 60s number that we got to. But all in all, it was a great outing and a little bit more like Brandon Pfaadt. It looked like he had good finish on his fastball. He's getting some swing and miss on certain pitches. It's just a really good day on a day where we really needed it as well.
Tori, in the middle of your lineup, you got three guys who I would like to designate as professional hitters. Lourdes, Max, and Nolan have been doing this for a long time. What will it do for you guys in your just offensive struggles over the last month if those guys can really start to get going and work the at-bats you're looking for in the middle of the lineup?
Well, we know that they're very capable of doing it. They've got the track record that it's been a part of their game in impacting the baseball and being right in the middle of big moments. And yesterday was a good situation for Lourdes to walk up there, get a pitch, get some extension, hit that 3-run home run. That's what we're accustomed to when he gets up to the plate. He's battling his own body. He had the injuries. He's trying to get balanced. He's trying to feel his legs, and it takes a little bit of time. And we need a bunch of guys to get going. And you hit just three of them right there. Pavin Smith is another one. They're all very capable, and we got to get it done. Right now is the time. We can't keep waiting for this to happen or say, they're still working their way back into it. They've been here for some time now, and it's time for them to go out there and start to be very, very productive. And it starts with swinging to strikes, controlling the zone, making sure your swing is fundamentally sound. And we know because of that track record, good things could happen.
You've been Lourdes' manager, obviously, for your entire time with the D-backs, his entire time with the Diamondbacks. He's one of the streakiest players maybe we've ever seen wear a D-backs uniform. And I know that sounds derogatory. I don't mean it the way it sounded. But yeah. Is what you're seeing kind of aligning with an idea that he's going into one of those stretches that he's been known to get into from time to time when he's been a Diamondback?
Yeah, you hit it right on the head, right? He can get hot for 3.5, 4 weeks and carry a ball club. So we're waiting for that. We know that's a possibility. He does it 2 or 3 times during the course of a season and then treads water for the other parts of it. I think that a lot of players have that ability to carry a ball club. So, the signs are when he's starting to check off of pitches that are out of the zone, that are down, especially breaking balls at the bottom of the zone that are in the dirt. When he's starting to lay off of those pitches, some good things really, really, in my opinion, are starting to come.
Tori, with the reality of baseball these days, we kind of live in this sad state where we just have to expect injuries to your starting rotation at some point. Like we just know they're coming in. With that in mind, I want to ask you about something I've asked to you before, which is just the development of young pitchers in your guys' system for about the last 10 years or so, and seemingly the inability you guys have had to have those guys develop. Now, Ryan and Brandon are two guys that have defied that exception the last 2 to 3 years, but what do you think has led to that stagnation for you guys as an organization, and what can fix it and perhaps be the breakthrough with these two young pitchers for you guys the last 2 years?
Yeah, good points. All well taken. And, you look at other organizations and they're developing some, different types of arms and had a lot of success. And, I'm not sure what the process is with the amateur draft. I follow it the best that I can from afar. And I hear some of the excitement that these guys have every single time they draft these players. But the truth of the matter is we've got to continue to develop the right guys and push the right buttons via the draft and bring the right guys in here that we develop. So I think it's an organizational thing. When you're talking about players that are becoming elite players, such as Corbin Carroll and Geraldo Perdomo, you get them into the system. First of all, you get the right guy in the system. And when you get the right guy in the system, you got to really work hard at developing them. And that's what we're trying to hone in on every single day. There's no perfect science to it. I wish I had the magic pill that could say this is what will happen if we do this with player X, Y, and Z. But we got to get better for sure. We know that there's been some development issues. It's taking a little bit of time for certain guys. We got to get over that hump. And when we do, we're going to continue to develop more players like Corbin Carroll.
Tori Lavello joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Kellen Olson filling in. Michael Soroka's bullpen yesterday. I believe you had said there'd be an update on how that turned out and how he did. So how did he do? How does he feel?
He did really good. We're still trying to determine a timeline. I might have got a little ahead of myself without knowing the results of the bullpen, saying it was probably right before the All-Star break. But, what we're discovering is it's going to be somewhere in that time frame, possibly after. I got to throw that into the potential. But overall, he feels really good. Non-issue with his lower half, which was a great sign. I think we dodged a real bullet here. What does it mean on the front side with getting him back up to speed? Usually, if it's one day down, it's 1 day in the rehab process. We're trying to figure out if it's out 1-to-1 schedule. But he's going to get back as soon as possible. But I said before the break, it might be something a little bit after the break for right now.
Torrey, Jerry's right back on schedule after a great June. The on-base percentage at over 400. What have you seen from his at-bats that starts to look like the guy we saw last year?
A little bit of awareness, situational awareness, understanding how he's getting worked. I've called him into my office a few times and said, hey, you're getting pitched to, and it's part of the game, and you just need to be aware of what's going on here. So he went back to the drawing board with the hitting coaches, and I know that the hitting coaches were intentionally throwing balls to him during the sequence of his work that were showing some vulnerability. So he became aware of what his vulnerability was. He practiced seeing it and then practiced checking off of it. So for me, it's the pitches that he's checking off of that are enabling him to stay in counts, that it's enabling him to kind of open up the field in the right situation and the right counts and not get so dominant to the pull side. It's very clear that the pitching plan is to throw four seamers into him right now. And, sometimes a little bit of humble pie if you can't hit a fastball in, but you got to make sure it's a strike. And if it's in off, you got to take it. So it's two parts, checking off of the ball down in the bottom of the zone. He is letting that ball go in off of the plate, and he's starting to swing at balls that he can handle.
Torrey, appreciate you coming on a couple days earlier than you normally do. And more than anything else, I appreciate your complete and total honesty about my footwear. Thank you so much.
All right, boys. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Sounds good. Torrey Lavello, manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, our guest on the Burns and Gamble Show. I should have let that Taylor Swift thing ride. I had him.
I thought about a bit of he's sitting at Future's table. Katy Perry's at his table. It's crazy, but
I had him for a second. Yeah, we should have kept rolling with that. Red, white, and you. The July 5th, this July 5th, continue the celebration by saving lives. Very important thing we have coming up. Join Vitalent's Saving Arizona Blood Drive at Tempe Center for the Arts from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. 700 donors needed. Visit our contest page for more info. NBA free agency took a minute, but it kicked into high gear this morning. Some of the noteworthy moves coming out of the league, in particular out of Los Angeles. We'll talk about it next. Kellen's in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs manager Torrey Lavello, brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you. Arizona sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I tell you what, it was nice for a change to see a Diamondback starting pitcher get a standing ovation as he left the field.
Yeah, that was one of the big stories was, you said you had a good feeling about Brandon Pfaadt going into that start. He apparently had some good feelings, too, because that was, upper echelon effectiveness and efficiency from Brandon Pfaadt, not just this year, but anytime in his career.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Degas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, what's the biggest shock people face upon retirement?
Well, the paycheck stops, but the expenses don't. And if you don't have a clear income strategy, you're guessing every single month.
And no one wants to live like that in retirement.
Exactly. We help people turn savings into reliable income so that they can spend confidently. Call 844-726-9116. Let's build your income plan. 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust. Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
How's this sound? Employee pricing for all, and for all military veterans and first responders, another $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, that's how Ford is driving America forward for the next 250 years to come. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and when we go there to our Desert Ford dealers, like we did just recently, leasing a Bronco Sport for my daughter, we get American value for American values, including employee pricing. Ford has been part of America for more than a century, and once again, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand brand in Arizona. Take that 2026 Ford F-150 truck, better than ever, work truck or weekend warrior, and it gets better with employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. And again, all military veterans and first responders, you get that additional $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll.
Are Dave Burns' shoes stupid? Yes or no? Is that the poll question?
I'm not putting that out as a poll question.
I'm just kidding.
No.
I'm just kidding.
No.
I know this seems like I'm being a sensitive little snowflake about it, but I'm really not. It's mostly just for joke and entertainment purposes. But
For the record, I like them.
I know
and
you do.
Told
You complimented me on them
before
yesterday.
this whole thing happened.
Before this whole
No one
hubbub.
has asked me if I actually like them or not, by the way. It's just assumed that I think they're stupid. It was just the point. It was just the time for a deadpan insult.
Now Kellen's
and I
getting
picked
all
the
up in
worst
his-
one.
You know what? I mean, you talk about the worst two guys at the station to get up in their feelings about something. Oh, that's
Oh,
me and
God.
Kellen in a New York, right?
Oh.
Like we are
sensitive little boy over here.
Just stop it already, for goodness sakes. It's like your shoes. Who gives a you know what, right? Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Belgium scored, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. He's operating at 60% over there now. What's the bowl question?
He said he was giving you 85. And
Well, that was before Belgium scored, and now that Belgium has scored, he's
Oh.
back. He's back down to 60.
He didn't even say anything. He just went like this.
Exactly.
It's now been lowered.
Just wait until the U.S. men's team starts at 5 o'clock. Oh, boy.
Then,
Oh, boy. It's going to be the Burns, Mitch, and Lauren show.
we might lose Mitch.
Yeah, we
I
might
don't
too.
know.
Yeah, it's possible. She's just not saying a word.
Nothing. Here, Kellen.
I'm listening for social cues on when I should jump in. I didn't feel one yet. I just didn't feel one, guys.
All right,
I trust my
here's-
social intuition.
Here's your social cue for you, Kellen.
What's up?
How would you grade the Suns' reported Luke Kennard signing? A, B, C, D.
B. And now I'm done. Now I can go back.
Social cue done.
Yeah.
Put me down for a B.
B. All right, 2 B's. A is leading the way with 46% of the vote, 37% going with B, 12% going with C, and 4% going with D.
I get it. On the surface, there's not a lot about this deal to not
Belgium
like.
just scored again. We've lost Kellen.
It's the Dave Burns Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports
I'm
leader.
going to get
Dave
stuck
Burns
taking
and
a
his
tight
new
end
sneaker.
9th overall, man. This is a nightmare. Oh, my God.
Boy, that happened quick, too. That happened fast. All right, that's the poll question. You can find it at arizonasports.com. Yesterday, free agency started at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's kind of a dud. You had the Kawhi trade that became official, and everybody gawked at just how much Toronto gave up to get a mid-30s Kawhi Leonard who breaks down all the time. 2 unprotected firsts. My God, that's a lot. But then this morning...
the Drew Eubanks buffer, if you will, of course. You'll infamously remember that the Suns were punished. They had a second-round pick taken away because of the tampering of Drew Eubanks.
Gambo referred to that yesterday, so now everybody waits the appropriate amount of time.
Okay,
Okay,
hold
pause.
on. We're definitely doing this legally.
Pause. Now we can flood with all of the signings, and the flood happened this morning
starting about 5 o'clock. I mean, just deal after deal, move after move, and probably the biggest one. There have been a bunch, but I think it's safe to say the biggest one is 2 Western Conference teams making a giant trade. Walker Kessler going from the Utah Jazz to the LA Lakers. Then the LA Lakers went out and spent a bunch of money on a bunch of other players, Colin Sexton and others. But Kessler goes from Utah to LA for 2 unprotected firsts and a whole bunch of stuff. And that's a big post-LeBron swing in terms of stuff you're giving up if you're the Lakers.
You know me, I'm a swing guy. If you have the franchise star, go for it. So the LaMelo Ball trade for the Timberwolves from a few days ago, risky, pretty big gamble. It's going to be a volatile situation, but you have Anthony Edwards in his prime, go for it. Lakers, Luka Doncic in his prime, Austin Reeves in his prime, go for it. Them going for it with Walker Kessler, maybe not the right guy to go for it with, because on top of the injury concern, we just don't really know how good he is at basketball. I think everyone around the league seems to think he is a borderline top 10 center, if not a top 10 center, with how much interest there was in him. But this is a guy who has struggled with injuries a lot the last 2 years and is, while a very effective and one of the best shot blockers in the league, is a limited defensive player in terms of the scheme. He's a Rudy Gobert type. He's going to play a drop. He's going to hang out around the basket. He's going to come up a little bit here and there. And the way this would work out effectively with him and the right kind of team around that kind of defender, you look at Minnesota and all the success they had with Gobert and like the defenders they had, like McDaniels, like Ant, like others that they put around him, Nickeil Alexander-Walker. The Lakers don't have any of those defenders. They went out and just signed more offensive-minded players. They brought in Quentin Grimes. They brought in Colin Sexton. They brought in Sandro Mamukelashvili. So clearly the task for J.J. Redick is, okay, get a passable defense out of this. Like, have everything go towards Kessler, have him dominate in a way defensively where we can get a middling defense out of this, and then Luka, AR, and shooters and more skill like Mamukelashvili, and we can have maybe the best offense in the league. It's another different type of gamble, and honestly, this is the type of trade, Burnsy, where if I was a Suns fan, I would be elated because it hurts the Jazz, and I think it hurts the Lakers too.
Yeah, you mentioned that on social media because the Jazz were seen as like this relatively ascending team who, with the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade, might be a team to fear a little bit. And I got to admit, the first thing I thought of when I saw this trade was, and I know the Walker Kessler rumors had been out there for a while now, but kind of the first thing I thought of was, how much does this notch them down? How much does this kind of take that, oh, look out, here they come, here come the Utah Jazz. How much does that take that away from them? And then the other thought, too, was, teams are questionable players to go spending through the hilt for. You know, whether it's the Suns and Miles, whether it's Toronto and Kawhi and all they gave up to give him, whether it was Minnesota's wild swing on LaMelo and what they gave up to get. Like, I'm kind of surprised that there have been this many radical deals this early in the offseason for teams that are, it's kind of questionable, I think, whether what they've actually achieved by going for it the way they have.
Well, it's just so weird to rewind to 2 months ago, where if we go through the postseason and how the playoffs went for all of these teams, the one team we would have assumed was going to make a giant move was Houston.
Yes.
After the way it fell apart for them and just how it looked like they had just met each other a week ago with how they were playing, and they're the one team poised to not really do anything. It's really weird. Like, Denver is going to do something here. We know it's coming at some point for them to save money because they can't spend to go into the tax, apparently. So where exactly is there going to be some stability in this, and are the Suns going to be in a position where their own continuity is going to be an advantage for them compared to these other teams that are changing up a whole lot?
When we come back, Kellen's in for Gambo here on the Burns and Gambo Show. How can you accomplish two things at once if you're the Phoenix Suns? You're trying to win, you're signing and trading for win now guys, and you're still trying to develop young players. Can the Suns do both at the same time? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union. I'm a very happy member of Global Credit Union, and I'm happy because Global Credit Union strives every single day to save me money as a member of Global Credit Union. That's what I like about them so much, whether it's the checking account that I have, the savings accounts that I have, the loans that I have with Global Credit Union. It's better rates on the loans. It's fewer fees on the accounts. It's in some cases no fees on the accounts. Global Credit Union last year collectively saved all of their members $194 million last year. It's real. They talk about it every day. They dedicated themselves to saving regular people like you and me money every single day so you can save for that house. You can save for that college fund, save for that big vacation, whatever it is. That's what Global Credit Union is all about. And as a member, I can't even begin to tell you how happy I am with their commitment to keeping my own money in my pocket. Joining is super simple. Sign up online by going to globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches to experience it for yourself. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Bay.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
On BritBox, there is a place where stories twist like cobblestone roads, grand manners hide secrets, and stakes are higher than seaside cliffs. Find places worth getting lost in on BritBox. Watch new series like The Other Bennett Sister from the world of Jane Austen and A Woman of Substance starring Golden Globe winner Brenda Blethyn. If you want to get away, you're in the right place. Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Free trial at BritBox.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Make the move to Mopsy. Call Mopsy Pest Control.
Hey, it's Austin at Moxie Pest Control. When I was about 13, I started mowing lawns in the summer to make a few extra bucks. As I think back now, I have no idea how I survived mowing yards in the middle of the Arizona summer. What was I thinking? But you know, what I didn't realize at the time was how much I was learning. Showing up when I said I would, doing a good job, being proud when the customer was happy. Those things really stuck with me. And that same feeling is still what guides us today at Moxie Pest Control. Because respect and reliability isn't something you talk about, it's something you demonstrate. So when one of our technicians goes the extra mile and shows you a little extra kindness, I hope you'll know it's genuinely who we're trying to be at Moxie Pest Control. And it may just be why we're the highest and most reviewed pest control company in all of Arizona. Call 888-MOXIE-10.
Make the move to Mopsy. Call Mopsy Pest Control.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks looking for a series sweep tonight against the Giants. Should they win, it would also be their 9th straight win against San Francisco to begin the year. That would match a franchise record win streak against the G-Men like they had from 2011 to 2012. Zach Gallen will be the man tasked on the mound. He opposes right-hander Trevor McDonald. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. In other Diamondbacks news, Kason Cunningham has been selected to represent the organization at this year's Futures game. The 2025 first-round pick has split time between the two single-A clubs of Hillsborough and Visalia this year. Futures game is on Sunday, July 12th in Philadelphia. In the NBA, more moves have happened since the beginning of free agency. Notably today, the LA Lakers have acquired Utah Jazz center Walker Kessler in exchange for 2 unprotected first-round picks and 2 first-round pick swaps. They also plan to give him a 4-year, $130 million contract extension. Other notable moves, Mitchell Robinson leaving the champion New York Knicks, heading to the Boston Celtics on a 3-year deal, while Norman Powell is going to make way to the Windy City of Chicago on a 2-year deal. And the U.S. men's national team begins World Cup knockout play tonight in Santa Clara. Their round of 32 matches against Bosnia-Herzegovina. Kickoff is at 5. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. Big wins are waiting at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Jeep Wrangler or a share of $25,000. Join us July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. Details at CasinoArizona.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Dan Bickley writes that the Suns are no longer up against the mom-and-pop Lakers. Diamondbacks prospect Kaysen Cunningham was named to the NL Futures Game roster. And how does the Cardinals running back surplus work itself out? Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Welcome back. Kellen is filling in for Gambo this week, and obviously the news of the day, Luke Kennard, his 2-year deal, player option for the 2nd year to come back to the Phoenix Suns, come back to the Phoenix Suns, to come to the Phoenix Suns. And with it, unless there's something else they're going to do that we don't anticipate, and, with this front office, who knows? There might be something else. I don't want to.
Someone's got something they want, man. Watch out. They'll find a way.
Seriously, if they want to scratch that itch, boy, they are going to go scratch it, right? And so I guess we can't sit here and say with certainty that it's finished and it's over. But you stand back, and they're at 15. They've got, 1 two-way spot to fill, and we'll see if they fill it with one of the guards they signed for their summer league team or whatever. But for the most part, they've got a complete-looking basketball team in terms of the positions and the players and the names and things like that. With Kennard coming in, and I got to admit, I kind of had the same thought when I heard the news about Kennard signing yesterday. I thought, okay, how is this going to work when on a team that really only has 2 guys that you can truly depend on to shoot the 3, make the 3, take the 3s, things like that? Those 2 guys are going to have to play an awful lot, obviously, to make this work the way it's supposed to. And then you kind of start thinking about the guys who might not play as much as you want because you're trying to fit those guys in. And then immediately I start thinking about the same thing, Kellen, I think you started thinking about. What does this do for Fleming? What does this do for the young guys you're trying to develop? What is this roster, the way it's currently constructed, what does it do for the young players you're trying to develop, and how does Jordan Ott balance that?
Yeah, I think it's tough because when you look at this roster, and there are going to be people more optimistic about it than me, but I see borderline like top 6. Like I think borderline top 6 finish right around like that line. I'll say that there's an obvious point of differentiation between the Spurs and the Thunder, and then there's a drop off there. And in that tier, for the majority of the season, the Suns were in that next tier, like the 2nd tier of the West. That's where the Suns were. I'm not sure that I'm going to have them there at the end of the offseason. So it's the goal of trying to win now, exactly what you are trying to win. You're just trying to win basketball games, be better, compete, make the playoffs, all that kind of stuff. Well, it's like, okay, you're doing that, but you're not going to be doing that at a point where you're a contender or competing for a championship. We're not expecting that with this team. So with that in mind, when you're a team like this that the Suns are in, and they're in this kind of position, you need to develop your young talent. Now, they are going to do that by virtue of Jalen Green playing, by virtue of Mark Williams playing. Those guys are still in their early 20s and are qualified in that type of age range. But when you look at everyone else that you want to see this team develop outside of Oso Ighodaro, I don't see a pathway towards a consistent role. I'll put it that way. Yes, there will be injuries. Yes, there will be other things that open up playing time. But in terms of everyday consistent playing time, like someone like Ryan Dunn got, for example, last year, I don't see it. On the perimeter, you've got Green, Booker, Brooks, and Bridges. Those are your 4 starters. Colin Gillespie is going to be your key reserve, and Jordan Goodwin is going to be in there as well. Luke Kennard has to play. He has to play because you need the shooting. Now, if Rasheer Fleming was a 41% three-point shooter, that would not be the case, but he is not. Or if Ryan Dunn was. This is where you could get into Kobe Bryant, maybe wanting to see him. And like, if there's an argument of maybe you just play him over Kennard if you want to prioritize it that much. I'm not making that argument per se, but I'm trying to give you a situation where you feel both need and prioritizing the player development at the same time. I just don't think they're going to be able to do both at the same time, and they're going to have to make some tough choices. What I want to see ideally, Bernsey, is that Jalen Green, Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, and Miles Bridges shoot the ball so well next year that Luke Kennard isn't a necessity, because that is the way Rasheer Fleming. We thought Rasheer Fleming was going to be the starting power forward a week ago. And now we're like, I don't know if he's going to get a role like that happening. It just can't happen. I don't think you can make a trade where that happens.
No, and I think there's a case to be made, and fairly easily. Look, he'll just be the backup 4, and he'll get minutes that way. And in a simplistic way, that's okay. He'll get minutes that way. But I think here's where things get complicated, and you summed it up perfectly. You've got 4 starters. Take Mark Williams out of the equation. You got 4 starters in Book, Green, Brooks, and Miles Bridges. None of them shot better than 35% from 3 last year, 36% from 3.
Yeah.
Most of them were. Jalen Green was like 31.5. Bridges was 33. Book was 33. Dylan Brooks wasn't much better. So when you've got a lineup that is so deficient 3-point wise, you've got to have Colin Gillespie out there a lot. You've got to have Luke Kennard out there a lot. And we'll get into the volume later and how they're going to need Kennard to even shoot more than he is now. You need those. And so then when you start putting those guys out there with the aforementioned 4 players, that's when you start running into playing time problems for everybody else, because you're almost mandated now when you have 4 starters who are that poor from the 3-point line. You're mandated to have one of those shooters out there on the floor, and then the trickle down just starts to happen of, well, if I'm going to have that guy on the floor, that means I can't have this guy on the floor. And if I can't have this guy on the floor, now you start wondering if Rasheer Fleming is going to get 15 minutes per game, if even that next year. That can't happen. He's got to play next year. He has to.
It's a different way of looking at one of the flaws of the Bridges trade overall, because back to what I was talking about, if you look around at some of like the other names that have been around the board, I'm not saying the Suns would have been able to trade for Kawhi Leonard, but if Miles Bridges' spot was taken by Kawhi Leonard, you'd be like, okay, they're trying to contend. They're trying to win a championship. At the cost of developing their young talent, they are really, really going to go for it in that regard. Their big version of the go for it move was a guy who is a 4th or 5th best player on a good, half-decent team, maybe, depending on how you feel about him, how great you feel about him, and you can sense hesitation in my voice there. The other thing here is re-signing Mark Williams. I am very high on Oso Ighodaro. He's an extremely polarizing player for the Suns fan base. Some people think he's trash and shouldn't play. Some people, like me, think he's one of the best reserve centers in basketball. The spectrum is really that wide. I would like to see Oso Ighodaro continue to play as many minutes as he did last year, if not more. He played 24 minutes a game last year. How on earth is he going to play that? Mark is going to play what he's going to play, and Kaman Malawach is going to get consistent everyday minutes. Again, consistent everyday minutes. I know Mark Williams is going to be injured and Kaman is going to get in there then, but this kid needs to play every game. You need to find out what you have in him right now, because if you don't have something with him, that changes the whole way you think about the franchise for the next 2 years. If you can't play Kaman Malawach 15 minutes a game in year 2, it has to change how you think about this team going forward in the future. You need to find that out now, right now.
The answer to all these questions is Jordan Ott. And when we had Brian Gregory on the show last week, I asked him, this was before Miles Bridges, this was before Luke Kennard, and I asked Brian Gregory, okay, the commitment to developing young guys, and the answer was, and you asked him the same question when you were doing the Zoom call with Brian Gregory last weekend after the Koa Pete selection or the Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin. I can't remember what it was when he was made available to the media, but he said the same thing. It's on Jordan Ott. And we have a coach who we think will figure it out, who will be able to figure out a way to get all these things done. I find that as much, and I said this earlier, as much as I like some of what they've done this offseason and kind of moving some things around the board a little bit, I do find, Kellen, that it's created more questions than answers for me about this. Do you know what I mean?
Put your coach in a position to succeed. Don't put it down to the coach. Put him in a position to succeed. Jordan Ott is someone that you can take advantage of with the types of moves you make because he maximizes players. We saw him do that last year, but if you put him in a position where he's going to be unable to maximize your players because of deficiencies elsewhere, then you're going to have a huge problem. And I think that's what they're going to have with the way this roster is laid out. Then again, I thought they were going to win 20 whatever games and they won 45 or whatever.
But you know what? I think it's worthy to not blah, blah, blah that for a second. This time a year ago, I wasn't thinking great thoughts about the Phoenix Suns. I wasn't thinking they were going to be very good. I was thinking, boy, I don't like that trade at all. Now you're all confused at the center position, and Dylan Brooks, I don't know, and Jalen Green and Devin Booker, I don't know, and they won 45 games. So I do think, in fairness to them and what they're trying to do, we do on some level have to say, hey, you know what? I have the capacity to be surprised here. You surprised me last year.
That's a good way to put it. Capacity to be surprised.
I have the capacity to be surprised. Last year, I didn't think much of what you did at all, and you went out and you blew my socks off. I can't sit here and say you can't do it again. I might not like exactly what they did this offseason, but I think it's fair to give them at least a little bit of the benefit of the doubt that they have the capacity to surprise us, just like they did a year ago, without writing everything off and saying it's all going to be bad, because last year I thought the same thing.
But even like a couple of years down the line, like you're re-signing Dylan Brooks and Miles Bridges, right? Like we're expecting that to come in the next couple of days.
Yes, we are.
Jordan Goodwin's on a 3-year deal. Kennard's on a 2-year deal with that player option. How about like seeing Cole Pete play in his second season? Like I'd like to see that.
Yeah.
Like where is that going to happen though if he can't get out of Fleming? Like it's this whole thing.
I have a feeling where this is going when we come back. Brandon Pfaadt was rocking last night in his return to the big league mound. We'll talk about him and what that means overall next on Burns and Gambo.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona sports and America's pastime. The D-backs host Milwaukee July 3rd and 4th. Listen today for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets in the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours. America's birthday. You and 3 of your besties at Chase Field for Diamondbacks baseball and fireworks. From Arizona Sports. Keep listening for your chance to win.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Just got a text from their general manager, Chris Scott, about an hour ago. 4th of July savings this weekend. And for the first time in over 8 years, GM employee pricing for everyone on the Sierra 1500. Best truck out there on the market, the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500. Beautiful truck. All the tech, all the towing, all the power, all the cool gadgets you'd ever want. GM employee pricing for everyone on Sierra 1500s and 0% for the 4th of July sale. So please put this right now in your memory banks and know that this weekend for 4th of July savings, you're going to want to head to Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. A customer called in recently asking why their newer AC system was already having problems. My first thought was because you probably didn't have us install it. But honestly, your AC system shouldn't be failing that fast. Small issues can quickly become expensive breakdowns. Get your AC installed and maintained the right way with precision. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC and make the precision decision today.
This Sunday, Tempe Center for the Arts becomes the home of Arizona's largest blood drive. Vitalents, Saving Arizona, needs 700 donors to roll up their sleeves. Show up between 7 a.m. and 1 p.m. and you'll get 2 D-backs tickets and a shot at winning a 2026 Volkswagen Taos. 700 donors, one day. Be one of them. Sign up at vitalent.org/saveaz. That's vitalent.org/saveaz.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Zach Gallen back on the mound tonight at Chase Field. What could possibly go wrong? We'll discuss our baseball team tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, what could go wrong? Zach Gallen on the mound for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I don't know. Let me think about that. Before I think too hard about that, before we talk about Brandon Pfaadt, we were debating as a show. Well, actually, we weren't debating. Lauren put her foot down and said we're not doing it. Not playing a breaking news sounder for the trade that just came
Wasn't
down.
that declarative when she said it? She's like, we're not playing breaking news here. And she made the right call because she knows how to run her show.
I made it sound like she was being bossy about it. She wasn't.
And guess what? You can be bossy if you want to be girly. Go for it.
It's actually very funny that you bring that up.
Kellen just comes in here and starts telling everybody what to do. We should have Kellen fill in more often. He just comes in and starts bossing everybody around.
It was funny because off the air a few weeks ago, Burnsy and I were talking about how I never yell at him as a producer. I don't. I never get that frustrated or upset with him at all. And that one day I should just pick something to yell at him about and see how he reacts.
Oh, it's kind of like the coach manager kind of like, I'm going to give you the tough love, picking on the best player on the team, that kind of thing. Well, now that's a whole different kind of conversation.
I was just saying because I ain't the best player on the team, but I appreciate you trying to go there. Jaylen Brown has been traded from the Boston Celtics to the Philadelphia 76ers for Paul George. Paul George and draft compensation. Have we seen the draft compensation yet?
Just 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks. We don't know the this is the whole unprotected, protected. What kind of pick? That matters a lot for the value. But Paul George makes $54 million next year and $56 million the year after that. He had a really good year, but before that, did not look like himself at all. Was hurt all the time. So, and then Mike Vigil nailing it. Everyone tells you someone's untradeable, Bradley Beal untradeable, Paul George untradeable. And he just got traded in a package for Jaylen Brown, who was one of the 6 or 8 best players in basketball last year. Clearly, Burnsy, the central takeaway here, they were so steadfast on Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum is not going to work together anymore because this is a sell low. They're selling real low.
That is one main takeaway from this, being a guy who's just old enough to remember when the Philadelphia 76ers and the Boston Celtics hated each other's stinking guts. The idea that they're making a trade with each other blows my mind. I mean, just like Philly and Boston, when it comes to Jaylen, that's the deal. Those 2 teams feel like bitter old school rivals from the 80s in the NBA. I just have a hard time imagining they're making a trade with each other.
This is also chapter 88 in the 12-part documentary series I can't wait to be made about the process era of the Philadelphia 76ers because go back to Tyreek Evans and Michael Carter-Williams as chapter 1 and all the no-name guys that Hinkie brought into Tank to the Paul George trade, to them getting Edgecombe, to they've had so many, the Jimmy Butler era. They've gone through so many different iterations since they did all that stuff 12 years ago, 10 years ago, however long ago it was. And now the next era is Jaylen Brown alongside Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey, which on paper, by the way, is absolutely fantastic. But Boston, this reeks of Boston knows something here. This is so low for, again, a guy who was an first-team All-NBA guy.
Yeah, Boston knows something about their own guy, and they wanted to get off it before it happened. So anyway, that's the deal, and minds are still kind of swirling about it, but whatever. In the meantime, let's turn the attention back to the Arizona Diamondbacks because Brandon Pfaadt last night. Probably, I think safe to say, better than just about anybody could have imagined that he would be, given how much of a yo-yo he's been on all year long. He's a starter, he's a reliever, he's a major leaguer, he's a minor leaguer, he's here, he's there, he's been moved all over the country trying to figure out when he was going to pitch. He pitched last night. He was very, very good. One of his more satisfying starts in a while, and it satisfies a couple of things. I mean, number one, it gives a much beleaguered rotation a little bit of a, okay, Here's maybe a part you can use moving forward in times of uncertainty. And then I'm going to kind of tie this into Zach Gallen's start tonight, because with every Zach Gallen start, our finger, Kellen, just gets closer and closer to that big red panic button. And if he has another one of those starts, you're really going to have to start talking about replacement solutions for Zach Gallen. And Brandon Pfaadt pitching well at least opens the door to have that conversation as to how you can replace Zach Gallen in case it really gets more sideways on you.
I don't think I'm mixing up my years here, but the year Ryan Nelson started in the bullpen was last year, right? That was
Correct.
2025. So
Yes.
you can imagine if the Diamondbacks would have had that type of option in waiting, that Zach probably would have been out of the rotation a couple of outings ago. Like if they had that type
I
of
think that's fair to wonder
option, wondering if they had some hyped up top prospect, Ryan Walshman, Tommy Troy-esque guy, but as a pitcher that was performing well in AAA, that probably would have been it for Zach as well. We're just waiting for the right type of pitcher to come across, or for Zach to continue pitching at such a low level that they're just going to have to choose to like permanently put in someone like Mitch, Brad, or Cole Drake, or whomever else anyway. Of course, the most ideal solution in all of this, because of the Diamondbacks' long-term commitment already to Brandon Pfaadt, is that it is Brandon Pfaadt. Like in some ways, when we're looking at second half storylines for the rest of the Diamondbacks season, if you're a little bit lower on them or low on them, like I am, like I don't believe they're going to be really in the hunt for a wild card spot here in a couple of weeks' time. One of the biggest subplots of the rest of the season is going to be if Brandon Pfaadt can get back on track. Like it would do wonders for them going into next year if they could have him just have a 3.2 ERA for his last 14 starts of the year. Like that would just do such a wonders of things for them and how they evaluate their starting pitching staff next year. Something we're not going to be talking about today, I believe, is like the thought of trading Eduardo Rodriguez. And if you feel better about Brandon Pfaadt being in your rotation next year, then maybe you feel a little bit better about getting great high end. Talk about like sell low, sell high, like selling at the absolute highest on someone like Eduardo Rodriguez. It changes so much for them if Pfaadt can be a guy for them again.
If Pfaadt pitches decently, and I understand Pfaadt has pitched to an ERA of 5 for the last couple of years, so maybe we're asking for Christmas presents we're never going to get here. But if he can pitch well enough, then you kind of squint real hard, and you can make out next year's rotation of, if you don't trade him, and I don't think they will, but we'll have that discussion another time. Squint real hard, and you see a rotation of Eduardo Rodriguez, I'll save Merrill Kelly for later. Eduardo Rodriguez, Corbin Burns, Ryan Nelson, Brandon Pfaadt, and Merrill Kelly. Is it elite? No. Is it one of the best in baseball? No. Is it upper half Major League Baseball in terms of rotation? I think it's in that area, right, of the 15th, 16th, 14th best rotation in Major League Baseball, depending on if Nelson comes back to full health. I think your top 3 of Corbin Burns, Erod, and Ryan Nelson are pretty good if Burns comes back healthy. So Pfaadt rounds that out and gives you at least a chance, if you squint real hard, maybe to see the makings of a rotation that could be at least functional enough if you don't tweak with it on the edges. Agree, disagree?
Agree. If this happens in 2 weeks, the only path with Zach is DFA, right? Like, because he's not going in the bullpen. Like, he's just going to be gone, right?
It's DFA.
If you were a team in the wild card hunt in either the AL or the NL, would you take a shot on Zach and sign him and put him in your rotation?
Sure. What's the free look? Why not?
Yeah.
Free look. Why not? Can he rediscover? Can he do, for me, what he did in the last 2 months of last season? Because he was serviceable, but more than serviceable. He looked like Zach Gallen for big stretches in the last 2 months of last season. And quite frankly, when they suffered the injuries to Soroka and Ryan Nelson, I kind of thought we were going to get that version of him again, because he was going to realize how important it was for them for that version to show back up. So yeah, I'd take a shot on him. But tonight, it's almost like a can't win start for Zach tonight. If he wins and does well, it's the Giants. They're terrible. If he does poorly, oh boy, that red panic button is bright. It's bright, and it's just begging to be pushed if he struggles tonight.
Can you say it really sucks? Like, it sucks. I love when Zach Allen's a good Diamondback. Like, this sucks, dude.
Do you think, I mean, seriously, and I know this is going to sound like we're pandering. Do you think we like talking about this, like, about Zach Allen? You think we enjoy? I mean,
he's all over the franchise leaderboards. He's top 5 or 10 in everything.
He's been a great member of the Diamondbacks. I didn't mind talking this way about Madison Bumgarner.
I will forever remember sitting next to you, watching him pitch his ass off in Game 5 of the World Series. Unbelievable.
it's easier to talk this way about guys that we didn't have an affinity for. I don't like talking about Zach Gallen like this. I don't. But words need to be said, and tonight's a big start for him. When we come back, Luke Kennard, he's one of the top 3-point shooters in the NBA. He's great at it. But does he take enough to fit the Suns' needs? That's next on Burns and Gambo. Kellen filling in.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so is feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good.
Ew, what's that smell?
If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood.
Now what do I do?
If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
From a safe location.
But I don't have natural gas in my home.
Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas.
I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally, for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks looking for a series sweep tonight against the Giants. Should they win it, It'd also be their 9th straight win against San Francisco to begin the year, and that would match a franchise record win streak against the Giants, one that they had back in 2011 to 2012. Zach Gallen will be the man tasked on the mound. He goes against right-hander Trevor McDonald. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. In other Diamondbacks news, Kason Cunningham has been selected to represent the organization at this year's Futures game. The 2025 first-round pick has split time between the two single-A clubs of Hillsborough and Visalia this year. Futures game is going to be on Sunday, July 12th. In Philadelphia. In the NBA, more moves have happened since the beginning of free agency, including one that just came down about 15-20 minutes ago. The 76ers are the winners of the Jaylen Brown sweepstakes. The notable pieces in the trade is Brown going to Philadelphia in exchange for Paul George, 2 first-round picks, and 2 second-round picks. As far as the details on those first, the most notable pick going back to Boston is a 2031 unprotected Philadelphia first. And the U.S. men's national team begins World Cup knockout play tonight in Santa Clara. They're in the round of 32 match, matching up against Bosnia-Herzegovina. Kickoff will be at 5. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now.
Hey, it's Luke. How would we grade what the Cardinals did this offseason? We're going to hand out our offseason grades tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Kellen's attention span waning by the minute. We're at the 115th minute, to be exact, between Belgium and Senegal. And it's still all knotted up 2-2.
Yeah, my fantasy football league is doing a pool to determine who gets the number 1 overall pick. Like we've done bowling, we've played FIFA against each other, we've done putting competitions, we've done a bunch of different things. This year, pick the World Cup winner / best finisher. I've got Mexico, which went really well for me last time. Then I've got Senegal, who are probably going to be kicking penalties in about 10 minutes. And if you've never seen penalties in the World Cup knockout stages, where were you on Monday, first of all? Second of all, you're going to want to turn on your TV in about 10 minutes on FS1 and check it out because it's incredible drama.
I'm the most casual soccer fan as casual soccer fan gets. We were on the air for one of those penalty kicks on Monday.
I think it was Germany, I want to say.
It was pretty cool. Yeah. I got to admit, it was pretty cool. So kind of hoping it does. As my fantasy football draft is not tied to the result of this match at all.
I want Jameer Gibbs, man.
So I'll just be watching it as a very casual soccer fan, and it's a lot of fun. So, Kellen, I'm here to tell you, Kellen's in for Gambo this week and next, because Gambo is either starting his Ireland vacation or has been invited to the Taylor Swift wedding. It's up to you to decide which is reality. I learned something new last night. I knew about Luke Kennard. I knew how good of a shooter he was. We all know how good of a shooter he is. His percentage is unbelievable. I think he's led the NBA 3 times in that particular stat. He is just a stone cold shooter.
Sorry, Belgium.
I know.
Belgium hit the bar.
I can see out of the corner of my eye what's going on over there. I know. Here's what I learned about him yesterday: that teams and fans have basically had to beg him to shoot more.
Yeah.
I honestly didn't know that was a thing. I just randomly was looking at his stats, and I'm like, God, for being so good at it, he doesn't do a lot of it. You know, like last year, I think he averaged 3 per game, 3 attempts per game.
Yeah.
Last year, he's had 3 seasons where he's been better than the 8th most attempted 3-point shooter on the Suns roster last year. If this really is going to be everything they need it to be, they are going to have to convince him to take more. But I can't imagine the Suns are the first team to ever think that about Luke Kennard, right?
Right. It's not so much a flaw for him, just as much of a reality. And I think part of it as well is that with the role that he is going to play on your team, which is not the first guard or wing off the bench, like he's going to be one of the supplementary players in your rotation, he's going to have limited opportunities to shoot the ball anyway. So it's like when the ball is there, he has to shoot it. And it's not like Luke Kennard is open or wide open and he's passing up the shot. It's just more so like Grayson Allen. Is every 3 that he took last year, was it a quote-unquote good shot? Not necessarily, but he is one of the best three-point shooters in the league, so you want him taking those shots. So when Luke Kennard catches a pass and the defender is up on him, Jordan Knott's still going to want him to shoot the ball. As long as he doesn't think a shot is going to get blocked, he wants him to shoot the ball because he is out there to take that shot. And that is the shot that Luke Kennard will take. I assume you are this movie has never come up for us in our movie conversations. You're a huge fan of Mean Girls, like Water is Wet, Sky is Blue. Mean Girls is a great movie.
Yeah.
Making fetch happen. People have been trying to make Luke Kennard happen in terms of him being like a 6th, 7th, 8th man on a really good team because he's just bounced around from team to team to team. Good teams, by the way, playoff teams. And it went well with the Lakers, but part of the reason it went well with the Lakers is because Houston bafflingly didn't really attack Kennard defensively until the end of the series, and that is when Kennard subsequently started playing less. Like if he was just an all-world shooter in terms of volume and shot difficulty beyond the efficiency, then I think he could be a real weapon on teams and be that first guard or that first wing off the bench. But a lot of teams have been down this road with him before, and the reality is that, look, again, this sounds negative, but the reality is he's exactly what the Suns signed him to be, which is their 8th, 9th, or 10th man, be the three-point shooter, try and fill in gaps everywhere else you possibly can, make a couple smart plays offensively, and we'll work with you as long as you play hard, and he will, and he'll be fine in that role. But it is someone where you look at the three-point percentage being so much higher than everyone else in the league, and you think you've got this like certified weapon offensively, and he's just not that, and it's okay. It's fine.
It's okay. It's just if you don't know that, it might take some getting used to. Like last year, man, Jordan Knott did not have to tell anybody to not shoot threes. Everybody was doing it at, Dylan Brooks, I think, just attempted another three-point shot. Last year, Jordan Goodwin on the Suns was seventh on the team in three-pointers attempted per game. He shot about 4.3. That's a number that Luke Kennard has surpassed in his career only 3 times. Only 3 times has he had a season where he's attempted more than 4.3 threes per game. So, I think the big takeaway from what you just said for me is that perspective is required here in that, yes, he's an excellent three-point shooter, but to think he's going to come in and just be all that all of a sudden, he's not. And you have to accept that. I think it also shines, and we mentioned this earlier, it shines a bright spotlight on just how deficient the Suns are three-point shooting-wise now, especially with their starting lineup. We're going to talk a little bit later in the show about their greatest weakness. And to me, I don't know if it's their greatest weakness, but one of their weaknesses is the fact is that the 4 guys they have in their starting lineup who's not a center, none of them shoot better than 35% from 3. I mean, they have some of them for their careers, but last season, none of their 4 starters shot better than 35% from 3. Most of them were closer to the 33% line. That's a problem. That's a problem.
And this is not really going to be an explosive score for you either. Last year, 6 games over 15 points. Again, not necessarily replacing guys who had that level of explosivity, but again, just trying to center expectations in a proper way. Like, this is not a land-shifting move for their defense. I think the more important part of this conversation, Bernsey, is that you can maximize him because I believe the Suns have one of the best benches in basketball. I think you look at the way Colin and Oso play with their pitch and catch kind of stuff that they do, all the movement they use around the floor, that is going to be great for Luke Kennard. He's going to thrive playing with those 2 guys as well, playing with Jordan Goodwin in the little pockets that he does as well. I think that's going to be fantastic for him.
I was surprised Kennard was available for that price. I don't know what that says about him and what the league thinks about him. I didn't think he was going to be attainable to the Suns with the taxpayer mid-level. I just thought it was going to be too, like he would just command. I would have assumed somebody who shot 47% from 3 last year would have gotten more money than that. Were you surprised that he was available?
I wasn't so much, just because like that line is so difficult, because we live in a world right now in the NBA where cap space isn't too prominent. Like only a couple of teams have that space to work with. So we're talking about the exceptions more. So it's like, is he a non-taxpayer mid-level exception guy, which is $15 million a year? He is not. Is he somewhere below that, a little bit half than that? Yeah, that's kind of where he lands right now.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen filling in World Cup soccer, we're about to go to the kicks to see what's going to happen in this one. Team USA plays tonight at 5 o'clock. Is this their moment to capture the attention of even the most casual soccer fans, i.e. me? Next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now the 1-2. is swung on, and a little looper towards left. Kepler racing on, makes the catch, and make that 8 in a row. Diamondbacks take down the Giants by a final score of 8-2, and they will try to sweep the Giants for the third consecutive series in 2026.
Don't miss D-backs Giants series finale tonight at 6, right here on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Celebrate Independence Day with the D-backs on Saturday, July 4th. Enjoy an extended postgame fireworks spectacular show presented by Bar S. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Hey, Wolf here. Time is about up. It's the final days of employee pricing at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Tim's going out with a boom and a bang. It's the 4th of July sales event with select models priced below employee pricing. This is epic. How about $7,000 off MSRP on select 2025 Ford Rangers? Price and selection only at Tim Hovik's Santan Ford. Loop 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert. You pay what Tim pays, then save even more only at Santan Ford.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first, because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. Don't miss your chance to save on tech, chairs, custom print, school supplies, and more. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Zach Gallen back on the mound tonight at Chase Field. What could possibly go wrong? We'll discuss our baseball team tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So you thought you were going to get Jahmyr Gibbs. Who do you think you're going to get now?
God, I'm like Brock Bowers in the second round, like flipping back after picking 10th in the first. Like, who's RB9? I don't know. That's probably who I'm getting now. This is. I hate this because it's like, for everything that I claim to know about soccer and like know about soccer, it's one of those things where part of you wants to be like, oh, well, I felt, it seems like I was pretty like correct about this in taking Senegal because they were up 2-0 80 minutes in and would have at least had a chance to win in pens if they had not given up a penalty in the 124th minute. But they did, and now I'm staring at a tight end right in the face, and I don't like it.
you're not going to get a tight end with your first-round pick.
Second round pick,
Just maybe your second-round pick. Belgium is now beating Senegal.
I'm going to have to do do I want to take Devon Achane?
3-2. They're still playing it out right now, but Belgium is in a very...
This is who USA will play in the next round if they move on.
And let's talk about that because Kellen filling in for Gambo, the most soccer-forward host at the station. I have no problem saying that whatsoever. You and Mitch are both among the hosts, among the 8 of us. You two are way more out in front of this than any of the rest of us are, which is why you're in a fantasy football league, which is using World Cup results to determine draft order, and why you're wearing this one so much, because Belgium is going to win this game and you're going to lose one of your teams. But tonight at 5 o'clock, for those of us at the station and those of us in the world who aren't as soccer forward as the rest of you cultured folks are, tonight's a big night. The United States taking on Bosnia-Herzegovina at 5 o'clock, and this is an opportunity for the United States, and it feels like we have this conversation every time the World Cup rolls around, but it feels way more real this time than it has in years past, like a real opportunity to grab for people like you to grab people like me and say, no, really, this is something you should be paying attention to a lot because this is really, really cool. That's a big moment for the United States tonight at 5 o'clock, right?
Yeah, I wonder what the qualifier is going to be, too. Like, at what point do they grab that attention? Do they have to have, like, a big matchup? Because Bosnia and Herzegovina is not good. FIFA did this Mickey Mouse qualifying for the knockout stages in this World Cup where they doubled the amount of teams that get through. It used to be we went straight to the round of 16. Instead, now we start at the round of 32. So there are a bunch of teams that not only made the World Cup, but got through to the knockout stages that really shouldn't be here. And with all due respect to Bosnia and Herzegovina, who could still beat America today, don't get it wrong. They really shouldn't be through. So USA is heavily favored in this match. So I wonder, like, okay, is a big result like they had against Paraguay when they won 4-1 in super impressive fashion, the first time they had scored 4 goals since whenever and for whomever, is that the type of thing to get people's attention? Would it be getting to the quarterfinals and taking on a team like Spain? Would it be beating a team like Spain in the quarterfinals for everyone to really be attached to this team, to, quite honestly, to match the way that so many different countries already were at the start of the World Cup? What I will say on this, Bernsey, is that this team did not do itself any favors for the last 2 years because they were going through what is referred to in soccer as a quote-unquote golden generation. This is when you have 5 to 7 players in the similar age range where they're going to be entering their primes together. So like certain countries have their golden generation. Some countries like France or Argentina have had several golden generations.
Every
this
generation
was supposedly,
is a golden generation.
Exactly. This one was supposed to be the one for the U.S. at the 2022 World Cup. It was valuable experience for the Weston McKennies, the Anthony Robinsons, the Tyler Adamses, the Timmy Weahs of the world, the Flo Balligans, the Gio Reynas. It's like, okay, get your hits in 2022, and then 2026, when we're helping host this thing, that's when you guys are really going to take off. It helps even more that 2 years later, they hire Maurizio Pochettino, who is one of the most decorated managers in football for the last 10 years or so. And in a way, by the way, where he is by far the best hire that they've ever had. But what happened over the last 2 years, Bernsey, is they kind of stalled out. They kind of had uninspiring results, and they came into this tournament much like they have in every other tournament, where it's like, are they a half decent-ish side that can make it to the knockouts? Yeah, sure. Could they make some noise? Are they like a sexy dark horse pick? No. But then the opener happened against Paraguay. They thumped them 4-1. All the golden generation guys looked like the golden generation guys. It was a quality of the sport we haven't seen these guys play in that kit ever. And you went, oh, so this could still happen, and it could still happen right now. And that, to me, obviously, as you can tell, has all of my excitement fully covered. I had very low hopes for us coming into the tournament. They're now much higher after seeing the quality that we were supposed to get 4 years ago at this time actually coming through now.
So you tell me, when should be the threshold for a fan like me, who likes sport, likes competition, certainly wants to see the United States do well in an event like this? What is the threshold for me to, like, of course I'm gonna watch tonight. Of course, I'm not gonna. I watched the first 3. I'm gonna watch tonight. If they win tonight, what do we decide? They could play again on Tuesday.
Yeah, against Belgium, who just won. Yeah,
against Belgium, who just made it official. What should be the threshold for me going, this is special, this is different, this is unique, and this is, for lack of a better word, this is history? What's the threshold for history when it comes to this team and how far they go?
Well, I think the round of 16 game, if they were to win today, is the one where on Tuesday is the one where you're watching and anticipating that happening, because they'd be taking on Belgium, who their golden generation was 2-3 World Cups ago. If you might remember, if you were a casual soccer fan back then, remember when Tim Howard got the record for most saves in a World Cup match ever when he had 16. They nearly beat Belgium in the round of 16, that same point in the tournament in 2014, and 12 years ago. They weren't able to do it. This time against a much worse Belgium side, could they get past them and then set up the quarterfinal match against a Titan like Spain? And in that way, by the way, the furthest that they have ever made it in a World Cup is the quarterfinals as well. Back in 2002 is the only time they've made it to the quarterfinals or further. They lost that match as well. So I think everything lines up for Tuesday to be the match where you're watching and kind of like, okay, I'm kind of into it. And then if they win that match, it's like, you're now just as excited as I am for this quarterfinal match. It's way too unfair to be like, if they beat Spain, it's like, okay, if they beat one of the 3 biggest favorites of the tournament, like, relax, everyone. We need to get behind them at some point. Come on.
That's too high of a bar, but I the way you explain it, I think, and I do actually remember 2014 really well. I remember we were on vacation. We were in Hawaii. We were in Kauai, my favorite place of Hawaii. And we were vacationing with my parents and my stepfather. Like, we were hanging around the condo watching World Cup action. I mean, really not that into it, but we kind of got, by gravity, we got sucked into it. And my stepdad was like, why are we not doing stuff in Hawaii? Why are we sitting here watching TV? What are we doing? And I'm like, I get it, but I feel like this is something we should watch. I feel like this is something we should like all kind of experience together, because this feels like this could be history. I think I not knowing a quarter of it, not knowing a tenth of it the way you do, I think you're right. I think if they win tonight, and then if they win on Tuesday to set up that giant match, that's the moment where you go, okay, all in. Well, what do we get? Because now, whether they win or lose against a team like Spain, the fact that they're there and they have that chance to do it sets up what would be, and it's going to be a ratings bonanza. It's going to be huge if they
and
get
the
to
environment
like
should be insane as well.
Where would that match be?
I believe is it this one today is in Seattle, or is it the next one that's in Seattle? There is one that's taking place.
The one that's going on now is in Seattle. I know that. The one that just wrapped up was in Seattle.
I believe the next one will be in Kansas City, if I'm remembering correctly off the top of my head. But you look at what happened if you had it on last night, like Mexico in the Azteca. It was an absolute madhouse. There were all the videos coming out of like a full band with a drummer playing all through the night outside the Ecuadorian hotel, not allowing the players or the managers to sleep the night before the match. Like, they've been absolutely insane about it. The other fans that they have to grab on here, Lord, if I could loop you in for a second, is that there are a lot of soccer fans here who are fans of the sport per se, but because of the ineptitude of this program, they latch onto their favorites from the Premier League in England, like for Team England. So for you, like Arsenal's Bukayo Saka or Real Madrid's Jude Bellingham, like those are your boys right now because they play prominently in all these awesome leagues, whereas we don't even have that. We didn't even have those caliber of guys who have showed up in this quality of tournament, right?
I also think for the casual soccer fan, if you're watching any team upset anybody in the World Cup, or you happen to tune into a really good match, you're like, that's my team. I'm adopting you now. Gambo, who sits in that chair, has 4 teams in the World Cup. Like, it's a
Norway,
casual...
Austria, Switzerland, right?
Switzerland's not even in, are they?
I thought
they are.
They're
okay,
in.
Switzerland, and then the U.S. So
and then the
claims.
U.S. Yeah. So
he's not here. I can.
Can you imagine if we went up to like fans at the Azteca yesterday and explained that to them? It's like, well, I'm kind of rooting for Norway a bit because, and they're like, You mean you're not just rooting for your own country?
You need somebody else to root for to keep yourself entertained.
That is our lack of direct attachment, which happens in like the Olympics, for example. We go nuts for the Olympics. It's only our guys. Like we root for some of the individual people and their stories we get from other countries, but we're rooting for America all the way.
Yeah.
It hasn't happened with the sport yet. I hope this is the tournament that does it because it's a beautiful sport. I hope more people would enjoy it.
Family 4-packs to D-backs Brewers on July 4th at Chase Field. You can celebrate America's 250th with Arizona Sports. Your next chance to call in and win during the 4 o'clock hour. It's coming up, so don't miss it. Time to catch you up on everything going on in sports. We'll loop Lauren back in here for the 4 o'clock reset next on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Do you think the Suns roster is better than it was when they walked off the court in Game 4 against Oklahoma City? I tend to say yes. And that's with all due respect to Grayson Allen, but he couldn't stay healthy, especially in the postseason. All due respect to Royce O'Neal, who I think Suns fans are really going to grow to miss. But Miles Bridges gives them, on the floor, things they need.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagus, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
We are entering the off-season. Your weekends just opened up. So before you turn that closet project into a DIY disaster, call the pros. Space Solutions has been building custom cabinetry for Arizona homes for years with luxury quality, affordable options, and expert care from start to finish. We're a local family business, not a franchise, and we actually show up when we say we will. It's the last call for summer installs. Book your free consultation now. Visit spacesolutionsaz.com or call 602-298-6956.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments, clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Summer's here, grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust. Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks looking for the series sweep tonight against the Giants. Should they win, it would also be their 9th straight victory against San Francisco to begin the season. That would match a franchise record win streak against San Francisco, one that they had back in 2011 to 2012. Zach Gallen will be the man tasked on the mound. He'll go against right-hander Trevor McDonald. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. In other Diamondbacks news, Kason Cunningham has been selected to represent the organization at this year's Futures game. The 2025 first-round pick has split time between the two single-A clubs of Hillsborough and Visalia this year. Futures game is Sunday, July 12th in Philadelphia. In the NBA, another blockbuster trade. We have a winner in the Jaylen Brown sweepstakes. The Celtics are sending Brown to the 76ers for Paul George, 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks. The most significant of the picks is an unprotected 2031 first-rounder. And the U.S. men's national team begins World Cup knockout play tonight in Santa Clara. If they beat their opponent, Bosnia-Herzegovina, they will face Belgium next week, who just knocked off Senegal. Kickoff is at 5. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time, and in steps Lauren to tell us what's what in the world of sports, get us all caught up. Stuff we've talked about, stuff we haven't. Lauren, the stage is yours. Take it away.
All right, well, we're going to start with the NBA today.
Okay.
Because the Phoenix Suns are signing guard Luke Kennard to a 2-year, $13 million deal. That second year is a player option.
On the surface, it satisfies a need. They traded out shooting. They bring back shooting in. But Kellen, like a lot of things the Suns have done this offseason, I find that it just creates more questions in my mind about what they're going to be and what it's going to look like and how it's going to work.
I don't want to say they couldn't have done much better because we don't know the other possibilities that were out there for sure. But off the top of my head, I think they couldn't have done much better for the need that they had, for the little amount of assets that they had left, for what the money they had left to spend in free agency. All of that being said, they couldn't have done much better. But to your point, it does just create other questions that they're going to need to really figure out in their rotation.
The player that a lot of people wanted, a lot of Suns fans were talking about, was Colin Sexton, and he got more than that from the LA Lakers today.
2-year, $19 million.
D'Anthony Melton got about the same from the Warriors. So in terms of price tag wise, if that was the type of player you would have preferred, he got about the same that Luke Kennard did. But if you wanted Colin Sexton was unavailable, unattainable due to how much he made when he signed with the Lakers.
In the big trade that came down about an hour ago, the Boston Celtics have agreed to trade Jaylen Brown to the Philadelphia 76ers for Paul George. And more reading for me. All right, 2028 first-round pick that could convert from a first to a swap that is more favorable for Boston. A 2031 unprotected Philadelphia first-round pick, a 2028 second-round most favorable pick of Golden State, the Thunder, and the Bucks, and a 2030 second most favorable between the Wizards, Portland, and the Suns.
Wow.
Good job, Resetter. Out of way.
Thanks.
No,
I'm done.
you did very well. It's just, boy, that's a lot of words. A lot of words.
A lot of words for you.
A lot of things that don't mean anything right now.
A lot of words.
Also, a lot of words for you to make you wonder how far off the Suns were from a Jaylen Brown price tag if what they gave up for Miles Bridges you equate to what just got for Jaylen Brown.
Yeah,
basically.
that might have to be an interesting thought exercise for tomorrow's Burns and Gambo show, or maybe later today's Burns and Gambo show, a side-by-side comp of what the Suns gave up for Miles Bridges compared to what Philadelphia gave up for Jaylen Brown. It's kind of interesting when you...
Paul George could not drive a vehicle a year ago. He could not drive. He was so injured that he could not operate a motorized vehicle.
Yeah. Now this trade is just it's mind blowing on several levels. That's one level. The Celtics' desire to trade Jaylen Brown is another. The 76ers and the Celtics doing business with each other is yet another. We could just go on and on about this and trying to wrap our brains around this one. It is in a shocking NBA offseason. It might be the shocker of all the shockers so far.
And we already brought up the Lakers signing Colin Sexton, but they also signed Quentin Grimes to a 4-year, $60 million deal. But the big move is that they're acquiring Walker Kessler from the Utah Jazz for unprotected first-round picks in 2031 and 2033, along with first-round swaps in 28 and 30. Then Kessler went on to sign a 4-year, $130 million deal with
I'm oddly more interested in what this means for the Jazz than what it does for the Lakers. Just trying to figure out an ascending team. Does this slow their ascent? Does this change their ascent? I know I should be more interested in the Lakers because it's ESPN and they're going to feed me Lakers content all the time. But I'm more interested in the Jazz and what this means for them.
Yeah, for everything that Jaren Jackson Jr. does well, you don't want him playing the 5. He does not rebound that well for even his position at the 4, let alone the 5. And there are other foul issues with having him be your primary rim protector as well that we've already learned by seeing him in Memphis. So you want him next to a traditional center. That'll now be Yusuf Nurkic and Jackson Hayes and Kyle Filipowski, I guess. For Utah, but for the Lakers, Lord, I think this was like a floor raiser where like the ceiling, I don't know what the ceiling is for them necessarily with that group, but their floor feels pretty healthily top 6 with all those guys.
They also got decently younger, getting off of LeBron. Your team just got
just a tad.
You do wonder too if LeBron heard like the plan for them and heard like this amount of names and he was like, I'm good. Probably got a better chance at a championship elsewhere. Like this didn't work too well the last 2 years anyway. This is our big swing as Walker Kessler. I'm good. I'm going to go to Miami or Golden State. See you later.
And the other big move coming down, Mitchell Robinson has agreed to a 3-year, $47.4 million deal with the Boston Celtics. And in MLB news, the D-backs, they beat the Giants last night 8-2. It was Brandon Pfaadt's first start since his call-up. Here's Torey Lovello post-game on what worked for Pfaadt.
From the side, and just, my eye, I think he had good finish, good life on his fastball, and there was an extra gear on it. I think as it was crossing through the zone, he was throwing it through the catcher's glove. In my opinion, it had a little extra hop, and then he looked like he threw some really good changeups early and got into a rhythm with that pitch, and then the breaking ball was exactly where he wanted. So I think it was a 3-4 pitch mix that he can go to at any time.
Big start for Zach Gallen tonight. And congratulations to Ketel Marte.
Yes.
Not only is he homered in 4 straight games, but he becomes the singular all-time franchise second place holder when it comes to career hits behind only Luis Gonzalez. He passed Goldie last night.
Said it earlier, I'll say it again. This just sucks with Zach because it went from like the fastball issues to the swing and miss fastball issues to just swing and miss issues. Like he seems to be getting progressively worse somehow. It's really sad to watch right now.
But yesterday was, and I said this on the Ain't No Fang pod when we recorded it earlier today, for as bad as the day was when we heard about Ryan Nelson and Michael Soroka and Jordan Lawler all seemingly got hurt, bang, 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 just like that. Yesterday kind of felt like a good day for the Diamondbacks. The Soroka news was somewhat encouraging, although Torey kind of tamped that down a little bit when he was on with us earlier, and then to see Brandon Pfaadt perform well, albeit against the Giants, I don't think it makes up for all the bad that happened during that little 24-hour cycle with those 3 guys, but I do think it was nice to get a little bit of good news for the D-backs yesterday.
And an update for tonight's game, Matt Chapman has been placed on the IL with an abdominal strain.
Yeah, he did something last night. It was pretty obvious he was not well after fielding that ground ball at third.
And Mets owner Steve Cohen has told the New York Post today that he is not considering dismissing President of Baseball Operations David Stearns. He's in his 3rd year of a 5-year contract. For the record, the Mets lost to the Blue Jays today.
Tomorrow, David Stearns will be fired.
Shout out KCR News' Julius. Shout out every New York sports fan who can live in blissful ignorance because the Knicks won a championship and they're like, the Mets can't hurt me. Like, I'm riding this high of this Knicks title for the next several years. Like, whatever baseball team that's always inept, keep doing it. We just won a championship. Don't care.
If the Suns could just win a championship, I'd feel the same about all the others.
Did you feel that way about the Suns in like the early aughts, like when like backcourt 2000 wasn't working and stuff? Did you feel the high of the D-backs title still and you were like, whatever?
Yeah,
02-03 didn't work out. Whatever, don't care.
I rode that D-backs title for a decade. Like
when the Plummer era fizzled out, you're like, whatever.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
I got a championship in my back pocket. I'm good. Diamondbacks won the World Series. Okay, yeah, you better believe I felt that. You know?
And since I'm the captain of the reset,
yes, you are.
I'm gonna shout out my guy, Dansby Swanson.
Your guy.
Because he has 26 RBIs in a 10-game span. The only players to do this within a 10-game span in a season since the RBI became official in 1920. Okay, it's the fifth one of them. For the record, the last time that this happened was Joe DiMaggio in 1939.
Jeez.
Cubs have been on an incredible, amazing surge in the last 2 to 3 weeks. Did something specific happen around the Cubs in the last 2 to 3 weeks, Lauren? Could you elaborate at all?
Absolutely. They were graced by my presence at Wrigley Field.
Lauren happened. She went there for her birthday a couple of weeks ago, and I think they scored 16 runs per game every season.
PCA's just stretching, looks at the crowd and sees the Colvilles there, and he's like, oh, God, okay, we got to tighten up, fellas. We've been BSing this year all year.
We buried the lead. They destroyed the Padres today, which is fine.
23-3.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
They hit 8 homers as a team?
The Cubs are trying to help the D-backs here. Come on.
Man, it's going to be interesting, to look at the National League playoff race as a whole, because, divisional winners, Dodgers, sure, but, man, that second-place team in the Central and the East, whoever it's going to be, is looking like a serious threat to beat whoever they're going to play in the next round as well.
And we've got to end this reset on a hard pivot here with some truly devastating NFL news coming out today. Former Arizona Cardinal Calais Campbell's mother has passed away. Campbell's brother was charged and arrested with her murder earlier today.
It took me, swear to God, 5 minutes to comprehend this story this morning. When I saw the headline, when I clicked on the link, when I read it, it was just like, wait, what? And I went back to the top and I read it again, and you talk about your heart and your sympathy and your prayers and your thoughts and just going out to Calais and his family, because I simply cannot imagine what that family is going through right now with that. It is unfathomable to think that is what they're dealing with.
Incomprehensible for that to happen for anyone's family. It's brutal.
All of our thoughts and prayers with Calais Campbell, and with that is your 4 o'clock reset.
Yep. And the Cardinals released a very nice statement about it, too. Everybody's thinking about Calais and his family right now. Thank you, Lauren. We do appreciate it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, is the fatal flaw of Mike Hazen's regime with the Diamondbacks exposing itself right now? We'll talk about that coming up on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now the 1-2 is swung on, and a little looper towards left. Kepler racing on, makes the catch, and make that 8 in a row. Diamondbacks take down the Giants by a final score of 8-2, and they will try to sweep the Giants for the 3rd consecutive series in 2026.
Don't miss D-backs Giants series finale tonight at 6, right here on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations: Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer. Sonoran hot dogs, baseball games, and triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. Hey, it's Luke. Did the Diamondbacks finish the job and complete a sweep of the Giants? We're reacting to the series finale tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You look at other organizations and they're developing some, different types of arms and had a lot of success. And, I'm not sure what the process is with the amateur draft. I follow it the best that I can from afar. And I hear some of the excitement that these guys have every single time they draft these players. But the truth of the matter is we've got to continue to develop the right guys and push the right buttons via the draft and bring the right guys in here that we develop. So I think it's an organizational thing.
That's Troy Lavello when he joined us earlier today on the Burns and Gambo show. Kellen Olson filling in for Gambo today, tomorrow, most of next week. With Brandon Pfaadt's start last night, and we saw this earlier this year with Ryan Nelson, last year with Ryan Nelson, you get these homegrown pitchers who come to the Diamondbacks and they have success. It's a reminder for you of what a rare thing it is for a homegrown pitcher to have some success for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And if there's been, you talk to Diamondback fans, Kellen, and they might not all be happy with Torey Lavello. In fact, I know they're not all happy with Torey Lavello. They might not all be happy with Mike Hazen. But I think, and I know you believe this very strongly, and I do agree with this, the one real problem area for the Diamondbacks in the decade that Mike Hazen has been running things has been their inability to find the Brandon Pfaadts within their own system, develop the Brandon Pfaadts within their own system, because they just haven't done it a whole lot organizationally the last, even pre-Mike Hazen, if you think about it.
So the Dodgers have a superpower, and their superpower is that they get to spend a whole lot more money than everyone else, right? Like that is something that they are undoubtedly able to do, but something that I believe, this is a crazy thing to say on an Arizona sports talk radio thing and try and give the Dodgers more credit for something, but I believe that they do not get nearly enough credit for what they do with their pitching. More importantly, the depth of their pitching. If you looked at their rotation in 2024, for example, Gavin Stone, who has been injured since that season, had a 3.53 ERA over 140 innings. He was one of their 2 to 3 best pitchers that year, and the other two were Tyler Glasnow and Yoshinobu Yamamoto. They had all these injuries kind of come up. Just like this year, they had all sorts of injuries come up, maybe not as prominently as the last 2 years, but still a ton of injuries. And now, like, Justin Robleski comes out of nowhere, and he's rocking a 2.80 ERA in 14 starts. His whip is sitting at 1.007. Like, their ability to find these guys in their own minor league system that they developed themselves, they are clearly better at this than most teams, if not the best in baseball, at finding maybe not a long-term answer in the rotation, but guys that are going to be effective for them. Last year, Emmett Sheehan hasn't gone well for him this year, but last year, 2.82 ERA in 12 starts. Like, they're able to find these guys who can be stopgaps for them, and that is a ginormous advantage in today's era of baseball, because what do we all know? What did we all know a couple of weeks ago? Look, was it horrible luck what happened with them in terms of the Soroka injury, the Lawler injury, and the Nelson injury? Yes, but we know it's a ticking time bomb. One of those guys' arms is going to get hurt. You cannot ride all 5 starters all year. It's never going to happen. It didn't even happen that much 20 years ago, but especially now with all the advancements in the medical data and such, we're just never going to do this. So what do you need? You need that 6th guy, that 7th guy, and that 8th guy. It could be the difference between you finishing 5 games under 500 and 5 games over 500. And the D-backs have not been able to find even those caliber of arms, let alone the guys that are mainstays in your rotation for the next couple of years that they develop themselves. It's a real weakness, and probably the biggest weakness of this organization under Hazen and under Lovello.
It'd be impossible for me to disagree with that. And I mean, it's been such a wide-ranging problem going back to that day when Ryan Nelson got hurt, when Michael Soroka got hurt, and you just realized, oh my gosh, what are their options? What are they going to do? You know, and you start digging down deep for guys like Jose Cabrera, who was fantastic. You call up Mitch Bratt to have him make a spot start. It's the reason why, you know, every time Gambo's sitting in that chair says, how many more starts of Zach Gallen is this organization going to tolerate? The answer always is, what's the option? What's the choice? Who's the guy? Tell me who the guy is. Tell me who the guy is who's going to take a spot, and we can have a conversation about how much longer the Diamondbacks are going to tolerate this out of Zach Gallen. And until they have that surplus of guys, you said it earlier, and I agree completely. If they had that guy, I think Zach Gallen might have been gone a couple of starts ago. I don't know if they would have tolerated this much longer out of Zach or had the patience that they did with Zach if they had other options, but they don't. And I think, and this is a longer cut from Mike Hazen, this is him on with Bickley and Murata yesterday. Mike Hazen obviously has been the decision maker and shot caller for the Diamondbacks baseball operations for a decade. I think when answering this question about not having a lot of swing and miss in his rotation, I think he kind of acknowledged, hey, I understand this has been a little bit of a weak spot for me during my regime here.
No, we don't have a ton of swing and miss on our staff. I mean, that's kind of how this was put together. It's why we put so much emphasis on building a good defense, knowing that there were going to be a few more balls in play. You know, there's choices you have to make. There's ways that you have to pay for that miss. You know, the elite guys in this game that get a level of miss that you're talking about, where you feel like they're going to get 10 punch outs a night. I mean, you know who those guys are. They're hard to come by and trade. I need to do a better job of developing those players within our system so that we have access to them, because it's the single most expensive commodity in the trade market and on the free agent market, period. And this staff wasn't built that had a ton of swing and miss to it. It's something we're going to have to manage. We need to pitch a different way. We need to get these guys, working in a way that works for them, knowing that they're not going to get 10 punch outs a night. But we have a really good defensive team behind them, a much better defensive team than we had last year. And so I think that should smooth itself out enough. We may have to score a little bit more to offset that a little bit, and we have to play great defense.
Kellen, obviously, he's answering a different question that doesn't exactly match up with our conversation here, but I thought what he said kind of early on is very revealing. I have to do a better job of finding those guys. I have to do a better job of developing those guys. And I think he knows it's a weak spot. He knows it's not his strength. He knows it hasn't been his strength. And I think in part that's why they went out and hired an assistant general manager in the offseason with the specific idea that he is here to help them develop their pitching, that he is here to identify pitchers, teach them better, coach them better, develop them better, because it has been a really, really weak spot for the organization in the last 10 years.
On the swing end of it, though, in terms of the stopgaps I'm talking about, Soroka was like the sixth guy in the rotation. We thought he was, and then it turned out he didn't need to be, and he was awesome this year. But to just use one more team as an example this year, just to make sure it's not just a Dodgers thing and make it clear that just like when I go through an NFL depth chart for a team and I'm like, this was their second round pick, this was their third round pick, and this was their second round pick, and the Cardinals seemingly have no ability to do that at all, and like turn over a defense or an offense in a year or two based on great drafting. Everyone does in the NFL, but the Cardinals drives me insane. For the Astros, who have been through absolute just like the worst of the injuries with their starting pitching staff. They're hanging on for dear life. They're 43 and 45. They haven't had Christian Javier all year. They haven't had Ronel Blanco all year. Hunter Brown's only made 5 starts. Brandon Walter hasn't started. Wazensky hasn't started for them. Peter Lambert had a 6.28 ERA in Colorado over 4 years. This year in Houston, 13 starts, 3.5 ERA. Spencer Arrighetti in his first 2 years in Houston, 4.69 ERA. He's got an even 4 ERA for Houston this year. Teams across baseball find these stopgap guys who can just be effective for them just for long enough for their guys to get back or at least hang around in races, and the D-backs just can't do it.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Luke Kennard edition will be complete here in a few days. So with this complete roster staring us in the face, what is the Suns' biggest weakness they have to work on now moving forward? We'll talk about that coming up on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
But if you just go in terms of what you've upgraded from this past year
just on the floor
to this upcoming year, I would say, you have. Yeah, and I don't think it's extreme. I mean, Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen were good contributors to this team. But yeah, Miles Bridges is probably the best player out of that group all around. Yeah. And then Kennard's probably fourth on the list, but he's so good at what you need that doesn't really matter. I don't care if he can get offensive rebounds or there's a lot of things that I don't need Luke Kennard to do, but when we need threes, get out there and fire up more than 3.1 a game.
Yeah.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When your air conditioner stops working or a plumbing problem cannot wait, you need a company that's focused on helping you, not finding ways to charge you more. Home and business owners have trusted Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning since 1957. The home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. What matters most to Ready Services is saving customers money and doing the job right the first time. For plumbing or air conditioning service, are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I move mountains for a living. Literally.
That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, Paul Calvise here for Southern Steer Butcher, where America's 250th means great grilling, and great grilling packages only $59 each through July 5th. Yep, try their backyard grill featuring burgers, brats, or sausages, hot dogs, and marinated chicken wings, or level up to their premium grill package featuring marinated steak tips, Wagyu sirloin, and bacon-wrapped shrimp skewers, just $59 each at southernsteer.com. Or stop by the store at the corner of Queen Creek and Alma School Road.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks looking for the series sweep tonight against the Giants. Should they win, be a 9th straight win against San Francisco to begin the year. That streak would match a franchise record against San Francisco, like one they had back in 2011 to 2012. Zach Gallen will be the man tasked on the mound. He'll go against right-hander Trevor McDonald. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. In other Diamondbacks news, Kason Cunningham has been selected to represent the organization at this year's Futures game. The 2025 first-round pick has split time between the two single-A clubs of Hillsborough and Visalia this year. Futures game is on Sunday, July 12th in Philadelphia. In the NBA, another blockbuster trade. We have a winner in the Jaylen Brown sweepstakes. Celtics are sending Brown to the 76ers for Paul George, 2 first-round picks, and 2 second-round picks. The most significant of the picks is an unprotected 2031 first-round pick. And the United States men's national team begins World Cup knockout play tonight in Santa Clara, taking on Bosnia-Herzegovina. If they win, they will advance to the round of 16 and face Belgium. Kickoff is at 5. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship is back at Talking Stick Resort, August 13th through 19th, an estimated $3 million prize pool. Don't miss it.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona sports and America's pastime at Chase Field.
Stand by, Kellen. I'm going to require a caller number out of you in a moment. Right now, we're giving away a family 4-pack of tickets to the Diamondbacks game on Saturday, July 4th at Chase Field, plus an extended fireworks celebration after the game. If you want them, pick up the phone. Caller number 3. Right now at 602-260-9870. Caller number 3. And you're headed to the ballpark with the family. Kellen is filling in for Gambo here on the Burns and Gambo show. We've got Kellen's getting that nervous energy. You can feel it. The match begins in about a half hour so far. He's getting very excited about the U.S. versus...
My trust issues are still here. We're heavily favored, and yet my trust issues with this team and watching them over the years, I'm still nervous.
Trust me, as a fan of Arizona sports, in those rare moments when we're actually favored to do something well, I know exactly what you mean.
Like the Wildcats matching up with a 14 seed. I'm still nervous. And why would I be nervous? Oh, yeah, because of all the trauma I've had before. Yeah.
So with yesterday's move by the Suns, Luke Kennard signing that 2-year deal, player option for the second year, the Suns are back to 15 players. And while it's always a risky game to say the Suns are done, if they are done, this is what it looks like. At the guard position, the first guard position, it's Booker, Gillespie, and Bouye. The second guard position, it's Green, Goodwin, and Kennard. The first forward position, it's Brooks, Highsmith, and Dunn. The second forward position, it's Bridges, Fleming, and Pete. The center position is Williams, Iguodaro, and Malawach. Standing back, looking at it from back here, going, okay, that's it. That's the team. Where's the soft spot? Where's the thing that is going to need to be worked on again and again and again for this team to succeed to the level that they're capable of? Where's the weakness?
So the inspiration for me wanting to talk about this on the show today came because immediately after the Bridges trade deal, I was like, my gosh, does this team need shooting? And it kind of turned into a new weakness for the team. So I do want to preface by saying easily the biggest strength of the team now is scoring diversity. right? Like they should not have a problem having guys individually score. Now, I think for the likes of Green and Brooks, Miles Bridges as a scorer, not as inefficient on some nights as like we know Dylan's going to go 2 for 14 some nights. We know Jalen's going to go 3 for 17. Some nights he's not at the Booker consistently efficient scale, but he is going to be moderately efficient on a game-to-game basis. So the scoring diversity, like let's say it's a night where Book's taken 3 shots at half before we were like, the game's over, it's done. Like they can't win if Book's not being aggressive. They can if these 3 guys are scoring the basketball well. So that's going to be easily the biggest strength of their team. And I think when we hear Jordan Ott talk about it, when we hear Brian Gregory talk about it after this trade, that's what they're going to talk about, is that the amount of pressure off of Devin Booker to carry this team from a scoring perspective. I don't think it was really that necessary after you already had Brooks and Green, but suffice to say, that is their biggest strength. What I'll ask you in response to the weakness question is, do you think their biggest weakness from last year is done? Do you think you're done coming in here after they play Oklahoma City or San Antonio or Atlanta or Indiana and you're like, there's just too many athletes out there. They're too long, they're too fast, all that kind of stuff. Did this team get more athletic to alleviate your concerns there?
Athletic enough? I mean, no, I wouldn't say they've alleviated my concerns. They've definitely gotten better athletically. They've definitely gotten more athletic with the moves that they've made. I like that Miles Bridges can get to the rim, maybe not as well as he did earlier in his career, but I also know his number of shots at the rim are way better than anything they had last year in that regard. So I feel like that's going to change the dynamic. I don't think they got as good athletically as I would have liked them to, but I think it's an improvement in that regard. I'll tell you the biggest thing, it's crazy for me to say this, the biggest thing I'm concerned about after they just got a shooter is shooting. I'm worried that there are just never going to be enough 3-point shooters on the floor for them at any given time. And that is going to be with the guys who are going to demand the most minutes on this team. There's just not going to be enough consistent next level 3-point shooting unless you start giving minutes, heavy minutes to Gillespie, whom he might get, or to Luke Kennard, whom he probably won't. I worry about that, I think, more than anything. Am I justified in feeling that way or no?
I think you're justified in feeling that way, but what's going to happen as a result, and a different way to talk about what we've been talking about earlier in terms of the Luke Kennard sighting and just how badly this team needs shooting and how it could make things in the rotation wonky. Let's look at the athleticism concerns again, and let's go down the line on the perimeter side. So we're not talking about Mark Williams, Oso Guerrero, Kaman Malawach, and let's rank the 5 most athletic guys on the team. Somewhere in the top 5 is Miles Bridges, Ryan Dunn, Rasheer Fleming, Koa Pete, and then insert 5th name here, Jalen Green.
Jalen Green should be. I would say Jalen Green.
He would be in there for sure. Ryan Dunn, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete, I don't know how they're going to get in the game because you need Luke Kennard out there to shoot, or because of the amount of individual scoring and not so much playmaking from Green, Brooks, and Bridges, you're going to need Colin Gillespie in the game even more for his secondary sort of playmaking. So there are other weaknesses where, like, let's say you come out against OKC and Shea has 14 points in 6 minutes and you have no one who has a chance of guarding him. Your team defense is in there, all that kind of stuff. Okay, Goody needs to play 30 minutes a game. If Goody does, then Rasheer can't play. Like, Ryan can't get in there. Koa can get in there. They can get in there, but for 8 to 10 minutes, and in the way we're not talking about what we want, which is consistent playing time for all those guys to develop. So I think the balancing act that Ott has to do is so similar to last year, but couldn't be more different at the same time because it is a heavily skewed roster in terms of a certain type of player and a certain type of skill set that he's going to have to maximize. I think this one is a lot harder to maximize than what he maximized last year.
But I do think if the question is, are they more athletic than they were a year ago? I mean, I do think when you're subbing out Miles Bridges from Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen, you know, just if we're just looking at it from a sheer athleticism standpoint, I do think in that regard they are more athletic than they were a year ago. I think Miles Bridges makes them more athletic than they were a year ago.
He does, and we just want to, I'm saying we just for the entirety of like the people watching the Suns in general, what you want to see in order for this trade to work out is for him to utilize his athleticism properly. If you haven't read the piece on ArizonaSports.com or heard me on the other shows, like the spiel here essentially is look at all of the numbers where you believe his athleticism would help him and if it translates statistically to like impacting the game in that kind of way. He's not a high deflection guy, even though that he's got like the prototypical long arms, great lateral movement, all that stuff. He's not that great of an on-ball defender, even though all the physical gifts are there for him to be one. He's not a great rebounder, even though, again, all the physical gifts are there for him to be one. His rim rate was really good at the start of his career. It's not so great. Lately, it's been more average the last 2 years. All of those elements of his game, like Jalen Green, not taking the 20-footer instead of going to the rim and putting pressure on the rim and making the right pass out of that. It's like, how do you use your athleticism? They not only got to find guys that are athletic, but use their athleticism. You know whose athleticism is noticeable immediately? Rasheer Fleming, with how he uses it. You notice it right away.
Yeah. Do you think this roster makes Devin Booker better?
No. I think it's the opposite. I think this is the worst team they put around him to maximize him since we were Igor, 2018.
Wow.
2018, yeah.
Because that's the
if we're evaluating on that one basis, I'm not saying this is the worst team since then. Calm down, everyone.
Of course.
The one lens.
That's not what I asked
maximizing Devin Booker.
The lens is maximizing Devin Booker. And
2018.
that was kind of the other thing I looked at when I saw this roster for talking about its biggest weaknesses. Man, I see a lot of guys who are going to just take a lot of shots. You know, whether it's Brooks, that was a chronic problem last year. Green, now you add Bridges to the mix. You know, it's just a lot of guys who are going to get a lot of touches and who are going to take a lot of shots. And I wonder if those stretches of, hey, where did Devin Booker go? It feels like this is a roster where those stretches are just going to increase, not decrease. Maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way, but I feel like he's going to have more of those pockets with this roster.
We talk about, like, I use the phrase all the time, gears spinning. Like when the ball is moving, when there's drive and kick, pass here, pass there. That is not really the type of play that is set up by how Jalen Green scores, how Dylan Brooks scores, or how Miles Bridges scores. If just one of those guys was a playmaker at that kind of level, it would take so much pressure off of Book not to be like the actual traditional point guard of this team. But in many ways, he is going to have to be the table setter for this team in ways where I think this is going to get hairy. Like we're going to be 30, 40 games in and be like, Colin has to start. Like he needs some kind of help here. So he's not just stuck setting everyone up. The amount of shows you and Gamble are going to come in here and talk about Devin Booker having 2 shots in the first quarter.
Yeah.
When it's like, dude, what do you expect? You've put him around 3 guys who are good to like okay scores, not great scores. Defense is going to trap the crap out of him. He's going to have to set these guys up. They're not going to give him any room to go anywhere.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, I gave Kellen some homework during the hours leading up to the show. We'll find out if he understood the assignment when it comes to LeBron James. We'll explain next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I tell you what, it was nice for a change to see a Diamondback starting pitcher get a standing ovation as he left the field.
Yeah, that was one of the big stories was, you said you had a good feeling about Brandon Pfaadt going into that start. He apparently had some good feelings, too, because that was, upper echelon effectiveness and efficiency from Brandon Pfaadt, not just this year, but anytime in his career.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. He's done a great job for me. Financial plan, retirement plan, estate plan, and a tax plan. If you've got a financial advisor that is not talking to you about those 4 things and just making sure you're investing and growing your money, you might have the wrong financial advisor. Your financial advisor needs to have a tax plan for you. Most of us are putting money away tax deferred, and at some point that tax bill is due. What Stuart told me from the beginning when I started working with him, it's not about how much money you've been able to make and save. It's about how much of that are you going to be able to keep. So if you've got a financial advisor that is not talking to you about the implications of taxes down the road, you got the wrong guy. Call Stuart Willis right now. Get a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. Or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey, Wolf here, and time is up. It's the final days of employee pricing at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Tim's going out with a boom and a bang. It's the 4th of July sales event with select models priced below employee pricing. This is epic, man. How about $5,000 off MSRP on select 2025 Ford Mavericks? Price and selection only at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. The Loop 202 and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. You pay what Tim pays, then save even more only at Santan Ford.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll Update.
Poll question update. Lauren is back. Give us an update on what we're asking the folks today at ArizonaSports.com. What are we asking the folks today on ArizonaSports.com?
Well, we have 13 more minutes of Kellen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Kellen, we're going to really put your mind to the test. You're asking, how would you grade the Suns' reported Luke Kennard signing, A, B, C, or D?
A B.
It's a B. I said they couldn't have done much better, but with that being said, it is the type of signing where it leads to other questions, so that prevents it from being an A. For me, it's a B. 12 minutes, by the way. 12 minutes.
Not that you're counting down.
Do they start these things right at 5? They don't start it right at 5, do they?
Usually, that is one of the great things about both soccer and like F1 as well, is that like the F1 race, they literally show the clock turning to like 12 on the dot, and
Which
then
is
they start the race.
Phenomenal, because
It's
then
great.
I know I've got 2 minutes to go pee before I've got to be seated for 2 hours. So done. Here you go.
And most of the matches have started right on the dot. At the start of the tournament, they weren't. And I was like, here's what happens when we freaking host the thing. We can't start it on time now. We're Americifying this. Like, we're doing the whole thing where we can't start on time, unlike every European thing that, sports-wise, at least starts on time. So, long answer, yes, it should.
I promise we'll give constant updates on what's going on with Team USA versus Bosnia and Herzegovina. Wait, I promise, coming up at 5 o'clock. So, but that's why Kellen's attention will be diverted.
Hey, guys, just score 2 goals in the first 10 minutes, then you got me. You know, just ease up the anxiety. Ease up the anxiety.
What are the results of the poll question?
A is still leading the way in this poll question with 45% of the vote. 38% going with B, 13% going with C, and 4% going with D.
All right, thanks, Lauren. We might turn this into a running thing here on Burns and Gambo, since Kellen's going to be filling in so much over the course of the next couple of weeks with Gambo on his European vacation. I saw this note from Shams Charania. It was actually retweeted by Yahoo Sports. And it read simply, and I'm assuming Shams said this at some point on SportsCenter or on ESPN or wherever he was in the car wash at the time. LeBron James is open to all pitches during free agency and would be willing to accept a minimum contract to play for a contender, per Shams Charania. So assuming that because Yahoo tweeted this out, assuming Shams said this and that Shams is in the know of this, my homework assignment for Kellen was to say, okay, let's say for a second this is true. And he's not just slotted to Golden State or slotted to Cleveland or slotted even to Miami, which have been 3 teams that have been mentioned. Let's say that he truly will go anywhere and play for the minimum, if that's what it takes, to play for a contending team. Your assignment was to tell me the 3 to 5 teams that would most greatly benefit in terms of their championship contender status by adding LeBron James even at the veteran minimum. We're throwing money out of the window, and I'm just talking about purely this team is now a title contender because they got LeBron. Who?
I think the championship contender thing is an important qualifier because he would make the Sacramento Kings much better. Like he would jump up a lot of these teams. Like my honorable mention was the Memphis Grizzlies, who have a lot of dudes that you and I like, but do they have a number 1 guy? No. Do they have a number 2 guy? No. Do they have a number 3 guy? Like maybe if Boozer's really good right away, like they would benefit from someone of his caliber right away. Number 5 for me is the team that he is rumored to be joining right now. That is the Golden State Warriors. The two main qualifiers that I really focused on here were I can't send LeBron to a team where there is enough of the ball to go around. Like send him to Oklahoma City and it's like, well, they've got J-Dub, they've got AJ Mitchell, they've got Shea. Like they don't need LeBron and all of his abilities on the ball. I do need to send him somewhere where there's enough need for that too. And that's where the Warriors come to mind. Like outside of Steph, they don't really have another quote unquote dribble guy, as Kevin and I refer to. And then number 2, I need defensive coverage in some aspect. Yaxel Lendeborg, the rookie, is going to be a really good defender in the NBA right away. And then Draymond is presumably back as well. So there's my defensive coverage as well. Number 4, Mitch, is the Denver Nuggets.
I would have been disappointed in you if you hadn't put the Nuggets on this list.
Little harder in terms of the defensive coverage. Mitch, can I get your 2 cents on it? Do you believe defensively if we added like let's sub in LeBron for Cam Johnson and then Peyton Watson is back? Do we have enough defensive coverage with Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon and such?
Well, it's funny. Up until Jaylen Brown ending up in Philly, there was the ultimate like what if scenario if they had somehow gotten Jokic with Jaylen Brown and then also with LeBron. And then re-signing Peyton Watson. And in that scenario, you think to yourself, okay, there's enough defense on the back end. I don't know if it works out in this scenario. Like, it seems like they'll get Peyton Watson back, but I don't know if adding LeBron to the mix really fixes any of the defensive woes that they've had. And unless super buff Jokic is the new defensive anchor, I don't know.
And offensively, it's like you have to run so much through Jokic that LeBron is going to be minimized in some senses. But then you and I were talking about this, like, how about just thinking LeBron and Nikola passing each other the ball and the creative stuff that they could do with it? How could you not have them on this list?
I was going to say, isn't there worse things to have than 41-year-old LeBron slightly taking a back seat, but then also getting to do a bunch of tricky stuff with Nikola Jokic up and down the floor?
I had half wondered if it was going to be number 1 on your list, to be honest with you. When I came up with this assignment, I'm like, he's got to have Denver somewhere in his top 5, and I wondered if they were going to be number 1. Okay, who's number 3?
Number 3 is going to surprise you. The Dallas Mavericks. I've got a reunion with Kyrie Irving. I've got LeBron teaching Cooper Flag the ropes. I've got Kyrie, Cooper, and LeBron as my quote-unquote big 3. Derek Lively, Daniel Gafford. We've got great center play. Now this asks for far less out of Klay Thompson, PJ Washington, Max Christie. They just got Santi Aldama about an hour ago. Now that bench is looking pretty good. Morez Johnson out of Michigan gives them a lot defensively as well. And just like the chemistry that he has with Kyrie, like LeBron at this stage of his career can't be the number 1 guy in terms of like relying on him to do everything offensively. So to do it with a guy where I've seen him share it with a guy before in Kyrie, that would work for me. The other 2 are 2 of the more obvious ones. I flipped the order of this in the last 2 hours based on the Jaylen Brown trade. I've moved the Minnesota Timberwolves from number 1 to number 2. You could argue the amount of the ball going around, LaMelo, Ant, there isn't enough there for LeBron. But the idea of a starting 5 of LaMelo Ball, Anthony Edwards, LeBron James, Jaden McDaniels, and Rudy Gobert for the offense-defense balance that I'm talking about, that's pretty awesome. And then Ayo Dosunmu is going to win 6th Man of the Year off the bench. Lauren's going to be very excited for her boy. She's shaking her head because she doesn't want LeBron James on her NBA team, but it would be pretty good for your boy. And Terrence Shannon could help off the bench as well for them. Number 1, I've got the Miami Heat because I think LeBron has to look at what just happened. I think the Celtics got worse in that trade. And I don't think that the Sixers got dramatically better. Even if they didn't really give up a lot, I still think the dynamic of Embiid, Brown, and Maxey is going to be complicated. It's not going to be easy to figure out in year 1. So go to Miami. We talk about defensive coverage, Giannis and Bam. We talk about the need for, okay, we don't need you to put a ton of pressure on the defense, but can you please just like orchestrate and organize these guys? Miami has no one to do that right now.
Yeah.
LeBron can just be point LeBron, move things around. They've got Wiggins to play perimeter defense, Pelle Larsson to play perimeter defense as well. Hardaway has come in as a shooter. A reunion in Miami makes the most sense for LeBron if he's trying to win a title next year.
Number 1, Miami. Number 2, Minnesota. Number 3, the Dallas Mavericks. Number 4, the Denver Nuggets. Number 5, the Golden State Warriors. All right. You did well. We'll see. See what your homework assignment is tomorrow.
Thank you. I enjoyed it. Can I have more homework, please?
Yeah, I'm going to give you more homework. I don't know what it's going to be.
Thank you.
I'll find something, but you're going to get
ranked. The suck up apparently to the teacher. I don't know how this bit progressed, but here I am.
We'll see.
The teacher's pet.
You never know what tomorrow's homework is going to be.
Oh, we're singing the anthem. Let's go, boys. Come on now.
When we come back, it's going to be me, and I don't know, who am I going to be talking to? Am I going to lose all 3 of you when this thing starts?
For what it's worth, they start on time, which I love.
Well, that's what I'm worried about. So when I come back, I'm not exactly sure who I'm going to be talking to or what I'm going to be talking about. That's not true. Going to be talking about Luke Kennard and the big signing that came down. Now that it's done, who needs to improve the most on this Suns roster to just make this work? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Gambo. Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first and giving back to the community they call home. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze with mobile service plus pickup and delivery. Your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing. It's about real value and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Check out the Ford Escape. Check out the Bronco Sport, the F-150. Always a great selection when you deal with Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, or you can go online at sandersonford.com. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose Sanderson Ford. Again, 51st Avenue in Glendale or online at sandersonford.com.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. I remember one Sunday at church, our pastor stood up and said, "Services are canceled. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help." So right then, we walked out and rebuilt that fence together. That taught me something. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust, Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free.
free brake pads with Duralast rotors, free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil, free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks looking for the series sweep tonight against the Giants. Should they win, it would also be their 9th straight victory against San Francisco to begin the season. That would match a franchise record winning streak against the Giants, one that they had back in 2011 to 2012. Zach Gallen will be the man tasked on the mound. He'll go against right-hander Trevor McDonald. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. In other Diamondbacks news, Kason Cunningham has been selected to represent the organization at this year's Futures game. The 2025 first-rounder has split time between the two single-A clubs of Hillsborough and Visalia this year. Futures game is Sunday, July 12th in Philadelphia. In the NBA, another blockbuster trade. We have a winner in the Jaylen Brown sweepstakes. The Celtics are sending Brown to the 76ers in exchange for Paul George, 2 first-round picks, and 2 second-round picks. The most significant of the picks is an unprotected 2031 first-rounder. And the United States men's national team, they start on time. Would you look at that? This is amazing. We're already a minute and a half into the match. This is awesome. USA against Bosnia-Herzegovina in the round of 32. If the USA wins, they will advance to the round of 16 and take on Belgium next week. And I gotta go because the match is on.
Hey, it's Luke. How would we grade what the Cardinals did this offseason? We're going to hand out our offseason grades tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, you guys aren't lying. This is the not screwing around event here. When they say 5 o'clock, it's 5 o'clock. We go. United States and Bosnia-Herzegovina is underway.
I think the only reason we're not synced up is because our TV, like Cox, is delayed by 45 seconds. Otherwise, we would probably be lined up directly with 5 o'clock right now. They don't mess around, dude.
They don't mess around.
They
They say 5 o'clock. We are starting at 5 o'clock. So we understand there are a lot of people out there in the audience who are very, very invested in how this thing goes. Now that we're into the elimination round, so we promise you we'll keep you completely updated, and we'll try to do our best to entertain Kellen enough so that he's focused on us enough.
This should not be distracting, to be clear. Like, not so much that this match should be over at halftime, but they should be in such control of this match and potentially get a goal before half where I shouldn't have to worry about this. But then again, if you've been paying attention to this World Cup at all in the knockout stages, Germany's out in a huge upset. The Dutch are out in a huge upset. Nearly a gigantic upset this morning with Congo nearly taking down the Democratic Republic of Congo, nearly taking down England. So this has given us no time to sweat at all. But in times like this, when I am in the middle of trying to make a point and someone is dribbling towards the box like Pulisic is, you're just going to get random rambling from me in some form of a coherent sentence until whatever it finalizes does, which was Christian Pulisic hitting it out. And now it is a corner for the Team USA.
So with the Luke Kennard signing yesterday, and it'll become official, Monday is the first day these things can officially happen. As we've talked a few times today, unless there's some impulse buy, impulse trade, I got to have that guy kind of moment, which is you never want to rule that out with the Suns, chances are the work is done and that this is the team and they're set. They won 45 games last year. They were one of the true pleasant surprises of the NBA, maybe the biggest pleasant surprise of the NBA. Nobody thought they were going to be that good, and yet there they were in the playoffs playing Oklahoma City. Now that they're complete, now that they're together, their core four is obviously going to be Devin Booker, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, and Miles Bridges. of those four, if this is going to work, let's think about this like positively, and this is going to be better than it was a year ago, whether we each might harbor our doubts as to whether that's possible. Let's say this is going to be better than a year ago. Of those four, who has to be better for it to be better?
Yeah, I think the definite answer is Jalen Green, just because not only of his skill set, but not only with his age, of what we're talking about the team needs the most. I think that it is his ability to not only get to the rim, but be the guy that, again, gets the gears spinning, that everything starts to work ball movement wise. Because if we're talking about a stagnant offensive possession and Miles Bridges is standing in the corner, he's going to give you no value at all. But if you get the gears spinning, kick out, swing pass, Bridges in the corner with a closeout coming to him, now he can be really, really effective. Now Dylan Brooks or Jalen Green or Devin Booker, whoever's in that corner, can be much more effective. Like, that's just basketball 101, and their ability to do that is going to be greatly hampered unless one of these three guys makes a big-time jump in their playmaking ability, their ability to not only put pressure on a defense, but do so in a way that gets help rotators coming over and making simple passes kind of work from there. Because even if Colin Gillespie is the second best playmaker on this team, Bernsey, that's more in like him running two-man game with like Oso, or like kind of making the smart extra pass here. He's not putting pressure on the defense and making 3 or 4 guys rotate over to him or move a foot closer to him than they would otherwise. Like, that's on Jalen. There's different answers here in different ways, though.
And Jalen is obviously the right answer, though. I think Dylan is kind of a close second on this one, just in terms of shot selection and how often the ball seems to stick with him, too, and you can't have too many of those guys on your roster. But Jalen is the right answer. And for me, and every time I say this about Jalen, I feel like I'm blaming everything that went wrong on the Suns last year on him. But it was just such an obvious difference when he came back from his injury, how the thing that made the Suns offense really cool with its ball movement, it just evaporated. It like almost overnight, it felt like it was gone, and they didn't have that. And the ball stuck, and it turned into ISO ball. And again, me saying that makes it sound like I'm blaming Jalen Green for all of it. I'm not trying to. It wasn't just him, but it certainly seemed like the way they played just shifted dramatically the minute Jalen Green showed up on the floor. Now, is that because he didn't play for most of of course. I mean, there's going to be a lot of that, and hopefully they don't have to deal with those issues again. If they don't deal with those issues, Jalen Green is going to have to alter his game a little bit, because I just don't think they can have another year of ball sticks. Let's get up a shot with 4 seconds to go on the shot clock. It's just not going to work again.
The other way to look at this is, in order for this to work, who has the easiest path towards improvement in a way of making this quartet work? I think Jalen has the hardest thing to do in terms of making that work, but the obvious answer here is Devin Booker's a 40% three-point shooter. That is a much easier way of not only making this quartet work, but everything else work. We know the story. Book is not as good of a three-point shooter as he should be. The question here is if he's going to be put in a position to take the types of shots where his percentage could go up. Dylan Brooks is the other one in that same kind of fold, where Dylan has had great catch-and-shoot seasons from three previously coming to Phoenix. It was not the case last year. And I'd make this point for Miles Bridges, too. Like, the offensive rebounding thing is just going. That's it. If he just goes every single time, like Jordan Goodwin goes every single time, he is going to have a career year at the offensive rebounding level, not to the innate ability that Jordan has, where he seemingly knows exactly where the ball is going to be at all times whenever the shot goes up, let alone reading it off. But if Miles just puts in a lot more on the offensive glass and puts in a little bit more on the defensive end, it's a pretty easy path towards him being like a key cog in this team instead of a redundancy, which is what I see him as right now.
And I do think, too, with Miles Bridges, the dynamic that he's going to bring to the table, that I'm looking forward to seeing how it changes the dynamic overall. Last year, Jalen Green, and the reason why we were so eager to have him return was that they had no rim pressure at all, and we were looking forward to someone who could bring that pressure. I do think Miles Bridges has the ability to bring some of that next year, to get to the rim and to change the equation a little bit. I'll be curious to see him in pick and roll situations and how much gravity he brings and how much downhill basketball he can play with. I do think, in terms of them being better, I'm not a fan of the Miles Bridges trade. I didn't like it. I don't think you liked it very much either. But I do think there is a dynamic of having a second guy who can get to the rim or who wants to get to the rim as opposed to just the one in Jalen Green. Does have the potential to unlock some different things for this offense if he can do it effectively, because they just didn't have a lot of guys like that last year, I thought anyway.
And to eject it from the big four guys and make it the whole wide team, I think that a jump from one of the young players would go a very long way. Like Ryan Dunn regressed in year 2. If he could get back on track in year 3, I think the biggest name here is Oso, who had a big-time jump in year 2. Is there one more jump left for him in year 3? Rasheer in year 2, or Koa Pete as a rookie? If one of those 4 young guys can find a way to improve enough over the summer, go into training camp and go at Jordan Knock, go at Brian Gregory and say, maybe there's not an ideal role for me in this rotation, but I'm going to make you play me based on how much better I look over the summer. That's what's going to also make our shows, I believe, at the end of next week really fun, because we're going to be talking about the Summer League team and how one of these 4 guys improving will be a key for them going forward.
Let's talk about Oso for a second, because if he does improve, it's going to be because his shot improved, right? If he improves, it's going to be because he became a more versatile offensive piece. And if you believe that either A, he's capable of that, or B, that's the improvement that he needs to make as a basketball player, then we start opening up a whole can of worms in a good way about Koa Pete and his ability to improve in that regard if Oso can do the same thing.
And I think for Oso as well, it's also not just like the shot. You think about 3-pointers and all that stuff. Like if he just had like a 14-footer, it would go a really long way. Like he's doing a version of that with the floater. The floater doesn't go in enough. It needs to go in enough. We've seen Isaiah Hartenstein, for example. Did he develop a 3-point shot to become a useful center to be out there so that his passing and his great defense, kind of like Oso, could be out there? No, he developed a push shot, and that's been enough for him to be a guy who makes $100 million in the league. Now, that's what Oso needs to do. We saw the dribble drives a lot more. Last year, they need to continue to come. So if the push shot is there with more frequency and it's there with more consistency along with the drives, then you've really got something there in him.
Leave work early on July 22nd because Wolf and Luke are going to be live at Chase Field for half-day club before D-backs versus A's. They're also throwing out the first pitch before D-backs versus A's. Lower-level seats, just $9.87 before taxes and fees. Text the word half to 620-620 for details. 1 through 4, good. 5 through 9, question marks. Did one of those questions get at least a little bit answered last night in the D-backs win against the Giants? We'll talk about that next. Kellen's in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And now the 1-2 is swung on, and a little looper towards left. Kepler racing on, makes the catch, and make that 8 in a row. Diamondbacks take down the Giants by a final score of 8-2, and they will try to sweep the Giants for the 3rd consecutive series in 2026.
Don't miss D-backs Giants series finale tonight at 6, right here on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
How's this sound? Employee pricing for all, and for all military veterans and first responders, another $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, that's how Ford is driving America forward for the next 250 years to come. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and when we go there to our Desert Ford dealers, like we did just recently, leasing a Bronco Sport for my daughter, we get American value for American values, including employee pricing. Ford has been part of America for more than a century, and once again, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. Take that 2026 Ford F-150 truck, better than ever. Work truck or weekend warrior, and it gets better with employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. And again, all military veterans and first responders, you get that additional $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people.
Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I joke around and with my wife and call it my bionic knee.
But before Ernest became a patient with QC Kinetics, it was a different story.
I'd go to bed with my knee throbbing, heat, ice. I would get up in the middle of the night to get a drink or something, and I would just be hobbling.
He wasn't able to play on his rec basketball team or work in the yard. But QC Kinetics regenerative treatments turned around the situation without surgery or downtime, using Ernest's own healing properties to help restore his aching knee, now known as Ernest's bionic knee.
I am really happy because I am playing the game that I love so much, and I'm playing with my granddaughter, and I'm gardening, and I'm on my knees, and I'm jumping up. I have a 200-pound dog, and I'm playing with my dog.
Now Ernest is living his best life thanks to QC Kinetics, and so can you. Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Luke. Did the Diamondbacks finish the job and complete a sweep of the Giants? We're reacting to the series finale tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
He can get hot for 3.5, 4 weeks and carry a ball club. So we're waiting for that. We know that's a possibility. He does it 2 or 3 times during the course of a season and then treads water for the other parts of it. I think that a lot of players have that ability to carry a ball club. So, the signs are when he's starting to check off of pitches that are out of the zone, that are down, especially breaking balls at the bottom of the zone that are in the dirt. When he's starting to lay off of those pitches, some good things really, really, in my opinion, are starting to come.
That's Troy Lavello for his weekly visit with us earlier here on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen filling in. Now, normally, Tori joins us on Friday. We're not going to have shows on Friday because of the July 4th weekend. So he was kind enough to join us today at 2:30 for his weekly segment. He's talking about Lourdes Gurriel Jr. And Kellen, I was watching last night's game like every other, Diamondback follower / fan has the last few weeks or even the last few months, looking for some signs of life from the Diamondbacks offense and wondering, like you were wondering earlier, if there's anything about last night's game that we can take out of it that will apply, that will stick, or that will survive kind of the San Francisco filter, but they were playing the Giants filter. And the one thing I came up with, because it's been mentioned time and time again by Mike Hazen, 1 through 4 in our lineup, we're good. We're fine. Day in, day out. They maybe aren't having the years that we're accustomed to them having, i.e. Geraldo Perdomo. But for the most part, those 4 guys are doing their job. It's 5 through 9 that has just been an endless stretch of nothing. Nothing's happening there. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. has 5 extra base hits in his last 6 games, I believe. We know how streaky he is. I'm not even asking for a full season like this out of Lourdes Gurriel. Is it enough that he goes on one of his Gurriel runs and he's like this for the next 2 weeks just to keep them where they need to be to bring some help in at the deadline. Is that enough for us?
Well, to be honest, I don't think that this would be much of a story if it wasn't for the 1 through 4 guys coming off of a pretty solid June. Like I would say in terms of the collective contributions of Geraldo Perdomo, Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, and Gabriel Moreno. And if you go through April, May, June was their best month as a quartet by far. It wasn't even close. Geraldo and Gabby in particular with their plate discipline. In June, Perdomo finished with 19 walks, 13 strikeouts. We know that to be the case every month for him regardless, right? But Gabriel Moreno, 15 walks and only 9 strikeouts for him. So Gabby really seeing the ball well. Both those guys with an on-base percentage north of 400 for the month of June. If we just go by OPS, which league average right now, somewhere in like the mid to high 700s. Gabby 901. This is in the month of June. Ketel 882. Those home runs really helping out recently. Perdomo 799, and then Corbin Carroll 811. That's what we're talking about. That's this top 4 where we have an amount of confidence in it. So if that continues from those 4 guys and the rest of these names can start to get going, it would make a world of difference. So far, they haven't. Like Nolan Arenado specifically in the month of June, hitting 196, OPS 554. He's one of the guys in the middle of the order, like Gurriel, that has to get going, but it qualifies. Like if the 1 through 4 guys are actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, then the 5 through 9 guys, you just need a little bit, but you need way more from them if it's what it has been the last couple of months, but not in June. So it's been a really positive June for those guys individually, and I would assume if that keeps up for those 4, we're going to see these team offensive numbers really pick up once we get out of this wonky regression to the mean runners in scoring position thing happening.
So here are your, Torrey specifically mentioned the veteran hitters who are in the 5 through 9 range of his lineup. Here are what some of those guys look like in the month of June. Let's start. You mentioned Nolan Arenado. Nolan Arenado in the month of June, and I'm looking for him right now. There he is. He's 554 OPS in the month of June. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. 633 in the month of June. That's been propped up a little bit with how he's done these last few games. Pavin Smith 460 OPS in the month of June. Ildemaro Vargas 364. Max Kepler 364. 385 for Max Kepler. Look, here's the thing. To your point a second ago, we're not asking for a lot here. We're not asking for the 5-hole hitter to be great and the 6-hole hitter to be great and the 7-hole hitter to be great. You really just need 1 or 2 of them. Mike Hazen was giving an interview to Nick Pecoro over at AZ Central. And he said, look, in many ways, we just got done playing the Rays. And in some ways, I feel like we want to be a mirror image of them. Yes. Their top 3 hitters are great. They're fantastic. Everybody else in their lineup does just enough. Gets on base just enough. Comes up with a big hit just enough. Bunts the guy over just enough. Just enough to make it work so that they're scoring runs and they're staying relevant. That's what we need to be, is basically what he was saying. Our first 4 guys, great, fine, we're good. We're good there. If we could just get 1 or 2 more, and that's why I want to single out Gurriel. I don't know enough about Arenado to know if he's going to be okay. Ildemaro Vargas, I'm scared to death that we just saw absolutely the very best of him, and it's just, I don't know what you're going to get the rest of the year. Kepler, I have no idea. Pavin Smith, in some ways, Kellen, I can't believe this has gone on long as it has with Pavin Smith. I don't know how much longer we're going to give this when it comes to Pavin Smith. Lourdes Gurriel is the one guy there that I feel like we've got enough equity with to say it could be him. It could be him who kind of turns the tide in that back half of the lineup. Maybe that's wishful thinking, and maybe that's just me. You know, I know he's streaky, but I feel like he's the one guy that if I'm going to bet on somebody to be that guy, I'm going to bet on Lourdes Gurriel Jr. to be that guy.
To your point of what we're asking for, if you look positionally, the leaders in OPS by each position. So, for example, with Ketel Marte taking 293 of like the little under 400 plate appearances for the Diamondbacks at second base, they have the 5th best OPS from their second baseman, At first base, the 29th ranked team is the New York Mets. They have a 631 OPS. The Diamondbacks are in last 560. That's from Vargas. That's a lot from Pavin Smith. That's a little bit of Santana, Lou James Groover, Jose Fernandez in there as well. If you go over to center field, that's where the Diamondbacks currently sit 29th as well. If I go over to left field, they're 25th. So it's like, can you just not be at the bottom of the barrel at some of these key positions. At third base, for example, that has been a little bit better of one before this month as well. They're 8th at third base, and that is largely carried by the month Nolan Arenado had in May, specifically, that's carrying it. Like, if you can just get one of those positions to exceed your expectations there, you're cooking. But they're 28th at DH, too. It's like these positions, they're just getting bottom-of-the-barrel contributions offensively, and their strengths aren't enough to carry that right now.
No, it's not. And so for me, I think one of the solutions is staring you right in the face with this series against San Francisco, and he was the only guy to get a hit off of Brandon Pfaadt last night, and that's Luis Arraez. And I think if you can ride a Lourdes Gurriel Jr. hot streak, or if you can get some of those June numbers from the Arenados and the others who have struggled to come back to the mean a little bit, and you can just do it for a couple of weeks, to just buy Mike Hazen a little bit more time and a little bit more faith, then when you get closer to the deadline, you go get a Luis Arraez. Cost isn't going to be that prohibitive, I would think. Stick him over at first base, make him your everyday guy over there, and see if he can be the one who balances out the bottom of that lineup and brings you a little bit that, and hopefully at some point a Jordan Lawler return, because I think they're missing him more than you could even imagine.
Well, and bringing up Lawler, how about if Gurriel just does enough over the next 3 weeks to make him tradable? He's in the last year of his deal. Do you just want to do Waldschmidt, Troy, and Lawler in those two spots the rest of the year instead of having Lourdes there if you sell?
I just need a Lourdes hot streak to buy me time to give myself those options. That's really all I'm asking for. I don't...
That's the guy, too. He's the guy where he will over 15 games. So remember it was April, the first year he was here, where we were like, oh my gosh. Like the first 3 weeks he got off to in that Colorado series specifically, he was unbelievable. He can do it.
Yeah, he can. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the U.S. men's national team is in the midst of knockout play against Bosnia and Herzegovina. So what are we noticing so far? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Do you think the Suns roster is better than it was when they walked off the court in Game 4 against Oklahoma City? I tend to say yes. And that's with all due respect to Grayson Allen, but he couldn't stay healthy, especially in the postseason. All due respect to Royce O'Neal, who I think Suns fans are really going to grow to miss. But Miles Bridges gives them, on the floor, things they need.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO AA. MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. You know, people ask me all the time why I still love doing this after all these years, especially in the Arizona summer heat. And honestly, it's because I love helping people when they need it the most. There's something really rewarding about showing up to a home that's miserable and hot and leaving knowing that that family can finally relax and feel comfortable again. That never gets old to me. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Hey, Wolf here. Time is about up. It's the final days of employee pricing at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Tim's going out with a boom and a bang. It's the 4th of July sales event with select models priced below employee pricing. This is epic. How about $7,000 off MSRP on select 2025 Ford Rangers? Price and selection only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Loop 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert. You pay what Tim pays, then save even more only at Santan Ford.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks looking for the series sweep tonight against the Giants. Should they win, it'll be their 9th straight victory against San Francisco to begin the year. That would match a franchise record win streak against the Giants, one that they had back in 2011 to 2012. Zach Gallen will be the man tasked with the mission on the mound. He opposes right-hander Trevor McDonald. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In other Diamondbacks news, Kaysen Cunningham has been selected to represent the organization at this year's Futures game. The 2025 first-round pick has split time between the two single-A clubs of Hillsborough and Visalia this year. Futures game is Sunday, July 12th in Philadelphia. In the NBA, another blockbuster trade. We have a winner in the Jaylen Brown sweepstakes. The Celtics are sending Brown to the 76ers in exchange for Paul George, 2 first-round picks, and 2 second-round picks. The most significant of the picks is an unprotected 2031 first-rounder. And checking in on things in Santa Clara between the U.S. men's national team and Bosnia-Herzegovina in the knockout stage of the World Cup. Right now, spoiler alert, so if you don't want the answer right now, just turn down the radio for like 5 seconds. About 31 minutes into the first half, and we have no score. We have a score! Right on cue, at least right now. Flo Balogun puts one in the back of the net at just around the 31st minute mark. U.S. as of right now, although they're shrugging, wondering, maybe it's a VAR check. We'll find out. Oh, they took it away. Oh, such a bummer. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers' July 4th event going on now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Oh, the elation and the heartbreak all in one fell swoop. From Mitch's trending now when he thought the U.S. scored to the...
I don't think I've had a more chaotic update.
Isn't that fun when stuff happens like that, right? He scored! No, he didn't. Kellen's like...
I felt like John Sterling, rest in peace, when he had the deep fly ball to the wall, thought it was gone, but it was caught like 5 inches from the warning track.
Caught at the warning track. It is 0-0 in the 32nd minute right now.
Quite the 3-minute stretch there. It looked like Fuller and Balogun got fouled in the box, which would result in a penalty. The ref was doing the incredibly annoying thing that has happened during this World Cup, which is the VAR check is happening, because what soccer does is they have like you know how baseball says, like, we're going to go back to, what's the town that they're in, the city that they're in, where they go back for video replay?
In Manhattan.
They go back to, is it Secaucus for the NBA?
Secaucus for the NBA. You said baseball, right?
Yeah.
Baseball's Manhattan. Secaucus
so they,
for the NBA.
Instead of it being there, the refs are there. They're in like this small room. There's 3 of them, and they're evaluating every kind of call. And it's a really weird system, because what happens is those guys check it, and they say, so on that play, they said no penalty for Balogun, but that's where we get Lauren's favorite thing in the NBA last year, which was Bill Kennedy's sassy explanation and like the dramatic reveal of if it happened or not. They don't really do that every time with some of these calls. And then Fuller and Balogun scoring 2 minutes later, but being ruled offside. This is where the graphic comes up and you can see like he's a shoulder hair off.
I love the graphic.
The graphics are really fun.
The graphic is badass. It really is.
They're also kind of easy to like manipulate, maybe if you wanted to. Just like saying, like we're treating it like the super official thing, and it's a FIFA organization. Oh no!
She's turning off your microphone.
There goes my microphone. Lauren, not a fan of potential corruption in her sports she's invested in.
Well, I mean, really, when you think about it, who is a fan of potential corruption? Well, on second thought, I can think of a few people who might be a fan of potential
Do not get
corruption,
emotionally invested in a FIFA event, then. I'll put it that way. I love the draw we got, by the way. That was totally legit, the draw that we've gotten so far. 0-0, though, so far. We got some momentum here the last couple of minutes with those two near chances. We'll qualify them as, but still no goal. Would love one before half here. We got about 15 minutes to do that.
All right. So in addition to that, Diamondbacks baseball is also on tonight. They're taking on the San Francisco Giants, going for the sweep. We'll preview that one coming up here in about 10 minutes or so as we send you to D-backs baseball. Kellen's in for Gambo here on the Burns and Gambo show, and we thought we'd take this opportunity, since the match is going on right now, not to lean away from it, but lean into it right now. We had a conversation earlier in the show about what moment, and I feel like we're perfectly suited to have this conversation because Kellen is the most soccer forward host we have at the station. And I don't know if I'm the least, but I'm certainly in the running for the least.
Name 5 players, Burnsy.
I can't.
Name 3 songs.
I can't name 5 players, and so
which is perfectly fine,
and I'm fine with that.
There's nothing wrong with that at all.
But I also I'm no dummy, and I also very much recognize that for a lot of these matches, even not those involving the United States, it does feel like as if life just kind of stops, and that everybody's watching and everybody's paying attention, and maybe that's just anecdotal because I'm here in the newsroom with a bunch of people. But when these matches have been on, it's like there have been times where the whole world just stops and we're all just kind of watching the TV to see what. That's power, man. That is the power of sports. That's the power of an event like this to have over all of us. I'm trying to figure out when the whole thing becomes must-watch TV for me. And not just the United States, the whole thing. Like this morning's England match. You were telling me during one of the commercial breaks, if you do nothing else on Sunday, nothing else, watch England-Mexico on Sunday night. You have to. Okay, and for me, that's the threshold that is the most casual soccer fan you're going to find. When do I cross over into the United States aren't playing, but I still have to watch this match? Is it country dependent? Is it round dependent? Is it individual player dependent? You tell me. Educate me. When am I supposed to go, all right, I'm all in now because this is what's happening in the World Cup? Tell me.
It could be a little bit of both. Next round, if the USA wins, which I feel incredibly uncomfortable saying out loud now that the live match is actually happening, and anything I say could have a dramatic effect on the impact of the game overall, of course, because that's how some of us think that sports works. Like, for example, I did think for like half a second, I was like, would Burnsy be okay if I did the rest of my show in that seat over there? Because we're not scoring goals in this seat right here, and I need goals on the board. Lauren doesn't love that because there's no video cameras back there, and I need to stay in this seat to get this video camera on.
We can't get you on that one there? Is that one?
No, don't do that. Don't do that. I wasn't gonna suggest it. It's okay. Everything's fine. The next round,
can I just say real quick? Let me just pause you real quick. The look on Lauren's face when I suggested that was roughly similar to the look on my wife's face when I say, well, do we have to go to this dinner on Friday night?
17 minutes of show left. Like, can we just get there without one more extra thing I got to do?
She just looked at me like, are you nuts? Are you bleeping nuts? You just go, yeah, just switch the camera. Go ahead. Yeah, let's just cancel the dinner. Let's not go. Sorry, Lauren. I'm sorry. Work wife. I apologize.
So if Team USA were to win, they would take on Belgium in the round of 16. 12 years ago, 3 World Cups ago, the U.S. lost to Belgium in the same round of 16. This was the infamous Tim Howard game where he was absolutely out of his mind. 16 saves, the most by a goalie in any World Cup match since they started tracking saves. So there's some narrative juice there. The game will, to look around and what we were talking about this before, that game will be in Seattle, which to me is probably the best soccer city we have in the country. They're absolutely nuts about their soccer
They
over
were
there.
crazy
so
that game for Australia. I watched that. They were nuts for that game. And I watched that one beginning to end on that.
That'll be incredible. On the other quarter half of the bracket, we've got two huge matches coming later tomorrow. It's going to be Portugal against Croatia and then Spain against Austria. Spain and Portugal, both two of the 5 or 6 biggest favorites to take down this tournament. So if the U.S. could get to the quarterfinals, that match on July 10th would be at SoFi. In LA, Inglewood, whatever subdivision of LA that they call it, they would be taking on one of the favorites of the tournament in LA in the quarterfinals, which is the furthest they have ever made it in the tournament before. So it's coming. I would argue that the Belgium match could kind of get there, but I guarantee that the investment could really reach a high at the quarterfinal date as well.
But I'm also looking for an investment that isn't tied to U.S. success as well. You know, I don't want to be so myopic and think it's only got to be the U.S. who's good for me to be interested in this, because that really is a very narrow way of looking at it, you know? So I'm waiting for that moment where, like this morning during the England match, it was one of those, oh yeah, that's on. I should probably turn that on, you know? And I imagine for somebody who's really into this, they don't need that reminder that the England match is on. They're just putting it on, right? They know. I'm looking for that moment of surrender where I give into it. I don't have to be reminded that it's on. I'm surprised, given your love for this event and this sport. And I realize, you know, it's expensive and it's not cheap. I'm surprised you're not going to one of these.
Jeremy Schnell went.
I know he went to the Australia game in Seattle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has been the one sports casualty of doing this for a living where there's no way for me to talk about this on the air or write about it at the site unless the World Cup is on. It's been the one sport where I've fallen out of it ever since doing sports for a living. That happens if you work in sports for a living. You're actually not able to watch some other sports as much as you want to as a result. It's been soccer by far, just because of how. Also, just the amazing thing about this tournament is that, this game, Mexico-England, it's on at 5 o'clock our time. It's Sunday. That's beautiful and perfect. It used to be on at 2 a.m. or 6 a.m. or 9, just at completely inconvenient times. But the game that should be in the Sunday night spot is in the Sunday night spot there as well. Lauren, what'd you make of the way your English squad survived this morning? It was a really messy performance from the boys, who are the second team, if there is one, for us here.
I was going to say I don't think that our listeners know that my second team is England until this exact moment, but my second team is England, and they've been my second team for about 8 years now.
Oh, wow.
When I started following the World Cup and seeing what was going on, I was like, this team's really fun. They're really young. They're exciting. They've got Kane, their captain, basically motivating the whole group. And basically that's what I thought watching the match this morning was wow, he is willing England to victory single-handedly here in this match.
England-Mexico on Sunday is, I don't know squat about this compared to you guys. That's going to be nuts.
They talked about how the elevation could be a crazy issue for England.
We talk about Denver. Denver is 5,500 feet elevation. Azteca, the stadium in Mexico City, 7,500.
It's Flagstaff.
2,000 more. It's up there.
It's Flagstaff.
To Flagstaff levels. They have played 10 World Cup matches at the Azteca. Mexico has. They have never lost. Not once. 85,000 Mexican fans will be there.
Fun.
There will be some English fans that find their way in, but it's going to be a madhouse. They're going to have their fans, you mentioned the thing on the air yesterday where they blocked their bus from getting back to the hotel just to annoy them for half an hour, and then there were people playing music outside of their hotels at 2 a.m. so they couldn't sleep.
I also
they're
look
nuts.
forward to England fans trying some good food.
Ooh.
Some of those are my
Oh my
favorite
gosh.
videos. England fans, come on.
Get the mildest spice level possible, English fans listening. Do not venture into medium or high. Mild's going to be way too spicy for you anyway. Oh my gosh.
Food in England sucks. This is awesome. What are we eating here? Yeah, I'm sorry, those more Australian than English.
7-2.
Diamondbacks. Okay, so Mitch, nothing but mad respect for you for writing this. D-backs Giants. Can they beat San Francisco for a 9th time? We'll preview it next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Jamal, you look like you had a reaction.
Yeah, I was going to send the illest letter of Paul Sewald to Luke. like, hey, Luke, can you give this to him for me?
You were going to get a text if they blew the save, because this is now Jamal and I's tradition if the bullpen melts down, but the bullpen really hasn't melted down much this year.
Right.
But he got
I was
it done.
transitioning from Arizona Sports app to Arizona Sports on the radio in my car and totally missed the fact that Paul Sewald gave up 2 runs.
Oh.
I came into work this morning thinking they had won 5-2.
Well, that's the way to do it.
That's a great life. You know what?
Yeah.
Ignorance is bliss. You know what I mean?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Paul Calvise here for Southern Steer Butcher, where America's 250th means great grilling, and great grilling packages only $59 each through July 5th. Yep, try their backyard grill featuring burgers, brats, or sausages, hot dogs, and marinated chicken wings, or level up to their premium grill package featuring marinated steak tips, Wagyu sirloin, and bacon-wrapped shrimp skewers, just $59 each at southernsteer.com, or stop by the store at the corner of Queen Creek and Alma School Road.
On BritBox, there is a place where stories twist like cobblestone roads, grand manners hide secrets, and stakes are higher than seaside cliffs. Find places worth getting lost in on BritBox. Watch new series like The Other Bennett Sister from the world of Jane Austen and A Woman of Substance starring Golden Globe winner Brenda Blethyn. If you want to get away, you're in the right place. Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Free trial at BritBox.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. Don't miss your chance to save on tech, chairs, custom print, school supplies, and more. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand smash patties made with Angus beef drizzled with jalapeno pineapple glaze. Then cool down with the Tropical Cream Slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the Tropical Duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Well, before we get too far into this, I should probably point out that the U.S. just made it 1-0 during that commercial break.
Beautiful.
You could hear Mitch pounding on the table from the other side.
Absolutely
of the glass.
lovely.
Kellen screaming.
If you know the story with Flo Balogun and his dual citizenship, God bless that flight attendant or whoever that told his mom, you can't get on this flight and you have to have this baby born in New York City. God bless her.
1-0 right now in the nearly 48th minute of this match. U.S. beating Bosnia-Herzegovina. So we got that going on right now, but let's talk a little Diamondbacks baseball. As tonight, it is the third game of the series against the San Francisco Giants, and they go for the sweep, the Diamondbacks do, and their 9th straight win against the Giants. And today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors and skylights and cabinets and countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com. For the Giants, 25-year-old right-handed pitcher Trevor McDonald gets the start. He is 2-6 with a 4.94 ERA. Zach Gallen, here we go again. 3-7, 6.15 ERA, and yet another start, Kellen, where we get to dissect the performance of Zach Gallen and wonder what it all means.
I think for him, and the really difficult thing to kind of like figure out, is just where the swing and miss has gone. Like, we know what it is. Like, it's the fastball, right? That has specifically been a problem for him, but just the way in which he is unable to generate swing and miss, and then obviously the follow-up to that being strikeouts is just crazy to me. It's been insane to watch, really, like the drop off for him in that kind of way, right? Like it's just been really tough to watch that he's only had 5+ strikeouts in a game once, like over 5 strikeouts. He had 6 against Colorado on May 23rd. That's the last time he had 2 punch outs against the Dodgers in the opener. You look at recently, 0 strikeouts against Tampa, 2 against Minnesota, 4 against Cincy, 3 against Miami, 1 against the Dodgers. That was his June. Like, it's just been, there's so many minute things that you can notice about a pitcher where it's like, oh, he's moved 4 inches off the rubber and that's why his ERA dropped, or his arm slide has changed and that kind of thing. This is very basic, like striking guys out. If Zach's striking guys out tonight, that means we're back on track. If he's not, then look, I'm going to come in here tomorrow and talk about this with you. Like, if he gives up 1 earned run in 6 innings, it's going to be great. But if he has 2 strikeouts, I'm just going to be like, we're still not seeing the guy. I need to see the guy.
Yeah, that last start against Tampa was one of the weirdest starts we've ever seen him. And I know how that start can be camouflaged as progress for Zach Gallen. He retired 15 straight. On any other day, you look at that and go, boy, that's progress. He's on his way. He's getting there. First of all, there was a lot of loud contact that he was giving up in that game. And number 2, 1 swing and miss. Forget about strikeouts. Just swing and miss. Just a whiff. I'm throwing a pitch and you're swinging at it, not hitting it. He had 1 the whole game. It just speaks to that larger picture of where is the stuff gone? How is he going to get outs? And can he adapt his style and adapt his stuff in time to make a difference? Now, tonight's game for Zach Gallen, and I mentioned this earlier, it almost feels like a lose-lose. If he performs well, we're going to say, well, it was the Giants. If he performs poorly, then we're going to look for the nearest red panic button, and we're going to push it as hard and as fast as we possibly can because he cannot have a bad outing tonight. He had a quality start against the Giants in one of his previous outings, so he's got success against them this year. He's got to have success against them. Otherwise, tomorrow's going to be a long, rough day for Zach Gallen.
In 2023, that All-Star year, he had 21 games with 6+ strikeouts. He has 1 this year, just 1.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. We got the update from Troy Lavello earlier in the show on Michael Soroka's bullpen.
He did really good. We're still trying to determine a timeline. I might have got a little ahead of myself without knowing the results of the bullpen, saying it was probably right before the All-Star break. But, what we're discovering is it's going to be somewhere in that time frame, possibly after. I got to throw that into the potential. But overall, he feels really good. Non-issue with his lower half, which was a great sign. I think we dodged a real bullet here.
So it's not going to be as early as maybe he was suggesting yesterday, but sometime around that time frame. Also, we found out from Troy today, James McCann is on his way to join AAA Reno for a rehab assignment. The MLB standings brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. Starting today, the Arizona Diamondbacks are 43-42, 1 game over 500. 2.5 games out of the final wild card spot in the National League. The Giants are 35-50. Kellen's got a key to tonight's game.
Man. Appreciate it.
Yep. Man, I need you to be the key master.
Lauren, love that
I am
one.
the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
What you get for calling my shoes stupid? Go ahead.
Walks are the key. The Diamondbacks have 13 walks in their last 2 games. That is tied for the most walks over 2-game stretch they have had this season. The last time they did it, it was late April.